I am astonished. My friend is wearing a skirt. Qingwan University. H1, let's go play basketball. At the entrance of the classroom, two young men walked out with their arms around each other. No, my mom has found a new partner. I need to have dinner at my stepfather's house tonight. Li Mochuan waved his hand in refusal. His mother had mentioned this during the summer vacation, but he had not taken it to heart. Yesterday, however, she called him unexpectedly and sent him an address for a residential complex. Ugh, stepfather, Suya couldn't help but click his tongue, then raise an eyebrow. At your mom's age, your stepfather must have a child too. Are you going to be an older brother or an older sibling? Get lost. Li Mochuan shot him a glare and pushed him away. Let's not even mention being an older sibling. Hey, judging by your reaction, it seems you do have one. Tell me, are you thinking of multiple younger sisters or older sisters? Suya continued to press forward, teasing him relentlessly. Are you ever going to stop? Li Mochuan, annoyed by the incessant chatter beside him, grew increasingly impatient. But then again, brothers tease each other. It's part of the bond. Come on, we've known each other for over a month now, and I still don't know what our esteemed Information Institute's heartthrob likes. I'm just asking if it's older sisters or younger sisters. Li Mochuan halted, his lips moved, and finally, he uttered two words. Older sisters. The Suya's eyes instantly lit up at this revelation. Realizing that he would soon face a series of peculiar inquiries, Li Mochuan hastened his pace. Older sisters are wonderful. They have diverse styles. They're understanding and considerate. Will you ever shut up? Li Mochuan turned around and shouted before dashing downstairs. Suya stood there, pouting. What a temper. Nevertheless, he still chased after him. Wait for me. After catching up, Suya ceased his incessant chatter. We're headed the same way. I'm going home too. Li Mochuan said nothing more, that he had become acquainted with Suya during military training, as they had been singled out to practice their marching in sync. Both were locals from Qingwan, with similar interests, leading to them frequently walking together over time. That it was now 6 in the evening, precisely when classes had ended, and the nearby snack street was bustling with people. Hey H1, isn't that the new campus beauty from the Normal University, Jiangwu? Her military training photos have gone viral in our school. Upon hearing this, Li Mochuan froze. Jiangwu. Jiangwu was the girl he secretly admired throughout high school for 3 long years that he had originally planned to confess upon graduation, but the night before he intended to do so, he saw her announcement on social media with another boy. 3 years of unrequited love evaporated in that moment. Later, when the college entrance examination results were released, he excelled and gained admission to Qingwan University, while Jiangwu faltered and ended up at Qingwan Normal University. Ironically, despite the two universities being adjacent, they had yet to encounter each other since the beginning of their freshman year. Li Mochuan had almost forgotten about her. Yet, hearing her name now caused a slight ache in his heart. The campus beauty from Normal University is undoubtedly more stunning than our schools, Suya remarked, visibly impressed. Qingwan University excelled in the sciences, and the gender ratio was imbalanced. It was said that their cohort had a ratio of 2 males to 1 female, while Normal University was notorious for a 1-to-3 ratio. She's just average, Li Mochuan replied, casting a fleeting glance in that direction without lingering. Suya quickly sensed the shift in his tone. This isn't like you. Even though you're not one to pursue females, you've never reacted this way when we've admired beauties together at school. Hey, I heard that Jiangwu graduated from Qingwan No. One high school, and you did too. Surely you too. Suya's curiosity piqued, his eyes twinkling as if he had unraveled a great secret. I'm in a hurry. I'm leaving first. Li Mochuan, uninterested in further conversation, glanced at his phone. Only half an hour remained until the agreed meeting time, and it would take him about 20 minutes to reach that residential complex. The crowd outside grew denser, and Li Mochuan easily shook Suya off. However, as he walked briskly, he accidentally bumped into someone. Without thinking, he muttered an apology and attempted to continue on his way. But the person he collided with seemed unwilling to let it go. Is a mere apology all you have to say? Li Mochuan frowned. He had no intention of causing trouble, but with his sleeve firmly grasped, the situation was clearly beyond his control. Hey, isn't this Li Mochuan? Upon hearing his name, Li Mochuan took a closer look. Senior. The person before him was Duan Chun, the one he had blocked during a basketball game a week ago, causing a crucial shot to be missed. This was the first time a freshman had bested a senior. In college basketball matches, seniors typically dominated over juniors, and Li Mochuan had set a precedent last week. At the time, he hadn't considered the potential resentment his actions might incite among the seniors. But now, he was acutely aware. When are we going to arrange another basketball match? How about a one-on-one? Duan Shen wore a smirk that hinted at mischief. I think today would be perfect. Let's have a game after we head back. I have something to do. I'm not free today. Li Mochuan checked the time on his phone again. I'm telling you, if you're free, then you're free. Come on, let's go to the court. Duan Shen, accompanied by a couple of others, began to pull him in the direction of the school. Duan Shen was harboring a grudge. It was humiliating to be blocked while playing basketball, especially as a member of the college team. Li Mochuan grew increasingly impatient. What were these people thinking? He had read online that college seniors were generally friendly, but it seemed that the diversity of personalities was vast. I said I'm not free. Li Mochuan forcefully shrugged off their grip. I didn't intend to resort to violence, but if you insist on being stubborn, we might have to take a different approach. Duan Shen's tone bore a hint of menace. With so many people around, he exchanged glances with the other two, who each wrapped an arm around Li Mochuan's shoulders, steering him toward a less populated area. Let's find somewhere else to talk. Li Mochuan realized they wouldn't resort to violence in public. At worst, it would be verbal intimidation. But in a secluded place, the outcome was uncertain. As he pondered his next move, his consciousness suddenly blurred, and he thought he might fall to the ground. Yet, the cacophony around him faded away, replaced by a dull ache in his abdomen. Li Mochuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though his limbs were unfamiliar or perhaps even forgotten. Before him was a sign that read, "Feminine sanitary products, please roll them up and place them in the bin. Do not enter the pit. Thank you for your cooperation." Coupled with his current squatting position, how did he end up in a restroom? A women's restroom, no less. He glanced down at his attire. Black lace trim, a pink skirt, and a black bow belt at his waist. What on earth? My friend is wearing a skirt. As soon as he uttered those words, he quickly covered his mouth. What the heck? Why does my voice sound like a girl's? But it seems rather charming. His gaze drifted down to his smooth, fair legs. Unable to resist, Li Mochuan touched them. Was this what it felt like to have no leg hair? What has happened to him? Why is he in this predicament? As his gaze gradually ascended, he beheld his own chest. Li Mochuan could not suppress a gulp, yet he refrained from reaching out a touch. His eyes descended once more, and he noticed a hint of red upon the white triangular shorts, as well as the red puddle beneath the pit in which he squatted. Could it be that he had transcended to another realm? If so, why was he still a girl? Being a girl was one thing, but a girl in her menstrual period. Li Mochuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon began to accept this reality and pondered his next steps. Simply pulling up his pants and departing was not an option. The blood appeared plentiful and showed no signs of stopping. He could feel droplets trickling down beneath him, leaving him to hope for the kindness of a passerby. The restroom was neither particularly good nor bad. It was clean, yet the decor suggested it had seen better days. This environment inexplicably invoked a sense of familiarity, leading him to subconsciously think of his own school and dormitory. Qingwan, located in northern Huagua, had dormitories without private bathrooms, featuring 2 washrooms and 2 toilets on each floor. The more he considered it, the more he felt that the door of this restroom resembled that of the boys' dormitory, even to the point of being identical. He instinctively patted his body and realized the girl was wearing a skirt devoid of pockets. How could anyone go to the restroom without their phone? Outside, he could hear the faint sounds of footsteps, and his current stall seemed to be the one closest to the wall, while the adjacent one remained unoccupied. 2 minutes passed, and finally, the door of the neighboring stall creaked open. Li Mochuan promptly knocked on the partition between them. "Excuse me, could you lend me a hand?" The voice from next door hesitated. Shen Zhimeng? Li Mochuan's eyes brightened at the recognition. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. "Yes, it's me. I forgot to bring a sanitary pad. Could you fetch one for me?" Su Rong was taken aback. She could hardly believe she was hearing Shen Zhimeng asking for help. Is this really Shen Zhimeng? The same haughty and imperious Shen Zhimeng? Is that all right? Please help me. Upon hearing that voice again, Su Rong quickly regained her composure. "Sure, just wait for me." Li Mochuan contemplated extracting further information, perhaps to discern his dorm number, but fearing exposure, he restrained himself. For now, he would adapt as needed once he exited. Su Rong was quick. Shortly after she left, A pink item was slipped through the gap beneath the door. Did you get it? Thank you. Li Mochuan received the item and began to study its usage. It didn't appear overly complicated. Back in high school, a boy in his class had shamelessly stolen one from a girl's bag and brazenly displayed it for examination. Li Mochuan had merely glanced at it then, but the incessant discussions from the boys around him had imprinted some knowledge in his mind. Tearing open the packaging and applying it as he believed was correct, he pulled up his pants and approached the toilet. Glancing down at the skirt, he still felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, he stared at his legs for a while. They were symmetrical, elongated, and devoid of any scars. Almost perfect. Realizing his thoughts had drifted, Li Mochuan scolded himself. This was hardly the time for such musings. Once he had composed himself, he exited to wash his hands, releasing a long sigh of relief. Being a girl was indeed not an easy task. The wash basin featured a mirror, and upon catching a glimpse of his face, he was momentarily taken aback. To his surprise, despite his unfamiliarity with the female physique, he found this face quite appealing. With thick, curled eyelashes, exquisite makeup, and cascading black waves of hair, if he had been uncertain about his preference for a particular type of girl before, he now knew. Classmate, your skirt. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder, and upon following the direction of the girl's finger, he saw a small portion of his skirt caught, revealing the black safety shorts. Beneath. Thank you. Grateful for the kind reminder, Li Mochuan hastily adjusted his attire. He had fully accepted the reality of his transformation into a girl. After all, girls must pay attention to their appearance. He could understand that. Gazing at his reflection, Li Mochuan couldn't help but make various expressions: shy, surprised, adorable, charming. Each one looked delightful. This face was simply flawless. Having exited the washroom, Li Mochuan contemplated which direction to take. One side had more dormitories, while the other had fewer. He decided to head toward the latter. After all, there was a window at the end of the corridor, and if he strayed, he could always claim he was merely stepping out for some fresh air. With this thought, Li Mochuan walked with newfound confidence. Shen Zhimeng, your phone is ringing. A voice called from behind him, and Shen Zhimeng. Wait, the girl who had just assisted him in the restroom also bore this name. He immediately turned around to meet a pair of puzzled eyes. Where are you headed? Li Mochuan feigned nonchalance. Oh, just taking a stroll. Ah, go answer your call. It's been ringing for quite a while. Okay, thank you. Li Mochuan felt a wave of relief. There was only one dormitory door ajar, suggesting he and she resided in the same one. Ah, how odd to say he shared a dormitory with her. This girl, named Shen Zhimeng. After receiving the phone, Li Mochuan felt considerably calmer. He pressed to connect, and a robust male voice resonated from the other end. Xiaoming. Where are you? I'm still in the dorm. Li Mochuan noticed the contact was labeled as Dad, prompting him to soften his tone. Didn't I tell you to come home for dinner tonight? Hurry up. Dad is waiting for you at the school gate. Don't be upset with Dad. I understand this may be hard for you to accept, but it's just dinner with Aunt G. All right. Send me a picture of where your car is parked, so I can find it easily. Li Mochuan observed the girl's immaculate desk, every detail exuding affluence and cleanliness, indicative of someone who cherished tidiness. Okay. After hanging up, Li Mochuan felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Parents know their children best. He could hardly pretend with his mother, and he hoped he wouldn't slip up. Li Mochuan adjusted his outfit in front of the mirror, phone in hand, and stepped outside. Upon leaving the dormitory and walking through the familiar campus, he felt a sense of stability wash over him. If this truly was a transcendence, at least it was within a familiar environment, and the date and time on his phone confirmed that this world mirrored his original one. However, whether it was a parallel universe or the same timeline remained uncertain. With the aid of images, Li Mochuan quickly identified the vehicle he was to board. Dad. The word felt somewhat foreign on his tongue. It had been so long since he had uttered to be precise. Since his father's passing 5 years ago, he had not spoken this word, and it stirred a poignant reflection within him. Shen Zhimeng, dressed in a sharp suit, appeared youthful and well-groomed, and upon glancing at the car, it was evident that their family was well off. Hurry up, get in the car. Aunt G has prepared dinner. All right. Li Mochuan gazed at the man who greeted him with such warmth, feeling an inexplicable stir within his heart. This must be what it feels like to have a father. In the Qingwan community, Li Mochuan followed Shen Zhimeng upstairs, and with each step, an unsettling feeling grew within him. Wasn't he supposed to be going home? Wasn't he meant to visit this girl's house? Why did this place resemble the very community he was to visit tonight? The unit and building were identical as well. Upon entering the elevator, Li Mochuan was genuinely taken aback. The floor was the same too. If memory serves him right, his mother had mentioned last night that his stepfather's surname was Shen. So would he meet himself? Would he see Li Mochuan? Shen Zhimeng, having just ended a call, entered the elevator and began to instruct Li Mochuan. Remember to greet her when we arrive, okay? Aunt G is very kind, so don't throw any tantrums. Li Mochuan nodded absently, his mind elsewhere. Upon exiting the elevator and glancing at the door number, Li Mochuan's heart had turned to stillness. Even when he saw his mother's face after she opened the door, he found it strangely unremarkable. Hello, Aunt G, he greeted, recalling Shen Jing's instructions and promptly addressing her. Oh, this must be Xiaomeng, right? Even more beautiful than in the photos, he heard his mother exclaim as she affectionately grasped his hand. For a moment, he struggled to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. It was not merely odd, it was profoundly strange. This peculiar sensation overshadowed even the fact that he was dressed in a skirt. But that was not the end. Where's Xiao Chuan? I would have brought him along if I had known. Shen Jing entered the kitchen to lend a hand. Li Mochuan stood at the kitchen doorway. Hearing his mother say, I called to urge him. He said he would arrive in a few minutes. He numbly made his way to the sofa, clutching his phone, which trembled in his grasp. Was the moment of meeting approaching? Who resided within that body? Was it Shen Zhimeng? Before he could settle into the sofa, the doorbell rang, and moments later, Ji Yun and Shen Jing emerged from the kitchen. Xiao Chuan has arrived, just in time. This is your uncle. Shen. Chapter 3, I emerged, trousers in hand. Li Mochuan glanced somewhat stiffly towards the doorway, where he was met with a face both familiar and alien. It was his first experience of seeing himself through another's eyes, and he couldn't help but acknowledge that he appeared rather handsome, with his stature and broad shoulders. What a thought to ponder, yet he knew he must confront the situation. Shen Jing and Ji Yun had already brought someone before him, prompting Li Mochuan to rise hastily. After exchanging greetings, he directly addressed the individual. Your name is Shen Zhimeng, is it not? A sudden jolt of realization struck him. He had been uncertain of whose body he inhabited, but this person's precise articulation of the name solidified her identity in his mind. A wave of unease washed over him. If they had exchanged places simultaneously, it was likely she had endured a beating on his behalf. So you two are acquainted, Ji Yun remarked. Li Mochuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. They hadn't known each other before, yet here they were, introduced by circumstance. With a subtle glance towards Shen Zhimeng, he suggested, my sister and I are in the same field. I happen to have some questions for her. Would that be permissible? Certainly, she replied. Li Mochuan swallowed nervously, rising to his feet. With a slight smile, he asked, shall we go to your room? All right. As they distanced themselves from the living room, Li Mochuan felt a warmth on his back, the other person pressing closely against him. For the first time, he realized how commanding his original voice could be. The innermost room. Do not stray, he instructed. Understood. In the living room, Ji Yun wore a worried expression. My little Chuan can be rather oblivious. I hope nothing untoward happens with them alone together. However, Shen Jing appeared unfazed, joking lightly, do not fret. Zhimeng has practiced judo since elementary school, and with that build, Chuan seems quite resilient. Ji Yun sighed softly, conceding, well, they will need to talk eventually. Shen Jing approached her, wrapping her in a gentle embrace. Do not worry. Soon, we shall be one family. Let us prepare the dishes and join them. Indeed. In stark contrast to the warmth of the living room, the atmosphere in the bedroom was charged. Li Mochuan found himself straddling Shen Zhimeng, pinning her hands behind her back. His voice tinged with irritation. You had better provide me with an explanation. That hurts. Be gentle. Now possessing a female voice, her fragmented pleas were unexpectedly alluring. Shen Zhimeng felt her cheeks flush. How could her melodious voice be so mistreated by this individual? Can you not speak properly? I can, but you must first release me. Shen Zhimeng bit her lip in frustration, contemplating her options before finally relenting. They settled onto a small sofa in the room, both stubbornly silent, unwilling to be the first to break the tension. Ultimately, it was Li Mochuan who could no longer bear the quiet. Did those individuals hurt you? How dare you ask? Shen Zhimeng's teeth ground in irritation. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, that punch would have landed squarely on her face. Li Mochuan was startled by her outburst. Trembling slightly, he had never realized that his visage could wield such impact, as if it were intent on devouring him. Calm down, calm down. I too am a victim, and I seek to understand what is transpiring here. Li Mochuan instinctively lowered his gaze. The appearance of Shen Zhimeng's body was versatile, capable of embodying both a delicate and commanding presence, entirely contingent upon her makeup. Clad in a little black dress today, her eyeliner was artfully winged, and her lips adorned with a vibrant red. She should have exuded confidence. Yet, combined with her current expression of embarrassment and anger, she found it intolerable to see her face display such emotions. It was utterly ridiculous. With that thought, she forcefully shoved Li Mochuan away. Forget it. With that mind of yours, I doubt I could devise any solution. Hey, hey. While discussion is warranted, personal attacks are uncalled for, he retorted. I am merely speaking the truth. Shen Zhimeng crossed her arms, demanding her phone back. Li Mochuan obediently handed it over. First, add your contact information, before we switch back. If there is anything uncertain, you must ask. Should you dare to engage in any nefarious activities with my face, you will be in grave trouble. Also, we ought to return home. I have no desire to witness men bathing in communal showers, nor should you wish to observe women. Shen Zhimeng rapidly articulated her thoughts, and within moments, they had exchanged WeChat information. Suddenly, Li Mochuan sensed something awry and remarked, "What about your menstrual cycle?" Shen Zhimeng was jolted by his words. Indeed, she had been on her period, but did this switch now imply she would not have to manage it? However, a more pressing concern emerged. She recalled forgetting to bring sanitary pads to the restroom. So how did you emerge from there? Li Mochuan felt a flicker of annoyance. She had barged in and knocked him down without a word, and it was time she felt a bit anxious. I simply pulled up my pants and came out, he replied nonchalantly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What? You just walked out? Of course, what else would I do? As soon as Li Mochuan finished speaking, Shen Zhimeng yanked him upright, her gaze fixed on the sofa to ensure no traces were left behind. Turning his body, she lifted her skirt. Hey, what are you doing? This is inappropriate. Li Mochuan felt a chill at his backside and instinctively covered his skirt. Shen Zhimeng shot him a glare. Stay still. I know my own body well enough. Li Mochuan mumbled under his breath. You've seen yourself? The unspoken part of his remark was conveyed through his eyes, and Shen Zhimeng understood precisely what he meant. In a fit of exasperation, she slapped him on the backside. Hey, why are you getting physical? Don't forget, hitting me is akin to hitting yourself. Shen Zhimeng, what should I do if I feel like hitting someone? Yet she restrained herself, fuming as she plopped down onto the sofa. You remember everything I just said, right? Don't let it slip. No one would believe such a thing if it got out. I know. Li Mochuan settled beside Shen Zhimeng, attempting to soothe her with a gentle pat on the back, but she shot him a disdainful glare. That's enough. Li Mochuan pouted. What is wrong with me touching my own back? Shen Zhimeng was rendered speechless by her anger. Seizing the opportunity, she reached out once more, lifting her skirt. Li Mochuan hurriedly covered it. You pervert. I'm just checking. Don't get the skirt or the sofa dirty. Don't worry, everything is fine down there. Shen Zhimeng was taken aback by his unexpected resolution. You used a sanitary pad? Of course, what else? Where did you get it? I remember there were none in my dorm. I borrowed it from someone else. Shen Zhimeng was about to inquire further, but hesitated. After all, this guy wouldn't know who lent it to her, so it was best not to ask. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, a knock echoed at the door. Xiaochuan, Meng, dinner-s ready. Coming. Li Mochuan instinctively responded to his mother-s voice. Shen Zhimeng gave him a nudge. Change your habit. She is my mom now. Li Mochuan averted his gaze awkwardly. Got it. The two made their way to the dining room, with Shen Zhimeng breathing a sigh of relief upon observing their relatively harmonious demeanor. He had been concerned that Shen Zhimeng might impulsively lash out. Chapter 4. I will help you undress Meng. You sit next to your aunt. I'll sit beside Xiaochuan. Shen Zhimeng beckoned them to take their seats. At the dining table, Ji Yun and Shen Zhimeng continuously probed the sentiments of the two youngsters, but to their surprise, the pair who had previously vehemently opposed their union now appeared agreeable. Li Mochuan remarked, Mom, I hadn't met Uncle Shen before, but now that I have, I find him to be truly kind. Considering you're often home alone while I'm at school, having someone to accompany you is a good thing. Shen Zhimeng chimed in, Exactly, Dad. I think Aunt Ji is very beautiful and quite warm. I really like her. Knowing you both feel this way allows me and Aunt Ji to rest easy. Shen Zhimeng said, serving Li Mochuan some food. Thus, the family enjoyed a delightful meal together. Li Mochuan turned to Ji-yun, "Mom, where will we be living in the future?" Ji-yun glanced at Shen Zhimeng. "That is something we wanted to ask you as well. Our arrangement allows for both places. But Uncle Shen's is closer to your school, making it much more convenient if you wish to return home." Li Mochuan nodded. "All right. If Uncle Shen doesn't mind, I'd prefer to stay here." "Really?" Shen Zhimeng's eyes brightened. He had thought persuading the mother and son to stay would be quite challenging. But now, it seemed every issue was swiftly resolved. It is rather perplexing to consider what these two children might have discussed within that room, arriving at a consensus so swiftly. Indeed, both of them are in need of a valid reason to increase their time together, and cohabitation seems to be the most suitable choice. After dinner, Shen Zhimeng took the initiative to wash the dishes, while Ji-yun, without uttering a word, directly led Li Mochuan to the balcony. Shen Zhimeng, feeling helpless, cast a pleading glance toward Li Mochuan. With no other option, he could only wait for their conversation to conclude. Finding himself bored in the living room, Li Mochuan decided to visit Shen Zhimeng's room. Upon entering, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. The room was quite spacious, at least twice the size of his own bedroom, and it was evident that the decor was entirely in accordance with feminine aesthetics. A cream-colored wardrobe, a princess bed of the same hue, and lace-trimmed bedding adorned the space. The vanity was impeccably tidy, contributing to the overall neatness of the room. On the desk lay a photograph featuring Shen Zhimeng and Shen Zhimeng alongside a middle-aged woman, presumably Shen Zhimeng's mother. The photo appeared quite old, dust clinging to its surface, suggesting it had only recently been retrieved. She must, like him, have begun to reminisce about her biological mother upon learning of her impending stepmother. Li Mochuan casually opened a textbook, revealing Shen Zhimeng's name inscribed in bold, formal script. At last, he discerned the two characters that followed her first name. "What are you looking at?" Startled from his reverie by a sudden voice, Li Mochuan jumped slightly. "How can you walk so silently?" Shen Zhimeng closed the door and locked it. "The floor is carpeted. It's nearly impossible to make any noise. What did my mom say to you?" As she removed her somewhat soiled outer pants and opened her wardrobe, she continued, "Aunt Ji told you to behave and treat me well. Did you hear that?" Li Mochuan couldn't help but smirk. "That is your responsibility." Turning around, he caught sight of her familiar form now clad in floral sleep pants, the hem barely grazing her calves, and his gaze awkwardly drifted upward. "Ahem, have you forgotten? You can't wear that kind of clothing now." In response to Li Mochuan's merciless jest, Shen Zhimeng shot him a fierce glare. She was indeed still grappling with the reality of her transformation into a male. Subsequently, she rummaged through her wardrobe and tossed a set of black pajamas to him. "According to my previous habits, it's time to take a shower." Li Mochuan glanced at the black dress he wore, then at the black pajamas in his hand. "So, I'm only permitted to wear black?" Shen Zhimeng's face flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Yes. Black is slimming. I am being considerate of you." With that, she unceremoniously pushed him into the en-suite bathroom. "Go wash up." With a resounding thud, the door was shut behind him. Li Mochuan was utterly bewildered by her sudden emotional outburst. It seemed that Suya's assertion that girls are often unpredictable held a grain of truth. Never mind. It was best not to provoke her. He could engage in mischief with his striking visage, but she too could wield her own allure in a similarly mischievous manner. Gazing into the makeup mirror at the sink, he found his face almost unreal in its beauty. How had he never noticed that such an enchanting girl attended his school? Just as he pondered this, the door swung open. "You, Shen Zhimeng, must not gaze about while showering. Finish quickly and come out." Li Mochuan was taken aback. What was he looking at? Wasn't he the one bathing? What could he possibly be observing? Shen Zhimeng, noticing his expression, realized he was not feigning confusion. Her own demeanor grew increasingly awkward. She promptly closed the door and stood facing him. "I will assist you in undressing." "What? Why would you do that?" "What's wrong with me bathing by myself? Are you suggesting you'll bathe me? Can you promise not to look or touch inappropriately?" Li Mochuan, it does indeed seem so. However, the idea of merely staring at his own face while bathing felt decidedly strange. "Are you certain? If you help me bathe, what will you do about your own shower? If you return to my house afterward, wouldn't you be able to see my body then?" Li Mochuan simply felt it was unfair. He hadn't intended to entertain any lewd thoughts, but Shen Zhimeng was steering his mind in that direction. Shen Zhimeng lowered her gaze, contemplating. "Do you have classes tomorrow?" "I'm a freshman, sister. I have plenty of classes. Unlike you in your third year with far fewer." "Then it's settled. We share the same major. I can help you manage your classes tomorrow. What do you intend to do? Li Mochuan scrutinized her, yet the sensation of being scrutinized in return failed to stir any profound feelings within him. I will find a way to keep your mother occupied, allowing me to stay here. Thus you can assist me in bathing. Huh. Li Mochuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he considered Shen Zhimeng's suggestion. Their soul-swapping was an unforeseen incident, and bathing would inevitably involve contact with a body that did not belong to him. It was indeed a viable solution. I'll help you undress. Observing Shen Zhimeng deftly unzipping the back of her dress, he hesitated, knowing she would soon have to share eye contact with him while bathing, which he found somewhat unacceptable. Wait for me. Okay. Li Mochuan stood frozen, utterly hesitant to move, for he did not wish to experience Shen Zhimeng's judo prowess a second time. It was not that he was incapable of defending himself. Rather, a gentleman does not engage in combat with a lady. Shen Zhimeng stepped out briefly before returning promptly. Close your eyes. Chapter 5. We might as well make do with each other. All right. As soon as Li Mochuan shut his eyes, he felt a soft fabric covering them, tied in a knot at the back of his head. Immediately thereafter, a chill enveloped him. Soon, the sound of the bathroom's warm air being activated filled the space. Surely, it shouldn't be too cold, right? Upon hearing a note of concern, albeit from his own voice, Li Mochuan did not find it particularly heartwarming. Rather, it evoked a sense of camaraderie akin to the playful banter between brothers. Are you concerned about me? He mused, only to feel a sudden slap on his backside. Get lost. I'm merely lamenting my own physical state. Shen Zhimeng, seizing the opportunity while he was oblivious, couldn't help but grimace and pull a face. As warm water began to flow gently from the showerhead, her tone unconsciously softened. In the future, at school, maintain a cooler demeanor. Don't respond to everyone who speaks to you. Oh, I'm being serious here. Is this not cool enough? Li Mochuan's retort elicited laughter from Shen Zhimeng, transforming her previously brusque tone into one of resigned amusement. All right then, that's very cool. Keep it up. Having spoken, the bubble bath was already dampened, and the shower gel had formed a frothy layer atop it. The moment Li Mochuan felt the touch upon his skin, he instinctively stiffened. It seemed his hands could use some moisturizing cream. Otherwise, such contact felt rather coarse. Shen Zhimeng, however, found no issue with it. Her white t-shirt was already soiled, and she didn't mind getting it wet. The novelty of bathing herself for the first time was quite delightful. Halfway through, she asked, Li Mochuan, what's the matter? I'm saying if, your words come out in fragments, as if you're struggling to articulate. If what? If we were to continuously exchange bodies and could never return to our original forms, what then? This thought had suddenly surfaced in Li Mochuan's mind, and he could not conjure a conclusion. Hence he sought Shen Zhimeng's perspective, the one person who had, since their initial encounter that evening, inexplicably struck him as astute and capable. Shen Zhimeng was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for such a question. If we can't revert, then we simply accept it. But then you'd be a boy. Would you seek a boyfriend or a girlfriend? I must clarify, I cannot bear to witness my own body being. Stop. Shen Zhimeng interjected before he could finish. Rest assured, if it truly comes to that, I suppose I could live a life of singlehood. My orientation is perfectly normal. Really? Of course it's true. After asserting this, she shifted the conversation. What about you? If you were in my body, you ought to find yourself a wealthy and handsome partner. Right? Dream on. Li Mochuan swiftly dismissed her notion. My orientation is also very normal. Since we're both destined for a lifetime of singlehood, why not just make do with each other? It would be a bargain for you. Shen Zhimeng spoke with a light-hearted nonchalance. Li Mochuan immediately grew anxious. No way. Sleeping next to myself every day would be utterly terrifying. How can someone even despise themselves? Shen Zhimeng retorted. Li Mochuan felt the conversation had reached an impasse. Hurry up and wash. If our parents come knocking later, we'll be in big trouble. Don't worry, I locked the door. There are indeed doubts. The two of us, adult males and females, sharing a room. Shen Zhimeng could not help but roll her eyes. My father places great trust in me, not only because of my judo skills, but also due to my discernment. Li Mochuan pondered, why does it feel like this person is indirectly criticizing themselves? Despite her words, Shen Zhimeng hastened her cleaning motions. Be gentle, it really hurts. Li Mochuan was experiencing the sensitivity of delicate skin for the first time. Even a slight increase in pressure felt as though he might shed a layer of his own skin. Shen Zhimeng remained silent, consciously reducing her force. Yet inwardly, she couldn't help but think, This man's arms, though appearing slender, were entirely composed of muscle. It was no wonder he found it effortless to deal with 4 men tonight. Earlier at the judo dojo, she could manage 3 girls simultaneously, but 3 boys posed an insurmountable challenge. The disparity in innate strength was difficult to overcome. After their shower, Shen Zhimeng guided Li Mochuan through the intricacies of handling shorts and sanitary pads. You'll need this long one for tonight. By the way, do you sleep soundly at night? Li Mochuan replied, I sleep quite soundly. Wherever I lay my head, I remain absolutely still. That's good. Once Shen Zhimeng had him dressed appropriately, they emerged from the bathroom. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Shen Zhimeng voluntarily approached to open it. Dad. Upon hearing this, Shen Jing paused momentarily, realizing her habitual address. Shen Zhimeng quickly corrected herself in a hushed tone, Uncle Shen. Shen Jing, however, burst into hearty laughter, patting Li Mochuan's shoulder. Xiaochuan, relax. Didn't we say at dinner that we are family now? No need for such formality. The true Li Mochuan struggled to suppress a smile. He had to admit. Seeing Shen Zhimeng like this was quite amusing. Meng, come here, Shen Jing beckoned. Li Mochuan obediently walked over, mustering the courage to call out, Dad. Shen Jing's face broke into a gentle smile. Meng, you are the older sister. If your younger brother is unfamiliar with the house or the area, you must take good care of him. All right. Shen Jing scrutinized him for a moment. Did Meng just finish showering? Yes. Do you have clothes that Xiaochuan can wear? See if you can find him something suitable. Aunt Ji is staying over tonight, and Xiaochuan will stay as well. Although Shen Zhimeng was not short at 168 centimeters, Li Mochuan's height of 185 centimeters necessitated a thorough rummage through her wardrobe to find something that would fit him. Where will he sleep? Shen Jing seemed to have anticipated this, contemplating briefly. You two seem to have gotten along well today. Why not let Xiaochuan sleep on the sofa in your room? It can be converted into a bed, and our study is a bit cramped. Shen Zhimeng was poised to object, but realized this arrangement actually dictated her own accommodations for the night, so she swallowed her words. Moreover, she still needed this person to assist her with bathing. Thank you, Uncle Shen. I am not particular about where I sleep. Very well, I shall prepare the quilt. It is still prudent to guard against catching cold at night. As the bedroom door closed once more, Shen Zhimeng turned her head and caught sight of Li Mochuan stifling a laugh. It was an expression she had never seen in her life, mischievous and audacious. The smile on Li Mochuan's lips deepened, and he remarked, I suddenly feel your father is quite open-minded. Does he truly trust us to share a room? Shen Zhimeng retorted, my judgment is not so poor. With that, she began rummaging through her wardrobe for clothing. Are there any garments that aren't pitch black? I wish to see how I look in other colors. Li Mochuan approached her, his gaze inadvertently drifting inside. Who told you to come and look? She exclaimed. Regardless, these clothes will eventually be mine. What is the harm in getting a preview? In essence, this wardrobe now belonged to her, as did the room. Li Mochuan intentionally provoked her, but immediately regretted it. Chapter 6. Who sleeps on the bed? Who sleeps on the sofa? Possessing the body of Li Mochuan, Shen Zhimeng's combat prowess exponentially increased, while Li Mochuan, inhabiting Shen Zhimeng's form, found himself completely outmatched. The bed was adjacent to the wardrobe, and without a moment's hesitation, Shen Zhimeng swiftly subdued him and pinned him to the bed. Li Mochuan, I may overlook your playful antics at times, but should you genuinely provoke me, I shall not let it slide, Shen Zhimeng stated earnestly. It was absurd enough to have an unexpected younger brother, and a talkative one at that. Moreover, they had swapped bodies. It was utterly ludicrous. Had she not experienced it firsthand, she would never have dared to imagine such a scenario. Initially, she felt ill at ease in this towering physique, as it was her first time viewing the world from such a height. However, after several encounters that tested her physical strength, Shen Zhimeng found solace. It's merely a change of body. How delightful. I can now engage in fights I once feared. I was wrong. Li Mochuan hastily apologized. That is more like it. Shen Zhimeng did not wish to offend him too harshly. As of now, they were uncertain how to revert to their original bodies. But what if one day they suddenly switched back? She would lose her physical advantage. She might even find herself in a passive position, especially since they now shared a roof as siblings, with much time ahead for interaction. After locating a set of athletic wear, Shen Jing arrived with a quilt and pillow, followed closely by Ji Yun. Does Xiaochuan have classes tomorrow? A class at 10:30 in the morning. No rush, Shen Zhimeng replied casually, relieved she had inquired earlier while showering. That's good. Remember to cover yourself well with the quilt tonight. All right. Shen Jing exchanged a few words with Ji Yun before exiting. Their thoughts were straightforward. Both children were adults now, and they understood well what was permissible and what was not. If they truly wished to pursue something, confining them to separate rooms would be futile. Moreover, Ji Yun had faith in Li Mochuan's character. Having raised him, she was well aware of the kind of person he was. Go take a shower. Shen Zhimeng secured the door once more and led Li Mochuan into the bathroom. Drawing upon their previous experience, their bathing session unfolded with remarkable ease this time. Shen Zhimeng instinctively donned a black eye mask. Observing this accessory, Li Mochuan couldn't shake the feeling that it was far from the makeshift item Shen Zhimeng had described. What is this strap truly for? His curiosity bubbled forth, compelling him to inquire. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? Shen Zhimeng pursed her lips. Her tone somewhat sharp, yet it only betrayed her inner unease. Oh, I see. What do you understand? Although Shen Zhimeng could not see his expression, the tone of his voice was teasingly irreverent. We're both adults. We comprehend the implications. Besides, you're 2 years my senior, so it's only natural. What on earth are you thinking? Shen Zhimeng's cheeks flushed crimson. In an effort to assist her with bathing, Li Mochuan had reluctantly changed into denim shorts and a tank top, while Shen Zhimeng remained completely unclothed. It seemed both recognized that the state of their attire was inappropriate for such a conversation, and Li Mochuan fell silent. After a brief moment, he caught the faintest whisper, I've never been in a relationship, don't make wild assumptions. This was likely the softest sentiment Shen Zhimeng had ever voiced. Li Mochuan couldn't help but smile slightly, finally perceiving her as a woman. What was it like for Li Mochuan to bathe himself? To answer, initially, I was calm and collected, but within me resided a timid and bashful spirit, rendering the entire process rather tumultuous, yet I managed to finish. Lacking men's underwear, Shen Zhimeng simply left it be, grateful that her pajama shorts were comfortable enough to avoid significant discomfort. Though she was acutely aware of her body's presence in a way she had never experienced before. Who sleeps in the bed and who on the couch? Li Mochuan asked. Of course, I shall sleep in the bed, Shen Zhimeng replied without a moment's thought. But if they discover you in the bed in the morning, won't it seem odd? Then we simply won't let them find out. Shen Zhimeng shot him a look that suggested he was foolish and proceeded to lie down on the bed. However, the next moment, Li Mochuan had already approached the door and unlocked it. You. Li Mochuan's smile widened. What of it? Can't I deal with you? Shen Zhimeng sprang from the bed, intent on confronting him, but as she reached his side, the door swung open, revealing Shen Jing outside, gazing at them with confusion. Are you two heading out? Otherwise, Shen Jing would have been hard-pressed to understand why the two were standing at the door simultaneously. Shen Zhimeng quickly formulated a response. Yes. Uncle Shen, my sister said she would take me downstairs for a stroll and perhaps to buy some late-night snacks, right, sister? Li Mochuan met her gaze, instinctively agreeing, yes. Given the predatory expression on her face, he wisely chose to avoid further provocation. Oh, very well. Do you have enough money? Yes, we do. Then, Uncle Shen, we shall be heading downstairs. After Shen Zhimeng finished speaking, she shot Li Mochuan a glance, urging him to follow her. The moment the door closed, she effortlessly grasped his ear. Say that again, who sleeps in the bed? You sleep, you sleep. Ah, it hurts, let go. Li Mochuan cried out in pain. Shen Zhimeng, however, grew even angrier, though she did loosen her grip considerably. You are not allowed to make such sounds with my voice. Understood, Li Mochuan replied, rubbing his reddened ear. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the neckline of his little tank top. Am I really wearing this downstairs? Wait, do you usually wear this when going downstairs? Shen Zhimeng shot him an exasperated look. What are you afraid of with me around? Rest assured, if any ruffian tries to harass you, I will certainly chase him away. She cared far more about her own bodily virtue. After all, the sky had completely darkened, and a 24-hour convenience store stood at the entrance of the community, prompting the two to head straight there. Would you like something to drink? Shen Zhimeng asked, pointing at the various foreign liquors on the counter. She was well aware of her own alcohol tolerance. One drink would suffice, so if she could get him drunk, who slept where would be entirely her decision. Sure, Li Mochuan replied. Having just turned 18 a few months ago, he was usually diligent in his studies and never engaged in anything his mother disapproved of. In fact, he had never even tasted alcohol. A subtle smile graced Shen Zhimeng's lips as she grabbed 3 bottles, followed by some snacks. At the register, she greeted the cashier with familiarity. Sisterly, I'm here to pay. The cashier paused, momentarily taken aback. Did she know this boy? Had she seen him before? Why did she have no recollection? But when a customer calls out her name, perhaps it was indeed her memory failing her. After settling the bill, the cashier finally noticed the young girl standing behind Li Mochuan. Ming, you're out earlier than usual today. Shen Zhimeng often felt hungry at night, so descending for a late-night snack had become routine. Li Mochuan stiffly replied, "Yeah, let us go," Shen Zhimeng said, realizing she had inadvertently misspoken once more. Habits could be quite terrifying. The cashier watched the two walk away side by side, a hint of surprise evident in her expression. Is Xiaoming in a relationship? Not to mention, this boy seems rather decent. By mid-October, although the days were clear and sunny, the nights still brought a chill. Li Mochuan, dressed only in a tank top and denim shorts, felt the cold acutely. Once outside the convenience store, he couldn't help but shiver. It would take a few minutes to walk home, and Shen Zhimeng soon noticed his discomfort. Her previously furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and a pang of guilt welled up inside her. She should have let him wear a jacket before coming out. Li Mochuan, feeling too shy to mention his coldness, endured it silently. Suddenly, he felt warmth enveloping him. The comforting embrace, accompanied by a sweet fragrance, left him momentarily dazed. However, the moment he glanced up and caught sight of his own reflection, he could not suppress a wave of embarrassment. The warmth that had surged within him dissipated instantaneously. What expression is that? Shen Zhimeng lowered her gaze, meeting his somewhat disdainful eyes, and could not help but tug at the corners of her mouth. It's nothing. Li Mochuan felt a twinge of shyness. He certainly could not admit to feeling disdain for being embraced. Do you disdain me? Shen Zhimeng recognized the guilt evident in his expression but tightened her hold on him, suppressing any disdain of her own. She certainly did not wish to catch a cold. His tall frame enveloped her petite figure, and the dim yellow streetlights of the neighborhood elongated their shadows infinitely. Throughout the journey, both harbored divergent thoughts, remaining silent. Upon returning home, the living room lights were already extinguished. In unison, they softened their steps. The light in the master bedroom still shone, at least indicating that the other two had yet to retire for the night. However, the faint sounds emanating from the master bedroom rendered both individuals outside quite awkward. Li Mochuan dared not glance at Shen Zhimeng's expression, while she, with her head bowed, refrained from speaking. They entered Shen Zhimeng's bedroom one after the other and secured the door, both deliberately avoiding the conversation regarding the sounds they had just heard. Let us eat something. Shen Zhimeng opened a bag and began to take out the food within. Li Mochuan felt exceedingly uncomfortable as well. The two sipped their drinks in silence, the awkward atmosphere imbued with an unusual harmony. Li Mochuan stole a glance at her. Having consumed only a couple of sips, his complexion began to flush, his gaze becoming somewhat hazy. If it were Shen Zhimeng's own face, it would likely be quite beautiful in such a state. Yet, reality was rather unkind. This was Li Mochuan's own face, and he found it difficult to conjure even a hint of romantic thought towards it. However, soon he sensed something amiss. Shen Zhimeng swayed slightly, appearing on the verge of toppling over to the side. Li Mochuan acted swiftly, grasping her arm. Due to the momentum, she fell directly into his embrace. Ugh! Li Mochuan grunted in pain as Shen Zhimeng's head landed squarely against his chest, a sharp sensation coursing through his mind. Goodness, this is truly painful. Shen Zhimeng. Li Mochuan attempted to rouse her, but the person in his arms remained still, breathing evenly. Am I really that poor drinker? Li Mochuan gritted his teeth, straining to lift her onto the bed. She is truly heavy. It was the first time he felt as though he were carrying a considerable burden. After covering the person on the bed with a blanket, Li Mochuan lost all desire to eat or drink. After a brief wash-up, he felt a slight dizziness and ultimately collapsed onto the bed. He recalled not drinking much. He noticed that Shen Zhimeng's tolerance was hardly better than his own. Well, let this be a mutual indulgence. The following morning, Li Mochuan was awakened by the sound of knocking. "Chuan, get up for breakfast." Li Mochuan shouted back, "Understood." After calling out, he hurried to the restroom to begin brushing his teeth and washing his face. As he continued, a peculiar realization dawned upon him. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he found himself momentarily transfixed. Was this not his own face? Li Mochuan scrutinized his visage, pinching his cheeks and prodding his body, confirming his return to reality. And a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Then he recalled Shen Zhimeng. Where was that fellow? Li Mochuan swiftly finished his grooming and exited the bathroom. The bed was empty, yet the space beside him still radiated warmth, a testament that they had indeed shared the night. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind, prompting him to dash out of the bedroom. In the dining room, he beheld Shen Zhimeng seated beside her mother. smiling as she accepted a bowl of porridge handed to her by Ji Yun. Why are you dawdling, Xiaochuan? Come and eat, Shen Zhimeng remarked, noticing his daze and giving his shoulder a gentle pat. All right. Li Mochuan was still somewhat dazed as he sat opposite Shen Zhimeng, who appeared perfectly at ease. Her smile genuine. However, he could not shake off the feeling that something was amiss. It was not until a small foot stepped onto his slipper that he was jolted into awareness. Warm toes pressed against his instep, playfully nudging him. As if to amplify his discomfort, Shen Zhimeng seemed to find his lack of reaction tedious. Her petite foot slipped directly into his pant leg. Li Mochuan's eyes widened in surprise, only to be met with Shen Zhimeng's challenging gaze. This was their first time interacting physically, and he felt a tightness in his chest, especially with their parents seated nearby. Moreover, the square dining table lacked a tablecloth. A mere tilt of their heads could expose this bizarre position. Yet, Shen Zhimeng appeared unfazed, eating and conversing with Shen Jing as if nothing were amiss. Dad, later I'll go to school with my brother. I think I can gradually bring back my things from school. Oh, what are your plans? It's been a while since I slept at home. After last night's sleep, I realized how much more comfortable it is here. And my academic workload this semester is rather intense. My roommates can be quite noisy. All right, you handle it as you see fit. Shen Zhimeng cast a sidelong glance at Li Mochuan. But Chuan, why not come back to stay too? It would be lively with all of us at home. Dream. Do you really intend for a Chuan to sleep on the couch? Shen Jing shot her a disapproving look, indicating that such an arrangement was inappropriate. Clearing his throat, Li Mochuan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. And no, it's fine, uncle. The couch is quite spacious, at least larger than the dormitory. And it's convenient being at home. Li Mochuan's unease was not lost on Ji Yun and Shen Jing. Perhaps the boy was merely nervous or still unaccustomed to conversing with them in such a manner. Sensing the small foot sliding away from his leg, he silently breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his quick reflexes. Chapter 8. This is my boyfriend. Dealing with this sister proved to be rather challenging. In the future, I must tread carefully in our dealings. Chuan, you can share any thoughts directly with your uncle. Your mother and I have considered this matter as well. Recently, a new community has been constructed near your school, and we are contemplating selling both my property and yours to purchase a new residence there. Li Mochuan is quite unfamiliar with such matters, so it is best that you all decide. After engaging in familial banter, the siblings bid farewell to their family and stepped outside together. Shen Zhimeng returned to her own body, her demeanor reverting to the aloofness and inaccessibility she was known for. While waiting for the elevator, she completely ignored Li Mochuan, her gaze fixated on her phone. The elevator doors opened and closed once more. They were the only two inside. Isn't it wonderful that you've returned to your original self? Unless something unexpected occurs, we shall not exchange again, Shen Zhimeng interjected, sensing his intent to speak. How do you know? Li Mochuan was uncertain whether they would ever experience such a situation again. It's just a guess, she replied, dismissing the notion that such a ludicrous event could recur. Let us consider last night as a small jest from fate. Then, we need not meet at school anymore, right? Of course not, Shen Zhimeng firmly denied, then seemed to ponder something. However, if you find yourself in need of assistance in the future, perhaps I might come to your aid if you plead with me. Li Mochuan smirked slightly. That's highly unlikely. After saying that, he recalled something and couldn't he help but inquire, how was your foot this morning? Just amusing, she replied, though I found your brother's leg hair a tad coarse. The experience was rather lacking. As she finished speaking, the elevator doors opened, and she walked out without a glance back. Li Mochuan suddenly felt that returning to their original selves was not as splendid as it seemed. At least this version of Shen Zhimeng was undeniably proud and haughty, a stark contrast to the person from the previous night. Yet, beneath her pride, there seemed to be something more. Upon returning to school, Li Mochuan first changed his clothes in the dormitory. After tidying himself up, he walked briskly to the classroom. No sooner had he stepped through the door than a familiar voice wrapped around his shoulder. It was Suya. Chuan, I arrived early today and claimed a seat in the last row. Come, let me take you there. All right. This was a large lecture, attended not only by their Information Institute, but also by students from other faculties, filling the room with 300 to 400 individuals. Suya leaned in closer to Li Mochuan and whispered, I specifically checked while reserving the seat, and the beauty from the Literature Institute is sitting next to you. With that, he winked mischievously. Li Mochuan retorted, so? Am I supposed to be grateful to you? Not at all. It's just that I recharged my game last night, and my allowance for this month is a bit tight. How about you treat me to lunch today, Chuan? I'll only have the cheapest noodles, 5 yuan. Li Mochuan smirked again. Fine. It's merely 5 yuan. Consider it a charitable contribution to a beggar. As the two conversed, they arrived at their seats. Suya cast a glance at Li Mochuan, indicating for him to take the inner seat. Li Mochuan was indifferent about the seating arrangement. Yet his curiosity was piqued regarding the girl he was about to meet. After all, while Suya was somewhat unreliable, his taste in women was commendable, and it was rare for him to exhibit such an expression. Just before the class bell rang, someone finally occupied the empty seat beside Li Mochuan, prompting him to glance over instinctively. She was indeed quite attractive, though perhaps not quite on par with Shen Zhimeng. Wait, why compare her to Shen Zhimeng? Hey, Chuan Go. Did you see that? She is quite lovely, isn't she? Suya whispered conspiratorially in Li Mochuan's ear. Li Mochuan nodded slightly, responding nonchalantly, she's all right. The girl had straight black hair that fell just to her shoulders, appearing soft and smooth, with a faint, pleasant fragrance wafting from her. Her skin was fair and her features delicate, embodying the quintessential appearance of a charming, approachable neighbor. However, Li Mochuan seemed rather disinterested. Chuan Go, if you're not interested, I might just make my move. Suya leaned in again. Li Mochuan shot him a sidelong glance. Go ahead, she's right here. If you succeed, I'll treat you to a week's worth of meals. You said it yourself. After this class, Li Mochuan and Suya swapped seats. But they were taken aback when the girl, returning from fetching water, noticed the change beside her and switched places with her friend. After the second class concluded, the girl intercepted Li Mochuan at the stairwell. Excuse me, would you like to walk together? Li Mochuan, taken aback, pointed to himself. Are you referring to me? Yes. Seeing his friend in a potential romantic encounter, Suya made a swift exit, leaving Li Mochuan to face the girl alone. It was a bustling break time, with many people traversing the stairway, and Li Mochuan could sense the girl's nervousness and her fear of rejection. He pondered that it would be more considerate to decline in a different location, so he nodded in agreement. Their classroom was on the 4th floor, and the stairwell was now crowded. The girl cautiously grasped the strap of Li Mochuan's backpack, seemingly in search of a supportive presence. In the midst of the commotion, she accidentally slipped and fell towards Li Mochuan, but another force unexpectedly pushed her forward. She was caught by a plump boy ahead of her. Are you all right? He asked. I'm fine. Turning around, Li Mochuan found himself gripping another girl's shoulders, their eyes locking. Shen Zhimeng? Despite her mask, he recognized her by her scent and attire. Shen Zhimeng steadied herself, her initial surprise fading. What's with that expression? Am I not allowed to attend class? With that, she freed herself from Li Mochuan's grasp and calmly walked ahead of him. The stairway was crowded, and Li Mochuan felt it inappropriate to say much. The two maintained their distance as they descended together. Li Mochuan did not pursue her. He merely trailed behind Shen Zhimeng at a distance of 2 or 3 meters. Observing her silhouette, standing at 168 centimeters, she was not short, yet amidst the throngs of people, Li Mochuan felt as though she might be engulfed. The crowd moved in clusters, and many cyclists were accompanied by companions, while Shen Zhimeng walked alone. After a while, 2 boys suddenly approached her, but she instinctively widened the gap between them, her entire demeanor radiating wariness. Li Mochuan recognized one of them. It was Duan Chun, one of those who had pulled him away at the school gate the day before. He seemed to be pestering Shen Zhimeng, but she offered him not a single glance. Li Mochuan was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Rather than intervening to chase the 2 boys away, he preferred to observe from a distance. However, he couldn't help but notice that their path did not seem to lead to the cafeteria. Moreover, Shen Zhimeng halted her steps and turned around. Unexpectedly, Li Mochuan met her gaze. It might have been his imagination, but he felt as though the frown on her brow softened upon seeing him. She approached him, smiling. A smile that momentarily transported Li Mochuan back to this morning when she had looked at him with the same warmth while they shared breakfast. Shen Zhimeng stopped in front of him, grasped his hand, and then turned to face Duan Chun, declaring, "This is my boyfriend." Chapter 9, A Change Again. Li Mochuan was taken aback. Although this was his first experience with such a ruse, he had read plenty of novels featuring similar plots. Given that he had already crossed Duan Chun, and Shen Zhimeng had defended herself using her body the previous day, he had little to lose by antagonizing him once more. Li Mochuan swiftly gathered his thoughts and met Duan Chen's penetrating gaze, which was filled with intensity. Shen Zhimeng had intended to gauge Li Mochuan's reaction, yet his expression momentarily left her stunned. Was this truly the same person who had seemed so timid before her this morning? What do you mean, Li Mochuan? Duan Chen stepped closer to them. Li Mochuan stood taller, his presence equal to Duan Chen's, and he did not flinch at the inquiry. Are you deaf or blind? Li Mochuan. Duan Chen was genuinely enraged this time. Duan, the term male third party is rather unflattering. Li Mochuan seemed to ignore Duan Chen's words entirely. A hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chuan, let us go eat. Shen Zhimeng felt that the current situation was not in their favor and wished to avoid further entanglement with the two boys. She tugged at Li Mochuan's sleeve. Let us go? Li Mochuan gently patted her hand, signaling that everything was fine, and once again turned his gaze toward Duan Chen. Duan, let us settle this on the court. Don't drag other matters into it, or it will tarnish your reputation. Duan Chen serves as the vice president of the student council at the School of Information. There are already numerous grievances against him within the council, and should he stir up further trouble, both the counselor and the secretary of the department are likely to confront him. Unable to contain himself, Duan Chen took a deep breath and, almost through gritted teeth, declared, Very well, let's settle this on the court. Just ensure you don't cross my path there again. After uttering these words, he departed alongside his friends. Once they had moved away, Shen Zhimeng released Li Mochuan's hand, expressing her gratitude. So you can say thank you after all, Li Mochuan remarked, taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor, which prompted him to feign resentment. Shen Zhimeng furrowed her brows and forcefully pushed him away. Get lost. Li Mochuan quipped, your mood shifts faster than a page turns in a book. However, since he was the one who had instigated the situation, he quickly caught up with Shen Zhimeng, striding confidently. If you use me as a shield and then give me attitude, be careful, I might not assist you in the future. He had thought this would intimidate her, but instead, it seemed to aggravate her further. Fine, don't help then, Shen Zhimeng retorted, quickening her pace with newfound determination. The surroundings were tranquil, adorned with lush greenery and fresh air, and Li Mochuan remained unperturbed. Observing her irritated silhouette, an idea struck him, and he hastened to catch up. 1-2, 1-2. He called out, matching Shen Zhimeng's stride with a commanding tone. She halted and glared at him. What now? Feigning ignorance, Li Mochuan continued, keep going. I'll call the cadence for you. I just finished military training, so I can still guide you. Li Mochuan. Shen Zhimeng inhaled deeply, aligning herself to meet his gaze as she firmly grasped his collar, threatening, if you don't want to experience a judo throw, I suggest you behave. Given the disparity in their physical strength, Li Mochuan seized the opportunity while she was distracted and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. However, it was not a princess carry. She was facing downward. Put me down, she demanded. I want tea. Will you let me go or not? No. A deeper smile crept across Li Mochuan's face. You're pressing down on my arm too hard. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Shen Zhimeng, despite feeling embarrassed, blurted out the complaint. Initially indifferent, Li Mochuan suddenly recalled how she had drunkenly collapsed against his chest the previous night. It did indeed seem rather painful. Without further thought, he set her down. Her delicate face flushed crimson, her eyelashes glistening with unshed tears, and her eyes reddened, making it appear as though she had suffered some injustice. I'm sorry. Li Mochuan instinctively apologized, having never been responsible for such distress in a girl before. Indeed, he had never bullied a girl at all. Shen Zhimeng's expression was tinged with conflict, as if she were pondering something deeply. Today, she dressed casually in a simple hooded sweatshirt paired with pink sweatpants and white sneakers. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, softly curled, and her makeup was exquisitely beautiful. Could you possibly resemble my boyfriend a bit more? She inquired. Of course, Li Mochuan replied almost instinctively. Just as he was about to elaborate, Shen Zhimeng's eyes sparkled, and she wrapped her arms around his, saying, Come on, let me treat you to dinner. In the afternoon, Li Mochuan was fully occupied with classes. Upon returning to his dormitory, he stuffed a change of clothes into his bag. Not staying in the dorm tonight? His roommate asked, observing his serious demeanor with curiosity. Going home, Li Mochuan replied, still pondering if he had forgotten anything. So, you're really going home, not out with your girlfriend? His roommate teased, leaning in with a knowing look. But in the next moment, he was promptly pushed away. Li Mochuan, why are you pushing me? The mere mention of his name seemed to snap Shen Zhimeng back to reality. She glanced around the boys' dormitory, then at the bag in front of her, which belonged to Li Mochuan. What is wrong with you? Her roommate asked, noticing her dazed expression, still a bit concerned. I'm fine. Shen Zhimeng instinctively distanced herself from him, though internally, she felt as if struck by lightning. Why has it changed again? She looked at the bag in her hands, realizing that he was also packing. Could it be that at this very moment, she was in the girls' dormitory? Li Mochuan stared blankly at the 2 pieces of intimate clothing in his hands. This environment, the girls' dormitory. The suitcase before him was unmistakably feminine. He glanced at the phone on the table, recognizing the familiar phone case along with his own well-known attire, and without further thought, he knew that he and Shen Zhimeng had once again swapped. Fortunately, he was currently the only occupant in the dorm. The other 3 roommates were absent. Just then, his phone vibrated. After unlocking it with facial recognition, he saw a message from Shen Zhimeng. Just close my suitcase. No need to carry any other clothes. Have you gathered your things? It was an exceptionally calm, almost mundane exchange. This dialogue made Li Mochuan feel as though they had been living together for a long time. Despite having only met the night before, Li Mochuan replied, I'm nearly done. I shouldn't have left anything behind. Shen Zhimeng responded, all right. Let us meet under that big tree at the school gate in 20 minutes. Okay. Upon their meeting, they exchanged glances, both unsure of what to say. After exiting the school gate, they walked to a more secluded area with fewer people. Shen Zhimeng spoke first. What did we do last night? What led us to switch back this morning? I checked the time. We had just swapped at 6:30 in the evening. Last night, you were drunk. And I had some drinks too. After I finished washing up, I lay down on the bed. Li Mochuan succinctly recounted the events of the previous night. Shall we do it again today? He asked. Upon realizing her intent to recreate all that transpired, he nodded in agreement. The 2 shared a silence. With Shen Zhimeng no longer exhibiting the brashness she had in the morning and afternoon, her gaze was cast downward, lost in thought. If we are to continue this exchange in the future, we cannot guarantee that we will always be together after dinner. I have classes at night, and so do you. The academy sometimes schedules other activities as well. Indeed, Shen Zhimeng's words prompted Li Mochuan to ponder. If this exchange were to occur daily, they could not afford to remain idle as they were now. They needed to take action to avoid revealing their secret. Let us retire early tonight. We shall rise at 6:25 tomorrow morning to see if the exchange occurs then. Li Mochuan speculated that the exchange might operate on a 12-hour cycle. All right, Shen Zhimeng replied, understanding his intent with a nod. Upon returning home, Ji Yun and Shen Jing emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. You're back just in time. Come and eat. All right. The 2 ate somewhat distractedly, exchanging glances while maintaining the atmosphere of unspoken tension. After dinner, Li Mochuan promptly retreated to his bedroom as agreed, while Shen Zhimeng engaged her parents in conversation in the living room. As the time drew near, she excused herself to the bedroom under the pretense of wanting to take a shower. Upon locking the bedroom door, Shen Zhimeng pulled him into the bathroom. As before, you are not allowed to look. Occupying Li Mochuan's body, she used her height advantage to blindfold him without argument. If they were in a perpetual state of exchange, she might have been less concerned. However, since she still had to face her own body during the day, allowing Li Mochuan to shower alone would be akin to inviting him to touch her directly. During the shower, Li Mochuan remained still, permitting Shen Zhimeng to direct his movements. Let me ask you a question, she began hesitantly. Chapter 10, What did I touch? What? He replied. When you exchanged bodies yesterday, you didn't do anything inappropriate. Did you? What do you mean by do anything? Li Mochuan feigned ignorance, relishing the moment. I mean, when you first arrived in this body, did you touch anything indiscriminately? Shen Zhimeng's cheeks flushed as she stammered her inquiry. Li Mochuan coughed awkwardly. Shen Zhimeng's eyes widened in surprise. Where did you touch? I merely touched your face and your leg. Pervert. To Li Mochuan's astonishment, the accusation was not delivered with anger, but rather with a hint of playful reproach. And what about you? You didn't touch me inappropriately, did you? He retorted, seizing the opportunity to question her. But the response was met with silence. Shen Zhimeng. Speak up. Li Mochuan squinted his eyes, for Shen Zhimeng's expression was unmistakably one of embarrassment. What are you touching me for? Shen Zhimeng's tone was laced with guilt. So, you did touch me, Li Mochuan asserted with unwavering confidence. But you also touched me, so it's even, Shen Zhimeng feigned composure. You haven't mentioned where you touched. I won't say. Tell me. I refuse. A sudden thought crossed Li Mochuan's mind, presenting him with a solution to her reticence. If you don't speak, I cannot guarantee I won't make any peculiar sounds. You creep. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but roll her eyes. Nevertheless, Li Mochuan's words had some effect. Her previously resolute demeanor began to waver. Well, it was there? Where? Li Mochuan grasped the implication but chose to maintain his feigned ignorance. Just there, Shen Zhimeng's voice grew increasingly faint. If Li Mochuan were to remove the blindfold at that moment, he would surely witness her face, flushed as if it could bleed. Let us not discuss that. What are your thoughts on your parents buying a new house? Shen Zhimeng purposefully shifted the topic. If they want to buy, let them. Li Mochuan genuinely had little concept of the matter. Would you be willing to sell your previous home? Li Mochuan hesitated. The house of his grandparents had already been demolished, leaving only this one, imbued with his father's memories. Observing his conflicted expression, Shen Zhimeng chose not to press further. Coming to terms with such matters required time. Much like her, who had yet to find closure after her mother's passing 7 years ago. Her father had subsequently purchased another house, but Shen Zhimeng had never visited. Eventually, Shen Jing, unable to sway her, ceased to mention moving there, and the newly renovated house was rented out. After Shen Zhimeng finished washing Li Mochuan, it was his turn to wash her. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Li Mochuan hurriedly began to dress. Tell him you're changing clothes, and to wait a moment, Shen Zhimeng whispered. Li Mochuan complied without hesitation. After Shen Jing's nonchalant response regarding the fruit placed on the small table by the door, they both breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as Shen Zhimeng turned, a black blindfold covered her eyes. Now it's my turn to wash you. Li Mochuan led her into the bathroom, where they both focused solely on their own bodies, making the act of holding hands feel remarkably natural. Moreover, having bathed together just the day before made today's experience feel like a mere task to complete, devoid of any lingering shyness. After their shower, Shen Zhimeng chose her sleepwear. Watching Li Mochuan dress, she felt as though she were playing a game of miraculous warmth. Why are you staring at me? You look good. Shen Zhimeng inexplicably smiled. Narcissist. Li Mochuan lightly kicked her. Sister, why are you kicking me? Shen Zhimeng feigned a bashful expression, while Li Mochuan's deep voice took on an effeminate tone. Family, who understands? Watching oneself indulge in shamelessness feels like this. A desire to pin the person before me to the ground, an exhausting sensation akin to working one's toes to the bone. Are you deliberately trying to disgust me? Sister, you're being so fierce. Shen Zhimeng noticed that this tactic was effective against him and began to intensify her approach. She lowered her brow and furrowed her forehead, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Li Mochuan, witnessing such a display on his own face, felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the wall. Yet, he was a person capable of overcoming magic with magic. Li Mochuan. Shen Zhimeng. Her cheeks flushed, pushed him down onto the bed. Did I not tell you that if you make that sound again, you'll be doomed? You were the one who started it. It was you. At the doorway, Ji Yun and Shen Jing exchanged glances, momentarily unsure whether to knock. The muffled conversation inside was unclear, but the tone was unmistakably unfriendly. Should we knock and check? Ji Yun expressed her concern. Shen Jing, however, felt a bit embarrassed. He dreaded the possibility of opening the door to find Shen Zhimeng physically confronting Li Mochuan. He understood how much Ji Yun cared for their son, and if she witnessed that, would he ever be able to sleep in his own bed again? It's best for the children to resolve their own matters. They are adults now. With that, Shen Jing raised his hand and knocked on the door. Meng, you two should rest early. The commotion inside abruptly ceased. Shen Zhimeng and Li Mochuan simultaneously glanced toward the door. Uncertain if the person outside had left, Shen Zhimeng lowered her voice. Did you lock the door? No, I didn't. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhimeng immediately dismounted from him. The thought of their parents discovering them in such a state was unimaginable. Shen Jing's potential reaction was beyond her comprehension. Li Mochuan, too, grasped the gravity of the situation. If their parents found out, the likelihood of them being together in the future would diminish drastically, leading to an awkward atmosphere for everyone involved. I will definitely remember to lock the door next time. Never mind that. There's still a bit of wine left from yesterday. Should we continue drinking? Shen Zhimeng retrieved a bottle from the bag they had used the previous night. They had indulged in wine then, and today they decided to recreate the experience. Drinking alone is rather dull, especially with our capacity, Li Mochuan replied immediately. All right, I'll grab some Sprite from the fridge. You check my tablet and see if there are any films you'd like to watch. Okay. After Shen Zhimeng left, Li Mochuan began searching for some classic films. However, after a short while, an idea struck him. He noticed a ladder on Shen Zhimeng's tablet, and with practiced ease, he opened it and typed a URL into Google. Just a second before the bedroom door swung open, he hastily placed the tablet on its stand and turned off the screen. Have you found anything? Shen Zhimeng returned, setting down some fruit. Yes. Li Mochuan took the Sprite and cup from Shen Zhimeng's hands and began to mix the drink in a ratio of 20-1. Chapter 11. Your Softness, a Comforting Embrace. He observed Shen Zhimeng as she lifted her tablet, yet he did not hear the expected gasp. There was no pain coursing through him, nor did a well-anticipated slap land upon him. Slowly, he raised his gaze to meet Shen Zhimeng's smiling eyes. Though it was his own face reflected back at him, the expression was one he had never worn before, rendering it somewhat unsettling. Shen Zhimeng, why are you looking at me like that? Li Mochuan instinctively swallowed. Shen Zhimeng's smile deepened with significance. Before I fetched the Sprite, did I not ask you to find a film? Yes. Li Mochuan felt increasingly uneasy under her scrutiny. I just took a glance, and I am quite pleased with the film you found. Shall we watch this one? Li Mochuan exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? Are we really going to watch this sort of film while drinking? Do you disagree? Well, I suppose. Li Mochuan relented, nodding with trepidation. Only then did Shen Zhimeng reveal a satisfied smile. That's more like it. She settled beside him, unlocking the tablet. Throughout the process, Li Mochuan kept his eyes cast down, occasionally stealing glances at her. The film remained paused, and Shen Zhimeng retrieved her Bluetooth headphones, connecting them before donning one each. Now, I will hit play, she announced. All right. Li Mochuan feigned calmness, repeatedly convincing himself. Other girls watch this without feeling shy. Why should he feel embarrassed? As the familiar opening theme of the film began to play, Li Mochuan momentarily froze. This was not the website he had selected. She had changed it. Turning to meet her gaze, he found a glimmer of mischief in Shen Zhimeng's eyes. Why aren't you watching? Are you dissatisfied with the film? Wasn't this your choice? Don't you like it? Li Mochuan replied, I truly appreciate it. Look, I'm watching. I enjoy it, he said, forcing a smile. Yet throughout the viewing, he felt a sense of uncertainty. Shen Zhimeng was clearly aware that she had switched to something else, and her calm demeanor was entirely uncharacteristic. Moreover, her earlier expression and gaze suggested she would not simply let him off the hook. Li Mochuan, what are you thinking? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his reverie. He blinked, still unaccustomed to observing his face up close. Are you wondering how long I plan to wait before settling this score with you? Shen Zhimeng laughed merrily, seemingly relishing the flustered look on his face. Let us continue watching and drinking, she proposed, leaving Li Mochuan at a loss for words, wishing to evade the topic. Shen Zhimeng regarded him intently for a moment before nodding. Very well. Li Mochuan could not help but exhale in relief. It turned out that the same visage could convey entirely different sensations when inhabited by distinct souls. It felt as if he were in the presence of a completely different individual. This was a classic film, and every scene was captivating, drawing the two into a state of rapture, lingering even after the credits rolled. The only interruption came when Shen Zhimeng knocked at the door, peering in to find the two seated nearly a meter apart, engrossed in the tablet. The weight on his heart lifted at last, and with a gentle reminder to sleep early, he departed. As the film concluded, Shen Zhimeng turned off the tablet and glanced at Li Mochuan. Time to sleep. Intriguingly, she made no mention of who would take the sofa or the bed. Her bed, a spacious one, 8 meters, welcomed them as they lay side by side, appearing remarkably harmonious. With a soft click, the room was plunged into darkness. The curtains in Shen Zhimeng's room were effective at blocking light, rendering the space pitch black. And as Li Mochuan gazed into the void, he found himself lost in thought. You mentioned that we were intoxicated last night. Does that mean we should indulge again tonight? After all, we missed so much last night. Don't you wish to explore a little? Accompanying this thought were the sensations brought by 2 sturdy arms enveloping him. Realizing this, Li Mochuan instinctively attempted to push the figure away, but Shen Zhimeng's body was too soft. His struggles only resulted in discomfort. Why are you holding on to me? In the silent night, devoid of visibility, even the sound of their breaths seemed magnified. It was Li Mochuan's first experience of being embraced while sleeping. You're soft, and it's comfortable to hold you, Shen Zhimeng replied casually, while Li Mochuan felt an overwhelming unease. Don't move. Their conversation was conveyed without vocal cords, merely through breath, and Li Mochuan was momentarily entranced. As if Shen Zhimeng were speaking directly to him, he instinctively reached out to touch her hand. It was firm, indicating they had not yet reverted to their original selves. Just as he withdrew his hand, he found it captured within hers. My hands tend to get cold at night. Yours are warm. Keep them warm for me. Shen Zhimeng's voice resonated above him, stirring a tingling sensation within Li Mochuan. Perhaps it was the remnants of the meager alcohol affecting him. But they nestled together and succumbed to slumber. At 6:25 the next morning, Shen Zhimeng's alarm rang. She reached for her phone, glanced at the time, and promptly sat up. Upon switching on the room's light and discovering her own body still beside her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had not swapped yet. Or rather, she now had the opportunity to witness their potential transformation. Yet, deep down, she harbored uncertainty about whether they would indeed return to their original forms by 6:30. It was merely conjecture on her part. Li Mochuan gradually awakened, startled by the sight of a figure sitting up beside him. What time is it? He recalled the conjecture they had made the previous night. Shen Zhimeng's expression was somewhat uneasy. It's 6:26. Then we shall wait, he replied, although still groggy. He was fortunate that he had not gone to bed too late the night before, and at that moment, he felt quite alert and not fatigued. Casting a casual glance at the person beside him, Li Mochuan was puzzled by her expression. What is that look on your face? Shen Zhimeng's demeanor seemed unnatural, even a touch bashful. His curiosity deepened. What's wrong? It's nothing, she stammered. You can tell me anything. We are, after all, bound by fate. Li Mochuan was genuinely intrigued. It was unusual for Shen Zhimeng to exhibit such a demeanor. You do this every morning, she said, her voice trailing off and growing quieter. Unable to catch her words, he leaned in closer. Do what? Reflecting on his own habits, Li Mochuan noted that he was always quite placid during sleep, never tossing and turning. He glanced at the blankets covering them. They were neatly arranged. Not that. Shen Zhimeng, realizing he had not grasped her meaning, grew anxious, though her embarrassment prevailed. As she pondered how to clarify, a moment of disorientation struck her, and her vision momentarily darkened. Li Mochuan experienced the same sensation, one that felt familiar, as it was not his first encounter with such an occurrence. Upon their souls returning, Shen Zhimeng appeared noticeably revitalized. She threw off the covers and exclaimed, "It's all your fault for purposefully bringing that up last night." She then hurried into the bathroom. Li Mochuan was bewildered, unsure of the implications of her actions, until a rush of cool air flooded in as the covers were thrown aside, suddenly making him feel quite chilly. Chapter 12. An unexpected encounter with Jiang Wu. Li Mochuan's mind exploded with realization. Shen Zhimeng possessed somewhat unusual quirks. He contemplated addressing the situation. But Shen Zhimeng had secured the bathroom and locked the door, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, there were tissues at the bedside. After Shen Zhimeng finished her morning routine, she poked her head out. "How are you feeling, little brother?" Noticing her triumphant expression, Li Mochuan understood he had been played. "What do you gain from putting me in this state?" Shen Zhimeng pouted joy. She had never considered it before. But now she found having a younger brother to be quite amusing, especially in his current shy demeanor. It was truly entertaining. Feigning composure, Shen Zhimeng stepped out of the bathroom. "You should hurry in. I need to change clothes." Li Mochuan gritted his teeth and awkwardly entered the bathroom. Shen Zhimeng had done this on purpose. Since it was still early, Shen Jing and Ji Yun had not yet awakened. Li Mochuan urged Shen Zhimeng to join him for a morning run downstairs. Early in the morning, are you out of your mind? Shen Zhimeng has always believed that those who jog at dawn must be a little unwell. After all, plants have just undergone a night of respiration, and the concentration of carbon dioxide in the air is even higher than during the day. What else could this be but madness? Li Mochuan paid no heed to her complaints, instead pulling her to run back and forth across the grand bridge over the river. Upon completing their run, he felt invigorated. This place is indeed quite suitable for morning exercise. It is a weekend today, and the traffic on the bridge has considerably lessened, free from the stench of exhaust fumes. Shen Zhimeng followed behind him, breathing slightly heavier, her delicate brows knitted together, unable to conceal her disdain. "Come on, your physique is too soft. You practice judo. Yet with your current build, I could easily lift you with one hand." "Then go ahead and lift me," Shen Zhimeng retorted, her voice barely above a whisper. Not entirely convinced, Li Mochuan, being straightforward, challenged her disbelief. "Don't believe me? Then I shall prove it to you." Seizing the moment when Shen Zhimeng was distracted, he effortlessly encircled her waist and lifted her slightly off the ground. "See, I have lifted you." Once she regained her balance, she immediately pushed him away, exclaiming, "Who gave you permission to hold me?" Li Mochuan, taking advantage of his height, shot her a teasing glance, a hint of provocation in his expression. "Just last night, someone was quite cozy with me." Shen Zhimeng retorted, "That was me hugging myself. All right." The smile on Li Mochuan's lips remained, but indeed, it was I who was embraced. It seems that when faced with a countenance one finds appealing, a touch of irritation from the other party is quite tolerable. At this moment, Li Mochuan did not perceive Shen Zhimeng's temperament as unpleasant. She appeared rather proud, yet aside from her sharp tongue, she had never truly acted upon her threats. Having no classes today, what are your plans for the afternoon? Shen Zhimeng shifted the topic. I haven't considered it. What about if we were to exchange our pasts? What would you typically do on weekends? Perhaps play basketball. The mention of basketball prompted both to think of a certain individual. Shen Zhimeng took the initiative to speak of Duan Chun, saying, just ignore him. He seeks attention despite lacking any real ability. And many boys in our class find him quite bothersome. You're in the same class as him? Indeed. If not, Duan Chun would not be so audacious as to cling to her. I have an experimental class in the afternoon. Would you care to accompany me? Shen Zhimeng proposed. The Information Institute is notoriously male-dominated, and Li Mochuan felt that accompanying Shen Zhimeng to class would undoubtedly attract significant animosity. No, I'd rather go play basketball in the afternoon, he promptly declined. It's just a class. Are you afraid? Shen Zhimeng scrutinized him, her gaze laced with feigned disdain. You don't frequently take boys to class, do you? Li Mochuan tossed the question back at her. Li Mochuan. Shen Zhimeng was incensed, her beautiful eyes brimming with anger. What do you take me for? I was merely joking. I apologize. Li Mochuan realized he had overstepped and quickly offered his apology. Two individuals playfully descended from the bridge. A girl approaching caught their attention. Li Mochuan? Jiang Wu's voice dwindled as he realized that encountering her again stirred such emotions within him. A sense of nervousness and unease enveloped him, accompanied by an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Do they know each other? Shen Zhimeng instinctively glanced at Li Mochuan, and that fleeting look left her profoundly shaken. It was evident from Li Mochuan's expression that this girl held significant importance in his heart. After sorting through her thoughts, Shen Zhimeng extended her hand towards Jiang Wu, introducing herself. Hello, I am Shen Zhimeng, Li Mochuan's sister. Jiang Wu, with a sweet demeanor, sported two braided pigtails, wispy bangs, and was clad in a pink JK uniform, complemented by white knee-high socks and petite leather shoes. Oh, hello, I'm Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu observed Shen Zhimeng and found her strikingly beautiful. Since you know Chuan as well, may I have your contact information? We could hang out sometime. I am from Qingdao. I attend the neighboring Shida. After exchanging contact details, Jiang Wu, pressed for time, bid farewell and departed. Li Mochuan remained rooted in place, watching Shen Zhimeng's actions, momentarily at a loss for words. Why do you want to add her? Shen Zhimeng looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with laughter. What's wrong? Are you going to monitor my friendships? Afraid I might steal your friend? I'm not friends with her. Perhaps we were friends once, he conceded. But we certainly are not anymore. Shen Zhimeng, with an air of understanding, remarked, Oh, not friends, then just classmates. Yes, from the same high school class. Li Mochuan's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Shen Zhimeng bent down, tilting her head to meet Li Mochuan's downcast gaze. My brother isn't her ex, is he? Absolutely not, Li Mochuan denied vehemently. Oh, so he just didn't pursue her. Shen Zhimeng laughed more heartily, her tone laced with certainty. Li Mochuan remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Given her attire, she seems to be meeting someone significant. Do you know if she has a boyfriend? Yes, he replied. That boy got into Shida alongside Jiang Wu. But his family is quite affluent. He got in through connections. No wonder my brother looks so disheartened. I do not, Li Mochuan asserted, though even he doubted his own words. It was known that his previous grades had lagged behind Jiang Wu's. In order to catch up, he had poured all his determination into his studies. Ultimately, he surpassed her while she remained stagnant. Li Mochuan, there's a saying that only those who resonate on the same frequency will ultimately come together, Shen Zhimeng observed, noticing his emotional disquiet and offering comfort. Li Mochuan, upon hearing this, fell into a moment of contemplation. Indeed, while he sprinted forward in their senior year, Jiang Wu remained stationary. Previously, he was unaware of the reason, but after graduation, he understood that Jiang Wu remained in place perhaps to await that boy. He, Li Mochuan, was fundamentally on a different wavelength from Jiang Wu. Moreover, when I claimed to be her sister, she exhibited no suspicion whatsoever. She was utterly oblivious to your true nature. Chapter 13. Has Li Mochuan captured the heart of the Ice Queen? Let us go. It's time to pack up and return to school. My father just messaged me to bring back some breakfast. All right. After enjoying their breakfast, the two of them, backpacks in tow, headed to school. Unlike the previous day, this time they walked side by side, engaged in lively conversation. Li Mochuan recounted some tales from his high school days and mentioned a few anecdotes involving Jiang Wu, though they were swiftly redirected by Shen Zhimeng. Upon arriving at the school, they made a beeline for the library, with Shen Zhimeng pulling Li Mochuan inside. "I'm here to tutor my younger brother. I hope you won't lag behind in the future. Do you have any questions?" Li Mochuan silently kept his mouth shut. Over a month into university, he had genuinely not attended many classes. They studied in the corridor outside the self-study room, where they could speak softly, making it convenient to discuss problems. "You know, if you keep this up, you won't even qualify for a scholarship by the end of your freshman year." Shen Zhimeng felt a genuine headache as she watched him tackle calculus. Li Mochuan rested his chin on his hand, somewhat indifferent. "Scholarships are just a pittance. Who told you that scholarships are meager? The national scholarship is 8,000, you know?" Shen Zhimeng immediately retorted. "It's as if you've ever received one." Li Mochuan replied lazily, yawning. Moments later, a phone screen obstructed his view, revealing a transaction record that boldly displayed 8,000. Li Mochuan scrutinized it closely and rubbed his eyes. "What the?" Shen Zhimeng proudly lifted her chin. "Now you see it, right? The person who has received a national scholarship is here tutoring you." Enjoy it in silence. Impressive. Li Mochuan's words were heartfelt. A national scholarship had never crossed his mind. He glanced at the problems in his hand and, for a moment, seemed to rediscover the fighting spirit he had during his senior year of high school. "Isn't it just about solving problems and studying? I should pick it up while I'm still fresh. It shouldn't be too difficult." The entirety of the morning was spent in the library, where Li Mochuan would directly ask Shen Zhimeng about any problems he encountered. She appeared to possess immense patience when it came to tutoring. They enjoyed each other's company immensely throughout the morning. During lunchtime, Shen Zhimeng led Li Mochuan to the cafeteria she frequently visited. Arriving early, and given that it was the weekend, the cafeteria was relatively empty. They found a slightly larger table to sit at, facing each other. After having just a few bites, another figure appeared beside Li Mochuan. He turned to find Suya standing there. Li Mochuan furrowed his brow. "What are you doing here?" Suya's face fell at the question. "Why shouldn't I come? Didn't we eat together just a few days ago? And now you have the audacity to ask me?" Li Mochuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter the assertions made before him. His gaze shifted to Shen Zhimeng, seated across from him, who was engrossed in her meal, appearing utterly indifferent to his presence, her expression exuding an air of serene composure. As he contemplated how to elucidate his relationship with Shen Zhimeng to Suya, he was interrupted by Suya's lowered voice. "Hey, H1. That girl across from you is rather attractive." In an instant, Li Mochuan realized that this friend had genuinely stumbled upon him. Rather than having been aware of his association with Shen Zhimeng beforehand, a sense of relief washed over him. "I'm talking to you," Suya urged when he noticed Li Mochuan's lack of response. With a faint smile, Li Mochuan nodded and replied softly, "She is indeed quite beautiful." Engrossed in his conversation with Suya, he failed to notice the subtle change in Shen Zhimeng's demeanor. She tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Her previously tranquil expression now tinged with a hint of concern, her delicate brows knitting together slightly. Due to Suya's presence, Li Mochuan refrained from stealing glances at Shen Zhimeng's face throughout the meal. It wasn't until she finished eating and stood to tap on his table that she inquired, "Shall we go?" This revelation left not only Li Mochuan stunned, but also Suya, who was equally taken aback. "Wait, they know each other?" Suya thought, bewildered by the unexpected development. What was Li Mochuan trying to conceal in front of him? Just as Suya was grappling with this shock, another male classmate approached. Following Suya's gaze and nearly losing his balance. "No way. Has Li Mochuan managed to win over the campus ice queen? The campus beauty?" Suya was still in a daze. "Yes, Shen Zhimeng, our senior in the third year, notorious for her peculiar temperament and challenging nature, yet undeniably stunning and academically exceptional." As Suya absorbed this information, his astonishment deepened. No wonder Li Mochuan had abandoned the flower of the literature department that day. He had evidently secured an even more remarkable and beautiful companion. When did H1 grow so close to her? Suya sighed softly. "I wish I knew." The bond between brothers seemed to have faded, with romantic pursuits now shrouded in secrecy. If it were merely a casual relationship, it might be understandable. But this was the campus beauty from their own department. How could Li Mochuan keep it under wraps so tightly? As Li Mochuan followed Shen Zhimeng, he attempted to assist her with her tray, only to have her deftly evade his offer. "No need." she replied with an unwavering calmness that momentarily took him aback. It felt as though he was meeting her for the first time, yet an unsettling sense of dissonance lingered in the air. She walked ahead, clad in a light apricot short jacket, beneath which he knew lay a delicate cream-lace camisole, having seen her retrieve it from her wardrobe that morning. Her coffee-colored skirt and white mid-calf boots complemented her cascading black curls, which framed her face elegantly. Imagining his companions with their preferred visages, he noted how her cool demeanor imbued her with an air of regal elegance. Walking behind her, Li Mochuan felt an instinctive urge to protect her. The silence stretched between them until they exited the cafeteria, at which point Shen Zhimeng matched her pace with his, walking side by side. In the afternoon, you may arrange your time as you wish. I shall attend class alone. Shen Zhimeng's expression was indifferent, as if she were merely stating an ordinary fact. Upon hearing this, Li Mochuan could not help but furrow his brow. You were the one who suggested I accompany you to class, and now you say you wish to go alone. Indeed, that is precisely the kind of person I am. Shen Zhimeng cast a sidelong glance at him before quickening her pace towards her dormitory. Their dormitories were not in the same direction, and Li Mochuan halted, watching her retreating figure grow ever more distant. He stood in place and let out a deep sigh. If she did not wish for his company, so be it. It was as if he had insisted on accompanying her. Slowly, Li Mochuan turned away and strolled leisurely towards his own dormitory. However, after only a short distance, he heard the faint sound of footsteps behind him. Without a second thought, he continued until someone grasped his arm. Li Mochuan, came a voice tinged with frustration, a tone laced with disappointment. It was Shen Zhimeng. Li Mochuan turned to meet her gaze, momentarily bewildered. Aren't you heading back to your dormitory? Shen Zhimeng shot him a glare. Aren't you going to chase after me? You let me leave just like that when I'm upset? If you're upset, why would I pursue you? Li Mochuan retorted. He was neither a sycophant nor someone with a penchant for suffering. After all, moreover, what had he done to provoke her anger? He was utterly perplexed by the situation. Shen Zhimeng appeared momentarily taken aback by his reaction, and then, as if conceding defeat, she declared, Fine, if you want to come to find me. I shall come to find you instead. Chapter 14. Accompanying Shen Zhimeng to class, he watched as Shen Zhimeng tugged lightly at her clothing, looking up at him with an expression of anticipation. Let us go study in the classroom. Your advanced mathematics is a disaster zone, and I can assure you that studying alone won't yield results as effective as my guidance. After delivering her message, Shen Zhimeng turned and walked away, leaving Li Mochuan momentarily stunned, still trying to process her words. Are we going? Shen Zhimeng called back after taking a few steps and noticing he had not followed. All right, he replied, falling into step beside her as they made their way to the experimental building. The experimental building was completely devoid of people at noon. On the first floor, there was a large mirror, and Shen Zhimeng pulled Li Mochuan's sleeve, leading him over. Come, let us take a picture. Li Mochuan acquiesced to her request. You need to lower yourself a bit. This angle is too distant. How troublesome. Nevertheless, he complied with her instructions. They drew closer and captured a photograph together. As he gazed at their reflection in the mirror, an unfamiliar sensation arose within Li Mochuan. Today, he wore a light beige sweatshirt paired with casual gray trousers. And standing beside Shen Zhimeng, they appeared surprisingly harmonious. Let us go. Time to head to class. After taking the picture and putting away her phone, Shen Zhimeng seized the hem of Li Mochuan's sweatshirt once more. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle smile crept upon her lips. Inside the elevator, Shen Zhimeng inquired, If you happen to encounter Duan Shen in class later, would you be afraid? Li Mochuan, he truly forgot about this matter. Not afraid. How could one possibly be afraid? But what if he invites you to play basketball after class? Well, I would accept. What else could I do? If it were a fight, Li Mochuan might feel uncertain. But when it comes to basketball, he feels no trepidation at all. After all, in high school, he was able to play with members of the school basketball team and even secure victories. However, he never considered pursuing basketball as a career, nor did he wish to tread the path of an athlete. Shen Zhimeng observed his suddenly confident demeanor, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her eyes. The laboratory classroom was enveloped in silence, devoid of any presence. Shen Zhimeng had her designated seat in this classroom and led Li Mochuan directly to it. Once seated, Li Mochuan couldn't help but inquire, Don't you usually walk with your roommate? Although he had only recently begun university, he noticed that most of the seniors he knew walked with their roommates, or at the very least, with other friends from class. Yet, it seemed that Shen Zhimeng had no friends. He recalled the first time he had her phone, Her recent chat history was empty, and her friend list was sparse. Her social media was equally devoid of activity. I don't share a major with my roommates, so we don't walk together, Shen Zhimeng explained. There were 5 girls in her class, and the other 4 had been assigned to the same dormitory. Shen Zhimeng's 3 roommates were from different colleges, and their class schedules rarely aligned. Aside from brief exchanges in the morning and evening, they seldom found overlapping free time. Consequently, the relationships among the 4 girls in the dormitory were not particularly close. Shen Zhimeng chose to live on campus primarily for the convenience of attending classes and to avoid quarrels with Shen Jing at home. She felt freer at school. Without her roommates accompanying her, Shen Zhimeng also refrained from engaging with the boys in her class, which contributed to her solitary nature. Duan Chun had openly expressed his feelings for Shen Zhimeng since freshman year, yet she had consistently declined. Politely speaking, she and T agreed, bluntly put. She had been rejecting him all along. Nevertheless, Duan Chun was well-liked and came from a relatively affluent family, often carrying an air of arrogance in his speech. This deterred other boys interested in Shen Zhimeng from confronting Duan Chun. Please solve these problems carefully and show me your work when you're done, Li Mochuan said. Staring at the handwritten questions on the blank paper, perplexed. Did you come up with these? Yes, as a junior. I certainly have the ability to pose a few questions for you. A freshman, she replied. Uh-huh, Li Mochuan replied, nodding lightly. Shen Zhimeng glanced at him from the corner of her eye, a smile gracing her lips, one she was unaware of. The afternoon sunlight, imbued with a sense of languor, streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon their shoulders. By 2 o'clock, students began to trickle into the classroom. This is a specialized laboratory class attended by students from 2 different classes. The classroom is modestly sized, allowing one to discern every individual upon entering. In this setting, no one is unfamiliar with Shen Zhimeng. As one enters, surprise is palpable. The girl who typically disregards the presence of boys is now seated next to one. With each additional student, whispers of speculation fill the air, for this is indeed an extraordinary sight. Observing their interactions, it appears that Shen Zhimeng is explaining a problem to her male companion. Who is this young man? He seems somewhat familiar. Isn't he the freshman who blocked Duan Chun during last week's basketball match? A freshman, indeed. With another basketball game scheduled for next week, one wonders how Duan Chun will retaliate. There may be a game, but it is unlikely they will face off this week. However, the boy has several classmates who are quite skilled at basketball, likely ensuring their place in the finals. The real spectacle awaits us then. The surrounding chatter does not penetrate the bubble of the 2 students. Li Mochuan is aware that he is the subject of discussion, yet he remains unfazed. For Shen Zhimeng has already prepared him for this scrutiny. It is indeed unusual for a girl who usually keeps to herself to be accompanied by a boy, but he did not anticipate the fervent curiosity that would ensue. Hey, are you a freshman? Li Mochuan glances at the classmate seated in front of him, who has turned around with an inquisitive expression, and he hesitates, momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Zhimeng swiftly produces a book, positioning it between herself and Li Mochuan, her gaze emanating an unmistakable air of protectiveness. Scram. This cold utterance shatters the curiosity of the boy. I was just asking, he replies with a chuckle, promptly turning back. He shakes his head at a few disheartened glances from nearby, realizing that Shen Zhimeng remains as unapproachable as ever. He had hoped that her newfound association with a male might render her somewhat more amiable, but her temperament remains unchanged. Li Mochuan gently removes the book obstructing his view. It is not imperative to engage with them in such a manner. Shen Zhimeng appears puzzled. Isn't this the most efficient way? Li Mochuan responds. It seems to be a valid point. In the presence of others, Shen Zhimeng instinctively envelopes herself in a protective barrier, preventing anyone from drawing near or gaining insight into her inner self. Yet, Li Mochuan is privy to the fact that, in private, Shen Zhimeng possesses a rather intriguing personality. Strangely, he recalls the midday encounter when she had chased after him, visibly irate. What are you laughing at? As a face suddenly looms closer, Li Mochuan awkwardly clears his throat. Nothing. Shen Zhimeng's expression reveals skepticism, but she refrains from further inquiry as the teacher arrives, heralding the commencement of the class with the ringing of the bell. Duan Chun and one of his friends entered the classroom, accompanied by the chime of the bell. Chapter 15. This freshman appears to have something special. He seemed to habitually glance toward the spot where Shen Zhimeng sat. In that fleeting moment, Duan Chun abruptly noticed a figure occupying what should have been an empty space, a figure he particularly despised. How did Li Mochuan get here? Could it be that he is truly Shen Zhimeng's boyfriend? Duan Chen dismissed the idea outright. How could a freshman, having only been at the school for just over a month, so swiftly capture the heart of a third-year senior? He had never observed any interaction between the two prior to this. Moreover, during last week's basketball match, there were clearly other female students from different faculties present to watch Li Mochuan play. As a girlfriend, wouldn't Shen Zhimeng have been there to assert her claim? Duan Chen cast a few cold glances before retracting his gaze. Yet, the look in his eyes suggested he was far from ready to let this matter rest. Midway through the class, the teacher had nearly completed the discussion on the experimental course content. All right, for the remainder of the time, please write out the code. Those who finish quickly may come to the front to verify with me. Those who accomplish this within these 2 periods will receive an additional 3 points on their final score. No sooner had the words left his lips than Duan Chen raised his hand. Teacher, there's a freshman auditing the class over there, and he seems quite interested in our lesson. Why not let him give it a try? The implications of Duan Chen's words were evident even to the most oblivious listener. The teacher, an older gentleman, adjusted his glasses and directed his gaze toward the spot Duan Chen indicated. Shen Zhimeng, who had been wearing headphones and not paying attention to the class, was used to self-studying, as the teacher's pace could never match her own. Upon realizing that all eyes in the classroom had turned toward her, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Among the crowd, one gaze stood out distinctly, that of Duan Chen, whose smugness seemed almost palpable. The boy seated in front of Li Mochuan flipped his book to the relevant section and kindly placed it on Li Mochuan's desk, offering assistance. Li Mochuan remarked, "How considerate." Typically, university professors do not concern themselves with the presence or absence of an extra student. Yet their experimental course instructor was rather meticulous, enjoying the act of questioning students. Otherwise, with third-year students, the classroom would not be nearly filled, with hardly any absentees. The teacher descended from the podium. Aware of Shen Zhimeng's commendable academic performance and possessing a favorable impression of her, given that she had received national awards for 2 consecutive years, he perceived her shy demeanor as a flaw. "Which department are you from?" the teacher inquired, standing before Li Mochuan, his tone neither harsh nor gentle. "Informatics." Li Mochuan replied honestly. "You're attending a third-year class as a freshman?" Shen Zhimeng furrowed her brow, directly interrupting the teacher's forthcoming words. "Teacher, he is here to accompany me to class. I am aware. I am inquiring about him." The teacher cast a glance at Shen Zhimeng, seemingly reluctant to engage in conflict with her, yet unhesitatingly determined to challenge Li Mochuan. "Do you understand?" Upon entering the classroom, the teacher immediately noticed Li Mochuan, for the seat beside Shen Zhimeng remained conspicuously vacant amidst the fully occupied others. During the lesson, however, he could distinctly sense that the boy seated next to Shen Zhimeng appeared to comprehend the material being presented. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to inquire. Li Mochuan met the teacher's gaze, nodding gently, indicating he could grasp the content. "Then can you write the code to complete the testing of this dataset?" Li Mochuan glanced at the book resting on his desk, hesitated for a moment, and replied, "Yes." With that, he borrowed Shen Zhimeng's computer, much to her astonishment. The teacher stood beside Li Mochuan, observing as he adeptly launched the software, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. As he watched, a glimmer of admiration flickered in the teacher's eyes. There were a total of 10 datasets, and just as Li Mochuan was processing the 3rd set, the teacher halted his hand. "That will suffice." He then patted Li Mochuan's shoulder, inquiring, "What is your name? I can assign you a small project for school innovation." This announcement sent a wave of astonishment throughout the classroom, leaving even Shen Zhimeng bewildered. Although this teacher was merely an experimental course instructor, he held the esteemed title of professor, and his presence in a lab class was likely due to his advanced age, making the teaching of such courses more manageable. To be recognized by such an esteemed educator, especially as a freshman, was no small feat. Shen Zhimeng had been observing Li Mochuan as he completed the coding task, and she was taken aback by the depth of his capabilities. Having perceived his struggles in advanced mathematics, she had assumed he had chosen computer science on a whim, only to discover he possessed a solid foundation. With this realization, her gaze towards Li Mochuan grew more complex, especially as the murmurs of various opinions reached her ears. "Wow, this new student seems to have some substance. No wonder Shen Zhimeng is seen with him. Are they together? I don't know, but I've always believed Shen Zhimeng has a keen eye. This new student is tall and handsome. With a bit of grooming, he could elevate his appeal even further. Duan Chen has met his match," Did he really think this freshman would be easy to bully? In this experimental class, Li Mochuan undeniably made a significant impression. The news of his prowess spread swiftly through the freshman and junior groups of the information college. As Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng exited the lab building, they coincidentally encountered Suya, who had been waiting for them. Suya seized Li Mochuan's arm, exclaiming, "Wow, you truly are a hidden gem. Not only have you captured the heart of the campus beauty, but you also participated in computer-related competitions in high school?" Li Mochuan merely smirked. While he had indeed taken part in computer competitions, he did not consider it a matter worth boasting about, hence he had kept it to himself. Yet he did not deliberately conceal his prowess. It was merely that, at the current level of a first-year student who had only attended a few classes, his classmates could not discern the extent of his abilities. However, what was this campus flower that Suya mentioned? What campus flower? Li Mochuan was utterly bewildered. It's Senior Shen Zhimeng, the campus flower of our department. Moreover, what transpired in their class has already been captured and shared in the class group chat. Suya hastily explained. Li Mochuan's eyes widened in astonishment. How had he become so famous already? What screenshot? Didn't the class monitor add some seniors from the third year as friends? He took a screenshot of their moments, and the person in the photo is you. Suya was concerned that the few third-year students might pose a threat to Li Mochuan, hence he had come to check on him. What are you two whispering about? Shen Zhimeng had approached them at some point, scrutinizing Suya with a piercing gaze. Suya immediately forced a smile. Hello, senior. However, this expression had no effect on Shen Zhimeng, who maintained her frosty demeanor. Have you finished your conversation? I still have matters to discuss with Li Mochuan. Then you two carry on. I shan't interrupt, Suya replied. As the trio conversed, a loud shout erupted from behind them. Li Mochuan. The voice was unmistakably Duan Chun's. Duan Chun and a few of his friends hurried over, his expression fierce. Didn't we agree to settle the matter on the basketball court? Shall we go? Ready for a match now? Chapter 16. Did Li Mochuan tell you that I'm with him? It was now 4:30 in the afternoon. With 2 hours remaining until the exchange time that Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng had anticipated, they exchanged glances, coming to a silent agreement. After all, the basketball match was bound to occur eventually. All right, let us go. The group arrived at the basketball court, where numerous onlookers had gathered, some drawn by curiosity and others who recognized the event through social media. Shen Zhimeng took a seat in the upper bleachers, her expression tinged with anxiety. She had never witnessed Li Mochuan play basketball. She had heard he was quite skilled, but she remained neutral regarding matters she had not personally observed. After all, the majority of those who had come to watch were speculating that Duan Chun would emerge victorious. It was not that she lacked faith in Li Mochuan. Rather, she felt uncertain about the unknown. Suya noticed her distress and hesitated before inching closer. Senior, you needn't worry. Based on my assessment, Chuan is far superior to Senior Duan Chun. Since you're together, you should have faith in him. Shen Zhimeng shot him a cold glance, remaining silent. Why did his endorsement seem increasingly untrustworthy? Her impression of Suya was not favorable. He appeared to be a carefree individual with little ambition, and such a person being friends with Li Mochuan would only diminish her regard for him. To preserve the image of Li Mochuan in her heart, Shen Zhimeng believed it would be prudent to maintain some distance from this man. However, he mentioned that they were together? Did Li Mochuan tell you that we are in a relationship? Shen Zhimeng instinctively posed this question. Suya was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, Are you not together? Shen Zhimeng fell silent, her thoughts a tangled mess, rendering her at a loss for words. Together, was this how Li Mochuan described their relationship? Suya, undeterred by Shen Zhimeng's frosty demeanor, understood her position as merely the girlfriend of a brother and an older peer, known for her notoriously difficult temperament. Yet, her face bore an undeniable charm that made it hard for anyone to harbor anger against her. Shen Zhimeng exuded a curious contradiction. Her harsh words and glances belied a noble aura that did not convey rudeness or a lack of decorum, but rather an innate charisma. The basketball game had commenced, and Li Mochuan, taller than Duan Chun, dribbled the ball with remarkable ease. However, Duan Chun was a sprinter, his muscular legs appearing more robust than Li Mochuan's. An increasing number of spectators gathered, their chatter growing louder. More people stood beside Shen Zhimeng. That taller guy is quite handsome. He plays basketball impressively too. He's a freshman. Which department is he from? I know Duan Chun is from the information department, but I'm not sure about the other. Oh, once they finish, let us bring them a bottle of water and find out. Such dialogues were abundant, yet for reasons unknown, Shen Zhimeng found these remarks somewhat grating, at least uncomfortable to her ears. In her hand, she held a bottle of water, her own cup filled before leaving the lab. Would Li Mochuan drink from her cup? The thought momentarily stunned her. When had she begun to care whether others might find her unappealing, especially someone she initially resisted? Even Shen Zhimeng herself was unclear when she started to consider Li Mochuan's opinions or when she began to ease her awkwardness in his presence. She vividly recalled the day they first exchanged bodies. Having easily subdued Duan Chun and his friends, she discovered that this body belonged to her stepbrother, leaving her infuriated. She had even resolved to never show kindness to this person again. Yet, due to their unique relationship that allowed for this soul exchange, many aspects slipped from her control, including her own emotions. As the first half of the basketball game concluded, Li Mochuan panted heavily. Before he even reached the sidelines, a girl approached him, offering a bottle of water. "May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Which college do you attend? Could we exchange WeChat IDs?" Li Mochuan pondered how to respond, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon Shen Zhimeng, who sat a short distance away. Instantly, all words slipped away. Shen Zhimeng was seated in the stands, her gaze fixed upon him with an unsettling calmness. She sat upright, the afternoon sunlight gracing her shoulders, illuminating the delicate wisps of hair framing her face, which was breathtakingly beautiful. Their bags lay side by side, one white, the other black, seeming to beckon him closer. Li Mochuan felt an involuntary flutter in his eyelashes. "Excuse me. I need to step over there for a moment," he found himself saying instinctively, then walked directly toward Shen Zhimeng. Upon meeting his eyes, Shen Zhimeng's brows slightly softened, her grip on the water bottle tightening unconsciously. She was not versed in basketball and could not comprehend the various scores announced by the referee. The outcome of the first half eluded her entirely. Li Mochuan ascended the steps with a few quick strides and seated himself beside her. She offered him her pink water bottle with her soft, delicate hand. "Would you like to drink?" Li Mochuan, still perspiring and catching his breath, first inquired. "Do you have any tissue?" "Yes," Shen Zhimeng replied, retrieving a tissue from her bag. He accepted it, wrapping it around the bottle before finally taking a sip. Throughout, Shen Zhimeng's gaze remained fixed on the mouth of the bottle, and she felt a twinge of disappointment when his lips did not touch the rim. "My hands are dirty, which is why I wrapped it," Li Mochuan explained after finishing his drink. She replied, her expression neutral, revealing no emotion. "Who is winning?" Li Mochuan pointed to himself, declaring, "I am currently ahead by 6 points. Will you be overtaken?" "Hard to say," he admitted. Li Mochuan's stamina was no match for Duan Chen's. He was uncertain if the latter would exploit his fatigue, waiting for an opportunity to surpass him. Shen Zhimeng fell silent again. They sat together in a tranquil silence until Li Mochuan was called back onto the court. Summoning her courage, Shen Zhimeng grasped his shirt lightly and whispered, "Good luck." Li Mochuan paused, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. "Okay." The final whistle sounded, signaling the end of the match. Observing Li Mochuan being embraced by Suya, his face alight with joy, Shen Zhimeng knew he had triumphed. She didn't even need to glance at Duan Chen's expression to be certain. Slowly, she rose, adjusted her backpack, and took hold of Li Mochuan's bag as she descended from the stands. Chapter 17. A brush on the bus. Li Mochuan's bangs were damp with sweat, revealing his smooth, youthful forehead, embodying the essence of a young man in Shen Zhimeng's eyes. The iceberg-like visage finally bore some semblance of emotion, with brows and eyes unwittingly curving into a gentle arc. "Your backpack?" Shen Zhimeng said, extending Li Mochuan's bag towards him. "I won." Li Mochuan met her gaze, his eyes brimming with mirth. "Senior, let me tell you, Chuan just managed to block Senior Duan Chen's shot in the final moment. No, in fact, he nearly thwarted 80% of the senior's layups today," Suya interjected, positioning himself between the two, oblivious to his own obtrusiveness, and growing increasingly animated. After leaving the basketball court, Li Mochuan first sought a place to wash his hands, then took the backpack from Shen Zhimeng's shoulder. "Allow me." He was aware that her bag contained a laptop, and seeing her petite frame shouldering such a heavy gaming laptop, he felt compelled to assist her. Shen Zhimeng hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Suya, sensing the awkward atmosphere between the two, finally recognized his role as an exceedingly bright third wheel. "Well then, Chuan, take your time. I have matters to attend to, so I'll head back to the dormitory first." With that, Suya dashed away. The remaining two exchanged a glance and simultaneously averted their eyes. On a secluded path within the campus, Two figures, one tall and the other short, walked side by side. Let us return early. This way, I can help you carry your backpack home, as a token of gratitude for assisting me with advanced mathematics today. Li Mochuan broke the silence. Shen Zhimeng nodded. Shall we take the bus? All right. Walking back would take over 20 minutes, a distance that was neither far nor close. The bus offered a direct route, making it comparable to taking a taxi. However, hailing a cab at the school gate was quite challenging due to the throngs of people. Li Mochuan, having just finished a basketball game, felt his limbs weary and knew that walking would only exacerbate his fatigue. The bus arrived swiftly. However, it was now past 5 in the afternoon, and the evening rush hour had just commenced. The bus was quite crowded, and the two stood closely together. Shen Zhimeng gripped the backrest of a nearby seat for support, while Li Mochuan stood behind her. As the vehicle lurched forward suddenly, the inertia caused Shen Zhimeng to lean into Li Mochuan's embrace. Amidst the cacophony of the bus, the noise seemed to fade away. This was Shen Zhimeng's perception. Her hands, tucked within her sleeves, clenched tightly, as if suppressing some emotion. Meanwhile, Li Mochuan stood behind her, appearing nonchalant to him. It was quite normal for two people to stand closely on a crowded bus. As the bus halted and resumed its journey intermittently, their bodies occasionally brushed against one another. Li Mochuan carried Shen Zhimeng's backpack and held his own while using his free hand to grasp the overhead handhold. Just then, at an intersection, the bus came to an abrupt stop. All standing passengers lurched forward, and the already cramped space where Shen Zhimeng stood became even less stable. As Shen Zhimeng felt her head about to collide with the bus's pole, she suddenly sensed a hand supporting her waist, stabilizing her entire being. With her back pressed firmly against a reliable embrace, instinctively, she turned her head to glance at Li Mochuan, who, concerned for her well-being, bent down to inquire if she was all right. Their gazes unexpectedly collided, accompanied by shared breaths. Shen Zhimeng's eyelids fluttered momentarily before she averted her gaze, murmuring her gratitude. Are you unscathed? I'm fine, she replied, her hair unbound, cleverly concealing her slightly flushed cheeks as she endeavored to maintain a calm tone. However, the road was fraught with complications, particularly near the elementary school, where the driver frequently slammed the brakes. Ultimately, Li Mochuan draped his arm, which held the backpack, across Shen Zhimeng's front, reasoning that the backpack was light enough not to require much exertion. With her eyes lowered, Shen Zhimeng could only see the apricot fabric of her sweatshirt covering her abdomen. Yet, she alone knew that the arms beneath the fabric were not slender. They bore distinctly balanced muscle definition. This thought caused her to feel a sudden awkwardness, perhaps due to their shared physical experiences. She had become familiar with every part of his body. She was abruptly reminded of the morning. Let us go. We need to get off at the next stop. Li Mochuan's voice interrupted her chaotic thoughts. After the bus came to a halt, they disembarked in succession. However, Li Mochuan found it peculiar that Shen Zhimeng walked briskly ahead of him, showing no inclination to wait or glance back. Had he inadvertently upset her again on the bus? Unable to fathom the reason, he chose to dismiss it from his mind. Upon returning home, he found the house empty. Ordinarily, Ji Yin did not work on weekends, while Shen Jing typically visited the factory daily. Perhaps she had gone grocery shopping or had some other matters to attend to, Li Mochuan speculated. Shen Zhimeng remained silent, heading straight to her bedroom. As soon as her backpack was placed down, Li Mochuan once again experienced that familiar sensation. They had exchanged once more. When he opened his eyes, just as he anticipated, he found himself in Shen Zhimeng's room, phone in hand, instinctively glancing at the time. 6 o'clock sharp. Yesterday, it had been 6:30. Thus, today was earlier. Just as this realization dawned on him, the bedroom door swung open. Shen Zhimeng, with a serious expression, remarked on the earlier hour. She then inquired, do you recall what time we exchanged on the first day? Li Mochuan pondered carefully. That day, class had ended at 6. But due to Su Ye's discomfort, he had lingered in the restroom for an extended period while waiting for him. Consequently, when they finally emerged from the school gate, it was nearly 7. 7 o'clock, you say? Shen Zhimeng recalled the time of that day. If calculated this way, they would exchange roles half an hour earlier each day. Li Mochuan also contemplated this, realizing that they would inevitably need to assume each other's identities during the day. This task would prove far more challenging than in the evening, as they would encounter numerous individuals and face various situations. Both understood the gravity of the matter, sitting together on the sofa without a clear solution. What if you encounter a basketball game while impersonating me? Li Mochuan posed a serious question based on the events of the day. I have no affinity for basketball. Today, I could only infer your victory from your expressions. He glanced at his own face, revealing a hint of melancholy, unable to suppress a slight smile. Why do I feel your expressions are more vivid when you're in my body? Shen Zhimeng shot him a cold glance. So, what are you trying to convey? Chapter 18, Sister. You could certainly exhibit more expressions using your own body and face. I don't want to. Why not? There's no reason. Li Mochuan found the person before him increasingly intriguing, and as he faced his own visage, the initial awkwardness had dissipated, replaced by a sense of ease and comfort. After all, it was his own body, inherently familiar. Shen Zhimeng felt somewhat uncomfortable under Li Mochuan's gaze and diverted the conversation. Since many situations are bound to arise in the future, I believe we need to take some preventive measures. Such as? Li Mochuan inquired with curiosity. For instance, I could teach you judo, and you could teach me basketball. Upon saying this, she pondered a more serious issue. Their learning would not align. It was unrealistic for a freshman to attend junior classes. However, based on Li Mochuan's performance in her classroom today, Shen Zhimeng suddenly felt a surge of confidence. After all, junior year primarily consisted of specialized courses, with little focus on mathematics or English. Li Mochuan merely needed to elevate his grades in his major, and she could provide some tutoring. They should be able to manage. Fortunately, she did not have much of a social circle, so there was no concern about being exposed. However, it seemed that Li Mochuan had quite an extensive social network. What should I do about your friends? Li Mochuan contemplated this issue as well. He was relatively outgoing, not necessarily well-connected, but on good terms with many. You'll need to experience it to understand. I can't explain it fully. Shen Zhimeng found his reasoning sound. All right then, let us walk together at school from now on. I want to observe how you interact with others. Walk together? Li Mochuan's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, except for going to the restroom, we stick together. Shen Zhimeng's gaze was resolute, showing no sign of jest. Li Mochuan paused, momentarily taken aback, struggling to process her words. After some contemplation, I realized that during our previous exchanges in the afternoon, we lacked a unified trigger condition. Therefore, I believe that returning should also be devoid of any prerequisites. Li Mochuan pondered this notion and found it quite reasonable. Since the exchanges were timed, there should be no conditions for reverting. The more he reflected, the more he felt convinced. After they reached a consensus, Ji Yun and Shen Jing returned. Upon pushing the door open, they happened upon the two seated together, engrossed in the same computer screen. It appeared that Li Mochuan was explaining a problem to Shen Zhimeng. H1, Meng, come out and have something to eat. We've brought back some late-night snacks. All right. The duo responded and followed them into the living room. Li Mochuan's gaze fell upon the large lobster and various marinated dishes on the table, causing him to pause. Mom, what is this? Just as the words left his mouth, he felt a sharp pain in his back as Shen Zhimeng shot him a glare. Observing the surprised expressions on Shen Jing and Ji Yun's faces, he quickly realized his blunder and offered an awkward smile before sitting beside Shen Jing. Shen Jing could not help but ruffle his hair, remarking, "It seems Meng has truly matured." With Li Mochuan addressing him as Dad and Shen Zhimeng calling Ji Yun Mom. Shen Jing and Ji Yun exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of contentment. You see, today, I had an extensive conversation with your Aunt Ji. We initially intended to register our marriage, but upon reflection, considering our ages, we realized that while our previous marriages had their regrets, they were at least filled with happiness. That certificate is merely a formality to us. True marriage lies in mutual understanding and consideration. Thus, we have decided against registering, but will continue to live together as we do now. You may decide for yourselves. I have no objections, Li Mochuan replied promptly. H1 is a good boy, and Meng is doing well too. My only concern has been alleviated, Shen Jing said, his joy evident. The acknowledgement of their happiness by their children lifted a considerable weight from his heart. Although they weren't legally married, they were undeniably close. Regarding the matter of titles, it's entirely up to you two. You may continue calling us uncle and aunt if you wish. Shen Jing and Ji Yun were indifferent to this. All right. Both Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng agreed without any reservations. After finishing their meal, the four gathered to discuss the matter of moving. Today, we visited the neighborhood near your school to look at some apartments, and we found the layout and environment to be quite satisfactory, Ji Yun stated. Pausing as she turned to Li Mochuan. H1, it's not ideal for you to continue staying in Meng's room. So we feel it's necessary to purchase another apartment, but we would like to hear your opinions. Li Mochuan nodded. That's fine. You may proceed with the purchase. I have no objections to selling or renting out this property. I agree as well, Shen Zhimeng chimed in. Shen Jing and Ji Yun found themselves unexpectedly at ease with one another, particularly given their previous resistance prior to their formal introduction. However, it appeared that they were now remarkably amiable. They pondered the reasons behind this transformation, but could not arrive at a satisfactory explanation, ultimately attributing it to the fact that the two children had developed a decent rapport and shared the same school, thus possessing numerous common interests. Upon returning to their bedroom, Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng proceeded to take their showers as usual. In a bid to save time, they decided to wash each other's backs without blindfolds. Shen Zhimeng stated this with remarkable composure. Li Mochuan cleared his throat, unable to find a counter-argument, and acquiesced. After all, he had much academic work to catch up on, and their time was indeed limited. If they were to exchange places again during the final exams, they would have no other option. Shen Zhimeng was a national award winner. He certainly did not wish to be the one who prevented her from achieving accolades. They washed without any awkwardness and soon emerged from the bathroom. The time before bed was spent gathered around the study desk, engrossed in their studies until 11 o'clock at night. When Shen Zhimeng turned off the computer and turned around, she found Li Mochuan sprawled out on the bed in a relaxed manner. Their parents next door had likely already retired for the night, so they decided that their study session for the day had come to an end. Shen Zhimeng turned off the lights, and the two of them nestled under the covers together. However, without the influence of alcohol, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward, particularly for Li Mochuan, who could not help but recall the events of their earlier exchange that morning. You won't behave like you did yesterday night, will you? Shen Zhimeng instantly grasped what he was implying, but, of course, she would not admit that it was her issue. Isn't it your body? Shouldn't you know better than I do? No, Shen Zhimeng. This matter is not related to the body, but rather to the thoughts of the soul within it. Li Mochuan hurriedly clarified. By the way, you should be calling me sister, shouldn't you? Why are you still using my name? Shen Zhimeng's tone was calm, yet in the darkness, her eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. Oddly enough, she found herself wanting to hear him call her sister. To her surprise, he readily complied. However, unbeknownst to her, Li Mochuan merely thought of it as using her body, and thus calling her sister was simply a matter of adopting a feminine voice. He felt no loss in doing so. If they were to switch back tomorrow, he was uncertain whether he would still call her that. As a side note, this chapter was initially written with Shen Jing and Ji Yun obtaining a marriage certificate, but it was later changed to them not doing so. Otherwise, the protagonist would not be able to marry, which can be researched for further understanding. Additionally, concerns about the book being restricted due to controversial themes led to the decision not to have them marry. Chapter 19. You're on top of me as night deepened. Li Mochuan lay in bed, utterly devoid of sleepiness. In the past, he would have been engaged in fierce battles with his roommates in the gaming arena or immersed in various Steam games before midnight. The reason he managed to sleep while the previous nights was largely due to the influence of alcohol. However, now awake, with someone lying beside him, Li Mochuan realized that the last time he shared a bed with another person was during his elementary school years. The bedroom of Shen Zhimeng was adjacent to that of Shen Jing and the others, and it seemed that someone had just exited their room, only to return shortly thereafter. If memory served him right, their room lacked a bathroom. The couple had indulged their daughter, granting her the master bedroom. Unable to find sleep, Li Mochuan could only listen to the various sounds that filled the night. Soon, he discerned something amiss. In the adjacent room, could it be that? Li Mochuan instinctively swallowed hard and turned to face the side where Shen Zhimeng lay. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Shen Zhimeng also turned toward him. Their faces drew near, merely a span of 10 centimeters apart. This was already quite intimate, but Li Mochuan instinctively attempted to lie flat. Yet, Shen Zhimeng shifted closer, stretching out her arm and pulling him into her embrace. At that moment, all sense of drowsiness vanished from Li Mochuan. Shen Zhimeng, he whispered softly. Shen Zhimeng responded in a half-asleep state, a mere sound escaping her lips. You're on top of me, Li Mochuan said, somewhat helpless, as her hand rested upon his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. To make matters worse, her leg pressed down on him, pinning him firmly in place. Yet, this time, Shen Zhimeng offered no reply. With no other recourse, Li Mochuan reluctantly took matters into his own hands. Though he aimed to address Shen Zhimeng, his true intention was to relieve himself. Her substantial frame proved quite heavy, and it took considerable effort for him to shift her off. However, in the process of maneuvering her leg, he inadvertently encountered something unexpected. It felt hard. Gasping, Li Mochuan caught his breath. Thankfully, he had not struck it. Otherwise, what would he do in the future? He could not recall how he managed to fall asleep that night, but he was awakened by Shen Zhimeng in the morning. Get up. Both he and Shen Zhimeng had overslept. He had initially planned to awaken at 6 to check if their time had shifted back, but this morning, he had seen no evidence of it. Nevertheless, he was grateful that they had indeed returned. It was now 8 in the morning, and with no classes on the weekend. Shen Zhimeng insisted that Li Mochuan accompany her to the library to study. Unable to restrain himself, he muttered softly, "Can't we study at home? Why must we go to the library? How can I observe how you and your friends converse if we don't go to school?" Shen Zhimeng contemplated studying at home as well, but their time exchange would not wait for them to adapt. Reluctantly, Li Mochuan acquiesced. When he lifted his gaze, he was taken aback. At some point, Shen Zhimeng had shed her nightgown and retrieved an outfit from the wardrobe, a more mature black spaghetti strap-long dress. After dressing, she donned a gray suit jacket over it. Just a glance made Li Mochuan feel a chill. This ensemble baffles him. It appears quite peculiar, yet paired with that face, it possesses a certain charm. "You weren't gazing at me while I changed clothes, were you?" Upon turning, Shen Zhimeng discovered Li Mochuan lost in thought, staring at her. Her audacity to change clothes stems from the fact that they had bathed together the previous night, having seen everything there was to see. And Li Mochuan did not strike her as the type to act indiscreetly. However, meeting his gaze rendered her somewhat uneasy. Li Mochuan recognized that he likely could not clarify his intentions. If he claimed he was merely observing her outfit, would Shen Zhimeng believe him? Regardless of her belief, he felt compelled to explain, "I find your outfit quite unique." Although Li Mochuan stumbled over his words, he successfully diverted Shen Zhimeng's attention. Is it appealing? Previously, she wouldn't have cared for others' opinions, but now she yearned for Li Mochuan's feedback. "Primarily, you are quite attractive," Li Mochuan stated candidly. Shen Zhimeng frowned slightly, interpreting that as a suggestion that her attire was unappealing. In an effort to avoid a repeat of the frustration from the previous day, Li Mochuan quickly amended his statement. "It looks good." Recalling their earlier encounter, he hesitated before inquiring further. "By the way, what made you angry yesterday? Was it merely because of my comment?" Shen Zhimeng reflected for a moment, stating, "It was because you pretended not to know me, showing no intention of introducing me to your friends. Is being with me so embarrassing?" Li Mochuan realized that this was the root of her discontent. Upon closer examination, he recognized that there was truly no need to conceal his relationship with Shen Zhimeng, especially since their current circumstances made it impossible to act as strangers. Even he could not comprehend his reaction from yesterday. It had been instinctive. In the interlude of his thoughts, Shen Zhimeng scrutinized him, her expression contemplative. They spent the morning in the library, and during lunch, Suyo approached Li Mochuan. Glancing at Shen Zhimeng, who was in line ahead of them, he draped his arm around Li Mochuan's shoulders and whispered, "So, you are really dating the campus beauty?" "Absolutely not," Li Mochuan promptly denied. "We are merely good friends." Suya smirked before stating seriously, "You know my stance. I never believe in pure platonic friendships between men and women. There is invariably an ulterior motive at play." Li Mochuan retorted, "I am more innocent than you." Suya looked skeptical. "Do you dare claim that your relationship with Shen Zhimeng is entirely pure, devoid of any complexities?" Li Mochuan hesitated, momentarily recalling their shared bath. Yet, Suya remained oblivious. "I must tell you, the entire academy is abuzz with discussion about you and Shen Zhimeng. According to my intel, even other departments within our school are aware of it." Li Mochuan felt somewhat exasperated. These people truly had too much time on their hands, constantly preoccupied with the affairs of others. Who is it that has propelled Shen Zhimeng to fame? Moreover, you pretended yesterday to have 2 rather substantial assets. Li Mochuan observed as Shen Zhimeng gracefully passed by with a tray in hand, while Suya dutifully greeted her with a "Hello, senior." Upon hearing this, Li Mochuan couldn't help but chuckle at the thought that he might one day find himself in such a scenario, his soul residing within Shen Zhimeng's body as Suya addressed him. He resolved to stifle his laughter when that moment arrived. Chapter 20. Li Mochuan, could it be that you are feeling bashful? The trio settled into their seats. Shen Zhimeng had intended to sit beside Li Mochuan, wishing to avoid facing Suya directly. However, Suya, lacking any subtlety, seated himself next to Li Mochuan. Thus, Shen Zhimeng had no choice but to occupy the spot opposite Li Mochuan, her gaze lowered as she quietly dined, seemingly indifferent, yet attentively listening to the exchange between the two. "Mochuan, you mentioned last time that your mother found you a stepfather. How was dinner that day?" Suya casually inquired. Li Mochuan immediately grew cautious, realizing the subject was rather sensitive with the person in question sitting directly across from him. It would be prudent to shift the conversation. It was fine. My stepfather is quite agreeable, he replied, his demeanor nonchalant, though his eyes wandered occasionally towards the individual opposite him. Just as he contemplated changing the topic, Suya playfully nudged his arm, asking, "Is she an older sister or a younger sister? Does she suit your taste?" Li Mochuan thought, what a tactless remark. He pondered whether Shen Zhimeng might misinterpret these comments, perhaps harboring grievances to settle with him in Suya's absence. What sister or younger sister? Li Mochuan attempted to evade the issue. However, Suya, sensing the tone, deduced there was indeed something to discuss. Don't play coy. We talked about this the other day. Tell me, did you gain an older sister or a younger sister? It's an older sister, Li Mochuan confessed, feeling increasingly awkward. Suya, amused, remarked, "Oh, isn't this just what you were hoping for?" His laughter grew more mischievous. Li Mochuan feigned seriousness, stating, "You're not going to silence me while I'm eating." "I'm merely showing concern for my brother," Suya replied. Noticing that Li Mochuan was frequently glancing at Shen Zhimeng's expression, sensing he might have overstepped. His companion was currently in a delicate romantic phase with the belle of the courtyard. "I rushed it," he thought, just as both sought to shift the conversation. Shen Zhimeng interjected, "How old is this sister of yours? Is she attractive?" Shen Zhimeng maintained an air of calm, her expression betraying no hint of emotion. Li Mochuan instinctively swallowed hard. He dared not lie in front of Shen Zhimeng. "She is 2 years my senior." Shen Zhimeng regarded him with a significant glance. "That makes her the same age as me. Which school does she attend?" Coughing lightly, Li Mochuan subconsciously sought to divert the topic, only to suddenly feel someone pinching his foot beneath the table. Today, Shen Zhimeng donned a pair of black leather shoes and white mid-calf socks to complement her little black dress. With her exquisite features and captivating figure, she belonged to the category of individuals who looked stunning in anything. Li Mochuan cast a quick glance before averting his eyes. Upon raising his head, he met Shen Zhimeng's scrutinizing gaze, causing his heart to skip a beat. "I haven't asked yet." Upon hearing this response, Shen Zhimeng released his foot, realizing that as her stepsister, it was essential to learn more about him, especially since they would be spending considerable time together in the future. Li Mochuan lowered his gaze, unable to meet Shen Zhimeng's eyes. Meanwhile, Suya, standing nearby, felt utterly speechless, whether it was Shen Zhimeng's frosty glare or her commanding tone. Her powerful aura rendered him incapable of interjecting. Although he found himself bewildered, based on his years of experience observing romantic entanglements, he deduced that Shen Zhimeng was experiencing jealousy. Recalling that this topic had been initiated by him, Suya felt compelled to play the role of a supportive ally. "It's all right, senior. A Chuan prefers sisters like you, and you're older than him." Li Mochuan thought to himself that he truly could not ascertain Shen Zhimeng's reaction to this comment. He cautiously lifted his eyelids to glance at her, only to find that she was already looking back at him. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he nervously averted his gaze. Indeed, Shen Zhimeng resonated with his aesthetic sensibilities. However, given her capricious nature and the current sibling-like dynamic between them, the prospect of them being together seemed almost impossible. Furthermore, while they had been queuing to order, Suya had discreetly shared numerous tales about Shen Zhimeng's past. It appeared that various accomplished seniors had fallen for her charm, yet she was remarkably forthright in her rejections, showing no leniency in her refusals. It was rumored that during her freshman year, a senior from 2 years ahead had set up candles and flowers beneath the girls' dormitory to confess his feelings for her. Yet, upon hearing about this, Shen Zhimeng had not even glanced out the window, remaining engrossed in her book. Thus, it was evident that her heart was solely dedicated to her studies, with no room for romantic pursuits, neither in the past nor likely in the future. As Suya observed the somewhat ambiguous exchange between the two, he felt a sense of admiration for his own quick thinking in this situation. He then began to appreciate Li Mochuan for his fortuitous position, as Shen Zhimeng's intense gaze seemed as if she could devour him whole. Suya, being perceptive, understood that he should not linger as an oversized third wheel while his friend sought romantic connection. Sensing the atmosphere was just right, he plotted to make his exit soon. After their meal, the trio emerged from the cafeteria. Suya promptly declared that he needed to return to the dormitory to play video games, swiftly distancing himself from the two. "Do you usually play games in the dormitory?" Shen Zhimeng inquired, a slight smile dancing on her lips, indicating her good spirits. Li Mochuan felt a pang of guilt. All three of his roommates were avid gamers, and he found it challenging to remain untainted by their habits. I play a little, he confessed. Shen Zhimeng, aware yet silent, pondered whether studying together in the library felt stifling. Not at all. Li Mochuan, in truth, felt quite elated. He had previously contemplated studying alone at the library, yet every time he broached the subject, his roommates would respond with various teasing remarks. Though such banter stemmed from camaraderie, it invariably made him feel somewhat out of place. Now, with Shen Zhimeng present, his roommates dared not say anything to him. Li Mochuan, you may consider me your shield, Shen Zhimeng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him as sunlight streamed through the leaves, illuminating her eyes, rendering her utterly radiant. Li Mochuan momentarily lost his train of thought. Shen Zhimeng's smile was nothing short of breathtaking. He instinctively uttered a sound, prompting a laugh from her. The words she intended to say next were swallowed back. It seemed this fellow was utterly oblivious. A playful glint sparkled in Shen Zhimeng's eyes. What is so good about it? What did I just say? Li Mochuan averted his gaze, feeling awkward and uncertain of how to respond. Shen Zhimeng halted, standing before him, tilting her head so he had no choice but to meet her gaze. Li Mochuan, are you feeling shy? Absolutely not. How could that be? He wouldn't feel bashful around Shen Zhimeng, no matter how attractive she was. Oh, really? Shen Zhimeng returned to his side, and they resumed walking together. She chose not to pursue the topic further, yet her expression radiated joy. The afternoon spent studying in the library swiftly passed. At 5 o'clock, Shen Zhimeng gently tapped on Li Mochuan's desk, then pointed towards the door. 5:30, Li Mochuan almost forgot about it. Based on the exchange time from the previous days, it was evident that the exchange would occur today at 5:30. Chapter 21. My dear sister, shall we walk home together? Li Mochuan mouthed the words to her. Shen Zhimeng nodded in acknowledgement. The bus at 5 o'clock was still crowded. Recalling the overwhelming sensations of yesterday's bus ride, where people jostled together amidst a mix of odors, he suggested, shall we walk back instead? It won't take too long. Shen Zhimeng merely responded with a soft affirmation, her demeanor unchanged. Though Li Mochuan sensed a hint of another emotion behind her expression. Disappointment? Surely not. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it, as he could not fathom a reasonable explanation for Shen Zhimeng's supposed discontent. Rather than speculate about her feelings, he chose to reflect on the problems he had failed to solve earlier at the library. I think I figured out how to interact with Suya, Shen Zhimeng said, recalling the events of the afternoon, her tone calm. Is that so? Indeed. It's quite easy to pretend to be you, she added, glancing at Li Mochuan beside her. Li Mochuan was certainly skeptical. A thought crossed his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift. Then perhaps you could join them for basketball next time. Shen Zhimeng replied, that sounds agreeable. Next time, you should come to my classroom and solve problems on the podium. With a single retort, Shen Zhimeng returned Li Mochuan's words. He smirked slightly, indifferent. For if he were to falter, it would be her embarrassment. Shen Zhimeng quickly countered, indeed. It will be you who stumbles on the court and emits those peculiar sounds. Li Mochuan felt a surge of frustration. How could he be outmatched in this verbal sparring? Moreover, that peculiar sound was his deliberate tactic to provoke Shen Zhimeng. How had she turned it back on him? Stealing a glance at Li Mochuan's expression, Shen Zhimeng could not suppress a smile. However, Li Mochuan was too preoccupied with devising a strategy to best her in their banter to notice. Li Mochuan deemed it necessary to have a serious conversation with her regarding the various surprises that lay ahead. Call me sister, Shen Zhimeng stated, gazing forward. As if it were a matter of course, Li Mochuan found himself at a loss for words. What he had intended to say was of utmost significance. You must call me sister first, Shen Zhimeng insisted, her tone carrying a hint of authority. Li Mochuan cast a glance at the girl who was notably shorter than he, meeting her direct and resolute gaze. While I am here, Shen Zhimeng continued, poking Li Mochuan's arm, you've already called me sister several times. Is it too much to ask for you to call me that now, especially since there is no one else around? Li Mochuan was, of course, reluctant to comply. Yet, the intensity in Shen Zhimeng's eyes suggested she was steadfast in her demand. Sister, he acquiesced, his voice barely above a whisper, justifying his submission by reasoning that a gentleman should not quarrel with a lady. The cacophony of passing traffic and various ambient noises nearly drowned out his words, but Shen Zhimeng still caught them. Now we're getting somewhere, she remarked. Eager to change the subject, Li Mochuan suggested. Let us find a time for me to teach you basketball. Sounds great. Shen Zhimeng readily agreed. But soon a serious question crossed her mind. Where shall we practice? The school is certainly not an option. It's too crowded, and we might run into Duanshan. Moreover, we cannot guarantee that every practice session will be as spirited as this one. Li Mochuan responded. There's a basketball court beneath the apartment complex near my home. And we have a basketball as well. He reminisced about frequently playing basketball with local residents, though they were all older and now occupied with work, leaving little time for the sport. It had been quite a while since he had last seen the court, which was now dominated by elementary and middle school students. Is your home far? Shen Zhimeng inquired curiously. It's less than 20 minutes by taxi from the school, Li Mochuan replied, gesturing towards a row of shared bicycles. Shall we go now? Right now? Shen Zhimeng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. It has been quite some time since I last visited that place. Perhaps my mother will have sold it by then. Today, I thought I might take the opportunity to retrieve some belongings. Li Mochuan spoke with an air of nonchalance. In the past, Shen Zhimeng would have deemed such spontaneous decisions as mere whims, indicative of a troubled mind. The taxi ride would take about 20 minutes, while cycling would likely require half an hour. Let us hasten our pace. We should arrive before the exchange. Li Mochuan had already scanned the code and was on the verge of unlocking a shared bicycle, yet he paused, glancing at Shen Zhimeng, clearly seeking her input. If you wish to return home directly, that is also an option. Li Mochuan discerned the conflict in Shen Zhimeng's expression and was about to retract his phone. However, she grasped his wrist firmly, insisting, let us go retrieve the items. Having said that, she too took out her phone to scan the code. Observing her earnest demeanor stirred something within Li Mochuan. He understood that this endeavor was not significant for Shen Zhimeng, yet her ultimate decision to accompany him spoke volumes. Moreover, her intent to gather belongings resonated deeply, as they both shared the experience of losing loved ones. This compromise from her was likely a reflection of that bond. For this reason alone, it sufficed. Very well, I shall reluctantly guide you, he remarked, swinging his long legs onto the bicycle. If you do not lead the way, I shall ride home immediately. Oh no, that would be rather dull. The shared bicycle came to a halt not far from the community entrance. They both instinctively grasped each other's arms. Passers-by glanced at them, bemused, thinking how the youth today certainly know how to have fun, holding hands without a hint of clarity. After what felt like a fleeting breath, they simultaneously opened their eyes. Li Mochuan was the first to regain his composure, releasing Shen Zhimeng's hand. Shall we proceed inside? A smile unconsciously graced Shen Zhimeng's lips as she hooked her arm around his shoulder, her height advantage leaving no room for refusal. My dear sister, let us walk together. I can help you carry many things later. Li Mochuan thought, has Shen Zhimeng unlocked some hidden facet of herself? Speak properly. He cleared his throat awkwardly. How am I not speaking properly? Shen Zhimeng, emboldened by her physical proximity to Li Mochuan, allowed her mind to wander freely. She leaned in closer, causing Li Mochuan's ears to flush. Just as they ambled along in a playful, intimate manner, a bright female voice called out from the other side. Mochuan, it's been so long. Chapter 22. What is your relationship with that young lady? Approaching them was a girl clad in a JK skirt, white knee-high socks, and a sailor-collared shirt, her hair styled in two low ponytails. Song. Li Mochuan instinctively opened his mouth to call her name, but abruptly halted, remembering he was in the presence of Shen Zhimeng. Hey, Mochuan, do you not remember me? Song Xinyan remarked, noticing the dazed look in Li Mochuan's eyes. Unable to contain her curiosity, Shen Zhimeng was compelled to cast a pleading glance at Li Mochuan. She was utterly unaware of the nature of Li Mochuan's relationship with the girl and dared not speak out of turn. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Mochuan. Little sister, I'm afraid my throat is rather sore lately, rendering me unable to speak. Do you happen to know him? His timely intervention undoubtedly served as a balm for Shen Zhimeng's anxieties. Song Xinyan glanced at Shen Zhimeng, blinked her eyes, and then pulled out her phone. Hello, beautiful sister. May I take a photo with you? Li Mochuan was taken aback. Instinctively, he turned to Shen Zhimeng, who offered him an encouraging look. Reluctantly, he approached, and Song Xinyan promptly wrapped her arms around his. How old are you? He asked, exasperated. I'm a freshman, sister. After they hastily snapped a few photos, Li Mochuan continued. So, how do you know Li Mochuan? His inquiries were merely an attempt to furnish Shen Zhimeng with pertinent information to assist her. However, Song Xinyan played the devil's advocate, retorting, Sister, why are you asking so many questions? What is your relationship with him? before Li Mochuan could conjure a suitable excuse. He felt a tug on his arm, and upon looking up, he met the serious and piercing gaze of Shen Zhimeng. He was momentarily taken aback. Although she was looking at his face, he felt as though he was peering through this facade into the essence of Shen Zhimeng. Did it need to be made any clearer? His tone bore a hint of impatience, a demeanor and manner of speaking that Song Xinyan had never witnessed before, leaving her momentarily speechless. She even forgot Shen Zhimeng had just told her that Li Mochuan was unable to speak due to his sore throat. All she could do was watch as Li Mochuan draped his arm over Shen Zhimeng's shoulder, guiding her into the community. Once inside, Shen Zhimeng immediately released him. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she explained, "I had you pose as my boyfriend in front of Duan Shun at school, so I instinctively thought of this tactic." Li Mochuan chuckled at her explanation. Yes, you need not elaborate. I believe you." His words were half in jest, prompting Shen Zhimeng to lightly tap him, teasingly accusing him of being overly sardonic. "Forgive me," he replied, "but speaking of which, what is your relationship with that young lady?" Shen Zhimeng could not suppress her curiosity. "She is the daughter of my father's high school classmate. We have known each other since childhood. That's why your apparent unfamiliarity would lead her to doubt." "Is that so?" she inquired. "What else could it be?" "Very well then." Shen Zhimeng's lips curled into a subtle smile as she quickened her pace, as if to evade Li Mochuan's gaze. "You're going the wrong way. It's over here." A voice called from behind, causing Shen Zhimeng to halt momentarily. Pretending to be composed, she walked in the direction Li Mochuan had indicated. Having been away for only a few days, the sight of everything in the room felt stifling to Li Mochuan. It is evident that Ji Yun has returned to tidy up recently. The decision to stay at Xinjing's house was spontaneous, and many items were likely arranged within reach. However, everything in the room is now meticulously organized. The glossy floor tiles sparkle brilliantly. "Your home is so clean," Shen Zhimeng remarked as she surveyed her surroundings, unable to suppress her admiration. "Indeed," Li Mochuan replied in a muffled tone, choosing not to elaborate further. The two then proceeded to Li Mochuan's room. "You've had this basketball for quite some time," he observed as he turned towards the sound of her voice, noticing Shen Zhimeng holding his basketball with both hands, examining it closely. The classic orange ball, though the print had faded significantly, remained of good quality and had retained its shape after several years. Li Mochuan found himself increasingly amused at the sight of her handling the ball. Noticing the evident disdain and amusement in his eyes, Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but mutter, "Is it really that ridiculous?" "Well, at least it's the first time I've seen myself hold the ball like this," he replied. "You tidy up, and I'll call your mother to inform her about our situation. Let's try to practice as much as we can before dark." "All right." In preparation for tomorrow's extensive update, a brief chapter was written. Chapter 23. "Miss, may I add you on WeChat?" At the foot of the residential building, Shen Zhimeng, cradling the basketball, turned to Li Mochuan beside her. "Your mother said they are dining out and will bring us some food." "Okay." As Li Mochuan descended the stairs, he realized an issue. He was wearing a skirt. Although it was a long one, he was uncertain if it would hinder him while playing basketball. "What's wrong?" Shen Zhimeng inquired. "The skirt," he replied, observing his awkward demeanor. A smile crept onto her lips as she suddenly became curious about how he would manage to play in such attire. The image of Li Mochuan during yesterday's basketball game at school flashed in her mind, the dashing figure juxtaposed with the awkward one before her, causing her smile to widen. However, the expression of amusement quickly transformed into one of sternness. "I care about my image. Please don't be too outrageous later." Li Mochuan felt no sense of threat from her words. Instead, he found the situation amusing. All right. Although this community is not particularly large, it is equipped with ample facilities. The basketball court appeared somewhat worn, with most of the lines on the ground faded, rendering many outlines barely discernible. "How about you teach me how to shoot?" Shen Zhimeng proposed. It was not her first encounter with a basketball. During elementary school, her physical education teacher had let them play, but she suffered a traumatic experience when hit in the head by a basketball, leaving her with a lingering fear. "Can you dribble?" Li Mochuan asked, recalling her grip on the ball, which clearly indicated her lack of experience. "No. Is dribbling necessary for shooting?" she replied. Li Mochuan smirked slightly. "Not necessarily. As long as you can bounce the ball, you should be fine." As soon as the words left his lips, Shen Zhimeng had already embraced the ball, poised to execute a parabolic throw, leaving Li Mochuan with no time to intervene. To his astonishment, the ball inadvertently found its way into the hoop. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but break into a wide smile, wondering if perhaps she possessed a modicum of talent, attributing her success to sheer luck. Li Mochuan showed no mercy, retrieving the ball and approaching her, his black dress swaying gently with each step. It was a scene of undeniable beauty, yet Shen Zhimeng found it increasingly amusing. It resembled a boy donning a girl's attire, despite the outward appearance being fitting. If the boy felt uncomfortable, the effect remained awkward. "What are you laughing at?" Li Mochuan observed the silly grin on his face, a glimmer of helplessness flickering in his eyes. "It's nothing. I've never seen myself from a bystander's perspective before. I didn't realize I looked rather good, especially while holding a basketball." Li Mochuan retorted, "You might as well inscribe the word ridiculous across your forehead. All right, let me teach you how to shoot and apply force properly." His expression turned serious. He had always approached basketball with utmost sincerity. Shen Zhimeng, affected by his demeanor, also adopted a more solemn attitude. However, when it came time to shoot again, she threw the ball just as impulsively as before. The ball swished through the net once more. Li Mochuan couldn't suppress a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." "Of course," Shen Zhimeng replied, a hint of pride adorning her features. Yet, before long, her hand was grasped firmly. "This is how you hold the ball. You exert force here when you throw." Shen Zhimeng stared blankly at the person in front of her, as if she could see Li Mochuan beyond this shell. "Why are you in a daze?" Li Mochuan noticed her distraction and unceremoniously tapped her, inadvertently striking his own chest as he now inhabited Shen Zhimeng's body. Instinctively, she pushed him away, her brows knitting together. "You hit me." Li Mochuan responded with bewilderment. "Me? When did I hit you?" Shen Zhimeng unconsciously lowered her gaze, her face a portrait of grievance. She glanced at the spot where she had been tapped, which was perfectly flat, murmuring softly, "It hurts. You did hit me." In truth, Li Mochuan's body was tough and resilient. Such a light tap was hardly painful. Yet, Shen Zhimeng felt wronged, particularly due to the look in Li Mochuan's eyes moments ago, which had left her feeling uneasy. Li Mochuan, completely oblivious, replied dismissively, "All right, fine, I hit you. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Is that satisfactory?" His tone was rather perfunctory, hinting at danger. Upon hearing his tone, Shen Zhimeng gazed at him in disbelief, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. What else with his sarcastic tone? Li Mochuan's face was a canvas of confusion. Had he erred again? Was apologizing also a mistake? Thus, the basketball lesson concluded on a sour note. By the time Li Mochuan returned the ball home and stepped out of the community, Shen Zhimeng's figure had already vanished from sight. This fellow indeed lives up to the school's rumors. He has a foul and peculiar temper. As Li Mochuan was about to scan a shared bicycle with his phone, a voice suddenly resonated from behind. "Miss, may I add you on WeChat?" Li Mochuan feigned ignorance, wholly unaware that the person was addressing him. It was only when someone gently tapped his shoulder that he turned around to see an unfamiliar boy, which reminded him that he was currently wearing Shen Zhimeng's face. The sudden exchange with Shen Zhimeng in the afternoon left him with her phone, and he realized he did not know her payment password, rendering him unable to scan for the shared bicycle. Glancing at the boy before him, a clever idea struck him. "Sure, you can skim me instead." The boy noticed the girl smiling at him and became instantly bashful. They exchanged WeChat contacts, and Li Mochuan learned that the boy's name was Shui Yang. Shui Yang took the initiative to speak. "Where do you live? It's getting dark. Would you like me to walk you part way?" This was precisely the outcome Li Mochuan desired, and he readily agreed. As they walked and chatted, being strangers, they were unaware of how Shen Zhimeng should behave, allowing Li Mochuan to speak freely without concern for maintaining her image. "Hey, you're still in college, right? Which school do you attend?" "Qingda." "What a coincidence. I'm from the neighboring Shida. If you have time, we could hang out together." Li Mochuan cast a glance at the boy beside him. To his surprise, the boy was rather good-looking and stood nearly 6 feet tall, only a few centimeters shorter than himself. Shui Yang was evidently taken aback by the girl's initiative. What began as a mere test of waters gradually transformed into something more. "All right, I'll message you when I have time." Li Mochuan endeavored to play the role of a shy girl, while internally, he couldn't help but wonder how Shen Zhimeng would react if she found out. He suddenly began to anticipate the scene of Shen Zhimeng encountering this boy in the future. As they conversed, Shui Yang discovered that this girl seemed like another version of himself. Whether discussing games or sports, she appeared to possess considerable knowledge. It was the first time he had met such a congenial girl, and his conviction grew stronger. "My home is just around the corner. I'll head back now." "All right. Let us meet again if we have the chance." Shui Yang's eyes held a hint of reluctance. However, As Li Mochuan turned away, he quickly concealed his smile. Were it not for the need to return home safely, he wouldn't have exerted himself to engage in conversation with the boy. Why is Ming returning alone? Where is H1? Upon entering the door, Li Mochuan heard this remark, and his foot halted mid-step as he prepared to change his shoes. Shen Zhimeng hadn't he returned? Where could she have gone? An inexplicable image of Shen Zhimeng leaving angrily that day at school flashed through Li Mochuan's mind, stirring within him a feeling he had never experienced before. She should be right downstairs. Suddenly, I remembered that I had forgotten to purchase something. So I stepped outside once more. He carelessly tossed his backpack at the entrance and exited again. Upon reaching downstairs, Li Mochuan immediately made a phone call, and fortunately, Shen Zhimeng answered. Where are you? I am coming to find you. Chapter 24. Shen Zhimeng, are you out of your mind? The sky outside had completely darkened, and she was alone. Was there not a risk? Li Mochuan had seen numerous reports of young girls venturing out alone and encountering misfortune. Although the area they lived in was relatively safe, one could never be too cautious of those with ill intentions. Hearing the urgency in his tone, Shen Zhimeng's icy demeanor softened slightly. I am at the bridge by the river where we jogged last time. All right, I'll be there right away. Stay put and don't act recklessly. We'll discuss this afternoon's matters when I arrive. Upon learning her location, Li Mochuan dashed off. After a few steps, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless looking at his own long dress. The girl venturing out alone at night was indeed himself. He had also forgotten about the exchange, so Shen Zhimeng should be safe. The call remained connected, and he heard her voice on the other end. Li Mochuan, are you worried about me? Shen Zhimeng's voice was soft, and as she stood by the river, the evening breeze tousled her hair, revealing a sense of tranquility in her features. Of course, as soon as I returned home, your father remarked on my solitary presence, prompting me to concoct an excuse to sneak out. Can we please communicate next time, or else? Li Mochuan rambled on for quite a while until he was suddenly met with a series of soft chuckles from the other end of the line, which left him momentarily speechless. Shen Zhimeng, I am speaking to you seriously. What are you laughing about? She deliberately cleared her throat. Li Mochuan, if you don't hurry over, I might just jump off. Shen Zhimeng, are you out of your mind? Despite his words, he quickened his pace, ultimately breaking into a run. He suddenly realized he knew nothing about Shen Zhimeng. He couldn't discern whether her words were a sincere jest or merely a playful tease. At last, they met on the bridge. Let us go home. Li Mochuan grasped her wrist firmly, intending to lead her away. However, Shen Zhimeng remained motionless, simply gazing at him. Li Mochuan turned back in confusion. What's wrong? She continued to hold her silence, staring intently at him until he felt uncomfortable, prompting her to finally speak. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. Are you all right? Li Mochuan looked at her earnest and sincere expression, and, combined with her words, he found himself unable to comprehend. What do you mean? What are you saying? As soon as he uttered those words, he felt her fingers pinch his cheek. When he looked up again, the look of apology on Shen Zhimeng's face had completely vanished. Let me teach you how to apologize. As for what you said this afternoon, I shall consider it the folly of ignorance. Should you dare to speak thus again, I assure you, I will not be so easily appeased. After Shen Zhimeng spoke, she noticed Li Mochuan's dazed expression and secretly smirked. Let us go? Li Mochuan, still in a daze, replied, oh, okay. Shen Zhimeng must have some issues. Could she possibly be suffering from a split personality? Upon returning home, the two entered the house one after the other. Ming, H1, come and have something to eat. Coming. The family of four chatted amiably as they ate, soon delving into what the two had done that afternoon and evening. Shen Zhimeng and Li Mochuan exchanged glances almost instinctively. They had already conferred on their specific narrative on the way back and were now deciding who would take the lead in speaking. Li Mochuan set down his chopsticks, cleared his throat, and said, we went to my place this afternoon, picked up a few things, and then my sister mentioned wanting to learn basketball. So I taught her a bit. What made Ming suddenly want to learn basketball? Shen Jing asked casually. I saw H1 playing at school the other day, and he looked quite good, so I thought I'd give it a try. Shen Zhimeng replied hesitantly, managing to finish her explanation. Shen Jing and Ji Yin didn't think much of it. It was quite normal to feel a bit out of place and uncomfortable in a new home after just a few days. The family enjoyed a harmonious meal together, and Shen Zhimeng and Li Mochuan returned to their bedroom, feeling a sense of relief. They anticipated an early exchange the next morning, rendering the need for an alarm clock unnecessary. Shen Zhimeng retrieved their pajamas from the wardrobe and naturally pulled Li Mochuan into the bathroom. "I'll go lock the door," Li Mochuan said, smacking his forehead, almost forgetting this essential task. They must keep their shared bathing a secret from Ji Yun and Shen Zhimeng, otherwise it would be quite difficult to explain. Once inside the bathroom, he heard Shen Zhimeng's inquiry. "Do you think anyone will find out about our exchange?" "Let us see how good our acting is," Li Mochuan replied nonchalantly. He didn't feel overly concerned, as long as they spent every day together. Any unforeseen circumstances could be addressed promptly. He added, "Just don't walk away suddenly like you did today." Shen Zhimeng lowered her gaze, silent for a moment. Then softly said, "I'll tell you more about this tomorrow. Let us save it for now." "Save it?" "Yes, since you're a programmer. Isn't this concept easy to grasp? Save today, and we can reopen it tomorrow." Li Mochuan replied, "All right. You're older. You call the shots." After finishing their bath, they faced the lengthy hours of study and tutoring ahead. After covering 2 points of knowledge, Shen Zhimeng's phone vibrated incessantly. Li Mochuan, engrossed in his work, didn't notice that she had already picked up her phone. "Who is this?" Shen Zhimeng placed her phone directly in front of Li Mochuan's eyes. He glanced at the contact name, Shuiyang, the boy he had added that afternoon. The messages were brief but sent in several parts. "Have you finished dinner? In the afternoon, we discussed that game. Are you free now to log in and play together? Alternatively, if you wish to engage in something else, that is also acceptable." Following this, 2 adorable cat emojis adorned the message. "Shuiyang, is it not clearly stated on your phone?" Li Mochuan struggled to suppress a laugh, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. Shen Zhimeng displayed little reaction, yet Li Mochuan was uncertain whether she believed his nonsensical words. Shen Zhimeng restored her computer screen to the coding interface, continuing with the program she had been writing, entirely disregarding Li Mochuan's presence. Li Mochuan silently sighed with relief. Shen Zhimeng was indeed unpredictable. Her phone lay upon his exercise book, and he gently picked it up, returning it to her side. However, as soon as he did, she shoved it back toward him. "You added this man yourself? You can deal with it. I will not respond in the slightest," Shen Zhimeng stated without casting a glance at Li Mochuan. The external keyboard clicked rapidly as she focused intently on her computer screen. Chapter 25. No sleep until completion. Li Mochuan glanced at the messages from Shuiyang, feeling suddenly overwhelmed. He had initially intended to tease Shen Zhimeng, but this fellow had directly thrown the issue back at him. "By the way, let me remind you, I will not engage with this boy physically, and neither should you entertain such notions." Shen Zhimeng's sudden serious and forceful tone made Li Mochuan feel a pang of guilt. "Understood. Furthermore, this boy seems quite interested in you. I hope you can swiftly dissuade him of these misguided thoughts." Li Mochuan stared at his phone, feeling increasingly troubled. The situation had not unfolded as he had anticipated. Perhaps his desire for revenge had been overly strong, neglecting to consider the feasibility of his intentions. Moreover, he was at fault to begin with, and Shen Zhimeng's assertiveness seemed entirely justified. Reviewing the chat history on his phone, he felt compelled to reply, "I have plans tonight, and may not be free to play." After sending it, he regretted the message, wondering if it might come across as overly intimate. Shen Zhimeng seemed to notice his unusual expression, leaning in to glance at the phone. Upon seeing Li Mochuan's response, her expression remained unchanged. "Is this acceptable?" Shen Zhimeng merely replied with a soft hm, although the upward curve of her lips indicated her good mood. Shuiyang replied with a disappointed emoji, then inquired if they could have dinner together the following day. As Li Mochuan wrestled with how to decline, Shen Zhimeng unexpectedly approached, suggesting, "Then you should invite him to dinner. We have already exchanged pleasantries tonight. The man you sought, you may handle." A mischievous smile played on Shen Zhimeng's lips. Li Mochuan could not help but roll his eyes at her. It was her allure that drew others in. He certainly did not possess such charisma to attract men. "Oh, but I never pay attention to those who approach me on the street, and besides, it was you who sent the friend request. What does that have to do with me?" Shen Zhimeng spoke truthfully. In her view, men who would approach strangers on the street were mostly just idly seeking attention. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the rare few who might be genuinely in pursuit of love. Yet, she was not about to complicate her life over such a minuscule possibility. Engaging with the same sex already drained her. Interacting with the opposite sex? Absolutely not. "I think I'll pass. I have class tomorrow night," Li Mochuan declared, promptly replying to Shuiyang. "I have a lot of classes tomorrow." Shuiyang responded, "You still have so many classes in your 3rd year." Li Mochuan paused. Tomorrow night, he would be Shen Zhimeng. He didn't have to attend class. While Li Mochuan was lost in thought, Shen Zhimeng snatched the phone from his hand. When he came to his senses and leaned closer, he saw that Shen Zhimeng had already sent a message. I need to accompany a friend to class. Just like that? What other option was there? After saying this, Shen Zhimeng seemed to recall something. What I meant to say was I'm accompanying my boyfriend. But really, who would agree to a stranger's advances while in a relationship? Li Mochuan replied, all right, just give me your ID number then. After dismissing Shui Yang, Shen Zhimeng produced a set of exercises. Get to work. I'll come back later to check your answers. Li Mochuan rubbed his eyes. I'm feeling sleepy. You're not allowed to sleep until you finish. Fine. Li Mochuan deeply regretted his impulsive decision to move back home. He longed to play video games with his roommates. Though he was not addicted to gaming, he realized he missed it after just a few days of absence. However, the current situation was exceptional. There were matters that had to be faced. Meng, H1. Make sure to rest early, Shen Jing said as he noticed the light still on in their room. He quietly opened the door a crack and saw two figures seated at the desk, each engrossed in their own tasks. All right, Dad. Hearing Li Mochuan's voice, Shen Jing was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. It seemed H1 had truly accepted him as a stepfather. Closing the door once more, Shen Jing returned to his own bedroom. Jian sat on the bed, gazing at his phone. Upon noticing Shen Jing's arrival, he smiled and remarked, I told you those kids are well behaved. They must be studying, right? Indeed. From now on, we won't need to disturb them by knocking on their door. They're old enough to know their boundaries. When will we finalize the purchase of that house over there? Shen Jing inquired. Soon. But Ming has just over a year until graduation. Has she mentioned whether she plans to stay in Qingwan City or move elsewhere? Ming had previously mentioned that Qingwan City could be considered a first-tier city. She was worried about leaving him behind if she went too far. And it seemed she might even have the opportunity for guaranteed admission to graduate school. Uncertain whether the graduate student is still attending Qingwan University. Let us set aside future matters and focus on the present. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. By the way, does Qingwan University permit entry to non-campus individuals? Are you interested in visiting? If we move to a new residence closer to the school, perhaps we could stroll around the campus together. I will inquire about it. Meanwhile, Li Mochuan finally completed the professional project assigned by Shen Zhimeng before bedtime. Shen Zhimeng picked it up, initially lacking hope, yet Li Mochuan's work exceeded her expectations significantly. Take a look at a few pages of the book for these two questions, and please revise them for me, she requested. All right. Once immersed in his studies and achieving a state of flow, Li Mochuan demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Before long, he presented the revised questions back to Shen Zhimeng. Time for bed. After reviewing his work, a gentle satisfaction graced Shen Zhimeng's face. Indeed, with the lights extinguished, they lay on opposite sides of the bed, neither initiating conversation. However, both seemed to feel an unspoken need to say something. After a brief internal struggle, Li Mochuan turned over, and coincidentally, Shen Zhimeng did the same. Although the darkness obscured their faces, Li Mochuan sensed a connection in their gazes. The words they might exchange appeared inconsequential. Good night, Shen Zhimeng finally spoke. Her voice barely a whisper, so soft that Li Mochuan almost questioned his hearing. Good night. The following morning, they had returned to their usual routine. Upon waking, Li Mochuan hurried to the restroom. Not long after, Shen Zhimeng awoke as well and approached the bathroom door, only to discover it was locked. Glancing back, she noticed Li Mochuan was nowhere to be seen. Li Mochuan, hurry up. Seated on the toilet, Li Mochuan cast a downward glance at himself, wishing to expedite the process. But cooperation was lacking. Shall I go first? He proposed. All right. Shen Zhimeng waited outside the door, and upon its opening, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Mochuan's gray sleep pants. Composed, she entered the restroom, but it took a moment for her to process what she had seen. A warmth spread across her cheeks, and she instinctively touched her flushed face, realizing how rosy it had become. Perhaps due to her increasing familiarity with Li Mochuan's physique over the past few days, Shen Zhimeng could even recall the sensation. Are you ready? Li Mochuan knocked on the door. Yes. The morning's events were now behind them. After washing and dressing, they set off for school together. Shen Zhimeng had no classes, while Li Mochuan had an early lecture at 8. They arrived at the classroom just as the bell rang, with 2 seats occupied by Li Mochuan's roommates in the back row. Zhao Xuanping's gaze was drawn to the enchanting beauty in a form-fitting dress trailing behind Li Mochuan, leaving him utterly mesmerized. Shen Zhimeng occupied a seat by the window, while Li Mochuan settled beside Zhao Xuanping, forming a trio at the table. Zhao Xianping felt an urge to speak, yet his words faltered, transforming into mere glances as their teacher approached the podium. Li Mochuan deliberately ignored Zhao Xianping, prompting him to pull out his phone for an interrogation. "Brother Chuan, you are truly impressive. Is this the campus beauty? You've been quietly achieving great things." Li Mochuan's phone vibrated incessantly, compelling him to respond to Zhao Xianping. "MHM." Zhao Xianping was taken aback. Was a mere MHM all he could offer? Just as he was about to retort, he caught Shen Zhimeng's icy glare, brimming with warning. Naturally, Zhao Xianping couldn't let this slide. How could he be intimidated by a woman? He promptly tapped Li Mochuan's leg and whispered, "Your girlfriend is fierce." Li Mochuan replied, "She isn't," but his sentence was cut short as the teacher caught them in the act. "You two at the back, stand up. Come to the board and solve these two problems." This was a higher mathematics class, taught by a well-known strict instructor from the mathematics department. Notorious for frequently calling on students and intolerant of whispers during her lectures. The female teacher, petite with short hair, exuded sophistication, appearing to be in her 30s. Shen Zhimeng calmly glanced at the problems projected on the screen. Though challenging, they were similar to the types she had explained to Li Mochuan in the library last time. It was a perfect opportunity to assess her teaching effectiveness. Following Zhao Xianping, Li Mochuan approached the podium, the two of them lingering before beginning. 5 minutes later, Li Mochuan confidently set down the chalk. The teacher acknowledged his correct answers with silence, but Zhao Xianping was not as fortunate. Unable to solve the problems, he was relegated to the front row. Upon returning to his seat, Li Mochuan couldn't resist giving Shen Zhimeng a thumbs up. Her previously frosty demeanor softened slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her features as she patted the space beside her. Li Mochuan took the cue and sat down. Truly impressive. He had not anticipated completing his assignments over the weekend, catching up on what he had previously struggled with, and mastering the week's lessons, all without feeling overwhelmed by the workload. Opening his book, Li Mochuan attempted to tackle exercises from the subsequent chapter. To his surprise, he became engrossed, losing track of time until the class ended. The teacher did not dismiss them between the two math classes, and soon it was past 10 o'clock. Many classmates passing by couldn't help but steal glances at Li Mochuan. "A Chuan," a classmate, patted Li Mochuan on the shoulder. He hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Shen Zhimeng before ultimately sealing his lips. "Brother Chuan, you're impressive," classmate B remarked, giving him a thumbs up as he passed by. Li Mochuan felt perplexed. He didn't know how to explain the situation and merely lowered his head, pretending to be occupied with tidying his desk. It wasn't accurate to say they were not a couple, considering he had agreed to pretend to be Shen Zhimeng's boyfriend in front of Duan Shen. Their relationship had essentially been made public during the last basketball game. Yet now, being misunderstood by his classmates, he felt somewhat embarrassed. He genuinely had no other relationship with Shen Zhimeng. "Let us go?" Shen Zhimeng remained remarkably composed, giving Li Mochuan's shoulder a gentle pat as she beckoned him to follow. They had planned to attend classes together, as she had a professional course in another building, and the two had agreed upon it the previous night, under the pretense of familiarizing themselves with each other and their classmates. The hallway of the teaching building was bustling with people. Li Mochuan observed the delicate, fair hand gripping his backpack strap, momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't shake the feeling of being led like a dog. Fortunately, this descent was devoid of any mishaps, and they successfully arrived at Building 3. Upon entering the classroom, Li Mochuan immediately sensed numerous scrutinizing gazes upon him, curious, evaluative, friendly, and gossipy. However, having been there once before, many of the faces were familiar, allowing him to relax somewhat. Shen Zhimeng led him to sit in the second row and inquired, "Do you need to use the restroom?" "Yes," he replied. Li Mochuan didn't have a class in Building 3 and was unfamiliar with the area, so the route to the restroom was somewhat convoluted. Shen Zhimeng guided him, reminding him, "Wait for me to come out before we walk back together. I'm worried you might get lost." All right. The restroom was not crowded. Yet Li Mochuan still ran into someone he recognized. It was a classic case of enemies crossing paths. Just as he adjusted his pants, Duan Shen strolled in through the door. "Ah, back to audit classes again today?" Duan Shen taunted. Li Mochuan, undeterred, maintained his composure. "There's no rule against auditing classes. Is there?" "True, but it's a first to see a freshman auditing a junior class. What is next? Are you planning to skip grades?" Duan Shen's tone was casual, yet the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. Li Mochuan chose not to respond, washing his hands before stepping out, only to find that Shen Zhimeng had yet to emerge. Waiting for Shen Zhimeng? That's none of your concern, Li Mochuan replied coolly, casting a brief glance at him. Is this how you converse with seniors? Duanshan couldn't tolerate Li Mochuan's nonchalant demeanor, finding it quite pretentious. Indeed, Li Mochuan was intentionally acting aloof. Calculating the time, he figured Shen Zhimeng should be exiting the restroom soon. If she were to witness Duanshan's disrespectful remarks or even physical aggression, she would likely come to his aid, right? The thought of Duanshan's displeasure escalating in the near future brought Li Mochuan a sense of satisfaction. He candidly acknowledged that he was not a virtuous individual. His initial act of blocking Duanshan during the basketball game was purely unintentional. However, Duanshan clung to the incident, causing him considerable discomfort. Utilizing Shen Zhimeng to provoke him seemed to be a novel approach. As anticipated, no sooner had Duanshan uttered his words than Li Mochuan heard a familiar voice behind him. Who do you think you are? Expecting him to regard you as a senior? Instantly, Li Mochuan felt emboldened, his gaze towards Duanshan brimming with defiance. Yet when Shen Zhimeng glanced at him, he exhibited an expression of awkwardness and embarrassment. Upon seeing Shen Zhimeng, Duanshan appeared to have been pressed by an invisible button to concede defeat. Casting a glare at Li Mochuan before departing. Let us go? The area around the restroom was bustling with people, while Shen Zhimeng maintained a stoic demeanor, with Li Mochuan trailing behind her like an obedient little brother. Were these two truly together? It seemed unlikely. Who had ever seen a boyfriend so meekly protected by his girlfriend? Indeed, it was evident that they were merely a faux couple, who had been spreading rumors about their relationship. The discussions surrounding them were somewhat distant from the main subjects, and upon returning to the classroom, no one approached them to instigate conflict. The bell signaling the start of class rang, and the instructor entered. The teacher was quite young and surveyed the room to gauge attendance, as this was a specialized course conducted by class units, making it easy to discern whether everyone was present. All right, let us take attendance today. Just as the teacher's voice faded, someone gently tapped Li Mochuan on the back. Reflexively, he turned his head, and a note was tossed his way. Chapter 27. Do you like that? Li Mochuan first glanced at Shen Zhimeng, his eyes silently inquiring if it was permissible to read the note. Shen Zhimeng adopted an indifferent expression. Li Mochuan unfolded the note. Junior, if Qiu Lin's name is called during attendance, could you assist by responding? They were emboldened by the fact that this instructor had only encountered them this semester, presuming he had yet to fully recognize all the students in the class, thus daring to take this risk. After reading, Li Mochuan discreetly passed the note to Shen Zhimeng, indicating that she should decide. Seizing the moment while the teacher was preoccupied with the attendance list, another student behind Li Mochuan gently tapped him again, then clasped his hands together, eyes pleading. Li Mochuan's gaze shifted, as if an idea had struck him. He pointed at the name on the note and quietly asked Shen Zhimeng, "Do you know his relationship with Duanshan?" Shen Zhimeng's eyes flickered with surprise. Was this fellow genuinely considering lending assistance? However, the relationship between Qiu Lin and Duanshan was indeed not particularly amicable. Although Shen Zhimeng was indifferent to the dynamics among the boys in their class, having been classmates for 2 years, she had overheard snippets of their interactions. Despite her confusion regarding Li Mochuan's inquiry, she shook her head. Li Mochuan was not taken aback by her response. He subtly gestured an OK sign to the boy behind him. He possesses his own discernment. The young man behind him must have heard of the discord between himself and Duanshan. The fact that he sought his assistance after being aware of such matters likely indicates a rift with Duanshan, although there remains the possibility of ulterior motives. Nevertheless, the expression he displayed earlier does not suggest he would go to such lengths merely to inconvenience him. Soon, the teacher called out Qiu Lin's name, and Li Mochuan promptly answered on his behalf. The instructor, not looking at the audience, marked a check next to the name on his list upon hearing the response. Just when they thought this matter was settled, the young male teacher, fond of engaging students in discussion, announced, to facilitate a quicker introduction among you all, I will be posing questions related to today's lesson, calling upon names in the order they appear on the list. Duanshan. The teacher continued to call upon several students in succession, seemingly dissatisfied with any of their responses. Upon hearing his name, Li Mochuan immediately rose, having prepared for this question, which was derived from the exercises provided by Shen Zhimeng the previous night. Although his answer was not entirely comprehensive, being a freshman and still grappling with certain specialized knowledge, his response elicited a faint smile from the teacher, confirming his competence. Well done. Take your seat. Li Mochuan sank back into his chair, relieved, and gave Shen Zhimeng a thumbs up. This time, His admiration for her was genuine, since their acquaintance began. She had consistently surpassed his expectations. When it came to grades, it seemed she had mastered every subject, her pace of study far exceeding the school's syllabus. As this realization dawned on him, Li Mochuan felt an increasing pressure, contemplating the prospect of constantly embodying Shen Zhimeng's role in the future, a task that was far from simple. During the break, the professional course instructor ambled around the classroom, observing what the students were engaged in. As he passed by Li Mochuan, a casual glance at his desk revealed several calculus problems. It took him a moment to register that this group of students was already in their third year. Why were they still studying calculus? The teacher had a strong impression of Li Mochuan, as the student had responded excellently to his inquiries. Driven by curiosity, he stepped back to scrutinize the books on Li Mochuan's desk. Among them lay the texts for his own course, leading him to wonder if he had merely imagined the earlier content. Although perplexed, he did not dwell on it. Once the teacher had moved on, Li Mochuan exhaled deeply. It shouldn't be this way. Shen Zhimeng, observing his anxious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, surprised at how timid he appeared. What will I say if the teacher discovers I'm studying calculus? Li Mochuan rolled his eyes in response to Shen Zhimeng's gleeful expression. It's quite simple. Shen Zhimeng, thoughtfully stroking her chin, suggested, just tell them you're preparing for next year's graduate entrance exam and want to get a head start on calculus. You really are something. He replied. Of course. After anxiously enduring 2 classes, lunchtime finally arrived. Let's go. Lunch is on me. Li Mochuan gently patted Shen Zhimeng's shoulder, signaling her to follow him. Is this a moment of conscience or a guilty conscience? Li Mochuan sighed. Can't we hope for something good? He cast several forlorn glances at Shen Zhimeng, suddenly realizing she looked far more appealing when she was silent. After all, her words never seemed to bring good tidings. Li Mochuan intentionally chose a cafeteria he seldom frequented, where he did not encounter any familiar faces. However, he did spot someone he vaguely recognized. Who is it? After filling her plate, Shen Zhimeng sidled up to Li Mochuan and followed his gaze, finding the silhouette of a girl somewhat familiar. It's nothing, Li Mochuan remarked, merely having taken a second glance, because she looked familiar. She was the belle of the literature department that Suya had mentioned, though he could not recall her name. It was her hairstyle and overall aura that left a lasting impression on him. Do you fancy that kind? Shen Zhimeng inquired casually as she sat across from Li Mochuan, taking a bite of her food. Not at all. After speaking, Li Mochuan recalled their previous encounter in the cafeteria with Suya, where Su had inadvertently let slip some comments. Shen Zhimeng must have forgotten about it. Chapter 28. Excuse me, do you need something from my boyfriend? When Suya initially interrogated Li Mochuan about whether he preferred older or younger girls, he was unsure how he ended up uttering older sister. Having spent considerable time in high school watching various manga with his deskmate, it seemed that the elder sister characters indeed left a more profound impression on him. Therefore, he felt he had not erred. As for Shen Zhimeng, he truly could not determine if she fit the older sister category. This thought led him to recall Shen Zhimeng's fervent defense of herself in front of Duan Qin earlier that morning in the 3rd teaching building. Let us call her an elder sister then. Why are you pausing while eating? Shen Zhimeng remarked, suddenly picking cilantro from her bowl. I noticed you liked this at home, so I thought I'd get some for you. Li Mochuan, lost in thought, instinctively responded as she spoke. When he regained his senses, he realized his plate was now generously adorned with cilantro. Seeing his bewildered expression, Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but chuckle. If you don't want to eat what's on my plate, just say so. There's no need for that look after I've served it. No, I'm fine. Although he had previously been picky about the dishes Suya had served, mainly because Su's eating manners left much to be desired, Shen Zhimeng's dining etiquette was the finest he had ever witnessed. Though she ate at a reasonable pace, her demeanor was remarkably pleasant, making one feel quite appetized. Her face, which should have been elegantly refined, appeared adorably puffed as she took a mouthful of rice, her eyes drowsily gazing at him. After noticing the peculiar expression on his face, Shen Zhimeng quickly swallowed the food in her mouth and teasingly asked, Li Mochuan, you haven't been captivated by me, have you? You seem quite talkative today. Li Mochuan, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. Shen Zhimeng smiled knowingly, choosing not to reveal her insight. Once they finished their meal and returned the dishes to the designated area, Shen Zhimeng casually handed her backpack to Li Mochuan, stating, I'm going to the restroom. Oh, he replied, leaning against the wall near the restroom, engrossed in his phone. With her pink backpack draped over his arm, a small white rabbit charm adorning its zipper, A notification appeared in their class group chat regarding the basketball match scheduled for this Thursday. The intra-college basketball tournament had been ongoing for 3 weeks, and all other freshman classes had been eliminated except for Li Mochuan's. Their opponents this week were the sophomore class 3 of computer science. Hopefully, they wouldn't encounter someone like Shen again. The match was set for 3 o'clock that afternoon, and an anxious expression crossed Li Mochuan's face as he contemplated something. At 3 o'clock on Thursday, considering the half-hour early exchange, the time for their swap was. "Hello, nice to see you again," a voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to find a pair of black leather shoes before him, and as he raised his gaze, he was met with a familiar face, the belle of the College of Arts. Should he pretend to know her or not? The girl seemed to sense his confusion and, pointing at the phone in his hand, tentatively suggested, "Could we add each other as friends? We didn't get the chance to exchange contact information last time." Li Mochuan had never felt adept at handling such situations. During previous basketball matches, girls had approached him for their numbers, but with classmates present, he had managed to evade them with various excuses. Additionally, there were girls from the year group who added him, and he found himself at a loss on how to refuse. His QQ list was populated with numerous female contacts, yet he had hardly interacted with any of them. Why is Shen Zhimeng taking so long in the restroom? "Chuan, who is this?" Upon hearing a familiar voice, Li Mochuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Shen Zhimeng recognized the girl before her as the one Li Mochuan had previously encountered. "This classmate, is there something you need from my boyfriend?" "And no, nothing at all." Zhong Ruan stammered, unaware of the girl's identity, yet sensing an intimidating aura about her. "Since there's nothing, shall we take our leave?" Shen Zhimeng stated, flashing a professional smile before taking Li Mochuan's hand and leading him away. As Li Mochuan glanced at their entwined fingers, he instinctively swallowed hard. Was it necessary to portray their relationship so convincingly? "Stay away from that girl," Shen Zhimeng commanded with a hint of authority that brooked no disagreement as they descended the stairs. Why? Li Mochuan did not genuinely wish to maintain contact. Rather, it was merely the curious demeanor of Shen Zhimeng that piqued his interest. "Why not take a look at the color of my backpack?" Shen Zhimeng paused, regarding him with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. "Pink," Li Mochuan replied weakly. "If you were to see a girl standing at the restroom door, clutching a backpack that unmistakably belongs to a boy, what would be your first reaction?" "She is carrying it for her boyfriend." Upon hearing this response, Shen Zhimeng's expression softened slightly. "Exactly. So, that person just now was aware that you have a girlfriend, yet still approached you. What was her intention?" "To steal you away." Li Mochuan's answer stemmed solely from the few television dramas he had been compelled to watch with his mother throughout his life. To his astonishment, he had unwittingly hit the nail on the head. "As your girlfriend, should I not despise her?" Indeed, as they conversed, they had exited the cafeteria. A teachable child indeed, Shen Zhimeng mused, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. She once again grasped Li Mochuan's hand. "Let us head to the library for lunch. After my first 2 classes this afternoon, I'll come find you." "All right." Li Mochuan felt a nagging sense that something about Shen Zhimeng's earlier statement seemed amiss. Inside the library, the main hall was filled with numerous sofas and small tables, typically bustling with patrons. However, due to it being a weekday, many had vacated for lunch, leaving several seats available. The pair settled in a corner. After discussing their coursework for a while, Shen Zhimeng stretched languidly. "Would you like to take a nap here?" "No, I'll continue with my homework." Li Mochuan did not have the habit of napping. Moreover, during today's advanced mathematics class, the teacher had assigned a considerable amount of work, though the deadline was 2 weeks away. Had he not met Shen Zhimeng, he would have undoubtedly procrastinated until the last day, copying answers from his roommates or scouring the internet. Perhaps influenced by Shen Zhimeng's earnestness, or simply for his own sake, Li Mochuan now found that completing his assignments on time was not a burdensome task. After finishing the problems, he glanced at the time. It was already 2 o'clock. Class resumed at 2:30. "Wake up," he said, moving to her side and gently tapping her head. The girl lounging on the sofa stirred slowly. Shen Zhimeng blinked, her expression dazed. "What time is it?" As Li Mochuan packed his bag, he responded, 2 o'clock. "Could you help me pack as well?" Shen Zhimeng requested with an ease that seemed entirely natural. Chapter 29. I can also win a national award. Li Mochuan initially intended to decline, yet upon witnessing her bewildered and vacant expression, he swallowed his words. "Very well. Consider it a debt owed to her." Li Mochuan meticulously organized their belongings, his mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies compelling him to align each book before placing them into the backpack. Thus, The earnest outcome is that he missed the opportunity to notice the person seated on the couch who stealthily captured his image, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Upon exiting the library, the two parted ways, as their classes were held in different buildings. After arriving in the classroom, his roommate, Zhao Xianping, immediately waved him over. This session was a specialized course, attended solely by members of their own class. However, unlike his usual habit of sitting at the back with his roommate, Li Mochuan placed his backpack under the podium, choosing instead to sit adjacent to Chen, the academically acclaimed student recognized by all since the beginning of the semester. As he settled in, several classmates gradually approached him, while others cast him flirtatious glances or exchanged knowing looks. Zhao Xianping was the first to voice the collective curiosity. "Are you really together with the campus belle?" Li Mochuan, with an air of composure, retrieved his book and nodded affirmatively. This response, coupled with his unflappable demeanor, exuded an air of pretentiousness. Even he questioned whether he had come off as overly ostentatious. For in truth, his relationship with Shen Zhimeng was far from genuine. It would likely dissolve upon her graduation, marking the end of their facade of romance. Nevertheless, the surrounding classmates expressed their envy with exclamations. "What the heck? When did this happen?" Zhao Xianping exclaimed, unable to restrain himself from shaking Li Mochuan's shoulders in mock indignation, as if he wished to devour him whole. When it comes to gender ratios, the School of Computer Information undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 male-dominated faculties, following civil engineering and nuclear science. "I've heard about that, senior. Her grades are exceptional, always placing first in the city's mathematics competitions and a consistent recipient of national awards." "Li Mochuan, what do you have to offer?" Zhu Yunxiu remarked, scrutinizing Li Mochuan from head to toe. Without hesitation, Li Mochuan retaliated by playfully thumping the freshly printed book against Zhu's head, declaring, "I am more deserving." This fellow, displaying a penchant for provocation since their military training, had a knack for inciting irritation within 3 sentences. "Oh, I'm getting anxious. I can win a national award too." After uttering this, Li Mochuan felt a surge of unexpected competitiveness regarding such matters. Was it merely a national award? The accolades were distributed based on professional rankings once a year. With over 100 students in their major, the top 5 had a chance to receive the national award, with the top 3 being almost assured. Yet, the surrounding individuals evidently did not take Li Mochuan's words to heart. In truth, not a single person believed he could secure the national award. They would have considered his chances of winning the basketball championship far more plausible. In Li Mochuan's class, it could be said that titans were clashing. Many prominent figures who faltered in the Gaokao examination found themselves among his peers. Even they hesitated to assert their certainty in securing a national award. And as for Li Mochuan, who appeared to be a brawny individual with a simple mind, it was better to let it be. Well, I must return to my studies. You all should attend to your own affairs." Li Mochuan felt overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices around him and began to usher people away. The others, not wishing to make a fool of themselves, refrained from encroaching further. After all, if someone claimed they would win a national award, they could only wait and see. The process was transparent, and Qingwan University was renowned for its stringent examinations. Any instance of cheating would lead to immediate expulsion. Soon, the class bell rang, and the teacher entered. Before commencing the lesson, he interjected with a brief aside, mentioning that his graduate team might require 1 or 2 assistants. He inquired if anyone was willing to lend a hand. The role would occasionally necessitate visits to the graduate campus, yet appropriate compensation and travel expenses would be reimbursed, which could also benefit those interested in pursuing entrepreneurial projects next year. From the very first class, this teacher had boasted lightly of his accomplishments. At under 40, he held the position of full professor, having secured numerous awards for his projects and earned a plethora of titles and honors, making him quite a distinguished figure within the computer science department. His thinking was dynamic and expansive, devoid of the pretentiousness often exhibited by top-tier scholars. Li Mochuan held a favorable impression of this teacher, despite not yet having attended his class. Of course, this was due to Li Mochuan's unilateral decision to engage in gaming with his roommate instead of attending lectures, rather than any absence on the teacher's part. The teacher's remarks sparked some thoughts in Li Mochuan. He encouraged willing students to approach him after class for a discussion, all the while writing his QQ number on the blackboard. Acknowledging that some students might be shy, he added that they could add him as a friend for private conversations regarding the matter. He emphasized that the role required a certain level of expertise and suggested that those merely seeking to coast along should reconsider. though half in jest. This statement subtly conveyed the teacher's character and his desire to avoid wasting time with those lacking genuine interest. Li Mochuan discreetly noted the QQ number, while the diligent student Chen, seated one position away, happened to witness this exchange. Initially, he had contemplated withdrawing from the competition, as his close friend also wished to apply. However, inexplicably, he found himself reluctant to see Li Mochuan succeed. A simpleton like him seemed more suited for games and sports. The 2 class periods flew by, and even after the bell rang, Li Mochuan cornered the teacher at the podium, eager to pose questions on topics he found perplexing. The teacher was taken aback, questioning how a freshman could already be delving into material typically reserved for third-year students. He found it hard to believe that any first-year student could have advanced that far, and if such were the case, it certainly would not be this particular student. He had a slight impression of Li Mochuan, for he was quite tall, with well-defined features and a hint of elegance. However, he recalled that during the previous classes, this boy had been busy playing games at the back. I need to take the school bus back to another campus. If you have any questions, feel free to add me on QQ, and we can chat later. All right, thank you, teacher. The classroom was quite noisy, and no one clearly heard what Li Mochuan and the teacher discussed. They only saw Li Mochuan exchange a few words with the teacher, who then disdainfully pushed him away. After the teacher left, Zhao Xinping leaned closer to Li Mochuan, solemnly patting his shoulder. Failure is the mother of success. As long as you remain persistent, the teacher will eventually pay attention to you. Li Mochuan rolled his eyes in disdain, indicating his unwillingness to engage with the ignorant. After packing his bag, he strode out of the classroom. Hey, Chuan, wait for me. ISNT the next class moral education? We're sitting together in row 5. Chapter 30. Does she accompany you to such large classes? Upon hearing this, Li Mochuan merely waved his hand. He swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, making his way to the classroom for moral education. He had no intention of attending this class. He hurried over merely to secure a seat at the back for self-study. Time was of the essence, and since he had boasted about aiming for a national award, he felt compelled to put in the effort. In the past, he would have doubted his capabilities, but with a top student who had won national awards for 2 consecutive years by his side, and who had been tutoring him, Li Mochuan suddenly perceived the national award as not so unattainable after all. After finding a seat and placing his bag down, Li Mochuan checked his phone and saw a message from Shen Zhimeng saying that their teacher had dismissed class early and she was already on the stairs. Just as he was replying, a familiar voice rang out beside him. Hey, why do you look so refreshed? Suya casually draped his arm over Li Mochuan's shoulder, his tone laced with teasing. Get lost, don't sit here, someone is already here. Li Mochuan disdainfully tossed Suya's bag to the front row. Who made you treasure it so much? Suya remarked, and then suddenly seemed to realize something. Oh no, it wouldn't be Shen Zhimeng coming, would it? Does she accompany you to such large classes? What do you mean by such a class? She willingly chooses to accompany me. After saying this, Li Mochuan felt a twinge of guilt, as he would essentially become Shen Zhimeng halfway through the class. Oh ho, look at you, so pleased. By the way, when did you and Shen Zhimeng start getting close? We've been hanging out together since military training. Where did you meet her? Although Suya was half joking, he inadvertently struck a nerve. Li Mochuan indeed had no opportunity to meet Shen Zhimeng, had it not been for their blended families. He might never have crossed paths with her throughout his university years. Just as Li Mochuan pondered how to respond, a voice reached his ears. You care so much about Li Mochuan. You wouldn't happen to like him, would you? As Shen Zhimeng approached the 2 individuals, she happened to overhear Suya's final remark. With such a tone of speech, Li Mochuan could discern without looking who had arrived. Naturally, he took Shen Zhimeng's backpack and placed it beside him, inquiring if that position was acceptable. If it were not, they could easily make a switch. It was acceptable. Upon Shen Zhimeng's arrival, her aura emanated fully, prompting Suya to hastily carry his backpack elsewhere. He was timid and dared not confront Shen Zhimeng directly. With his departure, the surrounding world fell into a serene quietude. Li Mochuan began to recount to Shen Zhimeng the matter discussed by their instructor in today's professional class. Which instructor? Shen Zhimeng queried. She was somewhat familiar with the faculty at their college. Yet the notion of an instructor seeking assistance from freshmen was surprising. Hadn't they only recently completed their military training? What could they possibly contribute in terms of professional coursework? As she pondered, it dawned on her that it was likely some thankless task. After all, students in their junior and senior years had long seen through the instructor's tactics. They would never engage in such ungratifying endeavors. Such schemes could only deceive the naive freshman. Teacher Zhang Haoqiang, Li Mochuan stated the instructor's name, causing Shen Zhimeng to involuntarily roll her eyes. Do not go, she advised. Why not? Li Mochuan questioned, bewildered. Yet he did not doubt Shen Zhimeng's judgment. After all, anything that could elicit such a reaction from her was certainly not a commendable matter. With an expression that conveyed her understanding, Shen Zhimeng remarked, did he mention that if you perform well, it would benefit your future school innovation and national innovation projects? Indeed, he replied, do not believe a word of it. If you truly could contribute meaningfully to his team, you could easily find a far superior mentor for your school innovation next year. But he mentioned a labor fee? Li Mochuan inquired softly. Shen Zhimeng chuckled even more heartily. Do you have any idea how much those labor fees amount to? You might toil for an entire afternoon and receive merely 50 or 60. Having drawn these conclusions, Shen Zhimeng proceeded to illustrate the implications of the situation to Li Mochuan with further examples. Therefore, if you genuinely wish to engage in school innovation next year, excelling in your professional coursework is paramount. If there are other engagements that encroach upon your study time, it is best to avoid them. As she spoke, 2 additional individuals took the seats in front of them, 2 girls. With their familiar attire and hairstyles, it was nearly impossible for Li Mochuan not to recognize them. The belle of the literature college, who had sought his contact information at noon, now sat directly in front of him. Observing his perplexity, Shen Zhimeng realized he had no genuine connection with this girl and was unaware they would be seated ahead of him. Fortunately, neither of the girls had turned around, and it appeared they were not there to cause trouble. It seemed merely coincidental. However, upon noticing that there were still several vacant seats in the classroom, Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but curl her lips into a faintly sardonic smile. She took out her phone and sent a message to Li Mochuan. Our exchange is at 5 o'clock today, correct? Li Mochuan replied affirmatively. Shen Zhimeng's smile deepened. If that were indeed the case, then she would be the one to handle the antics of the 2 in front of her. She sent another message to Li Mochuan. After the exchange, observe my textbook-style performance. Li Mochuan, perplexed, pointed at his phone, indicating his confusion. However, Shen Zhimeng had no intention of clarifying it for him at that moment. The first class of ideological and political education concluded at 5:15 p.m., and the exchange between Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng had taken place. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but stretch. After spending the first half of the lesson with his head bent over a book, Li Mochuan's neck had begun to ache. Classmate, could you pass this to the girl in front of you? A foreign female voice interrupted, accompanied by a gentle tap on her shoulder. Turning slightly, Shen Zhimeng saw a Lego toy, a rose. I'll make way for you. You can hand it over yourself. Assessing the distance, she noted that if both girls reached out, they could easily grasp it. Her suggestion did not deter the girl behind her. Classmate, could you please help me? This dress I'm wearing makes it inconvenient to stand up, and I need to handle this carefully. It might break. Li Mochuan's attention was drawn to the 2 girls. What's going on? She asked me to give this to the person in front, Shen Zhimeng replied, firmly refusing to engage. As Li Mochuan, it would be inappropriate for him to accept a flower on behalf of a girl, especially considering he had a girlfriend. Li Mochuan began to grasp the situation. Had it been him, he might have directly accepted it and found himself in a dilemma. He gently tapped Shen Zhimeng's shoulder. Why don't you pass it for me? I'm afraid of breaking it. Chapter 31. Let us go. I want you to accompany me. All right. Li Mochuan understood the unspoken message. He took the Lego rose. And Shen Zhimeng, in sync, tapped Zhong Ruan's shoulder with her pen. This is from the person behind you. Upon hearing Li Mochuan's voice, Zhong Ruan's heart leapt with joy. It seemed her roommate was quite dependable, and the plan was indeed effective. In a moment, she only needed to receive the rose and glance at the girl beside Li Mochuan. No girl would be pleased to witness her boyfriend giving flowers to another girl, especially if it was intentional. This was Zhong Ruan's first time engaging in such antics. Initially, she deemed it somewhat underhanded. However, the embarrassment Shen Zhimeng had caused her at noon lingered in her mind, prompting her to seek her roommate's counsel. Yet, as she turned, the one holding the rose was that very girl. The perfectly crafted smile on her face faltered, just as disappointment washed over her. She noticed Li Mochuan reach out to touch the rose. A wave of emotion surged within her. So, he truly cared more about his own feelings? She extended her hand to receive it. At present, it appears that the hands of both individuals are destined to meet at the rose. Yet, in the blink of an eye, an event transpired that shattered her delightful mood. The rose, poised between their nearly touching hands, tumbled to the ground with a soft thud. It landed on the edge of the seat and ultimately fell to the floor, scattering into fragments, a patchwork of petals in disarray. I'm terribly sorry. It seems I let go too soon, Li Mochuan expressed, his face awash with remorse, as if he had merely made an innocent mistake. It's quite all right. Shen Zhimeng replied casually, her gaze drifting downward to discover a Lego piece at her feet. With a subtle motion, she nudged it forward and resumed her feigned interest in the book in her hands. The components of the Lego rose were not numerous, and their size made them easily retrievable when they shattered on the ground. Zhong Ruan bent down to collect them, only to realize that not a single piece had fallen towards Li Mochuan. Initially hoping for an opportunity to engage more closely, Li Mochuan found himself bewildered by Shen Zhimeng's series of actions. Once clarity dawned, he couldn't help but message Shen Zhimeng. You truly are remarkable. With a slight smile, Shen Zhimeng responded, have you learned? You are now a man with a girlfriend. You must present yourself as somewhat aloof towards other girls, oblivious to the hints they may drop, lest you inadvertently cause a rift. I have learned, Li Mochuan replied, feeling enlightened, while his mind replayed the subtle details of Shen Zhimeng's guidance. Following this incident, Zhong Ruan lost her inclination to seek out Li Mochuan. After all, she was a person of pride and would not humiliate herself repeatedly for a boy with whom she merely felt a flicker of affection. After the moral education class concluded, Li Mochuan had an evening study session for a water-related course, which required attendance due to the professor's penchant for roll calls. As Shen Zhimeng, now occupying Li Mochuan's body, she was compelled to attend, though she dreaded facing a classroom full of men alone, prompting her to enlist Li Mochuan's company. Post-dinner, as they ambled towards the classroom, Li Mochuan felt a sense of resignation. Why was it so difficult to experience the ease of a junior's course load? The classroom was situated on the 6th floor, and they ascended the staircase at a leisurely pace, the sparsity of people in the corridor allowing for conversation. I told you, just be yourself, be a bit arrogant, assertive, and ignore them. Li Mochuan thought about skipping class. This afternoon, during the specialized course, he had deliberately adopted a nonchalant demeanor, hoping his peers would adapt to his transformation. Shen Zhimeng shot him a disapproving glance and firmly grasped his wrist, insisting, come on, I need you to accompany me. In the midst of their exchange, they passed a young couple descending the stairs. Li Mochuan caught a glimpse of the girl saying, wow, look how affectionate her boyfriend is. When will you learn to be like that? Li Mochuan lamented, you've just ruined my image. Li Mochuan gazed at Shen Zhimeng with eyes full of sorrow. Shen Zhimeng nonchalantly pursed her lips, dismissing the matter as trivial, something she would inevitably need to grow accustomed to. The latter half of her thought remained unspoken in her mind. It was indeed a significant issue, although Li Mochuan was not overly concerned about his image. The sudden influx of attention from the opposite sex since the beginning of the semester had taken him by surprise. Rumors circulated that he was the heartthrob of the freshman class in the Information Institute. Despite his reluctance to accept this title, he still wished to preserve this image for a little longer. Oh, I said it's nothing, so it's nothing. It is something. The two bickered their way to the classroom door. Although the class was rather unchallenging, it was taught by a faculty member from their own college. Moreover, Shen Zhimeng had forgotten to inquire beforehand and only realized upon reaching the classroom door that this instructor was none other than her homeroom teacher. While it is often said that a homeroom teacher in college serves merely as a formality, someone one might hardly see during the 4 years if they haven't taught them, it was different for Shen Zhimeng. Her exceptional academic performance and status as one of the few girls in her class left a lasting impression on the homeroom teacher. As they stood at the entrance, they unexpectedly encountered the teacher heading into the classroom, resulting in a moment of awkwardness. However, while Shen Zhimeng looked at the teacher's gaze was directed at a different Shen Zhimeng. What brings you to this classroom? The teacher recognized Shen Zhimeng at a glance, her face displaying curiosity. Aren't you supposed to be teaching the freshmen? Li Mochuan felt a sudden pinch on his back, instinctively addressing the teacher as teacher, regardless of her name. Hello, teacher. Shen Zhimeng chimed in. Teacher, my senior is here to accompany me to class. The teacher maintained a composed demeanor. After all, college students dating was quite normal. Although Shen Zhimeng excelled academically, the school had its share of couples who had successfully navigated their studies together. Perhaps these two were simply encouraging one another's growth. With a few minutes before class begins, let us head inside. All right, thank you, teacher. Shen Zhimeng took Li Mochuan's hand and followed the teacher into the classroom. Li Mochuan's good friend, Zhao Xianping, had saved a seat for him, yet Shen Zhimeng led him directly to an empty spot in the second row. Sitting at the back would mean dealing with Li Mochuan's classmates, and Shen Zhimeng was reluctant to expend her energy on that. However, to her surprise, Shen Zhimeng did not expect her homeroom teacher to place such emphasis on the classroom atmosphere. She distinctly remembered that during her freshman year, this particular easy class was not taught by her homeroom teacher. Typically, courses labeled as easy lacked teaching difficulty, making it inconsequential who taught them. All right, class, for the remainder of our time, let us set aside our studies and delve into a discussion about your future romantic prospects. For instance, do you wish to engage in a relationship, and what are your expectations for a future partner? Chapter 32. In the future, I must find a way to make him blush. Shen Zhimeng. Li Mochuan. Upon the conclusion of the teacher's remarks, he extended his palm and gestured towards the location of Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng. Your senior, Shen Zhimeng, is exceptionally talented, having secured national awards for 2 consecutive years. Last year, her school innovation project even garnered a patent. She is currently involved with your classmate, Li Mochuan. How shall we say? They are dating, right? Haha. Therefore, feel free to share your thoughts. The teacher expounded extensively, showering Shen Zhimeng with compliments. Shen Zhimeng suddenly felt fortunate to be in Li Mochuan's body. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been overwhelming. Meanwhile, Li Mochuan remained unfazed, thinking that since the accolades were not directed at him, he could afford to maintain a calm demeanor, even stifling a laugh. However, as the corners of his mouth began to curl upwards, he felt a sharp tap on his thigh. What are you doing? Li Mochuan whispered, instinctively revealing a look of alarm. Shen Zhimeng found his expression amusing. She had never realized how endearing her own bashfulness could appear. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps next time, she could devise a way to elicit a similar reaction from Li Mochuan when they did not switch bodies. Once this notion took root, it flourished within her mind. Li Mochuan noticed her expression and felt a sudden pang of unease, as if something ominous were about to transpire, specifically, something directed at him. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the teacher shifted the focus, prompting each student to share their aspirations for the future, regardless of the field. In this cheerful atmosphere, the 2 class periods passed swiftly. As Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng exited the classroom, a sense of surrealism enveloped them. At last, they could return home. Shen Zhimeng could not resist stretching, feeling completely at ease in Li Mochuan's body, free from the constraints of her image, able to act as she pleased. Just as Li Mochuan was about to chide her, a sudden jolt of pain shot through his shoulder as someone collided with him. Shen Zhimeng's slender frame was precarious. Had Li Mochuan not steadied himself against the wall, she likely would have fallen. Hello, senior. I'm so sorry. The voice sounded familiar. Li Mochuan turned to see Suya, recalling that he had been in the adjacent classroom. Li Mochuan's expression momentarily froze as he observed Suya's averted gaze, nearly causing him to burst into laughter, the irritation from earlier dissipating. However, upon catching Shen Zhimeng's scrutinizing glance, he fell silent. Chuan, why are you glaring at me? Have you forgotten your friends now that you have a girlfriend? Suya remarked, though his eyes betrayed a hint of evasiveness. He felt an undercurrent of something akin to menace in Li Mochuan's gaze. Was it merely his imagination? Never mind. Let us go, Li Mochuan replied, tugging at Shen Zhimeng's arm, signaling her to let it go. The 2 then descended the stairs slowly. Suya, you know him well enough. There's no reason to be angry with him, right? Li Mochuan expressed his confusion regarding Shen Zhimeng's earlier actions. Shen Zhimeng averted her gaze, exasperated at the sight of Li Mochuan nearly colliding with the wall, although it was her own body that would feel the impact. The thought of Li Mochuan being hurt only intensified her frustration. Could he not walk properly? Must he engage in horseplay in the corridor? They were adults, after all, as if they had yet to graduate from kindergarten. It was merely out of concern for his well-being that she fretted. After all, it would be she who suffered if he fell. Shen Zhimeng tilted her chin defiantly, embodying a haughty demeanor. Rest assured, my sense of balance is quite commendable. I am not so easily toppled, he replied. Upon returning home, the clock had already struck 9. After greeting Shen Jing and Ji Yun in the master bedroom, the couple retreated to their own quarters. However, scarcely had they entered when Shen Jing knocked on their door. Meng, Chuan, when are you free in the next couple of days? Perhaps we could find a time to view a house nearby your school. It shouldn't take long. All right. Let us discuss it and inform you shortly, Shen Zhimeng replied swiftly. Great, Shen Jing responded before leaving. Shen Zhimeng then tugged at Li Mochuan's sleeve, leading him to the small sofa. How about Wednesday or Thursday? Isn't there no class for the entire school on Thursday afternoon? She pulled out her phone to check the class schedule. Thursday afternoon. Li Mochuan furrowed his brow, recalling he had a commitment at that time. He snatched his phone from Shen Zhimeng's grasp, accessed the class notification group, and finally located the message. It dawned on him that there was a basketball match on Thursday. What time do we have to switch on Thursday? Li Mochuan inquired, prompting Shen Zhimeng to ponder deeply. Today a switch was at 5. For Thursday, it's at 3:30. They both exclaimed in unison. Li Mochuan then placed the basketball match notice before Shen Zhimeng, which clearly indicated their class would commence at 3 o'clock. How long does a basketball match last? Certainly more than half an hour. Shen Zhimeng's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed to herself incredulously. So, I have to take your place on the court? Chapter 33. Sister. Please help me. Li Mochuan nodded gravely. As it stood, that seemed to be the case. He contemplated whether there was a way to reschedule the match or to excuse himself from playing altogether. However, he and his teammates had already played numerous matches together, developing a camaraderie that was crucial to their performance. Substituting at the last moment, especially for the entirety of the second half, could very well lead to defeat. Previously, they had analyzed their current capabilities, concluding that as long as they did not face the junior or senior classes, they would likely fare well against other teams. However, this was contingent upon everyone being uninjured and fit to play. Shen Zhimeng subtly tugged at his sleeve. If I start practicing now, will I be ready in time? During their last encounter with the basketball, Shen Zhimeng successfully made 2 consecutive shots, leading her to believe that playing basketball might not be overly challenging. Li Mochuan, however, was taken aback by Shen Zhimeng's request to practice. As he had anticipated, she would seek a way to feign an injury to avoid participating in the second half of the game. Are you willing to take the court? Shen Zhimeng sensed his astonishment and averted her gaze, feeling somewhat uneasy. In the past, she would have outright refused such an offer. Yet, she could perceive Li Mochuan's genuine passion for basketball. His room's decor and layout had made that evident during her previous visit. Moreover, she felt the significance he placed on this match, which motivated her not to disappoint him. If she declined to play, Li Mochuan, with his disposition, would likely acquiesce. A scenario she did not wish to entertain. Why are you hesitant to join? It's merely a game, is it not? Have you forgotten how I scored 2 baskets at your place last time? Shen Zhimeng remarked with a mixture of pride and mischief. Li Mochuan momentarily paused. Noticing her expression was not out of character, yet he felt an inkling that Shen Zhimeng was considering his feelings. But that thought was fleeting. Her nature was not one to be self-sacrificial. Recalling that day at his house, the image of Shen Zhimeng sinking those 2 shots brought forth a reluctant smile from Li Mochuan. That was merely luck. Although our school's basketball matches are not overly stringent, many rules must still be adhered to. Then teach me, and I shall learn swiftly, Shen Zhimeng asserted confidently. Very well, let us compare our schedules. With the match just 2 days away and my physical education class tomorrow, will you come to watch? Physical education was an elective subject that changed annually, and both he and the few classmates participating in the competition had chosen basketball. When is it? She inquired. During the 3rd and 4th periods in the morning. All right, I have no classes then. With the basketball match settled, they shifted their discussion to viewing potential houses with their parents. Let us go tomorrow morning. The sooner we look, the sooner we can conclude this, Li Mochuan suggested upon reviewing their schedules, noting that both had no early classes the next day. Shen Zhimeng contemplated the notion that the houses were already furnished, ready for immediate occupancy. Would she soon be sharing a room with Li Mochuan? As she calculated their exchange timeline, her gaze fell, concealing her feelings of melancholy. What's wrong? Li Mochuan turned to see her despondent demeanor. Perhaps we should tell our parents to delay the move a few days. If we separate rooms so soon, it will significantly reduce our study time, she proposed tentatively. That is not a concern. If we have separate rooms, I can always visit yours, or you could come to mine. It's all the same to me, he replied, unfazed by the situation. Oh, Shen Zhimeng murmured softly. Before he could fully process his response, she stood up, saying, I'll go discuss the timing with them. All right. A few minutes later, Shen Zhimeng returned. My father suddenly recalled that there are matters to attend to at his workplace tomorrow, thus he is unavailable. It may have to be the day after, but you are fully booked then. Therefore, I suggested we postpone our plans until the weekend. Li Mochuan swiftly absorbed this information. He held no particular opinions regarding the viewing schedule, content to adapt to whatever arrangements were made. All right, let us proceed. After freshening up, I shall read for a while before retiring for the night. Upon hearing this, Li Mochuan raised his phone, stating that his friend wished to engage in a brief gaming session. May he indulge for a short while today? Shen Zhimeng walked directly towards the bathroom, encouraging him to play, but to do so after washing up. Very well. Li Mochuan's eyes brightened, and he promptly leapt from the sofa. After the two emerged from the bathroom, Li Mochuan immediately climbed into bed, while Shen Zhimeng settled at her desk to read. He opened the game Honor of Kings and entered the room link sent by his roommate. No sooner had he entered than the game entered matchmaking mode. While selecting heroes, his roommate activated the microphone, calling out, "Chuan, turn on your mic, please." Li Mochuan promptly activated his microphone, intending to clear his throat before speaking. However, as soon as he made a sound, he realized something was amiss. He was now Shen Zhimeng. This voice was distinctly feminine. He quickly switched off the microphone and stood to seek out Shen Zhimeng. Tugging at her sleeve, he implored, "Could you assist me?" Shen Zhimeng, still without her headphones, was well aware of the situation on Li Mochuan's end, but she feigned ignorance, asking, "Assist with what?" Noticing the code on her computer and the book in her hands, Li Mochuan hesitated, transforming his initial question into a tentative probe. Is that book urgent?" Shen Zhimeng glanced at it nonchalantly, responding, "Not particularly urgent." "Then, might you join me for a game?" Upon hearing this, Shen Zhimeng displayed a hint of hesitation, as if contemplating her response. Yet, the countdown on Li Mochuan's phone had already begun, and he spoke impulsively, "Sister, please help me." The playful tone in his voice visibly brightened Shen Zhimeng's expression. "All right then." As they settled together on the bed, the game commenced, and the voices of Li Mochuan's roommates echoed from his phone. "Li Mochuan, where are you?" "Chuan, respond if you hear this. The game has started. Please activate your microphone for communication." While maneuvering his character in the game, Li Mochuan advised Shen Zhimeng, "Just say whatever I instruct you to. When I turn on the mic, you will say, 'I'm here, I'm here.'" Shen Zhimeng nodded in agreement. Li Mochuan activated the microphone and signaled to Shen Zhimeng. Complying obediently, she echoed, "I'm here, I'm here." After spending these days together, she had grown accustomed to Li Mochuan's manner of speaking and imitated it quite accurately. Once she finished speaking, Li Mochuan promptly turned off the microphone. "Very well. As long as they address me, I shall respond, and they will have no reason to suspect anything." Shen Zhimeng nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on the character displayed on her phone. "Is this one called Li Bai? Handsome, right? I believe he is the most striking hero in this game." Li Mochuan spoke with a hint of pride, as this hero was the one he had diligently practiced during his second year of high school, making him his most proficient character, even earning a small national ranking. Shen Zhimeng was wholly engrossed in watching Li Mochuan play, although she had never participated in this game. She had certainly heard of its fame and felt a surge of curiosity. "It doesn't seem too difficult, does it?" Chapter 34, Brother Li Bai. "I wish for a red one." She watched intently, scrutinizing every detail, and whenever her teammates uttered terminology she couldn't comprehend, she inquired of Li Mochuan what it meant. Terms like gank and split push were met with his patient explanations. Li Mochuan was undoubtedly the best player in the dormitory, and they easily secured victory in this round, with him earning the MVP title. As the first match concluded and the second began, he felt somewhat anxious, knowing he had something to gain from Shen Zhimeng. "Let us finish this match and then sleep. It won't be too late," he suggested. "Okay." Shen Zhimeng remained fixated on the screen. Her curiosity about the game peaked after just witnessing a match. Her bewildered yet intrigued expression left Li Mochuan both amused and exasperated. What a stark contrast. He hadn't anticipated seeing this side of Shen Zhimeng. A flicker of curiosity crossed Li Mochuan's mind. "You've never played this game before?" "No." "What did you play before?" "I don't play games," Shen Zhimeng replied, pausing momentarily before adding, "Does ball battle count?" Li Mochuan thought it best to keep his focus on the game. Perhaps spurred by an inexplicable desire to win, he chose Li Bai once more for the second match, eager to impress Shen Zhimeng with a spectacular play, perhaps even a pentakill. As the game commenced, several boys began to chat, directing their attention toward Li Mochuan. "H1, why do you seem a bit off today?" Shen Zhimeng pressed the microphone, responding, "I'm a bit sleepy." Li Mochuan glanced at her with a smile. But in an instant, his attention returned to the phone screen, entirely oblivious to the faint blush that graced Shen Zhimeng's cheeks. He had just been so close to her. Midway through the game, a sweet, charming voice suddenly chimed in from the phone. "Brother Li Bai, can you come to the mid lane to gank? The enemy's Xiao Xiao is bullying me." Li Mochuan shot a glance at Shen Zhimeng, feeling momentarily guilty, but upon seeing her expression remained unchanged, he exhaled in relief. Tell her, on the next wave. Oh, Shen Zhimeng thought little of it. It was just a game. Once Li Mochuan activated the microphone, she complied with his request. As soon as Shen Zhimeng finished speaking, the phone erupted with the teasing voices of several other boys. Oh, next wave. Next wave. Brotherly Bai. Someone desires a splendid red. When will you come to gank the lane? Li Mochuan remarked. Indeed, none of these fellows can resist their sarcastic antics. The four of them often grouped together for matches, and whenever they were short one player, Zhu Yunqiu would invite a girl he had met while gaming to join them for some ranked play. Li Mochuan didn't know her and hadn't added her as a friend, so he typically remained silent during these games. After all, they all lived in the same dormitory, allowing for direct communication when necessary. However, now that he was separated from his friends, voice communication had become more convenient. It seemed that this girl had played with them before, but it was rare for her to single out Li Mochuan today. Do you need to say something to your roommate? Ignore them, was his response. Li Mochuan had never engaged with their teasing before, as responding only encouraged their sarcasm further. Now, being alone and far from them, he felt he was outmatched in banter. Yet, shortly after, the only girl in the team began to speak to Li Mochuan again. Brotherly Bai, shall we wait here for a wave together? This time, it was Shen Zhimeng who glanced at Li Mochuan, finally realizing something was amiss with the girl's behavior. How should he respond? Li Mochuan kept his gaze fixed on the screen, choosing to ignore her. Rather than waste time on this girl, he preferred to focus on securing another victory. Shen Zhimeng responded cheerfully, watch me on this wave. Li Mochuan noticed that the opposing team's mid laner initiated a fight, and at the moment the opportunity arose, he relayed a quick instruction to Shen Zhimeng. She remained glued to the screen, and before long, the notification of a quintuple kill illuminated the display. Shen Zhimeng was somewhat puzzled, but the expression on Li Mochuan's face, along with the excited voices of the boys over the phone, conveyed that he had performed exceptionally well. Did you not understand? Li Mochuan asked, amidst his tower pushing and basic attacks, catching a glimpse of Shen Zhimeng's expression. He couldn't help but remind her. How many opponents fell? 5. How many players are there in a team? 5. Shen Zhimeng realized belatedly. So, you just single-handedly took down 5? Indeed. So impressive. Shen Zhimeng harbored no doubts about Li Mochuan's skill. The boys' exuberant cheers had made it evident how rare such a quintuple kill was. The second match concluded effortlessly, and Li Mochuan bid farewell to the others. What? You're leaving after just 2 games? There's no early class tomorrow. Why not play a bit longer? Li Mochuan merely exchanged a glance with Shen Zhimeng, who promptly addressed her phone. We're not playing anymore. I'm really tired. After saying this, Li Mochuan exited the game. Time for bed. Li Mochuan, while speaking, burrowed under the quilt. It was now late October, and the northern weather had turned quite chilly. Perhaps it was due to Shen Zhimeng's physical condition, but after just a brief gaming session with her forearm exposed, she felt unbearably cold. Shen Zhimeng switched off the light and nestled into the blanket. You know, your fingers are remarkably long, seemingly not much shorter than mine, she remarked. Li Mochuan had long noticed the exquisite beauty of Shen Zhimeng's hands, delicate, slender, and tender. While playing games earlier, he hadn't felt much discomfort, though maneuvering the camera with 3 fingers had proven slightly laborious. Shall we compare? Shen Zhimeng suggested, patting the space between their pillows. Let us do it. He extended his hand, and in the next moment, it was enveloped by her warm, gentle grasp. I forgot to mention, my hands and feet tend to get cold easily. Shen Zhimeng recalled as her fingers brushed against her own hand. No worries, my hands and feet are perpetually warm, Li Mochuan replied, sliding his hand into the palm of hers. That works perfectly. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right then, from now on, my warmth will be entrusted to you. No problem at all, Li Mochuan replied effortlessly, but under the influence of Shen Zhimeng's biological clock. He was already feeling quite drowsy, completely unaware that his casual agreement had nearly caused the person beside him to lose sleep. The next day, they rose early. Upon waking, they inevitably exchanged places. After completing their morning routines, they headed straight to the community where Li Mochuan had previously resided. Shen Zhimeng wore a pink athletic ensemble, featuring a cream-colored printed long-sleeve top that was slightly short, revealing a hint of her waist, while Li Mochuan donned a full gray outfit. At first glance, they appeared to be dressed in matching couple attire. I'll teach you how to dribble while explaining the rules of basketball, he said. Sounds good. Shen Zhimeng rummaged through her bag and pulled out a small bottle, beckoning him over. What is this? He inquired. Sunscreen, she replied. grabbing the collar of his shirt and pulling him down slightly. I don't use that stuff. Li Mochuan nearly leapt away in avoidance. Chapter 35. Please, Your Highness. As a straight man, he found the very idea of applying sunscreen preposterous. In his view, sun exposure was a perfectly healthy activity, and he believed that a slightly darker skin tone exuded a more masculine aura. He certainly did not wish to resemble a pale tofu. It was not that he harbored any discriminatory inclinations. Rather, he experienced a physiological discomfort towards what he deemed unusual preferences. Shen Zhimeng frowned, tilting her head slightly, her ponytail swaying gently as she spoke with utmost seriousness. Being tanned is unattractive. Not unattractive, Li Mochuan countered, though he didn't consider himself exceptionally handsome. He firmly believed he could not be deemed ugly. Li Mochuan, your body is not just yours, it is also mine. Considering our shared usage time, you should take my feelings into account as well. This morning, Shen Zhimeng noticed the stark contrast in skin tone between herself and Li Mochuan while they were washing their faces together. She possessed a cool, porcelain complexion that radiated brightness amidst a crowd, complemented by her long-standing skincare regimen, which rendered her skin as soft and tender as jelly. In contrast, Li Mochuan, a person accustomed to playing outdoors, despite having a healthy and normal complexion, appeared significantly darker beside her. Upon hearing Shen Zhimeng's observation, Li Mochuan's face reflected a flicker of conflict. Her words seemed quite reasonable. The matter of practice indeed required her cooperation. Suddenly inspired, he squatted down, tilting his head back and closing his eyes, surrendering to her whims. Shen Zhimeng stifled a laugh, twisting the cap off a bottle and playfully chiding him. Where did you learn all this? Are you a caveman? 2G internet speed? You don't even know this joke. Li Mochuan's response shattered the delicate ambience. I don't know. Shen Zhimeng, however, did not find it awkward. The shock from his unexpected squat and remark still lingered in her mind, rendering his casual jibe almost inaudible. A gentle breeze caressed them, and Li Mochuan felt a refreshing chill against his face. The delicate pads of her fingers gliding over his skin were far more pleasant than he had anticipated. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but he sensed his heartbeat quickening. All right. At the sound of her voice, Li Mochuan instinctively lifted his gaze, meeting the satisfied and joyful expression on Shen Zhimeng's face. The rising sun position behind her cast a soft glow around her, as if enveloping her in a golden aura. However, having crouched for a while, his legs grew slightly numb, and upon standing, he momentarily lost his balance, collapsing against Shen Zhimeng. She stumbled back a couple of steps before regaining her footing. See, I told you to eat a few bites this morning. Her words bore no trace of reproach. Li Mochuan rested his chin on her shoulder, instinctively wrapping his arms around her, his breath brushing against the nape of her neck, driven by pure instinct. Feeling better? I have chocolate in my bag. Should I fetch some for you? All right. Once he steadied himself, Li Mochuan rubbed his eyes, still processing the recent events. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a sweet morsel was placed in his mouth. The milk-flavored ones are the best, Shen Zhimeng remarked, popping one into her own mouth as well. The chocolate was filled with a rich center, somewhat cloying. In the past, Li Mochuan would have never touched such a treat. Yet, the slightly bitter exterior balanced the sweetness, prompting him to echo, delicious. Shen Zhimeng had already picked up a basketball resting nearby, casually dribbling it. Is this how you do it? No, that's not right. You should control the ball using your fingers, Li Mochuan instructed, gently attempting to manipulate Shen Zhimeng's fingers. However, he refrained from applying too much pressure, finding her fingers remarkably pliable, almost as if they were devoid of bones. He feared that an inadvertent miscalculation in force might result in a fracture. Fortunately, Shen Zhimeng demonstrated a keen understanding. Within 5 minutes, her dribbling had become quite proficient. Yes, just like that. Li Mochuan reached out and effortlessly seized the ball from her grasp. Shen Zhimeng stood there with a look of discontent, thinking, I was still practicing. Why did you start stealing the ball? Li Mochuan chuckled nonchalantly. Did you see clearly? If so, you may now attempt to take the ball from me. Shen Zhimeng, though not having fully grasped the concept, was undeterred and approached to snatch the ball. Hey, that's not allowed. It's a foul. You can't just take it like that. That's also a foul. 20 minutes passed, and Shen Zhimeng was bent over, hands on her knees, waving her hands in surrender. I can't go on. Li Mochuan, beaming with joy, noted that through their recent practice, Shen Zhimeng had memorized numerous rules. He could sense that, during the latter part of their session, her movements were indeed the result of thoughtful consideration. Moreover, she had truly retained all the information. Li Mochuan casually dribbled the ball towards Shen Zhimeng, his youthful exuberance evident on his face. However, as he spoke, he suddenly realized that Shen Zhimeng had snatched the ball from him. This girl. He turned around to see her standing beyond the three-point line, successfully tossing the ball through the hoop. Shen Zhimeng leaped in excitement, exclaiming, "Yes. Are you employing sneak tactics?" Li Mochuan ambled toward her, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "That's called clever strategy." Shen Zhimeng, brimming with pride, pointed to the hoop. "And I scored a three-pointer." Perhaps influenced by the joy radiating from her smile, Li Mochuan couldn't help but mirror her bright expression. "Indeed, you are the best. Could you be a bit more heartfelt in your compliments?" Shen Zhimeng playfully nudged him. Hey, don't get physical." Li Mochuan feigned innocence. "I didn't touch you. Don't make baseless accusations." Shen Zhimeng playfully pinched his arm. "Enough of the antics. Let me teach you the proper shooting stance, or you might embarrass me during the game." Understood. The duo continued their practice until 10 in the morning. Upon leaving the community, they passed by a convenience store where Shen Zhimeng decided to buy a small bag of snacks. "I fear someone might faint during gym class. It's best to eat something now." All right. Upon returning to school, they headed directly to the basketball court designated for gym class. Since there were no gym classes during the first 2 periods, the court was filled with those preparing for the next session. Shen Zhimeng often encountered online discussions about the abundance of handsome boys on the basketball court. However, as she surveyed the scene, all the boys appeared indistinguishable to her. It seemed that only the lad directly in front of her was somewhat recognizable. She trailed closely behind Li Mochuan, following him wherever he led. Li Mochuan, at ease, greeted his friends, all of whom belonged to the same class and had participated in the basketball matches together. Yet, the attention of his companions was primarily fixed on Shen Zhimeng, who stood behind him. "Senior," echoed from multiple voices. This was the first time Shen Zhimeng had been addressed as a senior by so many. Having never participated in club activities or joined the student council, she rarely interacted with those younger than her grade. Suddenly surrounded by a throng of boys calling her senior, she found herself momentarily disoriented. Li Mochuan observed her reaction, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Chapter 36. A game decided by a single shot. Time to practice. "Class will start soon," Li Mochuan urged, nudging his friends forward. Though he couldn't help but glance back at Shen Zhimeng. She had settled on a bench beside the basketball court, carrying 2 textbooks from her key courses this semester in her bag. Her posture was less than graceful. Her knees rested on the armrests, and her upper body leaned against the backrest, exuding an air of leisure. Clad in a pink casual sports outfit and white sneakers, sunlight cascaded upon her shoulders. If this were high school, how many boys would consider her their cherished muse? Li Mochuan found himself momentarily entranced, realizing he knew little of Shen Zhimeng's past. "Chuan, are you still staring? You should tone it down in front of the guys," his friends teased, interpreting his expression as one of a man overly concerned for his girlfriend, eliciting envy from them. "What luck this fellow has to have caught the eye of such a beautiful senior. Careful, or I might just toss a ball at your face." Another joked, "Let us head home and watch something good. We need to get to class now." Amidst the playful banter, Li Mochuan refrained from retorting. Although he was still adjusting to everyone considering Shen Zhimeng his girlfriend, he maintained his facade. Soon, the teacher arrived at the basketball court, and physical education class officially commenced. Shen Zhimeng lifted her gaze towards Li Mochuan, who stood tall at the far right of the assembled group, conveniently the closest to her. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Li Mochuan felt an urge to see what Shen Zhimeng was doing. Their eyes met, and the girl seated on the bench suddenly made a silly face at him. This was decidedly uncharacteristic of Shen Zhimeng, at least of the image everyone else held of her. Yet, the sight was overwhelmingly adorable, prompting Li Mochuan to laugh out loud. Just as the teacher, mid-lecture, caught the sound. "You there. Step forward. What is so amusing? Is what I said truly that funny?" From the tone of his speech, it is evident that the male teacher possesses a rather irritable temperament. Amidst the crowd, an unknown voice chimed in, commenting on the teacher's attention towards his companion. Li Mochuan, initially unconcerned about being summoned by the teacher, suddenly became vigilant. Surely, the teacher would not create trouble for Shen Zhimeng, would he? "Teacher, you can punish me," Li Mochuan instinctively interjected. The instructor, still in his 30s, was relatively progressive in his thinking, and could not help but let out a cold chuckle upon hearing Li Mochuan's words. "Oh, so protective of your girlfriend? Teacher, I am your student. She is not. You cannot impose any punishment upon her." Li Mochuan was unsure where he found the audacity to retort, but having voiced it, there was no recourse. Everyone else. The class monitor will lead the group in running 10 laps around the basketball court. You stay behind. The teacher exuded an air of authority, compelling the other students to obediently commence their laps, leaving Li Mochuan and the teacher standing in the middle of the court. What is your girlfriend doing here? The teacher, hands clasped behind his back, scrutinized him with a discerning glance. To watch me play basketball. After hearing this, the teacher glanced over at Shen Zhimeng, who was fixedly watching from a distance, her concern evident in her eyes. How about a one-on-one match after the fundamental training? Winner takes all, if you triumph. Your girlfriend can come by any time without my objection. If you lose, she is to stay away. Teacher, I do not wish to hear any more explanations. Just one question, shall we play or not? Li Mochuan could not help but swallow hard, realizing that there might be future instances when Shen Zhimeng would seek him out. So let us play. Very well, considering the teacher's current physical condition is not what it once was, it wouldn't be unfair. The teacher, with a meaningful pat on his shoulder, gestured for him to join the others in their running. All right. Upon seeing Li Mochuan rejoin the group, Shen Zhimeng felt a weight lift from her heart. As she observed them engaging in fundamental training, she resumed reading her book, yet she glanced over occasionally, catching snippets of the teacher correcting their stances and techniques. Having received one-on-one guidance from Li Mochuan earlier that morning, she found herself comprehending most of what the teacher said, which proved beneficial for her. The fundamental training consumed half a class period, and typically, the remaining hour and a half would be allocated for individual practice. However, it seemed the teacher uttered something, prompting a wave of cheers to erupt from the crowd. Shen Zhimeng, positioned at a distance, could not discern the words, but she felt numerous gazes directed her way, each one brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, she noticed the basketball court had cleared, leaving only Li Mochuan and the teacher in the center of her half of the court. Shen Zhimeng's expression faltered. What was transpiring? A daring young man quietly approached Shen Zhimeng, observing her puzzled expression, and offered an explanation. Senior, the teacher mentioned that if Li Mochuan wins against him in a one-on-one match, you will be free to attend our classes anytime. However, if Li Mochuan loses, you shall never return. Moreover, the game will be decided by a single point. The first to score will emerge victorious. Shen Zhimeng pondered. Is this teacher truly engaging in such antics with the students? Logically, if a physical education class were to be conducted in this vicinity, all other basketball courts would be cleared as per school regulations. Yet, there was no rule prohibiting spectators from gathering around. In fact, it was common to see other girls observing from beyond the court's enclosure. Shen Zhimeng found the teacher's behavior rather amusing, and it was surprising to see Li Mochuan joining in the jest. However, she had no time to dwell on her thoughts, for the whistle had blown, signaling the commencement of the match. Her heart raced in tandem with the sound. While the teacher possessed skills, he lacked in height and reaction time compared to Li Mochuan. The two exchanged shots, yet neither succeeded in scoring. It appeared that Li Mochuan was deliberately wearing the teacher down, who was now resting his hands on his knees, slightly out of breath, while Li Mochuan maintained an appearance of ease. Suddenly, Li Mochuan recalled the feint Shen Zhimeng had demonstrated that morning. With the thought in mind, a subtle smile graced his lips, and the ball in his hand seemed to find its destined path. Oh, my goodness! A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd as Li Mochuan executed a deceptive move, fooling the teacher, followed by a flawless three-step layup that sent the ball soaring into the basket. Li Mochuan had triumphed. At that very moment, as the ball swished through the net, he exited the court with flair, his destination undoubtedly the spot where Shen Zhimeng stood. Shen Zhimeng felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with his feint. What are you daydreaming about? Li Mochuan, slightly breathless, waved his hand in front of her. Shen Zhimeng playfully swatted his hand away and teased. Where did you learn that move? Are you here to seek praise from me, master? Li Mochuan, fully aware of her playful provocation, couldn't resist a quip in return. So, you've teamed up with Duanshan this time? Indeed, master, your assistance was invaluable. Is there no special reward for such a grand contribution? Shen Zhimeng replied, reaching into her bag for a bottle of water to hand to him. Isn't my impressive three-step layup reward enough? Such a stylish execution surely deserves recognition. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but roll her eyes at his exuberance. He truly flourished with a touch of encouragement. Li Mochuan, unfazed, accepted the bottle, tilting it back for a sip, the movement causing his Adam's apple to bob. From her vantage point, Shen Zhimeng experienced an unusual sensation. Fearing that Li Mochuan might detect her intrigue, she quickly averted her gaze, pretending to be casually surveying her surroundings. Off you go. Your friends seem to be waiting for you over there. I shall be here, eager to observe your standard match and learn from you. Shen Zhimeng pointed towards a few boys gathered in the distance, the very same ones she had noticed earlier. They occasionally cast ambiguous glances in her direction. Li Mochuan, with his back to them, remained oblivious, yet Shen Zhimeng felt a twinge of discomfort under their scrutiny. All right, during the break, I'll come find you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, she said. For the first time, Shen Zhimeng felt that the time spent in physical education class flew by. Only freshmen and sophomores were required to attend these classes, and she recalled her own experiences with a sense of dread. Lacking a passion for any particular sport, she had always gravitated towards indoor activities that did not require teamwork, such as yoga or table tennis, solo endeavors, or pairs at most. She had never imagined that she could develop an affinity for basketball, which she regarded as a pastime solely for boys. However, today, when Li Mochuan invited her to play with him during the latter half of the class, she found herself devoid of any reluctance. Even during lunch, as she reflected on the events of the day as physical education class, she felt a sense of unreality. You seem different today, Li Mochuan remarked, sitting across from her, his expression somewhat scrutinizing. What is you so cheerful? Really? Shen Zhimeng believed herself to be someone whose emotions did not easily manifest on her face. But Li Mochuan's comment made her instinctively uneasy. Yes, it's quite evident. The corners of your mouth are like this, he said, lifting his finger to press against the corners of his own mouth in a mockery of her expression. The person across from him erupted into laughter. What are you laughing at? I'm just imitating you, he retorted, adopting a serious expression. Laughing at how you resemble a clown, Shen Zhimeng replied, her eyes crinkling with mirth, nearly closing with delight, while her ponytail swayed playfully behind her. Fine, if I'm a clown, then I'm a clown, he conceded, unable to avert his gaze from the enchanting figure before him. Setting aside all else, Shen Zhimeng's smile was genuinely captivating. It was far more appealing than the stoic demeanor she had worn when they first met. Her laughter was infectious, capable of uplifting the spirits of those fortunate enough to witness it. An inexplicable emotion blossomed quietly within Li Mochuan. Coming back to reality, he pondered a crucial question. All right, enough of the laughter. This afternoon, we both have full schedules. Let us consider what we should do then. Based on their earlier calculations, their scheduled exchange was set for 4:30 that afternoon. Suddenly, Li Mochuan entertained a possibility. What if our exchange time were fixed? Is there any way we could avoid it? Shen Zhimeng took her time with her meal, contemplating the question. I've been pondering this since the day we discovered the exchange pattern, and I have no leads. That is true. Yet, Li Mochuan remained convinced that there must be a solution. In the afternoon, both returned to their respective activities. Until 4:30, the class bell rang, marking the start of the lesson. Zhao Xianping, who rushed in, found no seats available at the back of the classroom and promptly took a place beside Li Mochuan in the second row. However, the moment he sat down, a chill crept down his back. Why did Li Mochuan's gaze feel so peculiar? Shen Zhimeng was internally distressed. Hadn't she and Li Mochuan agreed that no one would sit beside him during the 7th and 8th periods? What was this thing beside her? Fortunately, the teacher had already entered the classroom, and Zhao Xianping, seated in the front row, behaved noticeably better than he would have at the back, remaining silent throughout the entire class. As soon as the bell rang to signal the end of the lesson, Shen Zhimeng immediately sought refuge in the restroom. Almost instinctively, she almost walked into the ladies' room, but thankfully regained her composure just in time and turned to enter the men's restroom next door. Once inside, she kept her gaze lowered, avoiding any glances around, and headed straight for the farthest stall, where she took out her phone and began messaging Li Mochuan. However, to her surprise, he did not respond. Was something amiss? Meanwhile, in another teaching building, Li Mochuan was preoccupied with Duan Chun, who was seated beside him. Didn't we form a group during our freshman year? Let us do it together this semester. The teacher of Li Mochuan's current class had assigned a task requiring pairs to write a specific code and submit a report after completing the data analysis. As soon as class ended, Duan Chun approached him. Li Mochuan initially intended to refuse outright, but the words, "Didn't we form a group during our freshman year?" caused him to swallow his retort. Had Duan Chun and Shen Zhimeng been grouped together in their freshman year? Did they often visit the library together back then, as he and she did now? Given Shen Zhimeng's evident dislike for Duan Chun, Was it possible that something had transpired between them in their freshman year? Li Mochuan felt a sense of agitation rising within him, not fully understanding the source of his emotions, nor wishing to contemplate why he felt this way. Yet, he found himself unable to restrain his wandering thoughts. Shen Zhimeng? Hearing Duan Shen call his name, snapped Li Mochuan back to reality. Regardless, Shen Zhimeng currently harbored a strong aversion for this individual. Li Mochuan contemplated the consequences of impulsively agreeing to Duan Shen's request, knowing it would certainly displease Shen Zhimeng. After all, the incident involving Shui Yang from the Normal University served as a cautionary tale. Moreover, if it were Duan Shen, he might even become irritated himself. "I will not partner with you," Li Mochuan declared, immediately seeking out the teacher at the podium. "Excuse me, is it possible to work individually if one does not wish to partner with someone else?" He recalled the teacher mentioning that the group assignment was due to the substantial workload, allowing 2 weeks for completion, and that working in pairs would expedite the process, while tackling it alone might be quite rushed. Initially, the teacher exhibited slight impatience at the inquiry, but upon raising his gaze and recognizing the familiar face of Shen Zhimeng, a diligent student, his demeanor shifted. "Certainly, if you wish to undertake this task alone, that is entirely your prerogative. Should you find it impossible to complete it on time, you may also submit it a few days later." "Thank you, esteemed teacher." Li Mochuan observed the subtle shifts in the teacher's expressions, unable to suppress his thoughts. It seemed that top students carried an innate charm in the eyes of their instructors, positioned not far from the podium. He overheard the exchange between the teacher and Duan Shen. Upon returning to his seat, Duan Shen appeared to have no intention of leaving just yet. "Shen Zhimeng, do you truly wish to avoid my company?" Chapter 38. Shen Zhimeng's smile is not as unappealing as it seems. Slowly raising her eyelids, Shen Zhimeng furrowed her brows in displeasure. "I refrained from stating the obvious to spare your dignity, but your blatant remarks suggest otherwise." With that, a hint of sarcasm graced her lips, subtly implying that he was being disrespectful. Duan Shen felt a bit flustered. He had approached Shen Zhimeng on a bet, confident that he could team up with her. After all, he was among the top students in class, consistently earning substantial scholarships each year, even if they did not include the national award. However, there was a significant distinction between excelling in class and being at the forefront of the entire major. "You are blocking my path." Li Mochuan sensed his phone vibrating incessantly in his pocket and surmised it was likely Shen Zhimeng trying to reach him, prompting him to rise and make a move to exit. Duan Shen took a deep breath and ultimately stepped aside. Although it was somewhat humiliating, he was not one to create difficulties for a girl out of pride. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Li Mochuan retrieved his phone and called Shen Zhimeng directly. "Ah, you finally checked your phone. Nothing untoward happened, I hope?" Shen Zhimeng felt a wave of relief wash over her. The timing of their exchange coincided perfectly with the ringing of the bell for the 7th period. She sought a front row seat where she would be undisturbed. The teacher of that class typically refrained from engaging with students, preferring to maintain a commanding presence at the podium to deter anyone from approaching her. "It's nothing." Li Mochuan initially intended to feign nonchalance, yet a tinge of disappointment seeped into his tone, betraying his true feelings. Shen Zhimeng paused momentarily, then recalled something. "Is it Duan Shen who sought you out?" "Yes." "What did he say? How did you handle it?" The rapidity of her questions elicited an indescribable sensation within Li Mochuan, a constriction in his throat that was rather uncomfortable. Surely, Shen Zhimeng wasn't genuinely concerned about Duan Shen, was she? Despite knowing that the two were currently at odds, Li Mochuan could not quell these intrusive thoughts. "Let us discuss it at dinner. Class is about to start." "All right." Shen Zhimeng noticed the peculiar tone in his voice. Though it was his own, it did not resonate with the typical intonation Li Mochuan would express. Duan Shen certainly knows how to pick his moments to stir trouble. Shen Zhimeng entered the classroom just as the bell rang, leaving Zhao Xian no opportunity to converse with Li Mochuan. As the bell signaling the end of the 8th class rang, Shen Zhimeng dashed out of the classroom. Zhao Xianping stood still, letting out a soft sigh. Chuan had truly forgotten his brothers now that he had a significant other. Such is the nature of young couples. "Let's go. We have no classes tonight. We can dine out at the school gate." Off they went. Shen Zhimeng swiftly arrived at the rendezvous point with Li Mochuan. Upon meeting, she effortlessly leaned against him, taking advantage of his height. "Let us go. I'm treating you to a lavish meal." "All right," Li Mochuan replied, taking a deep breath to compose himself. Forcing a strained smile. Shen Zhimeng certainly did not possess such an unappealing smile. Furrowing her brow, She playfully pinched his cheek. Don't get handsy. Li Mochuan removed his arm from her shoulder. That's not fair. I can't help but admire my own face. At this hour, during the peak of the evening, navigating anywhere was inconvenient. So Shen Zhimeng firmly led Li Mochuan into a nearby restaurant. Without consulting him, she proceeded to order the dishes. This time, they did not sit across from each other. Rather, Shen Zhimeng squeezed herself beside Li Mochuan. So what happened in class today? Li Mochuan took a sip from his teacup, gathered his thoughts, and slowly began. The teacher asked you to pair up for the coding assignment, which is due in 2 weeks. As soon as Li Mochuan finished speaking, Shen Zhimeng's eyes lit up, and she immediately inferred the situation. So, Duan Shen approached you to be his partner? He wants to partner with you. Li Mochuan quickly corrected her. I'm not as capable as you think. Observing his awkward demeanor, Shen Zhimeng could hardly suppress her laughter, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, considering their current relationship. So did you help your sister decline? I asked the teacher, and she said it's permissible to work alone. Li Mochuan replied, a hint of pride lacing his words. Shen Zhimeng could no longer hold back and reached for his hand. Honestly, I think pairing up isn't so bad, since the teacher granted us 2 weeks. It seems ample time, but assigning us to work in pairs indicates the task is rather challenging. Shen Zhimeng rambled, her underlying message being that working in pairs could indeed be beneficial. Li Mochuan felt a twinge of discomfort. So, Shen Zhimeng paused. After treating me to this meal, I'll need your assistance with coding tonight. Li Mochuan's gaze suddenly lost focus. What did she mean by that? He looked up, bewildered, and saw Shen Zhimeng beaming with joy. Are you implying that we? Of course. With my remarkable boyfriend, why shouldn't I partner with him? Li Mochuan found himself momentarily dazed, realizing Shen Zhimeng's true intention. The frustration that had lodged in his throat seemed to dissipate. Are you still upset? Shen Zhimeng once again pinched his face, admitting, albeit reluctantly, that having someone else pinch her face was indeed soft and delightful, making it hard for her to restrain herself. However, her concern for Li Mochuan was genuine. I am not angry, she asserted. Li Mochuan did not perceive himself as having been angry moments before. No, you were not angry. I was never angry. Shen Zhimeng chose not to dwell on it. Having known this fellow for some time, he consistently displayed a carefree demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about anything, exuding a zen-like tranquility. It was the first time she had witnessed such an expression on his face. If not for his evident concern, Shen Zhimeng could hardly conceive of another reason for his demeanor. The realization that he indeed cared for her lightened her heart significantly. It was no longer a one-sided affection. Thus, her other apprehensions could be dismissed. Yet, their interactions had been brief, necessitating her repeated confirmations of Li Mochuan's feelings, as well as her own. She regarded matters of the heart with the same gravity as her studies, unwilling to embark on a romantic relationship lightly. Should she choose to begin one, success must follow. After finishing their meal and settling the bill, Li Mochuan felt a tap on his shoulder, and a familiar yet foreign voice exclaimed, "Oh, Shen Zhimeng?" Instinctively, he turned around, momentarily bewildered, almost failing to recognize the person before him. Wasn't he this Shui Yang from the university? Chapter 39. Oh, a pre-sleep cuddle, what a serendipitous encounter. Li Mochuan's expression stiffened. Feigning ignorance in such a situation was utterly unfeasible. Moreover, he needed to inform Shen Zhimeng of this person's identity. Otherwise, should they meet again and Shen Zhimeng fail to recognize him, the awkwardness would be palpable. Shui Yang. What a coincidence. Li Mochuan's acting skills were mediocre at best. But fortunately, Shui Yang harbored no suspicions. What table are you at? Let me pay for you, Shui Yang suggested while perusing the receipt at the register. The cashier readily retrieved Li Mochuan's table bill, indifferent to who was settling the payment. There's no need. I can certainly afford to treat my girlfriend, Li Mochuan interjected, placing his hand over Shui Yang's, and then pulling out his phone to make the payment, the case distinctly pink. Shui Yang paused, having not noticed earlier. Now realizing that Shen Zhimeng stood closely beside him, the two appearing quite intimate. So, Shen Zhimeng has a boyfriend now? When did you get a boyfriend? You never mentioned it, Shui Yang inquired, voicing his curiosity. Li Mochuan chimed in. I have been pursuing Meng Meng for quite some time. She just agreed to be with me today. Meng Meng, shall we go? He added, wrapping his arm around Shen Zhimeng's shoulders as they exited the restaurant together, leaving Shui Yang in a state of surprise. So that is Shui Yang? Shen Zhimeng gazed at Li Mochuan, who appeared relieved, and couldn't help but let a subtle smile grace her lips. Indeed, It was quite surprising to encounter him over a meal. Had that certain someone declined his request to connect on WeChat back then, none of this would have transpired. Shen Zhimeng firmly grasped his wrist and led him away. Cycling home together, Li Mochuan allowed her to hold on to him, suddenly realizing that, after each exchange, Shen Zhimeng would naturally initiate physical contact. Was it because seeing his face evoked a sense of familiarity? Upon returning home, they busied themselves with their major project. Li Mochuan worked while learning, and Shen Zhimeng proved to be remarkably dependable, adept in every aspect. She elucidated every question he posed with clarity. Fortunately, having participated in computer competitions during high school, Li Mochuan adapted quickly. A mere hint from Shen Zhimeng sufficed for his understanding. That night, as they lay side by side in bed, Li Mochuan voiced the curiosity that had been lingering since the evening. After each exchange, you seem to become more carefree, and the physical contact between us increases. Shen Zhimeng softly repeated the phrase physical contact, explaining that facing him naturally relaxed her. So, does looking at my face make you more anxious? Li Mochuan inquired. Curiosity piqued as he turned to her. A memory surfaced for Shen Zhimeng, the moment he had crouched down to call her princess, which was when she first distinctly felt her heart flutter. Perhaps that image would forever be etched in her heart, despite knowing it had merely been a jest. Shen Zhimeng? Li Mochuan called her softly when she seemed unresponsive. Yes, of course I'm anxious. You are the first person to be so inseparable from me. And indeed, he was also the first to make her heart race. Li Mochuan turned to face her. In the darkness, he could not see her expression, but he could discern the joy in her tone. The first to be inseparable? Li Mochuan pondered, recalling what Duan Chun had mentioned about their collaboration during freshman year, a seemingly ordinary occurrence among classmates working together on assignments. Yet, it appeared to have left a significant mark on him. Their freshman experience had not mirrored the bond he shared with her now. Gently, Shen Zhimeng patted his shoulder and whispered, "Good night." "Good night," Li Mochuan replied, only to suddenly feel a chill on his cheek. She had leaned in. More precisely, their cheeks had brushed against each other. After a brief pause, Shen Zhimeng repositioned herself, lying down again. "Shen Zhimeng," Li Mochuan called her name in a daze. Her voice was soft, laced with amusement. "Did you just lean in?" "Yes, just a little before sleep," she replied. "Why?" "Because I wanted to," she said playfully. "Oh, I'm so sleepy now, time to sleep." Turning away to face the edge of the bed, she buried her face in the blanket, her delight barely contained. Li Mochuan gazed somewhat bewilderedly at the back of her head, momentarily at a loss for words to articulate his emotions. The following morning, as he attended his early class, the class monitor announced an important piece of news. The school intended to host a cultural performance for new students, mandating that each department present a program. Our department's plan was to stage a thought-provoking play, and the student council's cultural department was currently seeking actors. Those interested were encouraged to approach me. Upon hearing this, Li Mochuan immediately lowered his head. He had never held much interest in such cultural activities. However, to his surprise, the monitor walked directly towards him after finishing her announcement. The monitor, one of the 3 girls in the class, was named Xiangyu. "Li Mochuan, our advisor has asked me to invite the taller and more presentable boys in our class to audition as well." Li Mochuan replied, "I'm busy. I need to focus on my studies." He rejected the idea without a moment's thought. Wasn't a play merely an assembly of individuals performing a clumsy and cliched script? A thought-provoking theme, in essence, was simply a forced elevation of the narrative's conclusion. Such endeavors were merely formalities. If it were a selection for a basketball tournament, he might have shown some interest. After all, that could contribute to his comprehensive evaluation score, potentially adding 0.5. You understand the significance of the comprehensive evaluation, right? It plays a crucial role when scholarships are awarded. Xiangyu, undeterred, was resolute in her attempt to persuade Li Mochuan. There's ample rehearsal time. It shouldn't be difficult to improve my score by 0.5. Li Mochuan's expression conveyed a complete refusal to be manipulated. "Among the boys in our class over 185 centimeters, you are the only one, and you know the physiques of the other boys over 180 centimeters. If I call them over, our advisor would surely reprimand me," Xiangyu confessed, a look of distress crossing her face. "But I genuinely do not wish to participate. Yet I truly need to fulfill this requirement," she added, then proposed, "How about this? I'll submit your name, and you can speak to our advisor yourself." Li Mochuan retorted, "How is this any different from coercion? Oh, there are so many students in our year. over 100 in computer science, and another 200 in electronic information. It's not that easy to select you, Xiang Yu insisted. Despite her words, she believed there was a significant chance Li Mochuan would be chosen. After all, during military training, she had observed nearly all the boys in the college, and few could rival Li Mochuan's looks. While there were boys with more refined features, none matched his height, if only considering those taller than 180 centimeters. Li Mochuan was undoubtedly a singularly handsome figure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been dubbed the campus heartthrob based on a mere profile photograph during military training. Xiang Yu's remarks caused Li Mochuan to waver slightly. Indeed, with so many candidates, each class would select only a few, and given his lack of experience, it was highly unlikely he would be chosen. Furthermore, since the semester had commenced, he hadn't engaged much with the advisor. Knowing only that she was a graduate student from the university, somewhat short and plump. Fine, I'll consider it. As night falls, they are expected to create a group chat, into which I shall add you. Please keep an eye on the messages. There should be notifications regarding the interview schedule. Li Mochuan observed Xiang Yu's jubilant departure, feeling somewhat duped by her. Chapter 40. The drama audition. Never mind. I will mention it to Shen Zhimeng when we meet later. She is resourceful and likely knows how to handle such situations. After the first 2 classes, Shen Zhimeng came to accompany Li Mochuan for the next 2. Initially intending to visit the library, she reconsidered, knowing she would have to attend these classes herself, and decided to see how Li Mochuan managed. Are you referring to the freshman arts performance? She inquired. Yes, he replied. Shen Zhimeng pondered this, recalling her awareness of the arts performance. Though she had never participated, it left a lasting impression on her. Winning an award could potentially add a point to the comprehensive evaluation score, which may seem trivial. However, for those whose scores hover around 70 or 80, it could make a significant difference. Particularly for scholarship considerations, especially for the national award, a single point could prove pivotal. As the top contenders often score in the 90s and are closely matched, sometimes separated by mere decimal points. Having experienced this herself, Shen Zhimeng understood that additional points from the comprehensive evaluation primarily benefited those with superior academic standings. So, I am actually eligible to participate? Li Mochuan asked. Indeed. You should give it a try, she encouraged. Her rationale for urging him to participate stemmed from another consideration, yet it was not the right moment to disclose it, as it was a recent thought that required further planning. Li Mochuan found merit in Shen Zhimeng's perspective, since he had set his sights on the national award. He had built confidence in his studies with her assistance over the past few days. Now, he was indeed in a position to strive for some additional points. After lunch, the two made their way to the library. On the way to their 7th and 8th classes, Li Mochuan received a message from the class monitor. An invitation to join the group chat. Please add this group. You promised me this morning, and there's no backing out. For other matters, you can discuss them with the counselor, the message read. Li Mochuan replied, understood. The group consisted of 15 members, 5 of whom were administrators. And it seemed others had yet to join. Glancing at the member list, he recognized none of the names, so he muted notifications and exited the group. Have you joined the group? Shen Zhimeng glanced at his phone. Yes, they should announce the interview schedule tonight, he replied. Best of luck. Shen Zhimeng smiled and winked at him. I will do my best. By the way, your counselor previously guided this year's graduating class. I've heard she is rather particular about appearances. I believe she would be quite keen on your looks, Shen Zhimeng remarked. Li Mochuan was taken aback. Particular about appearances? That's a first for me to hear about a counselor. Shen Zhimeng remained unfazed. She is not yet 30. In essence, she is practically our peer. You needn't regard her as an elder. Understood. Li Mochuan initially approached the situation with skepticism. After the evening class concluded, he followed the notification from the group to the designated classroom. However, he found himself in the adjacent room, while Shen Zhimeng entered the correct one. Indeed, the two had exchanged places again at 4 in the afternoon. Upon entering, the counselor cheerfully called out his name, Li Mochuan. Come and sit over here. The counselor, accompanied by a male and a female assistant, stood at the podium, while around 10 students occupied the first and second rows of the classroom. Following the counselor's direction, Li Mochuan took a seat. Shen Zhimeng, though visibly anxious, maintained her composure internally, with her phone vibrating intermittently, signaling messages from Li Mochuan. She glanced at the time on her phone. It was precisely 9 o'clock, the same time mentioned in the group chat. The delay indicated that some attendees had yet to arrive. During the prolonged wait, Shen Zhimeng continually reassured Li Mochuan, don't worry. I will perform well for you. Li Mochuan sat in the empty classroom next door, feeling an inexplicable wave of tension despite not being present at the scene. His heart raced, and his mind was restless. At the beginning of the semester, the college's student council had held a recruitment meeting, and he had taken an application form. However, while queuing outside the classroom for interviews, he ultimately backed out at the last minute. He had intended to join the sports department, but later, his classmates informed him that the members mainly engaged in menial and laborious tasks, despite being responsible for organizing various sports and competitions within the college, like the ongoing basketball tournament. After hearing this, the regret of his last-minute withdrawal dissipated. Yet, at this moment, he felt as if he had returned to that very day. Here we go, Shen Zhimeng messaged him, after which Li Mochuan sent her further messages, but received no reply. Meanwhile, bursts of laughter occasionally erupted from the classroom next door. Alone in the room, he suddenly heard the front door creak open. Turning towards the sound, he was greeted by a familiar face, the girl from the College of Literature. Zhang Ruan had not anticipated that casually opening a door to an empty classroom would lead her to encounter Shen Zhimeng. After their previous encounter, she felt they had settled the score, at least from her perspective. Yet, now that they had crossed paths again, she felt an urge to remain rather than leave. As if fearing Shen Zhimeng, she had heard from friends that Shen Zhimeng and Li Mochuan were from the same college and were third-year students. Having suddenly become a couple, though no one truly understood the circumstances. Li Mochuan merely glanced at the doorway before lowering his gaze to the books laid out on his desk, convinced that the girl would leave. However, she not only stayed, but chose a spot not far from him to sit down and began to study. Li Mochuan initially held no particular impression of this girl, including the lessons Shen Zhimeng had imparted during their last encounter, which he had absorbed in a daze. However, at this moment, he truly sensed the girl's disdain. Instinctively, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to Shen Zhimeng. Before long, he received her reply, "I'm almost done here. Are you in room 206 next door? I'll come find you." All right. Prior to opening the door, Shen Zhimeng had mentally prepared herself. Upon seeing Zhong Yuan, she felt no emotional upheaval. She walked directly towards Li Mochuan. "Let us go?" Shen Zhimeng helped him tidy up his desk and backpack, creating quite a commotion, her voice unrestrained. "Shall we grab a late-night snack later? After we eat, I'll take you home." Li Mochuan felt a bit bewildered. What did she mean by taking him home? Yet, upon receiving Shen Zhimeng's enthusiastic blinking, he decided to play along. "Sure, I'm fine with that." The classroom was spacious and silent, with every word exchanged between Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng falling into Zhong Yuan's ears. Let us go, let us go? I feel bad for making you wait so long. Whatever you want to eat later, I'll buy it for you." Li Mochuan wrapped his arm around Shen Zhimeng, their gestures intimate, as they exited the classroom in front of Zhong Yuan. Once outside the teaching building, Li Mochuan let out a long sigh. How can someone act so indiscriminately? "But you caught on, didn't you?" Shen Zhimeng chuckled, genuinely pleased. She had initially worried that Li Mochuan might not grasp her intentions, fearing her ruse would be exposed. The moment had been spontaneous, a sudden idea for displaying affection. "By the way, did you get selected?" Li Mochuan was still more concerned with this question. Though he did not harbor high hopes, such opportunities for the comprehensive assessment were scarce, especially after Shen Zhimeng had thoroughly analyzed it for him during the day. He felt increasingly compelled to secure this role in the play. "If you hug me, I'll tell you." Li Mochuan paused, casting a skeptical glance at her. "Yes, just a hug." After saying this, Shen Zhimeng, leveraging her current height advantage, pulled him into an embrace. Although the action seemed somewhat peculiar, it was only after their exchange that she felt emboldened to engage with him in such a manner. No, it was more about connecting with the essence of Li Mochuan. Previously, she had been a staunch materialist, but since their exchange, not only had her beliefs crumbled, but her heart had also lost its restraint. Li Mochuan had been chosen for the male lead in the play. Before he could fully process this revelation, he heard those words from Shen Zhimeng. He remained frozen in her embrace, his heart racing alarmingly, especially as he felt her grip tighten around him, a palpable sensation of fear of loss washing over him. They did not linger in the embrace for long, and neither could recall who released first. Ultimately, they rode home on a shared bicycle, enveloped in silence. After the two had finished their evening routines, they climbed into bed. Yet, neither felt inclined to sleep, and silence enveloped them as if each awaited the other to speak first. Tomorrow was Thursday, and the basketball match loomed in the afternoon. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Zhimeng inched closer to Li Mochuan. Did you lock the door tonight? Li Mochuan paused, contemplating her question before replying. I can't recall. I'll go check. He started to rise, but Shen Zhimeng grasped his arm, urging him to stay. Just come back. Although puzzled, Li Mochuan complied. Is something the matter? Let us just sleep. Shen Zhimeng replied, reluctant to leave the warmth of the covers, not wanting him to do so either. It won't do. If our parents come by tonight or in the morning and find us lying in the same bed. Li Mochuan's anxiety was palpable. Ji Yun had always held high expectations of him. Whenever he performed well, Ji Yun rewarded him generously, but any misstep was met with no room for negotiation. Despite the absence of blood ties, Shen Zhimeng was indeed his sister. That won't happen, Shen Zhimeng reassured him, confident that Shen Jing would never intrude on her privacy at night. Even in the morning, he would merely knock on her door, never entering without her permission. He held her privacy in the highest regard. Though the chance of being discovered was minimal, it was precisely that uncertainty that heightened their sense of thrill, wasn't it? Li Mochuan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Shen Zhimeng's intentions. Yet, hearing her certainty, he relaxed and settled back down. But what if our parents really see us? If they do, Shen Zhimeng replied nonchalantly. There must be an explanation. We could simply say we're together, she said with an air of levity. Li Mochuan's eyes widened in surprise. So direct? What's the harm? We aren't truly related by blood. And when have you ever called me sister? Li Mochuan was momentarily at a loss for words, not out of a belief in their negligible age difference, but because Shen Zhimeng hardly embodied the typical sisterly demeanor. Let us change the subject. How did you choose the roles tonight? His curiosity piqued. The counselor had assigned each boy a brief monologue, a segment meant to inject spirit into the play's finale. The most emotionally resonant performance would secure the role, though physical appearance also played a part. Is that all? What else could it be? Li Mochuan felt overwhelmed. Now that the play was confirmed, he would undoubtedly participate in rehearsals. With less than a month until the performance, time was of the essence. Are we practicing basketball in the morning? I didn't have time to practice today. What if I'm rusty by then? All right. We have no classes during the first 2 periods tomorrow. Let us head over early to practice. Li Mochuan pushed thoughts of the play aside. His immediate concern was the upcoming basketball match. He felt as if he had slipped into a dream. In his dream, someone was constricting him, and he felt as though he were suffocating, on the brink of death. When he opened his eyes, he discovered a delicate, pale arm draped across his neck, the sleeve of the girl's long nightgown having slipped up to her upper arm, while Shen Zhimeng's forearm pressed firmly against his Adam's apple. Li Mochuan grasped her wrist, initially intending to remove it, yet he reconsidered, wishing to preserve the scene of the incident for when Shen Zhimeng awakened, allowing her to reflect on her nocturnal actions. Li Mochuan merely adjusted her position slightly, and after taking a deep breath, he reached for his phone on the bedside table. Glancing at the time, it was 10 minutes past 7. The alarm was set for 7:30, and after noting the time, he reclined once more, allowing himself a few more moments of slumber. However, an unsettling thought suddenly crossed his mind. He reached out again to touch Shen Zhimeng's wrist. It was warm. Furthermore, as he explored further up her arm, he found her forearm equally warm. He recalled that night when they had exchanged touches. His arm had felt cold afterward. Shen Zhimeng had also mentioned that her hands and feet were prone to chilliness. Thus, could he infer that Shen Zhimeng had indeed pressed against him only moments ago? Or perhaps she had done so deliberately while awake. Shen Zhimeng, Li Mochuan tentatively murmured. Yet, the person beside him did not respond. Slightly shifting his body, he found that she moved closer, her leg resting upon his. Well, this is something, he mused. Li Mochuan extended his hand downward, contemplating that it would be improper to push her away, so he resolved to awaken her instead. Shen Zhimeng, wake up. As he spoke, he turned to see her drowsily opening her eyes. Her voice, heavy with sleep, was laced with a nasal tone, sounding incredibly soft and tender. Li Mochuan instinctively swallowed hard, diverting his gaze to the ceiling. Perhaps you should reconsider your sleeping posture? Oh, Shen Zhimeng murmured, rolling over and inadvertently pulling the blanket with her. Do you realize that sleeping like this could suffocate me? This is tantamount to attempted murder, Li Mochuan protested, observing her nonchalant demeanor. Yet, Shen Zhimeng responded with a gentle, playful tone. We were supposed to switch back at dawn. It's your restless sleeping that has nothing to do with me. I cannot argue with that, he conceded. Moreover, her demeanor suggested an unwillingness to take responsibility, leaving him at a loss. He regretted not capturing the moment earlier. As the time approached, Li Mochuan relinquished control of the blanket. opting to rise and attend to his morning routine. Once the bathroom door closed, a small head peeked out from the blanket. Had Li Mochuan been in the room, he would have certainly noticed the guilty expression on Shen Zhimeng's face. When Li Mochuan emerged from the bathroom, he found Shen Zhimeng in the midst of changing her clothes. "I didn't see anything. I'll head to the restroom now. Call me when you're done," Li Mochuan said as he retreated. Chapter 42. Well done, Shen Zhimeng. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but chuckle at his exaggerated reaction as he shielded his eyes. It was merely a change of pants, not an act of indecency. His dramatic demeanor made it seem as though he had not, in fact, taken liberties with her body during their previous encounters. Once inside the restroom, Li Mochuan leaned against the wall and exhaled deeply. He had to admit, Shen Zhimeng possessed an exquisite figure. Her legs were long and fair, perfectly proportioned and straight, with no hint of excess around her waist, complemented by a radiant smile that lit up her face. Images of the various outfits Shen Zhimeng had worn over the past few days flitted through his mind, some refreshing, others adorable, some mature, gentle, and even playfully sexy. He couldn't help but marvel internally. With her height, figure, and striking features, she looked stunning in whatever she wore. Before long, he heard Shen Zhimeng announce that she was ready. He hastily shook off his scattered thoughts and opened the door. The moment he stepped out, he was greeted by the sight of her long legs. She was facing the full-length mirror, adjusting her pants. As she bent down to tug at the pant legs, Li Mochuan couldn't help but be captivated by the visual impact of her legs and the area below her waist. Shen Zhimeng was clad in dark gray yoga leggings and a black sweatshirt that perfectly covered her thighs, accentuating her beautiful leg shape. Even in such casual attire, her figure was undeniably impressive. Sensing Li Mochuan's gaze, she turned to him, her expression filled with anticipation, and asked, "Do I look good?" "Yes, you do." Faced with Shen Zhimeng, Li Mochuan found it impossible to speak untruths, especially regarding matters of appearance. "I'll go freshen up. You should change too. I've already picked out some clothes for you." "Okay." Beside Shen Zhimeng's wardrobe stood a freestanding clothing rack, adorned with all the garments Li Mochuan had brought. His collection predominantly featured black, white, and gray, but there were a couple of lighter and brighter pieces as well. At the foot of the bed lay the outfit Shen Zhimeng had mentioned, which consisted of Li Mochuan's sole black hooded sweatshirt alongside a pair of gray casual pants. This ensemble posed no issues. However, in comparison to Shen Zhimeng's outfit, it seemed somewhat lackluster. Li Mochuan couldn't help but wonder if Shen Zhimeng had intentionally chosen it. Yet, just a few minutes later, when Shen Zhimeng emerged from the restroom, his attention was swiftly diverted. "Did you style your hair today?" Shen Zhimeng's hair, long and straight, cascaded below her chest, usually either tied up or flowing freely. Today, however, it was styled in large, glamorous waves, adding a touch of allure. "What kind of expression is that? Do I look like someone who can't take care of themselves?" Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but push lightly against Li Mochuan's chest before she turned to tidy her backpack at the desk. Li Mochuan chuckled helplessly. Shen Zhimeng was as sensitive as ever. He never believed that a high-achieving girl must be someone who neglects her appearance. Nor did he think a socially anxious girl who shied away from interaction was an oddity. It seemed that Shen Zhimeng consistently surprised him in various ways. At the very least, her daily outfits gave him the illusion of unboxing a surprise gift. Once she had organized her belongings, the two made their way to another neighborhood. After retrieving a basketball, they descended to practice immediately. The hour was barely 8, and the community was remarkably quiet. After all, the elderly residents typically emerged for their morning exercises and Tai Chi around 8 or 9. Li Mochuan executed a long-distance pass to Shen Zhimeng, who froze as she watched the ball hurtle toward her forehead, her pupils dilating in shock. "Catch it. You can do it," Li Mochuan encouraged her. As if anticipating her reaction, his voice rang out loudly, and despite her bewilderment, Shen Zhimeng instinctively followed his command, palms facing outward, and successfully caught the ball using the control technique he had previously taught her. In that moment, as the ball rested in her hands, she could hardly believe it. She had truly done it. "Well done, Shen Zhimeng," Li Mochuan exclaimed, his surprise at her progress evident in his eyes, which sparkled with uncontainable joy. "You scared me," Shen Zhimeng admitted, still feeling a sense of relief after the near miss. "That was great. Last time, I only taught you ball control and dribbling. Today, we'll focus on passing." "All right," she replied. Li Mochuan's words were profoundly encouraging, and Shen Zhimeng genuinely wished to excel at this, particularly as it was one of Li Mochuan's favorite activities. During the passing practice, She felt considerably more anxious than 2 days prior. Each time she watched the ball soar toward her, her heart would leap. Don't be afraid of it. After we practice a few more back and forths, you'll be able to catch it with one hand, Li Mochuan reassured her, understanding her nerves and attempting to ease her tension with supportive words. Establishing such short-term, achievable goals was the best form of encouragement. Shen Zhimeng exhibited a natural aptitude for basketball. After several exchanges between them, she began to feel more at ease, and her smile grew more radiant. After completing the stationary passing drills, Li Mochuan encouraged her to practice passing while walking, followed by shooting. By approximately 9:40, the two emerged from the community entrance. Li Mochuan draped his forearm over Shen Zhimeng's shoulder, his demeanor relaxed, his words heartfelt. If you had started learning basketball in elementary school, you would undoubtedly be a captain by now. There's no way I'm that impressive, Shen Zhimeng replied, still uncertain, as she had yet to engage in any real competitive practice. Although she had managed to integrate into the game during Li Mochuan's physical education class last time, the boys had clearly been accommodating her, instinctively avoiding her in play. However, this afternoon's basketball match is unlikely to receive such treatment. Relax, if our class is leading by a considerable margin, we might not even need to play the latter part. Li Mochuan gently reassured. Today's opponent is a second-year class that has not been heard of before. At least, there are no particularly renowned basketball players among them, so they should be manageable. Well, although that is said, Shen Zhimeng's heart still remains unsettled. After finishing the morning classes, she found herself somewhat distracted during lunch with Li Mochuan. Chuan, do you have confidence for the basketball match this afternoon? The speaker was Suya, who encountered Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng as they entered the cafeteria. Suya, a student of electronic information, would also attend the match, which was scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. In an attempt to discuss the game with Li Mochuan, Suya, undeterred by the chilly gaze from Shen Zhimeng, insisted on sitting beside him. Not bad, Li Mochuan replied nonchalantly, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the person seated opposite him. Suya glanced at Shen Zhimeng and teased. Now that you have a significant other, you don't play ball with me anymore. I hope your skills haven't diminished. Don't let us down when it's time to play. Rest assured, even if I falter, it won't be as bad as you, Suya replied. By the way, after the last basketball match, a senior came to inquire about you. My senior? Inquiring about me? Li Mochuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, he is part of the college basketball team and wanted me to ask if you are interested in joining. Chapter 43. Encountering Jiangwu. Given that there are many students in their information college, nearly 400 in total between computer science and electronic information, the selection criteria for the college basketball team are quite stringent. There are no interviews. Potential candidates are identified during the annual intra-college basketball matches. Since it is a formal basketball team, there would surely be designated training times. Li Mochuan pondered for a moment and, with a hint of melancholy in his tone, replied, Forget it. Basketball is merely an outdoor activity for me. I cannot commit to regular training sessions. Had he not met Shen Zhimeng or aspired for national awards, he might have agreed. However, now, with insufficient time for studies, there is no room for daily practice. Refusing so decisively? You don't wish to join the basketball team? Suya was astonished by his reaction. Yes, I want to earn a national award next year. Please refrain from discussing matters outside of academics. You? Studying? Suya was taken aback. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly recalled that this fellow had indeed stopped playing games recently and had been diligently working through assignments in his seemingly trivial courses. Perhaps, just perhaps, he was genuinely committed to his studies. All right, I shall await good news from you next year. Indeed, just as they were conversing, Li Mochuan suddenly felt his foot being pinched, more precisely, his shoe. This sensation felt oddly familiar. He couldn't help but glance up at Shen Zhimeng, who appeared expressionless, calmly eating her meal. What could this mean? Hey, look over there. Suya nudged Li Mochuan's arm, gesturing towards the entrance of the cafeteria ahead. What are you looking at? Li Mochuan replied, somewhat perplexed. A beautiful girl with long legs, Suya continued, oblivious to the fact that Shen Zhimeng, seated across from them, had darkened in expression. Initially, Li Mochuan intended to avert his gaze upon hearing such frivolous remarks, but knowing Suya's penchant for admiring slightly more revealingly dressed girls, he often found himself drawn into these moments. Yet, after having encountered Shen Zhimeng, his standards seemed to have elevated. Features he once found appealing now appeared rather lackluster. However, as Li Mochuan's eyes settled on a particular girl, he was momentarily entranced. Jiangwu. A mere profile was sufficient for him to recognize the girl standing nearby, waiting in line for her meal. After having observed her for so long in high school, how could he forget so quickly? Wasn't she from Normal University? Why would someone from there be at his school? As he pondered, Suya's musings reached his ears. Today, our school is hosting a joint presentation with the neighboring Normal University, where outstanding freshmen are visiting. I suspect those beautiful girls over there are from Normal University. Suya was caught up in his excitement, but soon lowered his voice, leaning closer to Li Mochuan. Zhongwu, she is here too. Li Mochuan lowered his eyelids, responding calmly with an Suya then recalled something. Weren't we at the school gate the other day when we spotted Zhongwu? I mentioned whether you two, being from the same high school, might know each other. Li Mochuan preferred to steer clear of the previous topic. Suya paused, then noticed Li Mochuan's unusual demeanor. Realizing his own words were inappropriate, he instinctively glanced at Shen Zhimeng across the table, then made a gesture as if zipping his lips. I really should be more careful. He had been so caught up in the moment that he forgot Li Mochuan's girlfriend was present. It is often said that discussing other girls in front of one's girlfriend is a grave misstep. Shen Zhimeng's expression was inscrutable, but it was unlikely that her mood was favorable. Suddenly, Li Mochuan felt the pressure of Shen Zhimeng's foot against his own dissipate when he glanced down. He noticed her foot had retreated. However, the most absurd turn of events was yet to unfold. Alongside Zhongwu were 4 other girls, and with the cafeteria bustling at mealtime, seating was scarce. At that moment, the table adjacent to Li Mochuan suddenly vacated. The girls near Zhongwu quickly noticed the newly available seats and approached with their trays. Zhongwu happened to sit right next to Shen Zhimeng, directly across from Li Mochuan. Suya felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. What a dramatic scene this was. Being a mere spectator in this unfolding drama was nothing short of exhilarating. After Zhongwu took her seat, she noticed Li Mochuan sitting diagonally across from her. Being in an unfamiliar environment and somewhat socially anxious, she refrained from glancing around at her surroundings. Li Mochuan met her gaze, and at that moment, it seemed impolite not to acknowledge each other. Li Mochuan, I never expected to see you here, she remarked. What a coincidence. Li Mochuan merely glanced at her out of courtesy before lowering his eyes and quietly continuing his meal. His emotions were ambiguous, neither particularly good nor bad. Zhongwu was dressed adorably today, her hair styled in 2 low braids adorned with a charming carrot hairpin holding back her bangs. She wore a soft pink knitted sweater, and her eyes sparkled with a lively brightness. Meanwhile, Suya, sitting nearby, nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Wow, I knew my instincts were correct. He had sensed a connection between the two back at the school gate, and now it seemed his hunch had been validated. Had he known, he would have asked more questions earlier, allowing him to enjoy the unfolding drama with greater clarity. Yet, Suya's surprise did not end there. He observed as Shen Zhimeng lightly tapped Zhongwu's arm, a gentle smile gracing her face. Zhongwu, do you remember me? We added each other as friends. Last weekend, while jogging by the river, she had encountered Zhongwu and, driven by curiosity, had taken the initiative to exchange contact information. Although they had not messaged each other since, they had kept an eye on each other's social media. Zhongwu turned to look, her face illuminating with delight. It's you, sister. She remembered clearly that this girl had introduced herself as Li Mochuan's sister. So you're in the same school as him? Yes, I'm a junior now, she replied. Since you both know each other, it's only fair that you get to know me as well. Hello, Zhongwu, I'm Suya. I've heard of you. The campus sweetheart of Normal University. Suya, unabashedly sociable, stood up to introduce himself to Zhongwu. When presented with such a splendid opportunity to meet a beautiful girl, why not seize the moment? The girl from Zhongwu's university sitting beside her couldn't help but chuckle. Our Wu-Wu's charm is truly remarkable. She has so many friends here at Qingda. However, one of her classmates interjected, unfortunately, Wu-Wu already has a boyfriend. Wait, Wu-Wu. Didn't you say you had a quarrel with your boyfriend? Have you reconciled? I haven't seen you two together these past few days. Zhongwu's expression darkened upon hearing this. Indeed, she had fought with her boyfriend and had not been in contact over the past few days. Being the closest to Zhongwu, Shen Zhimeng could easily discern her expression, and while she overheard the half-joking remarks from others, her attention was primarily on Li Mochuan's demeanor. What was he thinking? Did he know Zhongwu's boyfriend? Or perhaps he felt sympathy for Zhongwu. Given their face-to-face seating arrangement, Zhongwu inadvertently noticed Li Mochuan's expression as well. Chapter 44. I will reluctantly be your sparring partner. Zhongwu could not help but reminisce about some past events from high school. Her friends had once half-jokingly speculated that Li Mochuan held feelings for her. However, she had dismissed it, as most of her classmates, regardless of gender, treated her quite well. She had never noticed anything particularly unique about Li Mochuan's feelings toward her. Yet, observing Li Mochuan's current expression, coupled with her friend's remarks that, despite his charming looks which could easily attract girlfriends, he was rather innocent, made Jiang Wu begin to doubt her previous judgments. Li Mochuan was certainly not feeling nostalgic for Jiang Wu. The past was merely that, a bygone era devoid of sentimentality. Although he had experienced a fleeting moment of distraction upon first seeing Jiang Wu again, the 3 years of affection he had harbored would not simply evaporate. Nevertheless, as he redirected his focus to other matters, his mind remained occupied with the afternoon's basketball game. He pondered whether he could impart some knowledge to Shen Zhimeng after their meal, and if there existed any last-minute strategies to assist her. As Shen Zhimeng and Suya finished their meals, Li Mochuan signaled for them to leave together, merely nodding at Jiang Wu as a form of acknowledgement. While walking toward the area to return their dishes, Suya leaned closer to Li Mochuan and whispered, "Did you know Jiang Wu before? We were in the same class in high school." "What? With your looks, nothing ever happened back then?" "Nothing at all," Li Mochuan replied, maintaining an unwavering calm. Once he had dealt with Suya, Li Mochuan guided Shen Zhimeng to the playground. Naturally, they could not play basketball right after eating, and the courts were deserted, devoid of any balls for practice. The midday sun radiated warmth upon the red rubber track and the lush green grass, while couples strolled side by side. "While we were eating, I thought of a few minor issues. I will explain them to you at the court later." Li Mochuan casually tossed his backpack onto the grass and then reclined on the ground. Shen Zhimeng's previously dim eyes sparkled anew as she settled beside him, disregarding the cleanliness of the grass, and leaned back herself. "So, were you thinking about this the whole time during lunch?" "Yes," Li Mochuan replied, gazing up at the blue sky and white clouds. The warm sun chased away the chill of late October, lifting his spirits considerably. A smile painted Shen Zhimeng's lips. She had unexpectedly received an answer to her unvoiced curiosity. Thus, Li Mochuan's moment of distraction was not due to Jiang Wu, but rather, he was absorbed in thoughts of himself. In the empty playground under the midday sun, only 2 figures lay nestled together on the grass. At least, the blue sky perceived it that way. After lying there for a while, Shen Zhimeng noticed the silence from her companion and could not help but inquire, "Are you planning to take a nap here?" However, she received no response. Supporting herself on her elbow, she saw that Li Mochuan's eyes were tightly shut, as if he had truly fallen asleep. She instinctively reached out her hand to feel Li Mochuan's breath. Just as she was about to touch him, her hand was enveloped by a large one, causing Shen Zhimeng to tense up. "Rest assured, I am not dead," Li Mochuan spoke languidly, his eyes remaining shut. "Currently, we are in a state of exchange. If I were to perish one day, would you be frightened to find yourself in a corpse?" Shen Zhimeng pushed him away in annoyance, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Mochuan chuckled, "So you are afraid of that? I thought you were far more formidable. Get up." Shen Zhimeng's tone held a hint of anger. Li Mochuan cracked his eyes open slightly and was met with Shen Zhimeng's face suddenly magnifying before him, causing his pupils to constrict as he instinctively rolled away. "What the heck, Shen Zhimeng, what are you doing?" Shen Zhimeng was instead left bewildered by his reaction. "I saw you pretending to be deaf, so I thought I'd come closer to call you, to see if you truly are deaf." Li Mochuan replied, "My hearing is perfectly fine." Observing his guilty expression, a thought struck Shen Zhimeng. "You didn't just think I was going to kiss you, did you?" Li Mochuan's eyes flickered, his gaze dropping, clearly caught in his own thoughts. "Impossible." Shen Zhimeng saw through him, but chose not to address it, at least not at that moment. She stood up, brushing off the grass clinging to her clothes, and beckoned to Li Mochuan. "Stand up." "Why?" Li Mochuan regarded her smile with suspicion. "Oh, just stand up." Shen Zhimeng pretended to reach for him, but before she could approach, Li Mochuan stood up straight. "I'm standing." No sooner had Li Mochuan spoken than Shen Zhimeng's expression shifted to one of triumph, and she seized his arm, pulling him down before he could comprehend her intention. "Li Mochuan, what is going on?" "Li Mochuan, you seem to be lacking. I haven't even warmed up yet, and you've already fallen?" Shen Zhimeng's words dripped with provocation. Yet, with Li Mochuan lying down and Shen Zhimeng standing, it was unclear whether it was the looseness of her sweatshirt or her slender frame, but from Li Mochuan's vantage point, he could peer beneath it. His eyelids fluttered, and he began to feel a tad embarrassed. Although they had previously exchanged bathing and he had stolen a few glances. The perspective from his own eyes was utterly different from that of an observer. Shen Zhimeng appeared thin like a runway. Yet in reality, she remained oblivious to Li Mochuan's changing expression as she crouched down and patted his chest. "I've played basketball with you. Can't you practice judo with me?" Li Mochuan replied, "So that's it." "No, I won a fight with a girl." He still held on to some principles. "Oh, you must not be able to win, right?" Li Mochuan. This kind of provocation did indeed have some effect. Li Mochuan stood up abruptly, stretching his limbs before fixing his gaze on Shen Zhimeng. "Well, since we're at a loss for what to do, I might as well reluctantly serve as your sparring partner." A smile illuminated Shen Zhimeng's face as she approached him, and soon they grasped each other's arms, their feet shifting slightly. Shen Zhimeng sought an opening, while Li Mochuan, lacking any knowledge of judo or relevant competitions, relied solely on instinct for defense. However, Shen Zhimeng's speed far exceeded Li Mochuan's expectations, her attacks swift and unexpected. In a moment of distraction, he lost his balance and felt himself tipping over, instinctively grabbing Shen Zhimeng's clothing, causing both to tumble to the ground. Shen Zhimeng landed squarely atop Li Mochuan, their cheeks pressed closely together, both holding their breath in a moment of surprise. Ultimately, it was Li Mochuan who could not contain himself, exhaling heavily. "Have you surrendered yet?" Shen Zhimeng discreetly touched her flushed face, attempting to dissipate the awkwardness following their intimate encounter. "Yes, I have long since conceded," Li Mochuan admitted, recalling their first formal meeting when she had playfully thrown him onto the bed. "Just let me rest for a moment. You possess quite a bit of strength, and I find myself somewhat exhausted." Hearing Shen Zhimeng's breathless voice laced with fatigue, he swallowed the retort that had risen to his lips. Would it be inappropriate to simply push her off? "All right, you may stay." As he spoke, Li Mochuan felt her arms encircle his shoulder, followed by the gentle nuzzle of her head against his chest. "Now your clothes smell just like mine." "How could they not? They were both washed together," he replied, his straightforwardness rendering Shen Zhimeng momentarily speechless. "You are truly a mood killer." Speaking of mood killers, do you know that in some eerie tales, certain side characters meet their fate by falling headfirst into a grinder? Li Mochuan deliberately introduced a chilling tone. Yet he was taken aback when the person resting on his chest displayed no reaction. Had he perhaps overstepped the bounds of fright? Chapter 45. Shen Zhimeng. "Where are you touching?" Li Mochuan's brow furrowed involuntarily as he tentatively called her name, his tone laced with concern. "Call me sister," came Shen Zhimeng's languid reply, accompanied by a playful pat on his shoulder. "Why do you always forget your place?" Such needless worry, Li Mochuan thought to himself. However, he sensed a hint of weariness in her voice, prompting him to inquire, "Are you that tired?" "Not too much," Shen Zhimeng replied, her hand having stealthily migrated from his shoulder to his neck, her fingertips swirling around his Adam's apple. The fleeting touches evoked a tickling sensation within Li Mochuan. He stiffened, instinctively grasping her wrist, his tone edged with warning. "Shen Zhimeng, where are you touching?" "Just your Adam's apple," she replied playfully. Shen Zhimeng paid no heed to his words. "Stop touching." Li Mochuan felt nothing when his Adam's apple was touched. He had merely absorbed too many online assertions about how a man's Adam's apple should not be casually handled. Over time, he had come to regard it as a matter of privacy. However, Shen Zhimeng was evidently a person of defiance. Her small hand slipped from his palm and once again roamed over his body, taking advantage of his inattention to once more reach for his Adam's apple. "What harm is there in a touch? I lack anything as prominent, so let me experience it." Li Mochuan chuckled, bemused and exasperated. Shen Zhimeng only dared to act out in his presence. In front of others, she would likely not dare utter a word. "Why don't you display this side of yourself when Suyo is around?" Only when it's just the two of us do you begin to chatter nonsensically." As Li Mochuan spoke, he seemed to sense something, his expression stiffening involuntarily. Had Shen Zhimeng just done something? Instinctively, he swallowed hard. "What were you just doing?" It was evident that he was genuinely nervous. Shen Zhimeng was leaning against his chest, more specifically, at his collarbone. He had only felt his sweatshirt collar being tugged slightly, followed by a sudden chill at that spot. Since Li Mochuan had been gazing at the sky and speaking to himself, he had not noticed what Shen Zhimeng had done. "Oh, I just reached out and pinched your collarbone," she said, her tone remarkably casual and carefree. Li Mochuan was half convinced. Although the sensation had become somewhat vague, it did not feel like a pinch, yet he could not articulate what it was. "Let us go, we can still practice basketball at the court." Shen Zhimeng quickly rose from him and began to brush off the grass clinging to her clothing. Li Mochuan lay there, momentarily dazed. His mind blank as he forgot what he was pondering. It wasn't he until Shen Zhimeng tugged at his arm that he finally stood up. Look, I don't have grass in my hair. Shen Zhimeng stood before him, naturally lowering her head a bit, presenting herself as if inviting Li Mochuan to tend to her. As soon as he touched her hair, he felt a bump against his chest. Shen Zhimeng, do you not have bones? Li Mochuan's expression bore a hint of helplessness as he supported her shoulders, feigning an intention to push her away, but she grasped his wrist instead. If you help me fix my hair, I'll grow bones. So hurry up, Shen Zhimeng urged. Li Mochuan replied, that's quite a peculiar condition. Nevertheless, he was too lazy to push Shen Zhimeng away. After tidying her hair, they walked together towards the basketball court. Along the way, Li Mochuan shared various details about the basketball game, especially those pertaining to the rules. After all, he has been playing for many years. Thus, he should possess the fundamental knowledge and would certainly not commit any trivial errors. Shen Zhimeng could feign a lack of skill, but not to an absurd extent. The basketball court was already bustling with numerous individuals practicing, and 2 courts were engaged in matches, specifically between the junior and senior classes. Among them was Shen Zhimeng's class, the junior computer science I. As the basketball game commenced, Li Mochuan discreetly gestured towards Shen Zhimeng, indicating her class. Would you like to go over and take a look? He inquired. No need, Shen Zhimeng replied almost instinctively, as she realized she barely recognized the boys in her class and had no interest in observing them. Her arrival instantly drew the attention of many, with numerous male gazes directed her way. Even though she was not adorned in bright colors, her striking features and figure were undeniably eye-catching, especially in the context of a basketball court where females were few. Her expression, however, reverted to its usual calm and aloof demeanor. Li Mochuan noted that whenever there were outsiders present, as long as it was not just him and Shen Zhimeng alone, she appeared to others as an enigmatic ice queen with a peculiar personality. In their private interactions, however, she transformed into what he could only describe as a mischievous girl. The term mischievous girl flickered across Li Mochuan's mind, as he had long pondered how to characterize Shen Zhimeng, and now he found it quite apparent. As his classmates had yet to gather, he selected a basketball from the college's supply and led Shen Zhimeng to the far corner of the court. He tossed the ball to her, and standing at the three-point line, she adopted the shooting stance he had taught her, effortlessly sinking the ball into the hoop. Li Mochuan couldn't help but be impressed. Shen Zhimeng's shooting accuracy was remarkable. If his memory served him correctly, during their previous practice sessions in the neighborhood, she had maintained a shooting rate of 9 out of 10, an impressive statistic for a novice. Just as Zhao Xianping arrived, he witnessed Shen Zhimeng's successful shot. Wow, senior. You're impressive, he exclaimed. Li Mochuan, noticing Zhao Xuanping's robust figure, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What brings you here? You're not playing. I'm here to cheer you on, Zhao Xianping replied. All right then. Li Mochuan waved to Shen Zhimeng, who understood his cue and passed the ball back to him. Zhao Xianping was momentarily taken aback. The senior plays so well? She's doing all right, Li Mochuan said, though internally he felt a swell of pride. As his apprentice received praise, the master naturally felt a sense of joy, and his anticipation for the afternoon's match grew ever stronger. Before long, Li Mochuan's teammates began to arrive, while Shen Zhimeng quietly settled onto a nearby bench, observing them intently as they played. She primarily focused on analyzing the cooperation between Li Mochuan and his teammates, keen to identify their points of synergy. Lost in her observations, time seemed to slip away unnoticed. At some point, Shen Zhimeng became aware that someone had taken a seat beside her. She feigned ignorance, resolutely refraining from initiating conversation. Ultimately, it was Duan Shun who could no longer contain himself. Do you truly have such a fondness for him? Since the beginning of your freshman year, I've never seen you at the basketball court. Shen Zhimeng, uninterested, continued to disregard him. Duan Shun, seemingly oblivious to the awkwardness, pressed on. He is merely a freshman, a newcomer to university life. To put it plainly, he is just a high school student, lacking understanding and experience. While you may find joy in your current relationship, have you contemplated your future together? Shen Zhimeng, growing impatient, turned her head and cast him a cold glance, saying, You're being insufferable. After Li Mochuan scored a crucial basket, he happened to catch sight of Shen Zhimeng glaring at Duan Shun with hostility. Tossing the ball to a teammate, he declared, You all continue playing. I'll be right back. Chapter 46. Victory awaits. What's the matter? Li Mochuan approached Shen Zhimeng, flashing her a smile before extending his hand. Shen Zhimeng was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. She had not expected his swift arrival, but she quickly regained her composure. It's nothing. Cooperating. She took his hand and stood up, handing him her water bottle. Here, drink a bit. You're sweating. All right. The intimate exchange between them caused Li Mochuan to feel somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to excuse himself and leave. Once he was out of earshot, Li Mochuan returned the water bottle to Shen Zhimeng. I've already drunk from this. I'll buy you another bottle later. He had not brought a water cup and had finished the bottle he purchased in the morning, which had left him parched enough to drink from hers. It's fine. I still have water in my cup. You can take this one. Shen Zhimeng resumed her seat, shaking her cup to indicate she was perfectly fine. Very well. Li Mochuan ceased his objections. I'll head over now. I'll be on the court soon. Go ahead. Shen Zhimeng displayed a considerate and gentle demeanor, which made Li Mochuan feel she was merely putting on a show in front of Li Mochuan. Although Li Mochuan had left, he had not strayed far, occasionally glancing back towards them. Before long, it was time for Li Mochuan and his class to take the court. The preceding matches had progressed swiftly, devoid of any free throws or delays, causing the game to start approximately 20 minutes earlier than Li Mochuan had anticipated. Prior to the game, Li Mochuan sought out Shen Zhimeng again. There will be a halftime break after the first half, and I'll come find you. The game's schedule has shifted slightly, so you should only need to play the last few minutes. Okay. Shen Zhimeng, having managed to calm her nerves somewhat, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her again. She would indeed need to step onto the court later. With the sound of the whistle, the game officially commenced. This time, Li Mochuan did not approach Shen Zhimeng to provoke her, as she was flanked by several boys from Li Mochuan's class, who had seemingly occupied the space beside her in advance. This marked Shen Zhimeng's second time witnessing Li Mochuan play an entire basketball game. The last time she sat in the high stands, she was utterly perplexed, only witnessing Li Mochuan score goal after goal. However, this time, she could comprehend most of the action. With each goal Li Mochuan netted, a smile graced Shen Zhimeng's face, though she still held back in front of others, unable to cheer for Li Mochuan as loudly as the boys around her. The first half of the match concluded swiftly, with Li Mochuan's team leading by 10 points. During the halftime break, Li Mochuan settled beside Shen Zhimeng, who remained silent, as the crowd buzzed with excitement, eager to converse with him. Wow. Chuan is on fire today, playing like he's been injected with adrenaline. It seems our sophomore team is quite easy to handle. We could afford to ease off a bit and spare the seniors some dignity. A large margin isn't very appealing. Why should we? Don't you know how the sophomore team fared against the juniors today? Single digits. The juniors showed no mercy, reducing them to a single-digit score. Why should we hold back? We should play to our fullest potential. Exactly. This is college, not society. Why bother with so many social niceties? Can seniors guarantee us a place in graduate school? Let them lose miserably. Are they going to bully us afterward? Under normal circumstances, Li Mochuan would have engaged in their discussions and ensured that the competition wasn't too one-sided during matches. As for Li Mochuan, who had troubled him the other day, he probably just had a bad day or coincidentally crossed paths with Li Mochuan when he was in a foul mood. However, today was different. He wasn't playing to win, but rather for Shen Zhimeng. The more points he scored, the less pressure Shen Zhimeng would feel when she took the court, allowing her to play more freely. Shen Zhimeng was particularly adept at shooting, especially three-pointers. With this thought in mind, Li Mochuan began to re-strategize with his teammates. I'm feeling a bit fatigued now. In the latter half, I'll try to find my position. If you draw attention and are uncertain, just pass the ball to me, and I'll attempt a three-pointer. Understood. The team complied unconditionally with Li Mochuan, as their skill levels were not particularly high. Their success relied primarily on teamwork and Li Mochuan's scoring. After speaking, Li Mochuan turned to Shen Zhimeng, shifting his legs slightly. You heard what I just told them, right? Shen Zhimeng nodded. I know. Relax, we're bound to win. Just be careful and don't fall, winning or losing. Shen Zhimeng hesitated to express that victory wasn't the most crucial aspect. However, seeing Li Mochuan's relentless effort on the court, she couldn't bring herself to voice those words. We will win. For once. Shen Zhimeng smiled in front of so many people, and the boys around her began to tease Li Mochuan. Oh, is the senior giving you a love boost? I get it now. Chuan isn't just playing hard today. He's trying to impress his girlfriend. Indeed, I shall observe who refrains from passing to Chuan. As everyone exchanged words, the tension in the air gradually dissipated, though Shen Zhimeng felt her cheeks growing warm. With merely a minute remaining before the match commenced, Li Mochuan shifted closer to Shen Zhimeng, their bodies brushing against each other. He leaned towards her ear and whispered, You looked truly lovely when you smiled just now. Shen Zhimeng gazed at him in a daze. Yet Li Mochuan, perhaps feeling a touch shy, swiftly returned to the center of the court. Unable to contain herself, Shen Zhimeng chuckled inwardly. As the second half of the match began, Shen Zhimeng observed the unfolding events on the court while glancing at the time on her phone. It was nearly 3:30. The number of spectators seemed to swell, particularly the female attendees. Shen Zhimeng caught snippets of their conversations. Is that tall guy the one from the confession wall? He looks even more handsome in person. Yes, that's him. I noticed him during military training. He is incredibly charming, especially when he plays with that determined gaze. After the match, shall we try to get his contact information? Sure. But do you think we can? He might have a girlfriend. How many people who end up on the confession wall are actually taken? Since we're here, we might as well give it a shot. Shen Zhimeng gradually comprehended that someone had captured Li Mochuan playing basketball and posted it on the school's confession wall, prompting a gathering of female students, particularly those whose dormitories were nearby. Upon hearing this, her heart remained calm. It turned out that so many admired Li Mochuan, which affirmed her discerning taste. Continuing to monitor the time on her phone, it read 3:28. Just 2 minutes remained. Chapter 47. Li Mochuan, you scoundrel. She focused intently on the game, contemplating the challenges she would face if she were to substitute in. The current score gap was 12 points. Li Mochuan was in peak form, skillfully collaborating with his teammates to score repeatedly, instilling a sense of unwavering confidence. After scoring yet again, Li Mochuan cast a glance in Shen Zhimeng's direction. This was a signal they had previously agreed upon. Shen Zhimeng responded with a gesture indicating the number 1. Li Mochuan acknowledged her signal, indicating he would focus on defense for the next minute and temper his play, allowing Shen Zhimeng to acclimate to the pace seamlessly and ensuring her safety. With everything in place, only the exchange remained. Shen Zhimeng had already opened the clock app on her phone, counting down the seconds until it struck 3:30. Just as anticipated, the substitution was perfectly timed, upon the hour. The change was executed immediately. Shen Zhimeng found herself positioned near the edge of the basketball court, unimpeded by any defenders. Her teammates had drawn the majority of the opposing team's attention beneath the basket, seemingly focused solely on scoring. Without hesitation, Shen Zhimeng sprinted beyond the three-point line, poised and ready to receive the pass. H1. With a resounding shout, the basketball was passed out from the throng beneath the hoop. Shen Zhimeng's eyes glinted with determination. Relying on her familiarity with her body, she swiftly stepped forward to catch the ball and retreated beyond the three-point line to take a jump shot. Li Mochuan, watching from the sidelines, could not help but rise to his feet, his gaze fixed on the ball as it arced gracefully through the air and swished through the net. A radiant smile blossomed on his face, for Shen Zhimeng's success brought him more joy than his own. Each basket was a tremendous source of encouragement. Shen Zhimeng was astute. She avoided physical confrontations, skillfully evading attention and biding her time until she found the opportunity for a long-range shot. In the final minutes of the second half, she scored 3 baskets, totaling 9 points, an achievement beyond Li Mochuan's reach. While he managed to sink at least 1 out of 3 attempts from beyond the arc, making 3 was a feat he hardly dared to aspire to. As the game concluded, victory was assured. Several teammates attempted to pull Li Mochuan into a celebratory high-five, but he brushed them off, striding directly toward Shen Zhimeng. However, he was intercepted midway by a group of girls. "Hey, can we exchange WeChat?" one asked. "You were so handsome while playing. Have some water," another chimed in. Li Mochuan's expression remained icy as he waved them off, yet the girls persisted, trailing him until he reached one in particular. Without a word, he seized Shen Zhimeng's wrist, pulling her into his embrace. In a place concealed from prying eyes, he leaned close, whispering in her ear, "I scored 3 three-pointers." Afterward, he resumed the embrace, appearing unbothered. At that moment, it became clear to the surrounding girls. The boy had a girlfriend. Wasn't he just a freshman? Was everyone moving so quickly these days? Though reluctant, they refrained from intruding further, choosing to avoid the discomfort of witnessing such overt displays of affection. Li Mochuan felt Shen Zhimeng's warmth enveloping him, and he wrinkled his nose, unable to suppress a hint of disdain. "You smell like sweat." Shen Zhimeng chuckled lightly, turning her head within the embrace, resting her chin on his shoulder, and whispered into his ear, "How can anyone be so dismissive of themselves?" Li Mochuan merely patted her back, somewhat dismissively stating, "All right, let us go. No classes tonight. I'm heading home." It was the first time he noticed how pungent he felt post-game. Shen Zhimeng followed closely, lifting her shirt to her nose for a sniff. The scent was bearable, merely the odor of sweat, hardly offensive. Where's the odor? She queried. If I say it stinks, then it stinks. We're going home for a shower. He retorted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Shen Zhimeng complied, feeling uncomfortable with the stickiness of her sweat. Once outside the basketball court, they made their way directly to the campus gate, hopping onto a shared bicycle to return home. The house was empty in the afternoon, as Shen Jing and Ji Yun were both at work. Li Mochuan directly dragged the person into the bathroom, swiftly locking the door behind them before hastily removing Shen Zhimeng's clothing. You rogue, Li Mochuan. Shen Zhimeng, caught off guard by his unhesitating actions, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she retreated until her back met the wall. Although she now embodied a male form, being undressed in such a manner still felt peculiar. Wasn't he bathing previously a natural affair? What was there to be shy about? As long as she kept her eyes closed, it was merely herself washing herself. Wasn't he that what you said? Li Mochuan couldn't help but chuckle at her bashful demeanor. Yet, Shen Zhimeng bit her lip, ultimately conquering the strange emotions within her and shutting her eyes. Here we go? Li Mochuan, what you're doing makes me feel ticklish. You didn't wash me like this before. Bathing felt akin to a battle. But thankfully it had concluded. Once Shen Zhimeng was done, she didn't forget to wash Li Mochuan as well. Both emerged from the bathroom with flushed faces. It was clearly not their first time in such a situation, yet somehow it felt different. After changing into fresh clothes, Shen Zhimeng collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. Why is it you who plays basketball, while I am the one who has tired? Her muscles ached, and all she desired was a restful sleep. Just stretch a bit. That'll do. Li Mochuan began performing some muscle relaxation exercises on the bed. Hey, be gentle. Shen Zhimeng protested. I suspect you're doing this on purpose. What am I retaliating for? Li Mochuan's lips curled upward, clearly in good spirits. When I applied the shower gel on you, Li Mochuan. Sister, this is all for your own good. Your muscles are sore, and this will help you sleep soundly tonight. I curse you to wake up in pain tonight. With the basketball match momentarily concluded, the date for the next game was yet to be determined, though it was tentatively set for the following Thursday. Thus, Shen Zhimeng and Li Mochuan allowed themselves a brief respite. Upon learning that the two children had returned home early, Shen Jing and Ji Yun hurried back after work. The family of four gathered around the dining table, enjoying a harmonious meal, if one were to overlook the feet beneath the table. Li Mochuan suspected Shen Zhimeng had a somewhat peculiar affinity regarding feet. Being at home, both wore slippers, and Shen Zhimeng once again liberated her feet, rubbing them against Li Mochuan's legs. However, this time, the roles were reversed. Instead of furry legs, she encountered smooth, fair skin. Sitting face to face, Li Mochuan could even discern the joy sparkling in Shen Zhimeng's eyes. Shen Jing swallowed his food and suggested, it's only 6 o'clock. The nearby community should still have viewings available. How about we finish our meal and head over? It can be our family stroll after dinner. Sounds good. Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng had no objections. They had delayed the house viewing for several days, and it was indeed time to go. Chapter 48. The secret passage. Around 7 o'clock, the family arrived at their destination in the community. The apartment was on the 13th floor, with 1 unit per staircase, encompassing a spacious 180 square meters, quite a commendable property in a university town. It featured 3 bedrooms, 2 of which boasted en-suite bathrooms, along with a study, all generously proportioned. Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng couldn't discern much, noting only that the basic furniture was somewhat sparse and would require gradual additions. I see no issues, Li Mochuan remarked after thoroughly inspecting the premises. Then you two should discuss which bedroom to occupy. Once you've made a decision, we can proceed with the arrangements. Shen Jing suggested. Shen Zhimeng emerged from another room, her demeanor remarkably serene. She pointed to 2 adjacent bedrooms, saying, my sister and I will take these 2. And you can have the largest master bedroom. Meng, don't you prefer larger rooms? You can stay in the master, Ji Yun mused. Recalling how Shen Zhimeng had always claimed the master bedroom at home, concerned that the child was overly accommodating. That's all right, Auntie. Li Mochuan and I will reside in these 2 adjacent rooms, he quickly interjected upon catching Shen Zhimeng's gaze. He was momentarily taken aback by Shen Zhimeng's request. Clearly, the parents should occupy the master bedroom. It was not right for them to take it. My sister and I will stay in these 2, Shen Zhimeng added. Very well. We shan't be polite then. Since the house is satisfactory, I will come by tomorrow to handle the paperwork. You two can also consider what additional furnishings your rooms might require. All right. On the way home, Shen Jing and Ji Yun walked ahead, while Shen Zhimeng and Li Mochuan lingered behind, whispering to one another. Have you discovered something? Why are you so resolute about those two adjacent bedrooms? Li Mochuan's intuition hinted at ulterior motives. Shen Zhimeng initially intended to speak candidly, but recalling how she had referred to him as sisters several times upstairs, without him reciprocating, she suddenly felt no urgency. If you call me sister again tomorrow after the exchange, I will tell you. Isn't it acceptable for me to call you that now? Li Mochuan, facing Shen Zhimeng, felt capable of anything. No, it must be tomorrow. It wouldn't be too late to reveal the secrets of those two rooms then. I simply won't disclose anything today. Then perhaps it's best you remain silent. I'm not that eager to know. Although Shen Zhimeng was perceived as the elder sister by others, their interactions were so intimate that she bore no semblance of an older sister in front of him. At times, she appeared rather silly. Refuse to call, and I shan't share, Shen Zhimeng said with a carefree expression. Li Mochuan thought to himself, this woman has begun her antics again. Such childish behavior is hardly sister-like. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he would eventually uncover the truth. Li Mochuan endured throughout the journey, and upon returning home to his room, he beheld Shen Zhimeng, who was diligently coding at her desk. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he lowered his voice and adopted a coaxing tone. Sister, could you just tell me? Someone had claimed not to care, hadn't they? Shen Zhimeng remained fixated on her computer screen, her eyes unblinking. Li Mochuan's curiosity was truly piqued. On his way back, he had convinced himself that if Shen Zhimeng chose not to speak, he would let it go. Yet, while solving problems, his mind incessantly wandered back to this matter, leaving him restless. Shen Zhimeng discreetly caught sight of his frustrated demeanor, a smile creeping onto her lips. The wardrobes in their adjoining rooms were positioned back to back, creating a direct connection. What? Li Mochuan faltered momentarily. Could it mean what he thought it did? Wasn't the other room newly constructed? All the furniture was brand new. How could the wardrobes possibly be connected? I suspect our rooms were originally intended to be joined, forming a singular space. The wardrobe side serves as a passage, merely lacking a door or a wall to seal it, simply obscured by the wardrobe door, Shen Zhimeng speculated. After hearing her conjecture, Li Mochuan found a semblance of logic in her words. Should we inform our parents about this? Of course not, Shen Zhimeng replied, relishing the idea of a secret passage between their rooms. This way, if something unexpected occurred at night, it would be easier to address the situation without traversing the hallway, which might alert their parents. Upon hearing her words, Li Mochuan abandoned his earlier thoughts. He had grown accustomed to sharing a space with Shen Zhimeng, and in case of any unforeseen events, it was prudent to have an escape route. Well, there's still about 10 days to half a month before we move in. What we should focus on now is this major assignment. You must assist me. All right. Li Mochuan was quite enthusiastic about matters related to their major, and as they busied themselves, the clock struck past 10 in the evening. Time for bed. Tomorrow we have an early class at 8. Recently, Shen Zhimeng had adjusted Li Mochuan's biological clock. Now, at 10 o'clock, he began to feel drowsy. A stark contrast to the nights spent gaming with friends until the early hours without a hint of fatigue. You have an early class, I do not. I can stay up. Fine, I shall go on my own. You can enjoy your slumber. Li Mochuan walked over to his bed, wrapped himself in the blanket, and settled down. Wait a moment, I am you. If I stay up late tonight, won't you struggle tomorrow? Shen Zhimeng suppressed a laugh as she uttered this rather uncharacteristic remark. Li Mochuan replied, please, act like a decent human being. After speaking, he patted the spot beside him. Come over, you will sleep with me. Shen Zhimeng saved her code, shut down her computer, and stretched. I feel I can manage to stay up a little longer. Li Mochuan insisted, time for bed. As he spoke, he abruptly turned off the room's light. However, Shen Zhimeng, unperturbed by convention, boldly traversed over him to the other side of the bed, even stepping on him in the process. Shen Zhimeng, who permitted you to extinguish the light? I fear I might stumble while making my way around to the other side of the bed, she asserted with an air of justification. Once she nestled beneath the covers, Li Mochuan felt a firm grasp on his arm, followed by the sensation of being pulled into the embrace of the person beside him. The weather has turned chilly, and I cannot keep warm alone. I shall wrap myself up, she declared. Li Mochuan thought, this is the logic of a thief. Yet, he found himself powerless to resist the strength of this body he inhabited. Fortunately, Shen Zhimeng had left him with a breath of space, preventing him from feeling suffocated, allowing him to drift into slumber. The following morning, Li Mochuan awoke first, his hand numb from being pinned down. It was 7 o'clock, and Shen Zhimeng showed no signs of stirring. She lay quietly in his embrace, devoid of the proud defiance she exhibited when alone, and the cold indifference she displayed in the presence of others. It was simply a profoundly tranquil and comforting sensation. Chapter 49. Xiaohao's invitation. Li Mochuan's hand had grown so numb that he could no longer feel it, since it hardly mattered at this point. He chose to fixate on Shen Zhimeng's face. From the very first day of their exchange, he had recognized her extraordinary beauty, one that aligned perfectly with his aesthetic sensibilities. Had they not shared this peculiar arrangement, nor held the bond of siblings, he would not have restrained his feelings for her. Even during high school, he had harbored a crush for 3 years without resolution. However, it was precisely because of these 2 layers of connection that he found himself grappling with acceptance. He was a hypocritical individual. If their sibling relationship allowed for proximity to foster affection, or if this exchange imposed a moral obligation suggesting they should simply settle for each other given their inability to pursue romantic relationships with others. He could not acquiesce to such reasoning. Thus, throughout these days of interaction, he had diligently restrained himself, endeavoring to avoid thoughts that strayed into forbidden territories, striving to find contentment. Yet, upon reflection, having consented to be Shen Zhimeng's nominal false boyfriend felt like a form of indulgence, albeit one shrouded in conflict. Gazing at her serene face, his inner turmoil deepened. Yet he understood that such contradictions were futile. He was acutely aware that he could not effect any change or make any definitive choices at this juncture. He could only take it one step at a time. He gently withdrew his arm, attempting not to rouse Shen Zhimeng. The moment the bathroom door clicked shut, she slowly opened her eyes. She was aware that Li Mochuan had been observing her for quite some time. What thoughts had occupied his mind all that while? As Li Mochuan tidied himself and prepared to leave, Shen Zhimeng remained sprawled on the bed, seemingly enjoying a deep and restful slumber. As I made my way to the classroom, there remained a good 10 minutes before the lesson commenced. The early morning class typically attracted its attendees only in the final moments, leaving the room with fewer than 10 individuals at this hour. Li Mochuan took a seat in the front row, a spot he had previously overlooked. It seemed that after becoming acquainted with Shen Zhimeng, he had undergone significant transformation. Whether in daily habits or academic practices, the changes had all unfolded in a positive direction. His passions, be it gaming or basketball, had not been forsaken. Remarkably, he had managed to set both aside in such a brief span of time. "Ah, you arrived quite early," remarked a voice beside him. Li Mochuan had just opened his advanced calculus book when a boy he recognized, Xiaohao, who had achieved the top score in the entrance examination, approached him. "You're early as well," Li Mochuan replied with a courteous smile, before turning to the exercises at the back of the book. Xiaohao, however, expressed curiosity about the book in Li Mochuan's hands, leaning in for a closer look. "Have you already previewed this? Isn't this content from the next chapter?" Feeling somewhat bashful, Li Mochuan replied, "Yes, I merely glanced through it in advance." Yet he felt a tinge of pretentiousness in his admission. "However, it seems you've made an error here. You should use a different formula," Xiaohao remarked sincerely. Li Mochuan was slightly taken aback. "You noticed that too?" Xiaohao shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. "My cousin is a year ahead of me, and he insisted I complete the advanced calculus over the summer." Li Mochuan thought to himself that he had considered himself quite ahead in his studies, only to discover that there were those far more accomplished. "What are you studying now?" he inquired. "Linear algebra and probability theory for the upcoming semester." "Oh," Li Mochuan discerned from his expression and tone that Xiaohao was not boasting. His achievement of first place in the entrance exam indicated genuine capability. "But if you excel so greatly, why did you choose Qingda?" While Qingda is renowned as a prestigious university, someone of Xiaohao's caliber seemed destined for even greater institutions. A look of embarrassment washed over Xiaohao's face. "My English is quite poor. I have a severe bias towards other subjects. My entire family struggles with English." "Ah, I see," Li Mochuan responded, returning his focus to his problems. It was indeed the question Xiaohao had pointed out as erroneous, and upon checking, he confirmed it was incorrect. After pondering for a moment, Li Mochuan felt a flicker of inspiration, yet found himself stumped halfway through his writing. Noticing his struggle, Xiaohao leaned in once more. "Do you need help?" After their earlier exchange, Li Mochuan held a favorable impression of him. However, he hesitated at the prospect of accepting such proactive assistance, taking a couple of seconds before agreeing. Xiao Hao took the pen and scratch paper from Li Mochuan and began explaining the problem. His approach was entirely different from Shen Zhimeng's, and Li Mochuan could sense that Xiao Hao genuinely sought to elucidate the concept, rather than flaunting his own prowess. Thank you. I understand now, Li Mochuan replied. Li Mochuan suddenly realized, and Xiao Hao ceased to elaborate further, returning all the items. The 2 classes of advanced mathematics passed swiftly, and when the bell rang, Li Mochuan intended to leave, but Xiao Hao stopped him. If there's an opportunity next semester, shall we consider forming a school project together? Li Mochuan had not contemplated this matter yet, but based on his prior experiences, he felt it necessary to consult Shen Zhimeng first, so he politely declined. I'm still quite inexperienced. I'm afraid I might hold you back. Let's see how it goes. That's fine, Xiao Hao replied, and as he departed, he exchanged a wave with Li Mochuan. Li Mochuan averted his gaze and quickened his pace to exit the classroom, leaving behind the unsettling presence of Qianyi Chen. The next few classes were large lectures in a spacious auditorium. Upon his arrival, Suya had already secured a seat for him. Hey, how come I didn't see the senior today? She is not coming later, is she? Suya teased as they met. She has classes during the 3rd and 4th periods. Ah, that explains it. I was wondering why you seemed so distracted. Suya began when suddenly someone bumped into him from behind. He turned to scold the offender, only to find it was a girl, accompanied by Zhong Ruan from the College of Liberal Arts. The 2 girls departed without uttering a word. Have you had any issues with them? Li Mochuan instinctively inquired. Not at all. Ever since we encountered them in this class last week, we haven't seen them again, Suya replied, a hint of confusion on his face. Given the force and attitude, it's hard to believe it was unintentional. Li Mochuan surmised this was a performance for his benefit. Since Suya had not interacted with them, it must have been directed at him. Chapter 50. Soft and fragrant. This marked Li Mochuan's first encounter with the pettiness of girls. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhong Ruan, who had just taken her seat. He boldly glanced in her direction, only to be met with a hostile glare. Did you provoke her? Suya did not miss the exchange of glances between them, and, after Li Mochuan sat down, couldn't help but inquire. I suppose so, but I don't think it concerns me. Ultimately, it's Shen Zhimeng's doing. However, this girl from the College of Liberal Arts is quite peculiar, despite her innocent appearance. My interactions with her have left a different impression. Even without Shen Zhimeng's involvement, Li Mochuan would not engage with someone like her. Hey, Chuan, may I ask you a question? What is it? Li Mochuan replied nonchalantly while jotting down notes. Suya leaned in closer, whispering, I heard you haven't been staying at school lately. You're not cohabitating with the senior outside, are you? There are rumors that she hasn't been living on campus either. Li Mochuan was deeply engrossed in his calculations, barely paying attention to Suya's words, responding with a faint goodness. It seems my brother Chuan is truly remarkable. Suya instantly became animated. It was only then that Li Mochuan emerged from his train of thought, casting a somewhat impatient glance at him. What now? Brother Chuan, you have not only strayed from the single dog organization, but have also distanced yourself from the touchy-feely brigade. Suya recoiled slightly, his eyes reflecting disdain, yet tinged with a hint of admiration. What? When did I ever imply that I, Li Mochuan, was at a loss? You just said it. Suya reiterated their earlier exchange. Li Mochuan tugged at the corners of his mouth. While the notion of cohabitation was indeed accurate, he and Shen Zhimeng maintained a purely platonic relationship. Nothing untoward had transpired. You're overthinking it. Shen Zhimeng and I have nothing going on. It's merely a straightforward friendship. And earlier, what about? I was solving problems and wasn't he listening? Li Mochuan interjected, returning to the task at hand. Really, nothing has happened? Truly not. Suya observed his demeanor, sensing sincerity, and decided not to press further. Yet, a new question emerged in his mind. What is it like to kiss a girl? Don't tell me you and the senior have never kissed. With the way you two are practically glued to each other, I find it hard to believe you haven't. This left Li Mochuan momentarily speechless. How was he to respond to such a query? Unbidden, Shen Zhimeng's visage surfaced in his mind. What does Shen Zhimeng's mouth look like? Quick, tell me, let me indulge in some psychological anticipation. It's quite soft and fragrant perhaps? Li Mochuan replied, somewhat uncertainly, his words faltering. Yet to Suya, this hesitation appeared as shyness, prompting him to lower his voice and tease. You rascal. Well done. Seeing that Suya was convinced, Li Mochuan felt a sense of relief and chose not to elaborate further. Where shall we eat lunch? He inquired. Why do you ask that? I certainly don't wish to play the third wheel for you two. Once or twice is bearable, but long-term is out of the question. Suya waved his hand dismissively. I'll dine alone. Li Mochuan sighed in exasperation. How could this guy envision himself in such a role? Besides, hadn't Suya always been the one to insert himself into these situations? Aren't you joining the senior? Suya asked, his expression one of surprise. Yes. She just messaged me saying she has something to attend to, so I should go ahead and eat. Although Li Mochuan was curious about Shen Zhimeng's commitments, he refrained from asking. After all, they were not truly in a romantic relationship, and he didn't believe he could pry into matters she wished to keep private. TSK, from your expression, it seems you two must have quarreled? Let me tell you, despite my lack of experience with girlfriends, I should have a better grasp on how to placate a girl than you, Mr. Straightforward, Suya declared, growing increasingly animated as he spoke. Li Mochuan smirked slightly and languidly spoke. Indeed, you managed to keep your goddess smiling throughout your high school years, yet now. Enough of that. Refrain from reopening old wounds. Suya's expression fell immediately. Isn't this what you confessed to me before? He retorted, recalling the late-night drunken call where he spilled his heart. Li Mochuan glanced at him, devoid of any disdain. They had only recently become acquainted during military training and exchanged contact details. It was during a drunken episode that Suya inadvertently dialed him, insisting that Li Mochuan was the little Ro he spoke of, a claim Li Mochuan vehemently denied. Consequently, he recorded the conversation and played it back for Suya the following day, prompting Suya to roll his eyes and curse at him. Interestingly, that recording still resided on Suya's phone. After hearing Li Mochuan's words, Suya's demeanor soured further. If you dare play that recording again today, I swear. You swear what? Li Mochuan couldn't help but chuckle. If you have any relationship troubles with Shen Zhimeng in the future, I shall offer you no advice. Suya's retort lacked conviction. Then give me some advice now. How should I make her happy today? Unless you showcase your skills, your words hold no weight. Li Mochuan was clearly fishing for a free idea. Although he hadn't angered Shen Zhimeng today, there was no guarantee for the future. After all, her temperament was rather peculiar, making it challenging to discern the reasons behind her anger. How did your argument start? I don't know. She just suddenly got mad and stopped talking to me. Li Mochuan, aiming for sincerity, recognized that this was indeed the solution he sought to extract. I see. Suya pondered for a moment. It was rather simple. To appease a girl, it boiled down to delicious food, captivating sights, and enjoyable activities. Appealing to her interests sufficed. But what if you don't know them? Then what are you even doing in a relationship? Li Mochuan replied. All right, it's no major issue. He can start learning her preferences from today. At noon in the cafeteria, as Li Mochuan and Suya were midway through their meal, a girl sat across from them. Li Mochuan, what a coincidence. The girl possessed a charming countenance, exuding a sweet, innocent aura, with a spark of cleverness evident in her lively eyes. Li Mochuan responded nonchalantly, it's all right. No sooner had he spoken than his thigh was pinched sharply. Suya was frantically signaling him. H1, is she your friend? Hello, I've known Li Mochuan for many years. My name is Song Xinyan, and I'm a law major. She greeted Suya with a friendly demeanor. Why you? Hello, I'm Suya, he stuttered, feeling a flutter of emotions for the first time since losing hope in his goddess. Are you in the same college as Li Mochuan? Song Xinyan appeared to show some interest in him, though whether it was genuine or merely polite remained uncertain. However, he is in computer science, while I am in electronic information. Suya gradually adjusted his emotions, and his speech became more normal. Oh, I perceive that you computer enthusiasts are quite impressive. Your minds appear exceptionally sharp. A hint of embarrassment graced Suya's face. You all continue your conversation. I have finished my meal and shall take my leave. After Li Mochuan spoke, he set down his chopsticks and stood up to depart. Since the last incident at the entrance of his community, where Shen Zhimeng asserted her claim in front of Song Xinyan, Li Mochuan resolved to adopt Shen Zhimeng's aloof demeanor. Furthermore, due to the recent incident involving a female student from the College of Arts, Li Mochuan instinctively sought to avoid interactions with other females to prevent any misunderstandings with Shen Zhimeng. Fortunately, Song Xinyan did not follow him. Likely because Suya had detained her, Li Mochuan, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, headed to the library. His afternoon was filled with classes, all pertaining to his major. Reflecting on Xiao Hao's words from the morning, a sense of urgency surged within him. He could scarcely fathom the disparity that would emerge between himself and his classmates if he continued to indulge as he had before. Even though they had all entered university with similar college entrance examination scores, their combined intellect and diligence were comparable. Yet, less than 2 months into the semester, Qiuhao had already left a significant portion of their classmates in his wake. The exchange time today was set for 3 o'clock, coinciding with his professional course. Shen Zhimeng had completed her morning class, and it seemed she had no classes in the afternoon. However, she had not yet replied to his message about attending class together. To be precise, he had messaged her at noon, but she had yet to respond. On his way to the library, Li Mochuan received a notification regarding a new student cultural performance. After verifying everyone's class schedules, the rehearsal times for this week are tonight from 7:30 to 9 o'clock, and Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4 o'clock. After reading the message, he dismissed it, as those times bore no relevance to him. All rehearsals would be managed by Shen Zhimeng, who bore his likeness. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Mochuan encountered Shen Zhimeng at the library entrance. "I hope I'm not late." Shen Zhimeng panted heavily, her complexion flushed, and her bangs slightly disheveled, clearly having rushed over. "There's still half an hour, no need to hurry. If you're closer to the teaching building, you could wait for me there." "How could that be? We agreed to go together," Shen Zhimeng retorted, waving him along. Li Mochuan observed the petite figure ahead of him. It seemed small from his height, though Shen Zhimeng was not short, standing nearly 1.7 meters in her shoes. Perhaps it was her slenderness that contributed to the illusion. His gaze inadvertently drifted to her long, straight legs. Today, Shen Zhimeng donned a creamy white Chanel-style ensemble. The skirt resting just above mid-thigh, her long black hair half-tied at the back, resembling a regal little princess. "Aren't your legs cold?" Li Mochuan couldn't help but inquire. As November approaches, can one truly withstand such minimal attire? "I have donned the legging miracle." After uttering this, Shen Zhimeng proudly tugged at her tights. Asserting that from a distance, it appeared as though she were unadorned. Shen Zhimeng, lifting her leg to adjust her tights, caught Li Mochuan's attention as he instinctively raised his arm to shield the rear of her skirt. With so many people around, one must be cautious of potential exposure. "With a tall and vigilant bodyguard like you, I feel utterly at ease," Shen Zhimeng replied with a radiant smile, her spirits seemingly elevated that day. Li Mochuan couldn't help but smile in return, a tender emotion stirring within him. Though he understood his feelings well, he still wished to conceal them a little longer. The afternoon classes passed in a tranquil manner. Even when exchanging roles, Shen Zhimeng managed to handle the students in Li Mochuan's class with grace. After 4 classes, Li Mochuan felt a sense of unreality. "You truly have become accustomed to playing my part," he remarked, "having shared meals and rest for so many days. If I were any less aware, I would be a fool." Shen Zhimeng playfully pushed her face towards Li Mochuan's, her laughter exuberant. "By the way, for tonight's rehearsal, just stay comfortably in the library. I'll seek you out once I finish," she said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Indeed, this rehearsal would not take place in an empty classroom, but at the office in the courtyard, making it prudent for Li Mochuan to await Shen Zhimeng in the library. "Oh, and I wanted to ask you something. This morning, the top student in our class asked if I would collaborate with him on a school project next year. What do you think I should do?" Li Mochuan suddenly recalled an important matter. Shen Zhimeng pondered for a moment, advising, "For now, do not agree. Your capabilities next year will undoubtedly allow you to lead the project yourself. Participating without being the leader is nearly equivalent to not contributing at all. It won't add much value to your resume, unless it's a project of significant depth, which is rare and requires a strong team effort." "Well, I politely declined," she concluded. "Isn't that splendid? They're now seeking my opinion." Shen Zhimeng wore a look of pride. "I've always known how to handle such matters," Li Mochuan replied, feeling a tad uncomfortable as he averted his gaze. After dinner, Shen Zhimeng headed to rehearsal while Li Mochuan settled into his studies at the library. Time swiftly passed. Upon returning home, they hurriedly completed their evening routines, and it was already past 10. "Let us call it a night. I'm quite tired. Good night," Shen Zhimeng said as she switched off the light and effortlessly embraced Li Mochuan. Although their embrace appeared visually harmonious, the exchange of roles made Li Mochuan feel somewhat peculiar in such closeness. He noticed that Shen Zhimeng had grown increasingly comfortable with their affectionate gestures. However, whenever he broached the subject, she would dismiss it, claiming her mood was lifted simply by gazing at his face. The following morning, Shen Zhimeng and Li Mochuan were roused by their synchronized biological clocks. Once again, Shen Zhimeng awoke first. It was around dawn when the two had returned, and now she was nestled in Li Mochuan's embrace, secretly admiring her own boldness. After all, where could one find the privilege of awakening in such a manner? Upon noticing the subtle flutter of Li Mochuan's eyelashes, indicating his impending wakefulness, She feigned a drowsy state and snuggled closer, wrapping her arms around his waist. As Li Mochuan regained consciousness, he felt the unexpected movement. It was rather alarming, especially since he had just awakened. Surely, she wouldn't lean in and discover something, would she? No, that was impossible. Shen Zhimeng had already played a prank on him once, so she must have been aware that morning. With his mind racing through various thoughts, Li Mochuan ultimately chose to remain still. If Shen Zhimeng were still asleep, she would likely remain oblivious, but if she were awake, she would undoubtedly notice and might even tease him. Lost in contemplation, he drifted back into a hazy slumber. It was not until 8 o'clock that Shen Jing knocked on the door. Meng Meng, H1, it's time to get up. The sound jolted the half-asleep pair into full alertness. Fearing that Shen Jing might burst in at any moment. Dad, I'm changing clothes, and H1 is getting ready, Shen Zhimeng called out. Oh, very well. Breakfast is already on the table. Come eat when you're done. After Shen Jing's casual remark, he leisurely made his way to the kitchen. I told you they would be awake, he added. Indeed, you are quite astute, Ji Yun responded with a smile, placing the bowl of porridge she had prepared down. Go ahead and eat. There's no need to wait for them. They'll finish their meal much faster than us. Once Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng heard the footsteps receding, they both let out a sigh of relief. Did you lock the door? Shen Zhimeng asked. I did, Li Mochuan assured her. Ever since Shen Zhimeng had reminded him, he had never once neglected to secure the entrance. That's good. Let's tidy up and head out. Mom and Dad mentioned they would be organizing at the new house today and also looking at furniture in the afternoon. Oh right, I almost forgot. However, I have rehearsal for the literary performance this afternoon from 2 to 4. Do you remember? Of course, but you could take a leave. It wouldn't matter if you missed one. Li Mochuan hesitated slightly, concerned that if the performance schedule remained uncertain, he might end up rehearsing while she would be the one on stage. Don't worry, I can teach you, Shen Zhimeng assured him with a carefree expression. Seeing her confidence, Li Mochuan chose to trust her words. The two quickly dressed, and, after breakfast, Shen Jing drove the family toward their new home. Once there, the tasks were divided. Heavy lifting was managed by Shen Jing and Li Mochuan, while Ji Yun and Shen Zhimeng took care of sweeping and tidying up. The four of them then settled on the sofa to discuss what additional items they needed, making a list for easy procurement. During the cleaning, both Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng insisted on handling their own room, primarily to conceal the passage behind the wardrobe that must remain unknown to the couple. With the list prepared, they were ready for shopping. According to Shen Jing's thoughts, the goal is to move in by tomorrow. This consideration primarily stems from the fact that Li Mochuan has been staying in Shen Zhimeng's room, which is rather inconvenient. Although they trust both children to be understanding, it still feels somewhat unfair to Li Mochuan. In the afternoon, Li Mochuan took leave from the literary performance, where he plays the male lead in the play. Featuring numerous solo monologues, his absence would not significantly impact the production. At 2:30, the two exchanged roles, leaving the heavier responsibilities to Li Mochuan. The entire Saturday was spent by the four of them bustling about their new home, moving and purchasing necessities. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Ji Yun had prepared the first meal in their new abode. To her surprise, everything was organized in just one day. She had initially anticipated needing 2 days, but today, Chuan had been immensely helpful. By the way, Chuan, how is that little injury of yours? Really, no need for a hospital? Shen Jing asked, her face tinged with concern. Injured? Shen Zhimeng expressed her astonishment. It's nothing serious, Li Mochuan reassured her with a calming glance. After dinner, Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng each took a laptop into the study. Once the door was closed, Li Mochuan immediately lowered his voice and inquired, where are you hurt? Does it hurt? Shen Zhimeng fixed her gaze on him and asked, are you concerned about your own injury or mine? Li Mochuan felt a bit uneasy under her scrutiny. Of course, I'm concerned about you. Their voices grew quieter, but Shen Zhimeng was evidently pleased with this response. I bumped it while moving things. It still hurts quite a bit. Upon hearing this, Li Mochuan instinctively furrowed his brow. The fact that Shen Jing had mentioned it at the dinner table indicated that the injury was not trivial. He turned to face her directly, lifted her shirt, and noticed the bruise on her lower back. You need an ice pack. Yes, Shen Zhimeng replied, biting her lips slightly. It had indeed hurt when Li Mochuan pressed it earlier. However, she now considered another pressing issue. Our bedroom doesn't have a bathroom. How will we shower at night? Well, we could shower in the morning, Li Mochuan suddenly realized. Shen Zhimeng paused, surprised that she had not thought of this in all the days leading up to the move. But after moving, we're all dirty. It's uncomfortable to sleep without showering. She spoke truthfully, feeling sticky from the sweat. Indeed, their relationship had evolved from their initial acquaintance. Now, there lingered an unspoken understanding and a hint of unacknowledged intimacy. Allowing the other to occupy their personal space while showering was undoubtedly a delicate matter. "I'll go get my clothes and prepare to shower," Shen Zhimeng declared, not giving Li Mochuan a chance to respond, and she exited the study. Li Mochuan stood there, momentarily stunned, his heart racing at the thought of what Shen Zhimeng might do with her body. Returning to Shen Zhimeng's room, Li Mochuan changed into his sleepwear and lay down. He picked up his phone and noticed a message from his roommate, suggesting they team up for a game over the weekend. However, Li Mochuan promptly declined. Now that he and Shen Zhimeng were sleeping in separate rooms, he could no longer rely on her to assist him with voice calls as he had before. Initially, he had no intention of sleeping, but at some point, lost in thought, and with his eyes closed, he succumbed to slumber. When he awoke again, the world outside the window remained shrouded in darkness. Groggy, he glanced at his phone to check the time, 4:50 a.m. He lay back down, but after merely 3 seconds, he sensed something amiss. The phone he had just checked was indeed his own, the one he had brought to bed with him, which implied that he was still in Shen Zhimeng's room. As realization dawned upon him, his hand instinctively moved to his chest. Something was not right. Li Mochuan quickly rolled out of bed and headed to the bathroom to glance at his reflection, checking the time on his phone several times before finally accepting the bewildering fact that he hadn't returned to his own room today. In a state of confusion, he contemplated sneaking into the room where Shen Zhimeng was sleeping. She lay peacefully, deep in slumber. Li Mochuan initially considered waking her, but ultimately decided against it, returning instead to his own room. Yet, lying in bed, sleep eluded him. Why hadn't they switched back today? According to Shen Zhimeng's earlier remarks about controlling variables, if last night had indeed differed in any way, it could only be attributed to their separate sleeping arrangements. Thus, was sharing a bed a prerequisite for their exchange? Li Mochuan pondered these thoughts for what felt like an eternity until dawn broke. He decided to message Shen Zhimeng, explaining the situation and his speculations, and inquiring about what they should do next. At 7:30, Shen Zhimeng knocked on his door. Chapter 53. Li Mochuan, do you like me? So, tomorrow night I can come to you, or you can come to me. Shen Zhimeng sat on the edge of the bed, her expression inscrutable. Why don't you come to me? Your father isn't likely to open your door, nor is my mother, but if it's my room, they might just walk in, Li Mochuan reasoned thoughtfully. All right, but today isn't an issue for me. My experimental classes are on odd and even weeks, and I don't have anything scheduled today. If you're worried about being at home too long and raising suspicion, we can also study at the school library, which is conveniently nearby. Sounds good, Shen Zhimeng agreed. After breakfast and bidding farewell to their families, the two made their way to school. They studied separately in the morning, and in the afternoon, Shen Zhimeng, bearing Li Mochuan's face, attended a rehearsal. When they emerged from the library that evening, Li Mochuan felt an unprecedented lightness. The sensation of diligently striving for his future was truly gratifying. Nevertheless, the fact that they had not switched back last night, and that no exchange had occurred during the day, lingered in his mind. As they exited the school gate, Shen Zhimeng hesitated before posing a question. May I ask you something? Li Mochuan, sensing the weightiness of her tone, became solemn. What is it? She continued. According to our speculation, if we do not share a bed, we can avoid exchanging. If we revert to our original selves tomorrow, would you still wish to continue this exchange? Li Mochuan paused, taken aback by her inquiry. This was a question he had not contemplated. To decide against future exchanges would imply that tonight was our final night together. Shen Zhimeng articulated this fact slowly, her expression revealing her reluctance to conclude this chapter so soon. Li Mochuan was no fool. He could discern Shen Zhimeng's unique affection and acceptance towards him. Yet, he pondered whether this fondness stemmed from their exchanges or if they genuinely harmonized beyond that, two distinctly different notions. Thus, in response to Shen Zhimeng's probing, he merely uttered a non-committal HM. He understood his own heart. The word like was not one to be spoken lightly. Many feared that declaration might jeopardize their friendship. By refraining from confessing, one could maintain a legitimate reason to remain close to the other, along with an excuse and an identity to care for her. Li Mochuan acknowledged his own cowardice, but more so, he was reluctant to embark on a relationship so casually. After all, he and Shen Zhimeng had not known each other for long. He did not truly understand her. Even if they were not together now, he still had ample opportunities to learn about her. Being in a relationship would not necessarily offer more chances than their current situation. On their way home, silence enveloped them. Later that evening, after confirming that Shen Jing and Ji Yun were asleep, Shen Zhimeng quietly crept to Li Mochuan's side, clutching her pillow. The moment she slipped under the covers, she felt enveloped in warmth, a sensation both comforting and familiar. Li Mochuan remained silent. Yet Shen Zhimeng seemed to resonate with his unspoken thoughts, choosing not to speak. The familiar scents they bore wrapped around them, lulling them into a peaceful slumber. To avoid detection by their parents, Shen Zhimeng set an alarm for 6 o'clock. That night, they both experienced sweet dreams. At 6, the alarm roused them simultaneously, prompting both to instinctively reach for their phones placed by their beds. However, still in a drowsy haze, they completely forgot about their exchange, their bodies instinctively drawn together. The sensation of their cheeks brushing against one another jolted them into full awareness. Ultimately, it was Li Mochuan who first regained his senses. He turned off the phone on his bedside table and handed it to Shen Zhimeng. In the absence of light, he could not see her expression and could only gauge her emotions through her breath, which seemed slightly more pronounced than usual. Li Mochuan, she murmured in the darkness. He held his breath, fearful that even a slight change in his breathing would alert her to his unease. Li Mochuan, will you like me? Shen Zhimeng's voice was soft, and Li Mochuan could not discern the tone of her words, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. It felt akin to tackling a complex problem without a clear line of thought, rendering him unable to pin down an answer. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. As he listened to her voice draw closer, his heart raced, and he wondered if Shen Zhimeng had adapted to the darkness. Gradually, he began to perceive something, yet the sensation of her lips upon his caused his mind to erupt in chaos, his body trembling involuntarily. It seemed Shen Zhimeng sensed his quaking. In the next moment, their lips parted, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her chin upon his shoulder. Li Mochuan, you do not dislike me. You like me, she declared unabashedly, though the last 4 words revealed her shyness. A slight smile graced Li Mochuan's lips, and he found that his previous concerns and self-important reflections had become inconsequential. Although his acquaintance with Shen Zhimeng had not been extensive, each day felt cinematic, filled with experiences that transformed him profoundly. He would never have believed that such significant changes could occur within such a brief span. He replied, and without hesitation, he embraced her waist. Shen Zhimeng, leaning against his shoulder, could no longer suppress her laughter, and she tumbled into his arms, wrapping around him like an octopus. Let me hold on to the Li Mochuan who likes me for just a little while longer, she murmured, nuzzling into his chest and finding a comfortable position before closing her eyes. Li Mochuan, now fully accustomed to the darkness, gazed at the ceiling, feeling as though the situation was surreal. So, were he and Shen Zhimeng truly together now? He picked up his phone from the bedside and set a 15-minute alarm, then closed his eyes. Regardless of whether it was a dream or reality, he was prepared. The alarm rang 15 minutes later. Li Mochuan felt a lightness in his chest as Shen Zhimeng, still clutching his pillow, slid off the bed. Shen Zhimeng, he called out, still adjusting to saying her name. Shen Zhimeng paused in her tracks, turned, kicked off her shoes, and jumped back onto the bed. What's wrong? Is my boyfriend going to give me a good morning kiss? All right, I understand. I'll be right there. Without allowing Li Mochuan a moment to respond, she wrapped her arms around his neck, planted a quick kiss on his lips, and swiftly slipped out of bed. Ensuring there was no commotion outside, she opened the door and dashed back to her own room. Chapter 54. If you don't smile, I shall kiss you. However, that was merely her assumption of her own room. Li Mochuan had called out to Shen Zhimeng to remind her that it was he who should exit this room, yet her unexpected kiss and words had utterly bewildered him. After regaining his senses from that gentle brush of lips, he reluctantly rose from the bed. Yesterday, there was no exchange throughout the day. It seemed that Shen Zhimeng was a bit dazed. As she reached the doorway and opened it, their gazes met. Upon entering the room on the other side, Shen Zhimeng sensed something amiss and hurried over. She swiftly averted her eyes, biting her lip as if filled with guilt, remaining silent as she passed by Li Mochuan and entered the room. Li Mochuan couldn't help but chuckle, closing the door behind him as he returned to his own space. In the morning, the two had visited the library. But since there was a rehearsal for a play in the afternoon, Shen Zhimeng felt it essential to review the lines with Li Mochuan beforehand. After lunch, she pulled him to the office early. The office was deserted at noon, the entire floor empty. Li Mochuan watched in astonishment as Shen Zhimeng produced a key from seemingly nowhere and unlocked one of the doors. "How do you have a key?" he inquired, his face a portrait of surprise. Shen Zhimeng hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the reason. "Let us go in first," she suggested, and with that, the door swung open and shut, the sound of the lock clicking echoing in the silence. Li Mochuan felt an inexplicable jolt in his chest. Was he developing PTSD from locking doors at home? The play was based on a recent news story that had gained considerable attention, depicting a doctor's selfless dedication to saving lives. As Shen Zhimeng retrieved several pages from her bag, Li Mochuan observed the modest room, roughly 10 square meters, filled with numerous tables and chairs. A cabinet nestled in the corner. Though Shen Zhimeng did not explain the room's purpose, her familiarity with the space stifled Li Mochuan's curiosity. The priority was the afternoon rehearsal. Understanding the room's function was of little consequence. Li Mochuan was more intrigued by how Shen Zhimeng had performed in her previous rehearsal, anxious that any misstep on his part might betray them. Shen Zhimeng recounted the story and its details, guiding him through the process. This was Li Mochuan's first encounter with such a performative endeavor, yet he adapted far more swiftly than Shen Zhimeng had anticipated. What moved her most was his unwavering seriousness and his attentiveness to her suggestions. "You're quite obedient," she remarked unexpectedly, their shoulders brushing against each other. Li Mochuan, initially focused on memorizing his lines, was momentarily taken aback by her sudden comment, gazing at her intently. After their morning kiss, they had not broached the subject again. Once they arrived at the library, they immersed themselves in their studies, everything seemingly unchanged. Yet, the Shen Zhimeng before him was undeniably different. "I have a question I wish to ask you," he began. "What is our relationship now?" Li Mochuan felt it necessary to clarify this matter. Shen Zhimeng had her aspirations, and so did he. "We're boyfriend and girlfriend," she replied, suppressing a smile, her tone entirely natural. "Is that for real, or merely pretense?" Shen Zhimeng yearned to express her feelings candidly, yet considering the absence of a formal confession, her words morphed into a question. "Do you wish it were true or false?" Li Mochuan's gaze flickered momentarily, a sense of heaviness settling in his heart. Did her perception of their earlier interaction not equate to being together? Unconsciously, he lowered his eyes. Under normal circumstances, he would mask his emotions, but now, he found it increasingly difficult to conceal them. As he wandered in thought, he suddenly felt someone caressing his chin. Glancing sideways, he discovered Shen Zhimeng beaming at him with a radiant smile. "Oh dear, whose boyfriend looks so forlorn?" she teased, leaning in closer, her voice sweet and playful. "It turns out to be mine." Li Mochuan stared at her, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. However, it was evident that the earlier gloom had nearly dissipated. Was she attempting to cheer him up? Contemplating this realization, he pretended to maintain a semblance of irritation towards her previous antics, curious about how far Shen Zhimeng would take this. To his surprise, her smile only deepened upon witnessing his expression. "Mochuan, come on, give me a smile," she playfully threatened. "If you don't smile, I might just kiss you." The third statement succeeded in breaking Li Mochuan's facade, and he reluctantly smiled, turning his gaze back to her. As he did, Shen Zhimeng leaned forward slightly, their faces a mere 3 or 4 centimeters apart, her eyes still twinkling with mirth. At that moment, Li Mochuan realized he could no longer hesitate. Casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he leaned in for a kiss, both of them instinctively closing their eyes. Their lips barely parted, the tips of their tongues brushing against one another before retreating. This initiated a second, then a third round of exploration, entirely different from the simple lip-to-lip contact of the morning. Li Mochuan could distinctly feel his heart racing, and he struggled to catch his breath. Shen Zhimeng was equally affected. Nonetheless, Li Mochuan took the initiative to embrace her, deepening the kiss further. Their breaths became increasingly heated and labored. It was only when he felt on the verge of losing breath that he finally released her. Their gazes met briefly before swiftly averting. The surge of emotion that had just arisen was still palpable, and lingering too long would surely lead to embarrassment. With flushed ears, Li Mochuan felt the heat creeping up his neck, while Shen Zhimeng sensed her entire face ablaze. After a moment of regaining her composure, she picked up her phone from the side and glanced at the time. "It's 1:30. We have half an hour until rehearsal. Shall we review our lines?" "Sure," Li Mochuan replied, quickly regaining his composure and gradually immersing himself in the play's context. Though Shen Zhimeng remained slightly distracted, her smile unwavering. The rehearsal space was located in the office building, in an empty room on the same floor. At 1:55, the two gathered their belongings in preparation to leave. Did you have any reaction when Shen Zhimeng asked? She felt a bit embarrassed, saying that after these days of interaction, she had come to understand Li Mochuan's physique quite well. Since the beginning of the semester, Li Mochuan had been influenced by his roommate, instantly comprehending what Shen Zhimeng was inquiring about. However, it wouldn't be proper to openly admit it. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he feigned ignorance, asking, "What reaction?" Chuan. Had we not exchanged experiences, I might not have posed this question. Are you unaware of your own situation? Shen Zhimeng's gaze gradually shifted below his waist. Chapter 55. Should we indulge in sister's soft meal? Li Mochuan felt somewhat flustered under her gaze, instinctively tugging at his shirt hem in an attempt to conceal something. Shen Zhimeng's laughter carried a hint of triumph, indicating that there was indeed something to notice. Li Mochuan awkwardly glanced down. There was nothing abnormal. Yet he had been caught off guard by his own instinctive reaction. However, looking at Shen Zhimeng's beaming smile, he found it impossible to utter any reproachful or sarcastic words. Resigned, he grasped the soft hand of the girl beside him and said, "Let us go." "Chuan, you're shy?" "I'm not," Li Mochuan insisted, firmly denying it. Some individuals, unaware of whether their stubbornness or awareness was stronger, reacted swiftly as Li Mochuan quickly covered her mouth, saying, "We're already in the corridor. There are cameras here. Why would you say such things?" Shen Zhimeng glanced at his flustered demeanor, as if she had discovered a new continent, which only heightened her joy. It turned out that Chuan was so easily embarrassed. 3 individuals had already arrived in the rehearsal classroom: the counselor, the head of the cultural department, and a first-year female student. Upon seeing the two at the door, the 3 were momentarily taken aback. The first to recover was the counselor. As Li Mochuan noticed the counselor approaching him with a smile, he instinctively felt a pang of anxiety, but soon realized it was unnecessary. The counselor embraced Shen Zhimeng, appearing quite familiar with her. "Oh, is this your boyfriend?" Shen Zhimeng nodded naturally, her expression softening slightly, revealing a hint of warmth and friendliness compared to her usual indifferent demeanor. "Wow, so you're now targeting the younger ones, huh?" Shen Zhimeng smiled silently, and with the arrival of others at the door, the counselor went off to discuss rehearsal matters with the head of the cultural department. This room was significantly larger than the previous one, though the number of tables and chairs remained limited, leaving ample open space. Once everyone had gathered, rehearsals commenced. Shen Zhimeng's additional training for Li Mochuan proved effective. He managed to handle all the scenes today without raising any suspicions. After the rehearsal concluded at 4, the counselor stopped Shen Zhimeng. "I heard from others that you plan to compete for the host position at the cultural performance?" The counselor's words caused both Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng to pause in surprise. Shen Zhimeng indeed registered as a host and successfully passed the interview. A familiar face from the student council readily accepted her, providing her with ample respect. However, this matter must remain concealed from Li Mochuan for the time being. Though she harbored such thoughts, she had yet to formulate a plan. Shen Zhimeng responded ambiguously. "Oh, I see. I was contemplating that if you have the time and willingness, perhaps you could assist in guiding the host team in our department. As you know, there are no capable leaders among the sophomores. It essentially falls to you juniors to support us. Furthermore, we have yet to finalize a host for the upcoming New Year's party." The counselor's insinuations were clear. She was subtly urging Shen Zhimeng to lend a hand. Shen Zhimeng donned a professional smile, stating, "My boyfriend tends to be quite jealous and doesn't he permit me to be around other boys, plus my project at the school is still ongoing." "Very well. You may continue with your tasks." After addressing the counselor, the two made their way toward the library. Li Mochuan, recalling her words before the counselor, couldn't help but inquire, "Am I really that jealous?" "You are free to pursue whatever you desire." Shen Zhimeng's eyes sparkled as she regarded him, her brows curving in delight, as if the person who had just sat with a cold expression in the rehearsal room was not her at all. "Are you truly concerned about this matter? If so, I shall refrain from such behavior in the future." Shen Zhimeng spoke with unwavering determination. Li Mochuan initially intended to express his concern, but softened under her earnest gaze. "Could you perhaps provide me with a reason for such a stance?" Shen Zhimeng pondered as they walked. "You are my reason for declining others. I also hope you treat me as your reason to say no to others. For instance, if your friends invite you to play games, but you have no desire to do so, you could say, 'My girlfriend disapproves. She is quite fierce, and she won't let me play.'" As she spoke, she imitated a fierce tone, making it seem quite convincing. Li Mochuan couldn't help but smile. Isn't that belittling you? You are truly wonderful. Why should I care about how others perceive me? The person I am in a relationship with is you, and your opinion is what matters to me. I am not familiar with those people, nor do I engage with them. Their opinions are inconsequential. As Li Mochuan observed her nonchalant demeanor, he was inexplicably reminded of his roommate and Suya's comments regarding Shen Zhimeng. To others, she was perceived as ill-tempered, eccentric, and solitary, with many labeling her as impolite. Yet, that was merely the version of her that she wished to project. In order to minimize distractions and focus on pursuits she cherished, she refrained from engaging in meaningless social interactions. The counselor's attitude toward her earlier was telling. She was not truly difficult to get along with. In fact, when she embraced her own identity, she appeared at ease and capable of interacting comfortably with others. Li Mochuan felt a twinge of tenderness in his heart as he gently embraced Shen Zhimeng's shoulders, his tone soothing. All right, I will consider your refusal of others as my own reason to decline. A radiant smile blossomed on Shen Zhimeng's face. This was precisely how it should be. Let us go. Your charming and gracious girlfriend is quite pleased with your recent behavior and has decided to treat you to a sumptuous meal. Are you willing to indulge in my generosity? Shen Zhimeng, with a hint of pride, playfully patted the hand resting on her shoulder. Very well. I shall embrace the role of a pampered man, Li Mochuan replied, his tone laced with affectionate indulgence. However, he found himself contemplating whether he should present her with a gift of some sort. Having grown weary of the restaurant near the school, the pair boarded the subway and ventured to a shopping center in the city. Would you prefer Cantonese cuisine, Japanese fare, or something else? Shen Zhimeng asked, pointing to two nearby establishments for Li Mochuan's selection. Cantonese it is, he replied, as he was not particularly accustomed to raw dishes, having only tried them once in his childhood and never again since. All right, let us go, she responded, pleased with his prompt agreement. To ensure he continued to impress her in the future, she couldn't help but compliment. Ah Chuan, how perfectly you cater to my tastes. If you had said anything is fine, I would have been quite upset. Li Mochuan was taken aback. His instinctive response had cleverly sidestepped a potential pitfall. As they approached the restaurant, they followed the waiter's guidance to their table and began to order. The ordering process was smooth and efficient, their communication effortless. Though the wait for their dishes felt somewhat awkward, Li Mochuan took out his phone to check something, but in the next moment, it was snatched away by the person seated beside him. What are you looking at? He asked, unfazed by her action. It was quite normal for a girlfriend to check her partner's phone. However, he felt a slight tension as he watched Shen Zhimeng type Jiang Wu's name into the contact search box. Just then, Shen Zhimeng turned to him and asked, May I take a look? Chapter 56. This is akin to petting a dog. Curiosity piqued Shen Zhimeng, though it was not imperative for her to see. She preferred to gaze at it with Li Mochuan's permission, ideally in his presence. Li Mochuan nodded. Go ahead. The chat history with Jiang Wu should have remained dormant since before the college entrance examination. During high school, his phone was constantly monitored by Ji Yun, and he could only check it during the monthly breaks. At that time, he would occasionally glance at his conversations with Jiang Wu. Yet, he could hardly recall the specifics of their prior exchanges. If you prefer not to show me, that is perfectly all right, Shen Zhimeng said, looking directly into his eyes. Her words were both a sign of respect and a subtle probe into Li Mochuan's feelings for Jiang Wu. Observing her consideration for his feelings, he couldn't help but pinch her cheek gently. Of course I'll let you see it. My expression remains unchanged even when you have my phone. Doesn't that say something? To some extent, both individuals share a similar attitude towards their relationship, believing that once engaged, they should invest wholeheartedly in it. Through their exchanges over the past few days, Li Mochuan has subconsciously regarded Shen Zhimeng as one of his own. Among those who are close, there are no secrets. Upon receiving a positive affirmation, Shen Zhimeng proceeded to delve deeper. The most recent message in their chat history was from the day the college entrance exam results were released, where Li Mochuan inquired about Jiang Wu's score and university plans. Jiang Wu responded with his score, lamenting that he could only attend the normal university. Which school did you graduate from? Shen Zhimeng suddenly asked, as if recalling something. Qingwan No. 1 High School, came the reply. Shen Zhimeng's eyes sparkled with recognition. I graduated from Qingwan No. 1 High School as well. You are 2 years my junior. When I was a senior, you were just a freshman. The buildings of Qingwan No. 1 High School are not situated closely together. Each grade's building is separated by a certain distance, which helps to mitigate instances of older students bullying younger ones. However, This layout also results in minimal interaction between the upper and lower grades. Li Mochuan found it somewhat intriguing as Shen Zhimeng spoke. With dozens of schools in Qingwan City, it is indeed rare to find oneself in the same high school and subsequently in the same major at university. Hurry, call me senior so I can hear it, Shen Zhimeng teased, tilting her chin towards him. Senior, Li Mochuan murmured, feeling slightly embarrassed. It was the first time he had uttered that term. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but chuckle at his bashfulness, playfully scratching his chin. Oh, how obedient. Li Mochuan gently swatted her hand away. That feels like petting a dog. Shen Zhimeng blinked. Aren't you the little puppy? Li Mochuan retorted. Are you insulting me? Shen Zhimeng's expression became even more innocent. I'm not insulting you. Have you ever heard the saying that when a girl likes a boy, she thinks of him like a puppy? Li Mochuan smirked. A sycophant then? Shen Zhimeng's brow furrowed as she once again touched Li Mochuan's chin. Not at all. Then why a dog? Because dogs are enthusiastic, loyal, and adorable. Isn't that true? That's not me. Li Mochuan quickly denied, still unable to accept such a comparison. Being likened to a dog felt like an insult to him. Li Mochuan, can you let me finish my sentence? Shen Zhimeng's eyes widened in mock anger, her cheeks puffing up slightly in exasperation. Instinctively, Li Mochuan reached out, easily pinching her cheek, causing her lips to pout adorably. With her innocent expression, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just helping you release some pressure. Li Mochuan, Shen Zhimeng, feigning anger, wrapped her arms around his neck and playfully nibbled on his ear. Out here, out here. Li Mochuan was startled by her sudden display, repeatedly patting her back. Hello. Your meal is now served. The voice of the waiter caused Shen Zhimeng to momentarily freeze. How could the dishes be served so swiftly in this establishment? Li Mochuan found her flustered demeanor both amusing and endearing. He reached out, enveloping her in his embrace, gently stroking her head, reassuring her that everything was all right. After a moment, he extended his hand again, playfully suggesting, if you're still unsatisfied, I can let you bite me. No, your hands are dirty, Shen Zhimeng retorted, dismissively swatting his hand away. Yet, within moments, she grasped his hand again, bestowing a tender kiss upon its back. It's not that I find you repulsive. I know, Li Mochuan replied, gazing down at her and finding her beauty and charm utterly captivating. Unable to resist, he pinched her cheek, remarking, you look much better this way. Previously, when he had sported Shen Zhimeng's face in the mirror, he had grown increasingly perplexed. The first time he had entered a women's restroom, it had been manageable, as he was still unfamiliar with her. However, as their acquaintance deepened, he felt increasingly overshadowed by her striking visage. Even when she wore a stoic expression, he sensed a certain inadequacy in himself. When have I ever looked unappealing? Shen Zhimeng had not anticipated this exchange, her mind preoccupied with Li Mochuan's comment about his looks. While I was in here, you were more attractive than I, he teased, poking her cheek. Now, the dishes have arrived, let us eat. All right, Shen Zhimeng replied, finally comprehending his words. Halfway through their meal, a couple arrived at the adjacent table. Their voices seemed somewhat familiar. However, due to the frosted glass partitions separating each table, they could only hear the sounds without discerning any faces. The voices belonged to a man and a woman, and their tones suggested a heated argument. Neither Li Mochuan nor Shen Zhimeng were particularly fond of conversing while dining, so they silently quickened their pace. After they finished their meal, the commotion from the neighboring table escalated. As they approached the entrance, Shen Zhimeng felt a sudden jolt against her shoulder. Li Mochuan instinctively pulled her into his embrace, his expression turning vigilant as he glanced back at the individual trying to pass them. To his surprise, he met a pair of familiar eyes. Jiang Wu. Shen Zhimeng recognized the person who had bumped into her. I'm so sorry, I truly didn't mean to. He pushed me, and I lost my balance. Jiang Wu explained, her voice laced with apprehension as she glanced nervously at the man behind her. Shen Zhimeng furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. The young man trailing behind Jiang Wu appeared affluent based on his attire, yet his tone towards her during their earlier meal suggested anything but equality. Jiang Wu, where are you going? Li Mochuan felt it inappropriate to linger outside the restaurant, so he gently guided Shen Zhimeng towards the corridor, deliberately avoiding any further glances at Jiang Wu. Although the situation was unusual, he felt it imperative to convey his stance to Shen Zhimeng. Chapter 57. Dare to kiss here? From the moment Shen Zhimeng first encountered Jiang Wu, she had surmised the nature of their relationship, yet she had never pursued the matter further until now. Li Mochuan once believed that she was indifferent, but through the incident earlier today, when Shen Zhimeng snatched his phone to take a look, He realized that her indifference was merely a facade. In truth, she cared deeply, yet her own feelings took precedence. Shen Zhimeng had also brought Jiang Wu along, and that man had accompanied her. Li Mochuan. From high school to university, he had never changed his hairstyle. So Ji Fei instantly recognized him as a fellow student from the same high school. He had heard whispers that Li Mochuan had affections for Jiang Wu, but at the time, he found it hard to believe. After all, Li Mochuan was quite popular at school, the object of affection for many girls. And it seemed unlikely that he would be so fixated on just one person. However, the current situation suggested that the rumors were not entirely baseless. What is your relationship with Jiang Wu? Shen Zhimeng regarded the man with suspicion. I am Jiang Wu's boyfriend. And you are what to Jiang Wu? Ji Fei scrutinized Shen Zhimeng, questioning how a beauty like her could lack recognition at the university. Where are you looking? Li Mochuan stepped forward to shield Shen Zhimeng. Ji Fei scoffed. You truly are meddlesome. What business is it of yours regarding my relationship with Jiang Wu? What authority do you have to intervene? Meng, you two should leave. This matter does not concern you. Jiang Wu spoke softly, gradually releasing Shen Zhimeng's hand. Shen Zhimeng and Jiang Wu were merely acquaintances, not particularly close. She glanced at Li Mochuan, who was the only one among them familiar with Jiang Wu. Ji Fei and Jiang Wu simultaneously turned their attention to Li Mochuan. Despite being scrutinized by the three of them, Li Mochuan felt remarkably calm, a sentiment that surprised him. During the summer, when he learned that Jiang Wu was with Ji Fei, he did feel a pang of sorrow. However, his feelings did not run as deep as he had imagined. After spending time with friends to distract himself, he found that he had not thought of her at all. Even upon seeing Jiang Wu again in university, he was only momentarily taken aback. They had truly missed their chance together. There was no blame to assign. He had more important people to protect, and Jiang Wu would become merely a stranger to him in the future. Thus, Li Mochuan took a deep breath, wrapped his arm around Shen Zhimeng's shoulder, and said, "Let us go. This is their private matter." Ji Fei's earlier gaze toward Shen Zhimeng had been unsettling, and instinctively, Li Mochuan preferred to avoid a confrontation, especially since he lacked the means to protect Shen Zhimeng against someone like Ji Fei, who could act with impunity due to his familial background. As they exited the mall, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. A chilly breeze swept over them, heralding the onset of early winter. Li Mochuan instinctively pulled Shen Zhimeng closer. Do you know that boy? Shen Zhimeng grasped the hand resting on her shoulder. Yes, we played basketball together a few times in high school. He was from the neighboring class. His family situation seems quite favorable. Indeed, he gained admission to the normal university through connections. Would he feel stifled by this? Stifled by what? Li Mochuan was momentarily perplexed by her words. Is it that he would feel discontent simply walking away without doing something for Jiang Wu? Shen Zhimeng clarified. Li Mochuan nestled closer against her neck, while Ji Fei observed him with a scrutinizing gaze. To protect my girlfriend, and to shield her from the eyes of others. It is only natural that I would take the lead. Are you feeling jealous? Shen Zhimeng's tone was light, betraying her cheerful mood. Jealous? Of course I am. Li Mochuan could not resist placing a gentle kiss upon her cheek. He had to admit that Shen Zhimeng could always discern his emotional state almost instantaneously. After boarding the subway, Li Mochuan continued to embrace Shen Zhimeng, unwilling to let go. He understood that she lacked a sense of security, and this was the most effective way he could think of to provide her with reassurance. The subway was crowded, yet he held her firmly in his arms, whispering softly, "Why don't I delete Jiang Wu from my contacts?" Shen Zhimeng looked up at him, puzzled. What? Are you planning to erase your chat history so I cannot see it? Is there some secret lurking within your conversations? Her tone was half joking. Li Mochuan felt his intentions had been misconstrued, and a wave of urgency washed over him. Meeting Shen Zhimeng's scrutinizing gaze, he instinctively pressed his lips against hers. After all, it had been she who had initiated such contact in the first place, and not just once. Therefore, he believed that kissing her would bring her joy. With this mindset, he kissed her repeatedly until a smile graced the corners of her lips. You are welcome to look at our conversations whenever you wish. You can even back them up if you like. Upon hearing his earnest yet somewhat foolish words, Shen Zhimeng wrapped her arms around his waist, declaring, I don't want to. I'm not that petty. After exiting the subway, they still had a short distance to walk home, and Li Mochuan continued to hold her close. Your hands are cold. I shall need to ensure you wear thicker clothing from now on. Very well, you can supervise me. Shen Zhimeng replied with a smile. Are you not concerned that I might choose something utterly unattractive for you? I thought you were supervising me to wear warmly. I never said you could choose my outfits. And what if I wish to choose? No way. Shen Zhimeng's stance became resolute, prompting Li Mochuan to entertain the idea of teasing her. If you refuse, I shall simply hold you while I sleep tonight, and once we switch back, I will choose for myself. Li Mochuan spoke with mock seriousness, causing Shen Zhimeng to doubt his taste. She became flustered, insisting, no, 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 absolutely not. As the two bickered, they entered the elevator, and the sudden silence of the environment prompted them both to quiet down. Shen Zhimeng timidly embraced Li Mochuan, confessing, to be honest, I truly cherish the feeling of you holding me close, and I also enjoyed your kisses and comforting words on the subway. It gives me a sense of how much you care for me. Upon hearing her first sentence, Li Mochuan enveloped her in his arms, realizing that his intuition had not led him astray. Well, from now on, I shall embrace you more often. As the elevator arrived, the two finally released their hands. Upon reaching the doorstep, Shen Zhimeng abruptly halted and gestured for Li Mochuan to be silent. What is the matter? Li Mochuan inquired softly. Shen Zhimeng grinned mischievously, beckoning him to lean down slightly. Li Mochuan complied, and she leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Dare to kiss here?" Li Mochuan's expression stiffened, unable to believe that Shen Zhimeng would propose such an idea. What if our parents open the door at this moment? Shen Zhimeng playfully winked and whispered, "Do you dare?" Suddenly, the hallway's sensor light extinguished, granting Li Mochuan an unexpected surge of courage. In the darkness, the two could not see one another. Yet Li Mochuan felt his hand being grasped, as if guided by an unseen force. With a deep breath, he tightened his grip, pulling her into his embrace while his other hand found its place at the back of Shen Zhimeng's head, their lips meeting in a tender kiss. Despite having shared a kiss before, both remained tense. This was right outside their door, in a place where they could easily be seen. Above them was the camera they had installed together on moving day. The thrill of the moment heightened their adrenaline, causing their hearts to race uncontrollably. The soft, breathy sounds intensified their arousal, and with the kiss, their embraces grew more fervent. After what felt like an eternity, Shen Zhimeng gently pushed Li Mochuan away, but then rose on her toes to whisper in his ear, "Are you?" Li Mochuan's heart skipped a beat, sensing the direction of her words. He swiftly nibbled her lip, murmuring, "That's because of you." Their voices were hushed, and in the darkness, emboldened by the obscurity of their surroundings, they spoke with greater audacity. "It has nothing to do with me. You're the one imagining such things," Shen Zhimeng insisted, adamantly denying her own implications. Li Mochuan, suppressing a smile, pressed her against the wall and kissed her again, asking, "Not you?" "No," she replied, stifling a giggle and shaking her head. Li Mochuan understood her intentions. She wanted him to continue kissing her, and he was more than willing. Kissing was undeniably addictive. He repeated the previous action, declaring, "It is you." "No." As soon as the words left her lips, they faintly heard sounds coming from inside the house. Shen Zhimeng was speaking. Although the words were indistinct, both were startled, and Shen Zhimeng immediately pushed Li Mochuan away, creating distance between them. Fortunately, it seemed Shen Zhimeng was merely retrieving something from the cupboard at the entrance and did not intend to step outside. "Let us go inside," Li Mochuan breathed, his heart racing, unable to discern whether it was from fear or exhilaration from their previous encounter. "All right." As the two entered, they found Ji Yun and Shen Jing seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. They had previously informed that they would dine out before returning, so the expressions of the two on the sofa were not one of surprise. What delectable dishes did they indulge in? Shen Jing beckoned to Shen Zhimeng, and together they approached. The four engaged in conversation in the living room for a while, until Shen Zhimeng began signaling to Li Mochuan. Whether it was an unspoken understanding or genuine intuition, Li Mochuan almost instantaneously comprehended her intent. "Mom, I'm quite sweaty from today. I'll take a shower first, as I have class tomorrow." "All right, off you go." Li Mochuan swiftly retrieved some clothes and headed for the shower. After bathing, he took his computer into the study, exchanging a knowing glance with Shen Zhimeng before entering. Shen Zhimeng soon found an excuse to leave as well. Half an hour later, the door to the study creaked open once more, and Shen Zhimeng entered, computer in hand. As soon as she set it down, she enveloped Li Mochuan in her embrace, planting kisses on his face and neck, her fresh scent lingering from her recent shower. Li Mochuan playfully squeezed her hand. "Aren't we a bit reversed? Shouldn't that line be mine?" "Well, you can smell it," Shen Zhimeng replied, confidently extending her hand to his nose. Previously, Li Mochuan had thought little of romance, but now he found himself enchanted by it. It was delightful in every sense. He felt remorse for his past ignorance. Gently holding Shen Zhimeng's hand, he kissed it and asked, "Do you have something you wish to discuss?" "Indeed," Shen Zhimeng replied as she settled beside him. "It pertains to when we should inform our parents about our relationship. It's a matter we must inevitably confront." Shen Zhimeng reasoned that since the conversation would eventually take place, it would be prudent to devise a strategy sooner rather than later. Although her affectionate display at the door was a spur-of-the-moment decision, the reality of it had startled her. There were several scenarios to consider, one where they were discovered by chance, leading to a decision between honesty or feigned ignorance, another where they proactively confessed, raising the question of timing. "Which option do you prefer?" Shen Zhimeng returned the question. Li Mochuan gazed into her eyes, contemplating for a moment before responding. "If we choose to be honest, how do you think they would react? Would they accept it? And if not, what then?" "I've pondered that as well. However, I think if they find out, it's best to be straightforward." Li Mochuan considered the possibility that even if Shen Jing were upset, he could shoulder the burden, as he was quite resilient. He offered her a reassuring look. "Should I be more discreet moving forward?" Shen Zhimeng blinked innocently. "Regarding our antics outside tonight, perhaps let us keep those to a minimum." Li Mochuan initially intended to insist otherwise, but recalling Shen Zhimeng's joy after his kiss, he softened his stance. Shen Zhimeng quickly grasped the implication of his words and broke into a smile. "Oh, I understand now. Chuan truly holds affection for me, indulging me even in the minutiae." Shen Zhimeng's face radiated with pride, and Li Mochuan's initial embarrassment was swiftly quelled. He recognized that Shen Zhimeng's playful teasing was intended to elicit shyness from him. This woman likely possessed an eccentric penchant. Li Mochuan grasped the chair upon which Shen Zhimeng sat, drawing her closer, their chairs now intimately aligned. "Study. Don't forget your major assignment." He patted her head, prompting an involuntary shy expression from Shen Zhimeng. It seemed Li Mochuan's emotional intelligence was not lacking. However, one wondered why he often appeared somewhat daft before. Observing the focused expression on her companion's face, Shen Zhimeng suppressed her curiosity, knowing there would be ample opportunities to inquire later. Their biological clocks had adjusted, and they did not study late into the night. Before retreating to their respective rooms, Shen Zhimeng grasped Li Mochuan's arm. "Will we never exchange again?" Li Mochuan paused, pondering if that was truly undesirable. He preferred their current dynamic over an exchange, as it felt less peculiar. Yet, given Shen Zhimeng's expression, it was clear her sentiments diverged from his. "Feel free to share your thoughts. I am open to hearing them. If an exchange would bring you more joy, I suppose it wouldn't be out of the question." "Really?" Shen Zhimeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 59. Can I truly do whatever I wish? "Certainly," Li Mochuan affirmed, noticing the delight on Shen Zhimeng's face. "Then let us refrain from exchanging tomorrow. When I have an idea, I will let you know, if their assumptions were correct." Triggering an exchange required both individuals to sleep in the same bed, a thought that made Shen Zhimeng's face feel warm. All right, Li Mochuan believed that since they were together, they needed time to engage physically with one another, and the present arrangement felt quite suitable. Nonetheless, he mused that an occasional exchange might indeed be intriguing. The following morning, Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng set out together. "Will you accompany me to class?" Li Mochuan had initially hoped to allow Shen Zhimeng some extra sleep, but by the time he finished his morning routine, she was already dressed and ready with her backpack. Thus, they made their way to school together. "I want to join you in class. I'm heading to the library. I still have much work to do on my major assignment, and I need to conclude my school project." "Are your project team members from your class?" Li Mochuan recalled that Shen Zhimeng did not seem particularly close to anyone in her class. If any connection existed, it would only be with Duan Chun. "No. 2 are from the School of Journalism, and 1 is from the School of Chemistry. All are girls. They're from different colleges," Li Mochuan pondered, curious yet wary of appearing overly inquisitive. "Are you wondering how I got to know them?" Indeed, having been seen through by Shen Zhimeng, Li Mochuan openly admitted it. "Do you recall what our counselor mentioned during yesterday's rehearsal? That I should take on the role of host. Well, I was previously part of the school's hosting team, and it was during that time that I met my teammates. Our projects were closely tied to these 3 majors, with clearly defined roles. It is quite natural for you not to know about the hosting, as many are unaware. I spent my entire freshman year yielding opportunities to others and never had the chance to perform." There was a hint of regret in Shen Zhimeng's voice as she spoke. "As a team member in my freshman year, I chose not to run for captain in my sophomore year due to heavy coursework and my own reluctance, resulting in no participation in elections. By junior year, The opportunity had slipped away entirely. Li Mochuan took her hand, asking, "So, how did the hosting for the arts performance turn out?" "Of course, I was selected," she replied, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. Though Li Mochuan felt a twinge of sympathy, such matters could have been pursued with a bit more effort. It was something she genuinely wanted to do. So why had she continually stepped aside? "Whatever you wish to pursue in the future, I will support you unconditionally," Li Mochuan said earnestly, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Shen Zhimeng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Really, can I do whatever I want?" They had already entered the school grounds, with neatly lined trees flanking the path, bustling with passers-by. Observing Shen Zhimeng's expression, Li Mochuan's heart raced with alarm. Surely wasn't he contemplating something audacious here? Recalling the bold words she uttered at his doorstep the previous night, he couldn't dismiss the possibility. Shen Zhimeng pressed closer, causing him to instinctively retreat. After all, this was school. What of it? She countered, locking her gaze with his, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "No, that might not be appropriate," Li Mochuan replied, though his heart fluttered with anticipation. The tree trunks loomed behind him, leaving no room for retreat. He attempted to regain control by grasping Shen Zhimeng's arm, but she swatted his hand away. "Stay still." Li Mochuan complied, standing obediently. Then, Shen Zhimeng rose on her toes, one hand gripping his collar while the other caressed his chin, trailing a kiss from his jawline to the corner of his lips. She kissed slowly, yet it was enough to set hearts aflutter. Li Mochuan took in her blissful expression, eyes closed in enjoyment, and then, with a firm embrace, pulled her close, shedding all reservations as they shared a passionate kiss. The intensity of Li Mochuan's actions caused Shen Zhimeng to shiver slightly. He gently patted her back, as if to soothe her. Their intimate moment was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of the class bell, prompting Li Mochuan to check his phone anxiously. He was running late. Observing his flustered demeanor, Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but laugh. "It's fine, just head to the classroom." This was the reassurance offered by a junior to a freshman. Despite this, Li Mochuan quickened his pace, while Shen Zhimeng was headed to the library. Their destinations diverged, and they parted ways beneath the tree just moments ago. Li Mochuan stood at the doorway of the classroom, casting another glance at the time. 15 minutes had elapsed since the class bell rang. This early morning calculus class was notorious, and the irksome calculus instructor was likely not easily fooled. Peeking through the back door, he noticed the rear seats were already fully occupied. After some contemplation, he decided to enter through the front door. In university, there was no formal call for attendance. One could quietly slip into the classroom after being late. As long as they did not disrupt the instructor's lecture, students were generally not subjected to any penalties, considering they had made the effort to attend. Taking a deep breath, Li Mochuan pushed open the front door and settled into the front row. After all, the first row always had available seats, and he was no longer apprehensive about sitting there. Just as he placed his backpack down, the calculus teacher called on him, asking the latecomer to come to the podium and solve a problem. Standing at the podium was another student, already engaged in the task. Li Mochuan recognized him as Chen. The difficulty of the problem was likely not trivial. "All right," Li Mochuan acknowledged, rising to approach the podium. Chen cast a discreet glance in his direction. For some reason, Li Mochuan felt an undercurrent of animosity in his gaze. However, this was not the moment for such thoughts. Upon reviewing the problem, Li Mochuan promptly began his solution. The teacher, amplified by a microphone, reverberated through the classroom. "Those seated below, please take out your paper and pens to work on this. Once completed, feel free to show me your answers. Your final evaluation consists of a total of 30 points for participation, of which I will only award a maximum of 20. The remaining 10 points must be earned through your performance in class. Correct answers will earn you additional points on the rubric." This particular problem had been thoroughly explained to Li Mochuan by Shen Zhimeng just the night before, along with several variations of similar problems, rendering the current challenge relatively simple for him. As he placed the chalk down upon completion, he noticed Chen was still writing. A quick glance confirmed his answer was correct, although it appeared he had made an error in his final calculation. Descending from the podium, he caught sight of the teacher pausing beside Xiao Hao, the prodigy who had already completed the calculus syllabus ahead of schedule. It seemed he must have written his answers more swiftly than Li Mochuan. This outcome did not surprise him. Chapter 60. Could it be that you liked me back then? Unconsciously, he began to compare himself, feeling a mixture of admiration and a desire to surpass Xiao Hao. In high school, his teachers often remarked on this bright student who was somewhat lazy. If he applied himself diligently, his grades would undoubtedly excel, to transform into a genuinely high-achieving individual. Li Mochuan set this as his personal goal. He envisioned surpassing those slightly ahead of him in academic performance, striving to conquer one small target after another, all the way to the college entrance examination. Observing Li Mochuan's swift and accurate writing, the teacher dismissed any concerns regarding his tardiness after inquiring his name. The teacher promptly added a point next to it. As the calculus class concluded, Li Mochuan spotted Shen Zhimeng waiting by the entrance. He brought her some bread and milk, reminding her that she had classes during the 3rd and 4th periods, suggesting she should go to the cafeteria early to secure a seat for him. Li Mochuan accepted the plastic bag from her hand, inquiring if she had eaten. "Am I really that foolish?" "Of course, I have," Shen Zhimeng replied, waving her hand at Li Mochuan. "I must head to class now, goodbye." As Li Mochuan observed her turn away, he instinctively grasped her hand, drawing her into his embrace. Resting his chin on her shoulder, "You said you enjoy being held by me, so allow me to escort you to your classroom." A radiant smile blossomed on Shen Zhimeng's face. "All right." Upon finishing her sentence, she playfully pecked Li Mochuan's hand with a kiss. Though the angle was discreet enough that only he could perceive it, Li Mochuan felt a warmth in his heart from her gesture. If someone familiar had witnessed Shen Zhimeng act this way, they would surely be astonished. "I thought you would still possess that boldness from the school gate," he remarked. "Let's go, or we'll be late." Shen Zhimeng's classroom was located in another building, and there were only 20 minutes between the 2nd and 3rd periods, requiring them to walk a considerable distance. The corridor remained bustling with students, yet Li Mochuan held her securely, ensuring she wouldn't stumble. Suddenly, Shen Zhimeng seemed to recall something, tapping Li Mochuan's chest. "Do you remember the day after we first met? I fell in the hallway after class, and you helped me up." "Yes, I remember," Li Mochuan replied, somewhat recalling the incident. He had intended to decline the advances of a girl from the literature department that day, but had not found an opportune moment. "That was intentional on my part," Shen Zhimeng admitted candidly. "Really?" Li Mochuan was taken aback. "Why? You were standing at the staircase with her, and I could see you wouldn't refuse her. I had to lend you a hand." Shen Zhimeng spoke with a hint of playful melancholy. Li Mochuan's astonishment deepened. She had discerned his reluctance to decline back then. "Could it be that you liked me even then?" he questioned, incredulity lacing his words. Shen Zhimeng tilted her head to glance at him. "You think too much. I merely believed our relationship should not include other girls around you. My inclinations are quite normal." "Oh, I see," Li Mochuan conceded, finding her reasoning plausible. Seeing that he accepted her words, Shen Zhimeng felt a sense of relief within her. She had lied. In truth, she was unaware of why the sight of another girl beside Li Mochuan had been so jarring. They had only just met, yet his appearance undeniably aligned with her aesthetic. Moreover, on the day they had exchanged phone numbers, she had nearly explored every inch of him. This sentiment felt peculiar, yet she found herself unable to suppress it. For now, she could only bury it deep within her heart, refraining from revealing her feelings until their relationship progressed further. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Zhimeng found herself at the threshold of her classroom, with merely 2 minutes remaining until the bell rang. After exchanging a brief embrace, she stepped inside. Yet, an unsettling sensation washed over her as she noticed the peculiar gazes of her classmates. Was it merely her imagination? Before she could ponder further, the teacher entered the room. However, even amidst the lesson, she could still feel those fleeting glances directed at her, causing discomfort to settle within. During the intermission between classes, upon returning from the restroom, Shen Zhimeng spotted Duan Shen. A frown creased her brow. He appeared to be in a state of vexation. What new antics was he concocting now? "Step aside," she said curtly. Duan Shen promptly produced his phone, questioning, "You and Li Mochuan have reached this point?" A quick glance confirmed her suspicion. Images of her affectionate encounter with Li Mochuan at the school gate that morning had been captured. Calmly, she took the phone from Duan Shen, scrutinizing the 3 photographs from various angles. Indeed, they exuded the essence of youthful romance. The more she examined them, the more pleased she became. A light tap on the image revealed it was posted on the school forum, seemingly also on the confession wall. "The shots are quite commendable. I am satisfied. I shall inquire with my boyfriend at noon regarding his thoughts," Shen Zhimeng remarked with genuine delight, although the icy glint in her eyes was unmistakably aimed at Duan Shen. Duan Shen was utterly taken aback by her reaction. "Shen Zhimeng, you have changed so much since being with him. You are not yourself anymore. Step aside." "Do not compel me to repeat myself," she retorted, her smile vanishing completely, her demeanor suggesting that should he not yield, she might resort to physical confrontation. Yet, Duan Xin seemed resolute to engage her today, refusing to budge. Irritated, she shot him a glare before gathering her belongings and exiting the classroom. Each floor housed a lounge and a break room, and Shen Zhimeng made her way to find a teacher. "Excuse me, teacher, I am feeling unwell. May I leave early?" She feigned convincingly, bending over to clutch her abdomen. Upon recognizing her, the teacher waved her off without asking for an explanation. "If you're unwell, head back to your dorm and rest. Your health is paramount." "Thank you, teacher," she replied, striding out of the office. She deliberately avoided the route that would take her past the classroom, opting for a more circuitous path to exit the building. Once outside, she immediately retrieved her phone to save the images she had just seen and sent a picture of her surroundings to Li Mochuan. "I wonder if my dashing boyfriend is hungry. Would you care to join me for lunch?" After sending the message, Shen Zhimeng made her way toward the library, having received a photo of his surroundings from him earlier. As he was engrossed in his studies, his phone was set to Do Not Disturb, and thus, he had not seen her message. It was not until 11:30 that he began to pack his bag and leave the study room. As soon as I entered the hall, a familiar figure came rushing towards me. Chapter 61. Then kiss me once more, so I may hold on to the thought. Li Mochuan was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Shen Zhimeng's beaming smile, he instinctively opened his arms to embrace her. "How did you get here? Aren't you supposed to be in class?" "I skipped class," Shen Zhimeng replied with a playful wink. "Did something happen?" Li Mochuan took her hand, and together they exited the library. Shen Zhimeng recounted everything that had transpired during the break and then pulled out the saved photos. "What do you think? Aren't they quite lovely?" Li Mochuan took her phone and glanced at the images. The angle captured Shen Zhimeng in a way that made her appear as an enchanting temptress. Hesitating, Li Mochuan responded, "It's acceptable. Although, I look a bit passive, like a boy being spoiled by an older sister." "Chuan, are you shy?" "I am not. I can tell you are. You find them appealing, don't you?" Shen Zhimeng smiled knowingly. However, just moments later, her phone screen faced her, displaying an upward shot of Li Mochuan. The setting was the library, where he held a pink backpack, placing a stack of books inside. That afternoon, while studying together, Shen Zhimeng had fallen asleep, and it was Li Mochuan who helped tidy her bag. "You took a candid shot of me?" Li Mochuan squinted slightly, noticing the date on the photo. If memory served correctly, it had been just a few days since they had exchanged numbers. "Is it not allowed to take pictures of someone so handsome?" Shen Zhimeng replied, a touch of guilt in her eyes. Yet she boldly lifted her chin to meet his gaze. "I'm allowed to capture my attractive boyfriend, aren't I?" Li Mochuan's eyes scanned the surroundings and spotted a small side path leading to the cafeteria, devoid of people. He took Shen Zhimeng's hand and turned down that route. Shen Zhimeng seemed to sense his intentions, allowing him to lead her without any resistance, her face adorned with a smile. As soon as Li Mochuan paused, he heard, "Chuan, are you going to kiss me? Come on, I'm ready." Just as he was about to check for onlookers, he unexpectedly locked eyes with Shen Zhimeng's bright gaze, filled with affection, stirring his heart. Without hesitation, he cupped her face and kissed her. What did it matter if anyone was around? Love in college was not a crime. What harm was there in a kiss? And in the face of such an enchanting Shen Zhimeng, he found it impossible to refrain. The kiss was infused with emotion, lingering for several minutes. Shen Zhimeng's cheeks flushed, and she wrapped her arms around Li Mochuan's, whispering softly, "You know, every time you take on that slightly assertive demeanor, my heart races." Li Mochuan was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly embrace Shen Zhimeng's waist as if struck by a sudden epiphany. "Let us go? I shall treat my shy girlfriend to a meal." "You are the shy one," she retorted. After their lunch, the pair returned to the library. As both had classes in the afternoon, they settled into their familiar spot in the lobby. Shen Zhimeng took out her laptop and began to run code. Yet her brow gradually furrowed in concentration. Upon completing a problem, Li Mochuan noticed her troubled expression and promptly moved his chair closer, positioning himself beside her to observe the code on her screen. "Is there an error?" he inquired. "Yes, I have yet to identify the bug," Shen Zhimeng replied despondently. Without hesitation, Li Mochuan seized control of Shen Zhimeng's laptop, reviewing the code thoroughly before making 2 adjustments. Shen Zhimeng let out a long sigh. "Ah, I see it now." Li Mochuan turned to her, his heart lightened at the sight of her relaxed features, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "Quite clever, aren't you?" "Of course. I simply didn't think of it right away. The reasons for code errors are myriad and perplexing. Countless programmers have wrestled with erroneous code for days. After Shen Zhimeng resolved this issue, the subsequent data began to run smoothly. Upon witnessing the final outcome, Shen Zhimeng enveloped Li Mochuan in a hug, exclaiming, "Ah Chuan, you are truly remarkable." Li Mochuan felt a surge of joy from helping her, gently ruffling her hair. "Indeed, while I may need your guidance in advanced mathematics, you can trust me implicitly with coding. I've always trusted you," Shen Zhimeng declared, punctuating her words with a playful kiss on his cheek. "I just feel embarrassed to call you if I encounter a bug, in case you discover it's a trivial mistake." "Indeed," Li Mochuan replied, pulling out a challenging calculus problem. "Then, will you teach me math?" Of course. Li Mochuan had a packed schedule for the afternoon, whereas Shen Zhimeng only had the first 2 classes. As they parted ways, he noticed the reluctance in her eyes and, with a hint of helplessness, drew her into an embrace, his tone laced with concern. "Why this expression? Why must our classes overlap, leaving us apart for 2 periods?" Shen Zhimeng pouted, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. Li Mochuan couldn't help but smile at her dismay. "It's merely 2 classes. If you focus, time will fly by." He playfully pinched her cheek. "You truly are like those comments on the forum, as if you've undergone a transformation, so unlike your former self. Regardless, this is the genuine me, and I only show this side to you." For reasons unknown, Li Mochuan felt that every word Shen Zhimeng spoke resonated deep within his heart, prompting him to grow ever gentler and more affectionate towards her. Perhaps this is what they refer to as the bliss of newfound love? "All right. If we don't leave now, we shall truly be late. Then kiss me once more, so I may hold on to the thought of you," Shen Zhimeng replied, lifting her cheek in anticipation. Li Mochuan found himself in a rather amusing predicament as he gently cupped the soft visage before him, placing a kiss on each cheek before finally pecking the lips. "I shall take my leave now," Shen Zhimeng said, her smile radiating satisfaction. "Ah Chuan, you are increasingly aligning with my expectations." Upon entering the classroom, Zhao Xianping immediately approached him, gesturing towards the podium. "Look over there. The academic prodigy Qian has already gone to speak with the teacher regarding assistance for graduate studies. Aren't you going to sign up as well?" Li Mochuan felt momentarily bewildered, pausing to reflect on Shen Zhimeng's earlier words. If memory serves correctly, she had mentioned that serving as a research assistant for the teacher was often a thankless endeavor. "I shall not partake." Zhao Xuanping's expression turned skeptical. "This is uncharacteristic of you. Aren't you striving to achieve the national scholarship? Isn't it prudent to foster a rapport with the teacher? Merit alone suffices. I do not require this," Li Mochuan replied quietly, withdrawing a book to begin reading. Zhao Xianping was about to voice another thought when his attention was captured by the book in Li Mochuan's hands. "Wait, have you taken the wrong book? This is not the text for today's class, is it?" Without lifting his gaze, Li Mochuan replied, "This is for my junior year." He had already been tutored by Shen Zhimeng on the subject matter over the previous weekend. To be precise, Li Mochuan possessed a solid foundation in his major, and with Shen Zhimeng's concise elucidation of certain concepts, he grasped the material effortlessly. Zhao Xianping was left astounded by this revelation. "You have completed this course already?" "Yes," Li Mochuan affirmed. Zhao Xianping intended to say more, but the bell signaling the start of class rang, compelling him to return to his seat at the back of the room. Li Mochuan glanced at the presentation on the screen, then at the book in his hands. Perhaps it would be better to sit further back, as it would facilitate his self-study. However, upon surveying the rear of the classroom, he realized it was already filled to capacity. Sitting 2 rows back would be no different than occupying the front row. Ultimately, he dismissed the notion. Standing at the podium were not only Qian Chen, but also Qiu Hao, alongside another male student with commendable grades. The teacher appeared to be quite pleased with them. As Qian Chen descended from the podium, he cast a glance towards Li Mochuan, his eyes shimmering with a hint of pride. Li Mochuan was perplexed by the inexplicable animosity directed towards him, yet he understood the implication behind Qian Chen's gaze. Was he attempting to flaunt something? Surely. He could not believe that being selected for graduate assistance was a remarkable achievement. Initially, Li Mochuan merely speculated on this sentiment, but after the class concluded, Qian Chen approached him to converse, solidifying his suspicions. "Weren't you particularly attentive to this teacher last class? Did he not select you?" Observing the boastful glint in Qian Chen's eyes and the pretentious tone of his voice, Li Mochuan could not suppress a laugh. It was a struggle to contain his amusement. Qian Chen's expression darkened. "What are you laughing at? Is everything all right? Did you get selected?" Li Mochuan countered. "Of course I did. Both Qiu Hao and I were chosen." Congratulations, Li Mochuan nodded in agreement. His calm demeanor, however, dimmed Qian Yichen's desire to boast, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. Did you decide at the last minute not to participate? Qian Yichen asked incredulously. He had observed Li Mochuan's fervent eagerness in class, determined to cultivate a favorable relationship with the teacher. Li Mochuan shrugged. I never even applied to that teacher. Why? Li Mochuan contemplated whether to reveal the true reason, but seeing Qian Yichen's smug expression after being selected made him reluctant to expose the truth. Besides, there was still room for change. The teacher had not finalized the decision yet, and circumstances might shift. What would Qian Yichen's expression be if, after a few tasks, he realized it was not worth the effort? Li Mochuan found himself quite curious. It's nothing, really. I just thought I might not compete well against you all, so I decided to forego it. Someone like me, a mediocre student, should focus on academics. Such tasks are certainly better suited for you high achievers, Li Mochuan said, subtly flattering while simultaneously dismissing the notion. Without giving Qian Yichen a chance to respond, Li Mochuan stood up and exited the classroom. After taking a couple of steps, Zhao Xianping caught up to him, casually putting his arm over Li Mochuan's shoulder. What did Qian Yichen want to talk to you about? He seems a bit pretentious. Something feels off about him. Li Mochuan chuckled lightly. He came to flaunt that he was selected as a research assistant. Aren't you supposed to be applying for that too? What a manipulative guy. Zhao Xianping immediately voiced his discontent. Li Mochuan, however, remained unperturbed. After recounting the remarks made by Shen Zhimeng, Zhao Xianping laughed. I knew it. Your expression definitely hinted at something. Does Qian Yichen really think he has struck gold? Let him bask in his delusions. Li Mochuan was no saint, especially not towards someone who, despite being a mere acquaintance, displayed such arrogance. He had no intention of enlightening anyone about the disparity in their knowledge. He wouldn't even inform Qiu Hao. After all, they were all competitors for the national scholarship, and he bore no obligation to assist them. Once the class concluded, Li Mochuan proceeded to the next lecture hall, which was filled with hundreds of students. After finding a seat, he took out his phone and snapped a picture of his location to send to Shen Zhimeng, ensuring she could easily locate him upon entering. Before long, as Li Mochuan was engrossed in his work, a familiar scent wafted into his nostrils, followed by Shen Zhimeng's voice. Quick, tell me you missed me. Li Mochuan set down his pen, lifted her chin, and placed a gentle kiss on her lips. I missed you so much. Initially, Li Mochuan felt quite indifferent, but upon hearing Shen Zhimeng's words and seeing her exquisitely beautiful face, he couldn't help but break into a smile. Shen Zhimeng was momentarily taken aback by his sudden kiss. Goodness, he was utterly unconcerned about their surroundings. Shen Zhimeng clicked her tongue in disbelief. Recalling how he had previously sought out secluded spots for a kiss during their midday stroll to the cafeteria, Li Mochuan quickly averted his gaze. Although there were quite a few people in the classroom, a mere peck should be acceptable, right? After all, this was a result of her influence. Li Mochuan unapologetically shifted the blame, acknowledging that Shen Zhimeng played an undeniable role in his transformation. Their playful banter caught the attention of Zhong Ruan from a distance, prompting her to reflect on the photographs she had seen on the campus forum. She harbored doubts about the compatibility of Shen Zhimeng and Li Mochuan, having learned that the senior was rather aloof. How many boys could endure such a temperament? Would Li Mochuan truly find happiness with her? In her opinion, it wouldn't be long before they parted ways, making it easier for her to pursue Li Mochuan afterward. However, the events of today had shaken her assumptions. Could love truly inspire such profound change in a person? The flicker of hope that had ignited in Zhong Ruan's heart over the past few days extinguished once more. After 2 classes, Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng refrained from any further displays of intimacy, presenting themselves as diligent students, each engrossed in their own books. After hastily finishing dinner, they prepared for their evening class. As they strolled hand in hand towards the teaching building, they unexpectedly spotted a familiar pair of figures ahead. Chapter 63, Can Cover Eyes. Combined hands, it was Shen Zhimeng who first reacted, recognizing her father's distinctive gait, and she quickly released Li Mochuan's hand. What were they doing at the school? It was not uncommon for non-staff personnel to be present on campus, with numerous support staff and faculty families around. It was quite common to see teachers dining with their children in the cafeteria. However, they had little time to ponder this when Shen Jing and Ji Yun noticed them. Meng Huan. Shen Jing called out to them directly. The pair had no choice but to approach and greet them. Are you off to class? Yes. We have a class tonight, Li Mochuan promptly replied, checking the time on his phone, realizing they had 10 minutes until class started. Oh dear, 10 minutes. Hurry, hurry. Don't be late. Jiyan urged them. It seemed that parents held a certain gravity regarding classes, as if arriving late was a sign of disrespect towards the teacher. All right then, we'll be on our way, Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng said in unison, sighing in relief as they turned to leave. Once inside the teaching building, they felt a bit closer together. The reason for Shen Jing and Ji Yun's unexpected appearance at the school would have to be addressed later that evening. It was certainly not a good omen. They exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of unease reflected in the other's eyes. You don't think they saw us holding hands, do you? When I let go, we were quite a distance away from them. Shen Zhimeng spoke with a hint of uncertainty. So, should we be a bit more discreet in public at school? Li Mochuan was eager to discern Shen Zhimeng's attitude towards the matter and was fully prepared to adhere to her wishes. If she desired to keep it a secret, he would find a way to maintain that secrecy. If she preferred to confront her parents directly, he was willing to bear all potential consequences. Shen Zhimeng's heart raced. The situation had unfolded so abruptly that she had not mentally prepared herself. I have an idea, she said after a moment of contemplation. Go on. If we directly inform them that we are together, they might not accept it right away. However, we will have to face this eventually. I believe we can gradually provide them with subtle hints, allowing them to slowly come to terms with it internally. Li Mochuan raised an eyebrow, finding this notion rather appealing. Yet, even the best ideas require practical methods and feasibility. But how exactly do we go about it? Shen Zhimeng pondered. This requires careful planning. We shouldn't be too overt, yet not so subtle that they fail to comprehend. All right, while you attend your class, I will think things over in the empty classroom next door. Sounds good. As the school bell rang later that evening, Li Mochuan stepped outside to find Shen Zhimeng waiting for him. He swiftly pulled her into his embrace. You don't need to come early to wait for me. Just sit in the next room, and I'll come find you. Shen Zhimeng looked up at him, beaming. But if I come out early, I get to see you sooner. Li Mochuan felt his heart flutter. Shen Zhimeng certainly had a way with words. If it weren't for the rumors that you were indifferent to boys, I would suspect you've had numerous romantic encounters. How do you manage to make every word resonate so deeply with me? After speaking, he planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Shen Zhimeng smiled with pride. That's called talent. It's instinctive. I didn't learn these words. They just come to me when I see you. Though her words were simple and unadorned, they brought immense joy to Li Mochuan. But I'm not as articulate as you. Will you be disappointed? As they leisurely descended the stairs, having attended class on the 6th floor, they moved slowly while groups of students hurried past them, causing the corridor to grow quiet. Shen Zhimeng intertwined her fingers with Li Mochuan's, speaking earnestly. There are many ways to express feelings. Language is one, and actions are another. Li Mochuan turned to gaze intently at her, ultimately enveloping her within his tall frame. Shen Zhimeng laughed, wrapping her arms around his waist and gently patting his back. Just then, the motion sensor lights in the corridor conveniently extinguished. Li Mochuan loosened his hold slightly, creating just enough space for a kiss. That night, before bed, Li Mochuan downloaded an app rumored to be adored by many girls, known as Certain Book. He promptly posed a question. How can I create a surprise for my girlfriend? Initially harboring no expectations, he awoke the following day to find his notifications overwhelmed. His post had garnered hundreds of comments. As he perused each response, he noticed that, due to his lack of restrictions, most replies were rather frivolous. The conversation often revolved around romantic escapades. In the impulsive haze of the morning, after absorbing a portion of the comments and indulging in vivid imaginings, Li Mochuan felt compelled to take a cold shower. Even his morning greeting to Shen Zhimeng felt somewhat awkward. Shen Zhimeng, well acquainted with his demeanor, quickly discerned something amiss. After breakfast, while tidying the kitchen, she seized a moment to inquire, "What is wrong with you?" "Nothing," he replied. However, noticing the change in his complexion, Shen Zhimeng instinctively voiced a suspicion. "You didn't dream of something last night, did you? Perhaps you were too affectionate yesterday?" Li Mochuan widened his eyes in disbelief. "What on earth are you thinking?" Shen Zhimeng's smile deepened as she playfully beckoned him to lean down. Hesitant, he complied. She cupped his ear and whispered, "Can you guess where the blindfold I used during our first bath together came from?" "Where?" "I specifically bought it," she revealed. Li Mochuan was perplexed. "For whom?" "For my future boyfriend. This blindfold can be used to cover your eyes or to bind your hands." Li Mochuan's face flushed uncontrollably. "So, when will you and I explore the uses of this blindfold together, Chuan?" Shen Zhimeng's laughter held an intriguing undertone. Instinctively swallowing hard, Li Mochuan realized he was utterly defenseless against such words, especially after just finishing a cold shower. They were indeed in a romantic relationship, and though something might genuinely unfold, he felt a nagging instinct to remain cautious. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Chapter 60 for Li Mochuan. You don't think I'm having a clandestine affair with another man, do you? Shen Zhimeng's smile widened as she grasped his hand. What is so wrong with that? Chuan, could you come help your uncle for a moment? Suddenly, Shen Zhimeng's voice interrupted their flirtatious exchange, causing Li Mochuan to hastily withdraw his hand from Shen Zhimeng's grasp. Just as he released her, Shen Zhimeng entered the kitchen. The kitchen should be nearly tidied up, right? Dreaming, finish up, and Chuan, come here for a moment. Shen Zhimeng remained oblivious to any unusual tension. Okay. Li Mochuan followed Shen Zhimeng out, casting a warning glance back at Shen Zhimeng, only to receive an even more audacious smile in return. Shen Zhimeng's request for Li Mochuan was rather trivial. He needed assistance assembling a shelf in the study to hold potted plants, as it seemed he had encountered some difficulties, considering Li Mochuan's superior manual dexterity. He sought his help. With physical education class scheduled for the next few periods, Li Mochuan did not linger at home. After assisting Shen Zhimeng, he headed to school just in time to hear the teacher's whistle signaling assembly. Upon seeing Li Mochuan hurrying over, the teacher recognized him as the one who had triumphed in their recent basketball match and couldn't resist teasing. Is your girlfriend not here today? She asked, studying. Li Mochuan replied, feeling the weight of the gazes from dozens of classmates as he lowered his eyes. Join the team, the teacher instructed, not intending to linger further. Halfway through the physical education class, Shen Zhimeng approached. Li Mochuan passed the basketball he had been holding and jogged over to the bench. Although the sun was shining, winter had indeed set in, bringing a chill to the air. Shen Zhimeng was dressed in a manner reminiscent of a stylish Korean senior today, adorned in a long black wool coat and a black and white plaid pencil skirt, complemented by knee-high black boots that revealed a hint of lace-trimmed white socks. Her hair was elegantly curled, and her makeup was tastefully done. Upon nearing her, Li Mochuan found himself captivated by her stunning appearance. How do I look? I hope I haven't embarrassed my boyfriend, Shen Zhimeng asked, sitting on the bench with an earnest smile that radiated warmth. Li Mochuan wanted to take her hand, but hesitated halfway, recalling that his hands were dirty from playing basketball. Noticing his reluctance, Shen Zhimeng retrieved a pack of wet wipes from her bag, pulled out a sheet, and began to clean his hands. Are you satisfied with this service, Mr. Li? She inquired playfully. In response, Li Mochuan bent down and kissed her softly. Very satisfied. Once her task was complete, Li Mochuan enveloped Shen Zhimeng's delicate hands within his own. Are your hands cold? He asked. They are, she replied, grinning as she withdrew her hands only to nestle into the warmth of his sweatshirt. As the exertion from playing basketball had warmed him, Li Mochuan had shed his heavy winter coat, now wearing only a lightweight sweatshirt, while Shen Zhimeng's hands danced against his abdomen. Your abs are delightful to touch, she giggled, sitting on the bench and tilting her head back in laughter. From his vantage point, Li Mochuan found her both adorable and enchanting, his heart melting at the sight. Narrowing his eyes playfully, he pinched Shen Zhimeng's cheek and teased, confess. When you switched to my class, did you sneak a touch? I did, she boldly admitted, exuding confidence as if daring him to challenge her. H1, come over here, called a classmate from a distance, beckoning Li Mochuan to join the game. Shen Zhimeng dutifully withdrew her hands, patting the back of his hand. Go play basketball, she urged. Li Mochuan glanced back at the basketball court before returning his gaze to Shen Zhimeng's face. Forget about them, he remarked. Shen Zhimeng's smile deepened, and she even playfully nudged his arm. I'm just here to watch my handsome boyfriend play. All right. Unable to resist, Li Mochuan pressed a kiss on her cheek before turning to dash towards the court. That evening marked the rehearsal time for the literary performance. Shen Zhimeng was also busy rehearsing as the host. Li Mochuan escorted her to the venue, and as he watched her greet her old friends with warmth, a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Shen Zhimeng was far from the icy beauty people often perceived her to be, in the company of acquaintances. She was vivacious, especially in his presence. When serious, she embodied the role of an elder sister, yet when playful, she transformed into a whimsical little sister. Upon arriving at his rehearsal room, Li Mochuan found that everyone else had already gathered. The instructor quickly beckoned him over. Li Mochuan, come try this out. We plan to adapt the segment into a musical. The script leaned towards an ensemble piece, and incorporating song and dance would create a more cohesive climax. What do I need to do? Li Mochuan approached, still uncertain of his role. You'll need to lift Su Yan, the instructor explained, pulling up a demonstration video on his phone. After watching, Li Mochuan furrowed his brow slightly. He discreetly glanced at the girl he was to lift. She was petite and appeared quite light, likely requiring minimal effort. However, he pondered whether Shen Zhimeng would be upset if she found out. There were several boys in the play who were just as tall and strong. Teacher, why not let Zhou Yuan do the lift instead? I injured my hand playing basketball today. Li Mochuan fabricated the excuse effortlessly. Although his acting was not particularly convincing, the instructor, considering his relationship with Shen Zhimeng, likely deduced the reason behind his request. It was only natural to avoid any potential misunderstandings for the sake of one's partner. All right, Zhou Yuan, you come over then. Li Mochuan willingly stepped aside, and the rehearsal proceeded much more smoothly from that point on. With his part finished early, he headed straight to Shen Zhimeng's side. The door to the rehearsal room was not entirely shut, and a sliver of light escaped, accompanied by the sounds of laughter from within. Li Mochuan casually peeked inside, just a glance, but his heart immediately raced. Why was there a boy hugging Shen Zhimeng from behind? The boy's arm rested casually on her shoulder, their heads almost touching. A wave of discomfort washed over Li Mochuan, and he dared not look any longer. The more he observed, the more troubled he felt. Leaning against the wall outside the rehearsal room, he took out his phone and messaged Shen Zhimeng. I'm outside your rehearsal room. I've finished here. Li Mochuan contemplated making a swift exit, yet the thought of Shen Zhimeng, whom he knew to be a person of integrity, held him back as he resolved to wait for her to emerge and clarify the situation. He was unaware of how long he had remained outside. With a creak, the rehearsal room door swung open, and individuals began to filter out. Following the sound, Li Mochuan noticed a male figure still embracing Shen Zhimeng. Chapter 65. There is another place that can be loud upon spotting him. Shen Zhimeng approached with an air of nonchalance, wrapping her arms around Li Mochuan's. What brings you here? I was just about to say that I finished early and intended to find you, she exclaimed, meeting her bright gaze. Li Mochuan swallowed the questions that bubbled on his tongue. The rehearsal ended ahead of schedule, and I sent you a message, he replied, a hint of disappointment evident in his tone. Shen Zhimeng, upon hearing this, hastily rummaged through her phone, only to find it unresponsive, seemingly out of battery. Just as she expressed her frustration, another arm encircled her shoulder. Everyone's been saying you're in a relationship. I didn't believe it. Why not introduce us? The speaker was the very boy Li Mochuan had assumed was a male, but the voice unmistakably belonged to a girl. A closer inspection of her features and Adam's apple revealed Li Mochuan's misunderstanding. Shen Zhimeng noticed the shift in Li Mochuan's expression, as if she understood something profound. She then patted the girl's shoulder, saying, my boyfriend is someone I intend to keep under wraps. I can't let everyone know right away. I'm off to enjoy my date now. With that, she swiftly grasped Li Mochuan's wrist and led him away. The two hurried out of the office building and onto the open main road. Clearing her throat loudly, Shen Zhimeng feigned seriousness as she addressed him. Li Mochuan, may I pose a few inquiries? Li Mochuan remained bewildered, unsure of her intentions. Did you arrive early and witness something at the entrance? As he pondered what he could have possibly seen, an involuntary image surfaced in his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. Shen Zhimeng halted in front of him, articulating slowly. You are jealous. Me? Li Mochuan countered. Surely you don't believe I would think you were involved in a clandestine romance with another man? I do not, he confessed. For he had not lied on that front. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment at the time, the thought of Shen Zhimeng's character and the way her eyes sparkled with affection for him led him to dismiss the notion as improbable. Yet Shen Zhimeng seemed unconvinced. Quickly tell me, what were you thinking when you saw her embrace me? I forgot. Li Mochuan averted his gaze, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Oh, come on. Just share it with me. I won't mock you, she urged playfully. I truly forgot. He insisted. Shen Zhimeng, observing his expression, playfully pouted, attempting to coax him into revealing his thoughts. Not telling, he replied resolutely. The two individuals quarreled and returned home. Once they entered the elevator, it was just the two of them. Li Mochuan gazed at her with a triumphant expression and promptly pulled her in for a kiss. It was not until the elevator chimed, signaling their arrival at their floor, that Li Mochuan gradually released her. Observing the flushed face nestled in his embrace, he instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a profound sadness and an overwhelming sense of unease, unsure of how to proceed. In a rush, Li Mochuan poured out all his thoughts. As the elevator doors slowly opened, neither of them showed any intention of stepping out. Shen Zhimeng had never witnessed Li Mochuan in such a state of emotional disarray, nor had she seen him express his grievances in this manner. She gently wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her head in his chest, and softly murmured, "I'm sorry for making you feel this way." Li Mochuan was not angry. After all, his emotions stemmed from his own confusion, and Shen Zhimeng had not anticipated arriving early. "It's all right," he replied, tenderly stroking the top of her head. "There is something else I wanted to share with you." He recounted everything he had said and done during the rehearsal that evening, concluding with, "The counselor must have noticed that I was considering you, so he agreed immediately. I can now turn others down." Shen Zhimeng was already smiling halfway through his explanation. "Chuan, you're amazing." Her compliments towards Li Mochuan were always direct and heartfelt. "It's what I ought to do," he replied, tightening his embrace. Just as he was about to press the button to open the elevator doors, it unexpectedly descended again. This elevator required a card to select the floor, and as they swiped their cards and pressed the button once more, the elevator continued its downward trajectory. Anticipating the arrival of others, they slowly released each other. Upon reaching the first floor, when the doors opened, the 4 individuals inside and outside the elevator were momentarily stunned. "How did you?" Standing outside were Shen Jing and Ji Yun. Li Mochuan's mind raced, and he quickly responded, "I couldn't find my access card momentarily and ended up taking the elevator with someone from another unit. Just as I found it, you pressed the button to bring the elevator down." Shen Jing couldn't help but chuckle. "Chuan, your forgetfulness rivals Meng's. We suddenly felt a bit hungry this evening." Shen Jing continued, "And figured you two would be back late and likely hungry as well, so we went downstairs to buy some snacks." He lifted the bag in his hand. "It's all my favorite food." Shen Zhimeng's eyes lit up at the sight. Li Mochuan couldn't resist glancing inside. There were barbecued items and marinated dishes, indeed, all of Shen Zhimeng's favorites. After their evening studies concluded, the two of them washed up and returned to their respective rooms. Li Mochuan had just received an invitation from Suya to form a team for a game when he was met with a message from Shen Zhimeng. "I want to sleep with you." Li Mochuan. Before he could fully process the implications of her words, she sent another message. "I want to hold you while I sleep. And I want to touch your abs while I sleep." This time, Li Mochuan was utterly taken aback. He even forgot that they would exchange words about sleeping together the next day. Shen Jing and Ji Yun had gone to bed earlier than they did, so he should not be discovered leaving now. His phone vibrated again. It was a message from Shen Zhimeng. "Shall we try that secret passage? However, I attempted to push this wardrobe, and it is quite heavy." Li Mochuan then recalled that their rooms were actually connected, but the wardrobe posed a significant obstacle. It seemed he would need to find time to modify it. Li Mochuan replied, "Do you genuinely wish for me to come over?" He had nearly forgotten the sensation of holding someone soft and warm in his embrace. His memory drifted back to that morning when they had slept together, wrapped in an ambiguous intimacy. Li Mochuan turned off the lights in his room and cautiously pushed open Shen Zhimeng's door, locking it behind him. Just as he turned around, he was embraced. Li Mochuan gently patted her back, lowering his voice as he guided her to the bed. However, Shen Zhimeng showed no inclination to release him. She insisted on being carried. As she spoke, she nestled closer to him, her legs entwining around his. Chapter 66. Apologies, my boyfriend is waiting for me. Li Mochuan, concerned she might fall, slightly bent down to lift her up and carried her directly to the bed. His broad frame enveloped her petite form completely, and as he pulled the blanket over them, it seemed to shield their rationality from the outside world. Their lips brushed together, and their ears grazed. In the end, Li Mochuan managed to suppress his instincts. Both Ji Yun and Shen Jing had a habit of waking up at night. Although he had locked the door, his room remained unlocked. If they heard any sounds and decided to investigate, it would not simply be a matter of confessing their relationship. They might be open-minded enough to accept him being with Shen Zhimeng, but they might not readily accept their intimacy at such a young age. Shen Zhimeng shared similar thoughts. By the end, she felt a twinge of guilt and fear, a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Fortunately, Li Mochuan halted his advances. Shen Zhimeng quietly arranged her clothes beneath the covers. If they slept together tonight, would they exchange again the next day? Li Mochuan gently grasped the hand that was climbing over him. He had barely managed to suppress the fire within himself and could not allow Shen Zhimeng to reignite it. He pondered whether the exchange would occur upon waking or if they would continue with their previous pattern. "I feel as though the previous pattern has been disrupted," making it difficult to determine, she said lightly, resting her head in the crook of Li Mochuan's arm. "Regardless, since we are sleeping together tonight, if we wish to revert tomorrow, We must sleep together again tomorrow night. Upon hearing this, Li Mochuan finally understood Shen Zhimeng's intentions. So, this was where her calculations faltered. He playfully pinched her soft nose. Indeed, my calculations are quite sound. Li Mochuan was uncertain whether he had been influenced by Shen Zhimeng. Upon hearing those words, what sprang to mind was the sound of an abacus clicking, accompanied by another place that could make similar sounds. Whether Shen Zhimeng felt shy or not was beyond his comprehension, yet he found himself blushing. What struck him as absurd was that Shen Zhimeng took the initiative and playfully tapped him at a spot on his lower back. Is it here? In the darkness. Her expression was invisible, but the triumphant lilt in her voice was unmistakable. Li Mochuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. His strong hands could easily restrain both of Shen Zhimeng's wrists, declaring, "Sleep. Don't move." "No, I want to move," she whispered with a giggle, nuzzling into his embrace. Li Mochuan chuckled helplessly, ultimately pulling her close. All right, be good and sleep, okay?" With that, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Shen Zhimeng knew he was resolutely determined that nothing would transpire that night. All right, H1, good night. Good night. The following morning, upon awakening, Shen Zhimeng instinctively glanced at the person across from her. It was Li Mochuan's face. That meant they had not yet exchanged places. However, she had to be prepared for the possibility of an exchange at any moment throughout the day. Shen Zhimeng slowly propped herself up and checked her phone on the bedside table, noting that it was 7 in the morning. If she delayed any longer, Shen Jing and the others would likely wake up to begin their morning routines. Hastily, she nudged the still sleeping Li Mochuan. "You need to return to your room first, otherwise, Mom and Dad will wake up." Groggily, Li Mochuan sat up, instinctively wrapping his arms around her upon hearing her voice, burying his head against her shoulder. "Good morning." Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but laugh at his demeanor, playfully pinching his cheek. "Come on, get up, or we will really be discovered." Reluctantly, Li Mochuan switched gears, and, once he regained his senses, hurried back to his own room. Aside from the evening, Li Mochuan had a full day of classes ahead of him. Shen Zhimeng felt a twinge of concern regarding what might happen after their exchange. So she decided to accompany him to the early 8 o'clock class. Upon entering the classroom, Zhao Xianping had initially intended to wrap an arm around Li Mochuan as they made their way to the back, but upon noticing Shen Zhimeng behind him, he promptly withdrew his hand. "Good morning, H1. Li Mochuan found Zhao Xuanping's reaction amusing. "Morning." He guided Shen Zhimeng to a seat in the second row by the side of the classroom, and the two of them buried their heads in their books, engrossed in their studies. "Senior, may I ask you a question regarding our major?" Zhao Xianping had taken only a few steps when he heard this unexpected inquiry from behind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Who was this person, lacking in awareness? Turning around, he saw Chen. A sense of intrigue welled up within Zhao Xianping as he quietly seated himself behind Li Mochuan, eavesdropping on the conversation among the three. Shen Zhimeng glanced at the boy standing at her desk, then at Li Mochuan, remarking, "Your classmates are truly diligent." Li Mochuan exchanged a meaningful glance with Shen Zhimeng, as if he understood something profound. Was she attempting to embarrass Chen? What was the issue at hand? Shen Zhimeng spoke with a casual air. Upon hearing there was a chance to showcase his knowledge, Chen immediately set aside his book, which contained content from their sophomore major courses. Shen Zhimeng could not help but scoff internally at the pretentiousness of this boy. "Senior, I don't quite grasp this question," he said. Shen Zhimeng merely cast a fleeting glance before turning to Li Mochuan. "You should be familiar with this. Why don't you explain it to your classmates? This knowledge feels so distant to me that I've forgotten it." Li Mochuan leaned in to examine the book. Although he had never attended this specific course, the material was familiar from his self-study during a prior computer competition. "Well, the principle used here is..." After a few explanations, Chen nodded stiffly. "All right. I understand now, thank you." He hastily uttered these words and returned to his seat, even feeling too embarrassed to glance back for the remainder of the class. While others might have been oblivious to what transpired, Zhao Xianping had eavesdropped thoroughly. Chen, attempting to impress while flirting with the senior, had been decisively overshadowed by Li Mochuan's professional prowess. This incident swiftly spread among their classmates. Although the class was predominantly male, there existed small groups with varying degrees of camaraderie, including those who held a disdain for Chen. Li Mochuan remained unaware of these dynamics. He merely noticed that some boys he rarely interacted with suddenly offered him more friendly smiles. However, he thought little of it, as he now spent nearly every day in close proximity to Shen Zhimeng. realizing that much of socializing was ultimately futile. During the third and fourth periods, Shen Zhimeng had classes, and they were compelled to part ways. As they separated, she gently embraced Li Mochuan and whispered, "If we happen to switch places during class, we must be ready to adapt." Chapter 67. You, understanding my body all right. Shen Zhimeng harbored an unsettling premonition, perhaps stemming from a woman's intuition. She felt that the exchange would occur during these two classes. Her concerns would soon prove justified. In the fourth period, while pondering a question posed by the teacher, she sensed the instructor's gaze frequently drifting in her direction, as if anticipating her response. In the next moment, everything went dark. The once silent classroom erupted into a cacophony. She glanced around, realizing she was seated in the front row, with the teacher positioned about a meter directly in front of her. It seemed they were engaged in some discussion. When Li Mochuan regained his composure, he heard a robust male voice calling out Shen Zhimeng's name. He surveyed the unfamiliar classroom, then looked down at the textbook in his hands. "Shen Zhimeng, would you share your understanding with us?" Li Mochuan's gaze swept over the blackboard and the PowerPoint presentation, failing to detect any issues. The book in his hands lay open, and after a brief glance, a knowing smile spread across his face. With confidence, he stood up and began to articulate his understanding. A few minutes later, the teacher, who had initially furrowed his brow, allowed a smile to grace his lips. "Very good, very good. The feasibility of your idea is quite high. If you wish to pursue this project further, feel free to discuss it with me after class." "Certainly, teacher," Li Mochuan responded, relieved. He silently exhaled, grateful for Shen Zhimeng's cleverness, as she had made various annotations in her textbook to ensure she understood the teacher's points and questions. He discreetly took out his phone and sent a message, answered the questions safely. On the other side, Shen Zhimeng received the message and also breathed a sigh of relief. At noon, they both hurried to their agreed meeting place. As Li Mochuan walked halfway, a boy gently tapped him on the shoulder. "Hello, miss, may I add you on WeChat?" Li Mochuan paused, a sense of familiarity washing over him. In a moment, he regained his composure and raised his phone slightly. "I'm sorry, but my boyfriend is waiting for me. My apologies for bothering you," the boy replied and walked away. Li Mochuan turned back towards their destination, his attention focused on typing a message to Shen Zhimeng about the encounter. However, while looking down, he inadvertently collided with someone. Instinctively, he began to apologize, but upon lifting his gaze, he was met with a face he knew all too well. "Little sister, you bumped into your brother. How about offering yourself in return?" Shen Zhimeng's laughter was slightly mischievous, clearly intentional. Li Mochuan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Is this really how you use my face and voice?" Shen Zhimeng shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course, yours is mine." After a moment, a peculiar smile crept onto her face as she wrapped her arm around Li Mochuan's shoulder and leaned in close to whisper, "You should be grateful I use your face and voice this way. Had we been in a different situation?" Li Mochuan quickly realized her implication and instinctively pushed her away, but with their swapped bodies, the force was uneven. Shen Zhimeng merely shifted slightly apart before pulling him back in. Frustrated yet helpless, Li Mochuan remarked, "I seriously suspect your desire to switch back last night stemmed from wanting to tease me in this manner. It seems your mind is quite sharp," Shen Zhimeng openly admitted. Yet, beyond her verbal teasing, she harbored other thoughts, though such matters required Li Mochuan's consent. Once they entered the cafeteria, they filled their trays and found a place to sit. Li Mochuan recounted the incident of being approached by someone. As he finished, Shen Zhimeng extended her hand toward him, asking for his phone. "What for?" Li Mochuan inquired, puzzled, yet he complied and handed over her pink phone. "Help my girlfriend clean up her list of unimportant people," Shen Zhimeng said as she unlocked her phone and began to sift through her contacts. Li Mochuan put down his chopsticks and leaned in, watching as she deleted Shui Yang. "I didn't have the position to ask you before, but can you tell me why you added him in the first place?" Li Mochuan was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. "We weren't together at that time," he said, a hint of unease in his voice. Nevertheless, he recounted his reasoning verbatim. "I thought he looked quite appealing. What if he happened to be your type? To unilaterally reject someone's affection for you?" "Stop," Shen Zhimeng interjected at an opportune moment. "What I really want to know is why you were so resolute in your rejection today." Li Mochuan gazed into her eyes and replied, "Because I care, because I value you, and because I cannot tolerate the thought of someone else having designs on you." Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but laugh. She playfully inquired, "So, previously, you didn't like me or care for me?" Li Mochuan began to reflect on the past. They had been in contact for a few days, and from the very first glance, he found her beautiful. How could he not have harbored even a flicker of possessive thought? However, he was acutely aware of their respective standings, which was one of the reasons he suppressed his feelings at the time. If he were to add anything, it would be that Shen Zhimeng was truly exceptional. The more he got to know her, the more he realized her brilliance. When one genuinely likes another, an involuntary sense of inferiority can arise. Moreover, the situation had been sudden, and he hadn't had the luxury to contemplate anything too convoluted. Li Mochuan shared all of these thoughts, and Shen Zhimeng simply smiled in response. Have you never considered how you would feel if I were to develop something further with that guy? Li Mochuan frowned. He had indeed never thought about it. That situation never came to pass, and I prefer not to dwell on it. Besides, we are together now, and that is sufficient, he concluded, taking Shen Zhimeng's hand in his. Well, he's already been deleted. I'm just delighted to see such a significant change in your actions and mindset. In the afternoon, the two attended class as if they were conjoined twins. Midway through, Suya attempted to approach Li Mochuan for a conversation, but Shen Zhimeng, noticing Li Mochuan's concentrated demeanor as he worked on his problems, shot him a glare that left no room for discussion. Suya had no choice but to retreat. It seemed that his friend was indeed under the thumb of his partner. When they returned home in the evening, they immediately immersed themselves in their studies. Shen Zhimeng observed Li Mochuan's increasingly diligent and ambitious attitude, which inexplicably brightened her spirits. What south prompted this sudden drive? Li Mochuan, riding away, replied. The top student in our class has already finished advanced mathematics and is now studying linear algebra and probability. Shen Zhimeng responded, I see, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. If you had said it was because of me, I might have been even happier. Chapter 68. No one's infatuation could be more stimulating than mine. Upon hearing those words, Li Mochuan set down his pen. Although the two had exchanged identities, he could still discern the emotions in her tone. Yet, I must admit that my awareness of the academic achievements of our class's top student is largely due to you. Without your encouragement to strive for the national award, I would have lacked the confidence to pursue it. At this moment, Shen Zhimeng's smile blossomed, and she leaned forward to plant a gentle kiss on Li Mochuan's lips. He stared at her in bewilderment. The sensation was oddly different from kissing oneself. Shen Zhimeng also noticed this peculiarity. I suddenly feel that this exchange is quite delightful, she mused. Why? Because we can truly experience each other's feelings. For instance, now you understand how I feel when you kiss me, and you are learning about my body, just as I am learning about you. Despite the gravity of Shen Zhimeng's words, Li Mochuan couldn't help but tilt his head in curiosity. Clearing her throat, she ventured. Shall we find a time to explore what we ought to explore? Initially uncertain of her intent, Li Mochuan soon grasped her meaning upon meeting her mischievous gaze. Following our previous pattern, we should revert back to our original selves by 11:30 tonight, Li Mochuan remarked, glancing at the clock that read 10:30, leaving them with an hour to spare. Shall we freshen up first? Together? Shen Zhimeng tentatively proposed. No need, Li Mochuan replied firmly. Although they were currently in an exchanged state, after the events of the previous night, there was little left to feel shy about. Shen Zhimeng, observing his demeanor, couldn't help but laugh. By the time they lay on the same bed again, it was 20 minutes past 11, with merely 10 minutes remaining before their reversion. As the quilt enveloped them, their bodies intertwined. Are we just going to wait like this? Shen Zhimeng asked playfully, the dim glow of the nightlight casting soft shadows that enhanced the atmosphere. Li Mochuan closed his eyes in silence. Having a candid girlfriend could sometimes feel quite helpless. In a typical relationship, one might simply indulge in the moment. However, he could only watch, knowing that the right opportunity would require patience, perhaps on a day when Shen Jing and Ji Yun were absent, or when he and Shen Zhimeng could concoct a mutual excuse to be away from home. I'm tired, Shen Zhimeng said, not having received a response from Li Mochuan. She quickly shifted the topic and wrapped her arms around him. In this exchanged state, if they were to revert soon, it would be Li Mochuan holding her close. With this thought, she tightened her embrace around him. Li Mochuan recognized that her behavior stemmed from a lack of security. He had numerous thoughts to express, yet he believed it would be more appropriate to converse after they returned to their original selves. Speaking directly in the moment felt somewhat informal. Thus, he allowed Shen Zhimeng to embrace him for the time being. As the seconds ticked by, at 11:30, they both became acutely aware of a shift, and upon regaining consciousness, they had reverted to their former selves. Li Mochuan tenderly cupped Shen Zhimeng's face and began to kiss her. Initially taken aback, Shen Zhimeng's lips soon curled into a smile as she reciprocated his affection. Following the kiss, Li Mochuan gently patted her back. You know what I am thinking, and I am aware of your thoughts as well. However, before we embark on this journey, I believe there are certain matters we must clarify. I do not wish for you to be confused. Although Li Mochuan had never been in a romantic relationship, he had contemplated various issues deeply. The process of love was significant, as was the outcome. The more he desired to cultivate a meaningful relationship with Shen Zhimeng, the less inclined he was to plunge into romance recklessly. Shen Zhimeng felt profoundly touched by Li Mochuan's words. No woman could resist a man who respects her and is attuned to her emotions. Previously, she could only perceive his affection through his possessive gestures. But now she felt she was glimpsing a deeper side of him. She had always known that Li Mochuan was meticulous and thoughtful. Chuan, may I pose a question? When did you realize you had feelings for me? Upon hearing this, Li Mochuan couldn't help but recall recent comments from relationship advisors on a popular platform, noting that women genuinely enjoy inquiring about the details prior to their union. Typically, the more questions asked, the deeper the affection. Li Mochuan pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Let's start from the moment I saw your face in the mirror of the women's restroom. Shen Zhimeng's eyes sparkled with surprise. So early? At first sight? Indeed, it was love at first sight, Li Mochuan chuckled. Surely, no one's infatuation can be as exhilarating as mine. While others merely gaze, I not only saw but could directly experience it. How fortuitous, she mused. Li Mochuan, sensing a shift, urged, speak up. If you do not confess honestly, I shall. Shen Zhimeng felt a playful thrill. All right. After that inexplicable exchange, I was confronted with the face of Duan Chun, whom I loathe. They had no intention of actually fighting. When I opened my eyes, they were merely laughing, calling Li Mochuan a coward. Li Mochuan's gaze flickered with a hint of embarrassment. He had known that those individuals would not truly engage in a confrontation. It was merely a scare tactic, and he preferred to avoid entanglements with such people. And then, Shen Zhimeng could not help but chuckle. Later, I realized I was no longer myself. I swiftly incapacitated those few, and then your mother called to inquire about your whereabouts. Li Mochuan looked utterly astonished. You took them all down. Indeed. Not to mention, boys are inherently stronger. Your physique is rather impressive, she replied. Li Mochuan remarked. No wonder Duan Chun and the others regarded me with more hostility than before. Wasn't it just a few blocks on the basketball court? He recalled how the boys in his class mocked the seniors, questioning what the blocker had to do with him. Well, I must admit, I was rather showy back then. Shen Zhimeng did not notice that Li Mochuan's thoughts had drifted far away. She continued recounting her discoveries. Chapter 69. Ming, you don't know how to date, do you? I perused the chat history between you and your mother, and combined with the address she sent you, I surmised that you are the boy my father mentioned. On the way back, I was acutely aware of your physique. Li Mochuan, lost in thought, did not catch the earlier part, but was fully attentive to the latter. Feel my body? Indeed, I was touching and feeling. This is my first time experiencing a boy's abs. As he listened to her playful tone, his surprise faded, and he couldn't help but nuzzle against Shen Zhimeng's soft face, realizing, so, this is the real Shen Zhimeng. Hee. Shen Zhimeng seized the moment to wrap her arms around Li Mochuan's neck. What if you discover me? You will have to help me keep it a secret, for I am only like this with you. Even if you were to tell, no one would believe it. Li Mochuan, with a sense of helplessness, planted a kiss on her shoulder, his tone imbued with affection, unconsciously adopting a playful lilt. All right, I'll help you keep it hidden. Shen Zhimeng relished the feeling of being embraced by him, a smile gracing her lips that did not fade. H1. Why don't we pursue our graduate studies together at Qingwan University? She could not suppress her dreams of their future life together. She had never doubted her abilities. While Qingwan University was a respectable institution, she had indeed faltered during the college entrance examinations, partly due to her struggles in chemistry. She never considered Qingwan University as her ultimate limit. She was more than capable of securing a recommendation for graduate study at her alma mater. Had she not met Li Mochuan, she might have seriously considered the suggestion from a professor at her school for direct doctoral admission. However, she increasingly recognized the brilliance within Li Mochuan and feared she might hold him back. She dreaded the notion of feeling unworthy to stand beside him in the future. After all, her current advantage stemmed solely from her age. She lacked the confidence to claim that her freshman self could match the prowess of the present-day Li Mochuan. Detecting her unease, Li Mochuan softened his tone further. All right, wherever you wish to go, we shall go. But you might have to wait for me. We are 2 years apart, and it may take me some time to catch up. No problem. Then let's aim for Kyoto University. It's a promise. Shen Zhimeng has now achieved the qualifications for external protection. However, securing a place at Kyoto University is no simple feat. It necessitates contacting potential supervisors there, as only those willing to accept her can ensure her place. Thus, during her 3rd year, she still has ample room for effort. As the two engaged in serious conversation, they unwittingly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Li Mochuan awoke before the alarm sounded, quietly turning it off, gazing at the person nestled in his embrace. His heart softened. A small hand clutched his pajamas tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. Gently, Li Mochuan pried her hand away, then slowly rose from the bed, tucking the blanket around Shen Zhimeng snugly. After placing a soft kiss on her forehead, he tiptoed out of her bedroom, closing the door behind him. As soon as the door clicked shut, the one still in bed opened her eyes, a smile of uncontainable sweetness gracing her lips. It was the weekend. Not long after Li Mochuan returned to his room, a knock echoed at the door. Pretending to have just awakened, he rubbed his eyes and looked toward the doorway, where Ji Yun stood. Chuan, rise and shine. It's the weekend, and our family is going for a hike, not too far away. All right. Meanwhile, Shen Jing had gone to rouse Shen Zhimeng. With both bedroom doors wide open, Li Mochuan caught the sound of a lament from the other room. I want to sleep in. Dad, why didn't you mention this yesterday? Shen Jing chuckled awkwardly. Well, I forgot yesterday. Consider today a surprise for you both. But I have an experimental class this afternoon. We'll be back down by noon. You'll make it to your class. Listening to their exchange, Li Mochuan couldn't help but smile. Ji Yun stood at the doorway, also listening, but upon glancing back, she noticed her son seemingly lost in a silly grin. After the family enjoyed breakfast and prepared, they climbed into the car. Shen Jing was at the wheel, Ji Yun in the passenger seat, while Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng settled into the back. The drive took a little over half an hour. Once they left the city, the scenery outside transformed into something beautiful. Shen Zhimeng instinctively wanted to share the lovely photos she took with Li Mochuan. Just as she was about to speak, she remembered Shen Jing and Ji Yun were in front and swallowed her words. Instead, she sent the pictures directly to Li Mochuan, even capturing a few candid shots of his striking profile. Captured beautiful scenery and my handsome boyfriend. Please compliment. Li Mochuan's phone buzzed. Initially, he hadn't intended to look, but upon hearing someone clear their throat multiple times, he turned to find a pair of forlorn eyes staring back at him. He promptly opened his phone. After reading Shen Zhimeng's message, he couldn't suppress a smile. What to do? He just wanted to hold her close and shower her with affection. Li Mochuan sent several emojis, kisses, hugs, and cuddles. Shen Zhimeng's messages radiated excitement and joy, and Li Mochuan, affected by her enthusiasm, infused his reply with a touch of emotion. Absolutely stunning. How fortunate I am to have such an extraordinary girlfriend. He recalled the advice he had read in a book. One should respond with even greater fervor to the joys shared by a girl. As soon as the message was sent, Li Mochuan began to observe Shen Zhimeng's expression, and indeed, the previously somewhat melancholic visage blossomed into a radiant smile. What has Ming seen that brings her such delight? Sitting in the driver's seat, Shen Jing caught a glimpse of Shen Zhimeng's beaming smile in the rearview mirror. Recalling that it had been quite some time since he had witnessed such a genuine and dazzling smile from her, Shen Zhimeng's smile faltered for a moment. No? It's nothing. Her demeanor appeared rather unnatural due to her overwhelming self-consciousness. This expression did not escape Ji Yun's notice, and she could not help but tease. Ming, are you perhaps in love? As soon as the words left her mouth, both Shen Zhimeng and Li Mochuan felt a tightening in their chests. Fortunately, Shen Jing waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Xiao Yun, you're overthinking it. I have yet to see Ming show enthusiasm for any boy. I'm starting to worry she might not find a partner in the future. His tone carried no displeasure, even imbued with joy and a hint of pride. Perhaps this was the proudest moment for a father raising a daughter. His little princess remained indifferent to any boy, pampered by him within her castle, free and untroubled. Shen Jing's words brought a simultaneous sigh of relief from the two in the back seat. Shen Zhimeng took out her phone and began to send a message. We need to manage our expressions in front of Mom and Dad from now on. Li Mochuan replied. Got it. Upon seeing those three characters, Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but laugh again, already envisioning how seriously Mochuan would sound delivering that line. Upon arriving, they discovered that they were not the only ones hiking today. Shen Zhimeng had brought along a few friends, all accompanied by their families. Chapter 70. Do you intend to attend class while shaking your legs? Li Mochuan instantly spotted Song Xinyan, who stood out brightly among a group of adults. Isn't Song uncle a friend of his father? Why does he also know Shen Zhimeng? Li Mochuan felt a sense of foreboding, lowering his gaze. He inadvertently met Shen Zhimeng's wary eyes. Clearly, Song Xinyan was unaware of their sibling relationship. If their romantic involvement were to be exposed in front of the adults, it would be disastrous. When acquaintances meet, especially among adults, conversations can stretch endlessly, and after discussing themselves, they inevitably turn to their children. Besides Song Xinyan's father, the other three were meeting Ji Yun and Li Mochuan for the first time, and Li Mochuan found himself reluctantly introduced to these uncles. The other three children, aside from Song Xinyan, appeared quite young, likely just starting high school, and they huddled together as they ascended the mountain. Seizing the moment, Shen Zhimeng directly approached Song Xinyan as they walked uphill. Oh, senior? Song Xinyan, having heard a great deal from Suya, regarded Shen Zhimeng with admiration upon seeing her. It turns out that this senior is quite impressive. Ahem, junior. Shen Zhimeng, caught in the gaze of those sincere eyes, felt a moment of involuntary shyness. Now that there was some distance between her and the adults, including Li Mochuan, she felt more at ease while speaking. By the way, I think I just saw Aunt Ji. Does that mean Li Mochuan is here too? It seems our three families are acquainted, exclaimed Song Xinyan, growing increasingly animated. Shen Zhimeng directly linked her arm with hers. Senior, may I ask you for a favor? In this day and age, only sincerity can truly touch people's hearts. Upon finishing her request, a hint of earnestness graced Shen Zhimeng's face. Faced with such a senior, Song Xinyan found herself somewhat at a loss. Just speak your mind, senior. I will certainly oblige if it is within my ability. You know that I am dating Li Mochuan, right? Yes. Then Shen Zhimeng recounted her familial ties with Li Mochuan. After listening, Song Xinyan remained perplexed, yet the astonishment on her face grew more pronounced as the conversation progressed. So you two are actually… Yes. Shen Zhimeng confirmed with a firm nod, meeting her gaze. But as you know, Li Mochuan and I are only dating for now. Who can predict what the future holds? We choose not to disclose this to our families to spare them unnecessary worry. At last, Song Xinyan understood. She felt as though she were the guardian of a significant secret. Besides keeping their romantic relationship hidden from their parents, she also had to maintain the secrecy of their sibling-like bond at school. It appeared to be quite a heavy burden. However, for Song Xinyan, who always found herself at the forefront of gossip, this was an extraordinary delight. This is quite the scoop. Yet, she fixed her gaze intently on Shen Zhimeng. Senior, I must admit, I am not particularly good at keeping secrets. Sometimes, when I'm chatting with friends, I can't help but spill the latest gossip. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhimeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This meant there was something to discuss. As long as they could reach an understanding, there would be no issue. What concerned her was whether Song Xinyan would impose any demands, for without a bond of mutual interest, it was hard to ascertain if this not-so-familiar girl might turn against her. After all, they were not related, and she had no obligation to help. Once Shen Zhimeng clarified her thoughts, she directly linked arms with Song Xinyan. Do you have anything you particularly like, or someone you admire at school? Or perhaps you are facing any academic difficulties? Song Xinyan responded with an understanding smile. After walking a short distance with the adults, Li Mochuan noticed their conversation gradually shifting away from him and immediately turned to Ji Yun. Mom, I'm going ahead to check on my sister and the others. You all continue your conversation. All right, go ahead, and keep an eye on Meng Meng's safety, Ji Yun replied, feeling no unease about the situation, even reminding him a few times to look after Shen Zhimeng. Understood. Li Mochuan, feeling slightly guilty, averted his gaze and took long strides up the mountain. The initial part of the mountain was paved with cement steps, while the latter half was a path of pure yellow earth. As Li Mochuan caught up with those ahead, he had already reached the halfway point of the mountain. Observing the two girls in front of him, engrossed in their cheerful conversation, he reached out and grasped Shen Zhimeng's wrist. Startled by his sudden action, she turned around, but upon recognizing him, a smile involuntarily graced her face. Had he already managed to handle the situation so swiftly? Li Mochuan cast a glance at Song Xinyan. And what about you? He inquired. Shen Zhimeng smiled subtly. Her lips pressed together. Although they had exchanged no words since disembarking, it seemed that mere glances conveyed their understanding of each other. This feeling was undeniably pleasant, or rather, comforting. Li Mochuan, So now that you have a partner, you choose to ignore me? Song Xinyan remarked, unable to suppress her mild sarcasm as she observed the couple's affectionate demeanor. Li Mochuan did not spare her a glance, stating bluntly, my vision accommodates only one person. Song Xinyan rolled her eyes at his words. She admitted that during her youthful days, she had harbored a fleeting affection for Li Mochuan, but had never contemplated how to pursue it. As time passed, those feelings faded. However, upon discovering his relationship with Shen Zhimeng, she felt utterly devoid of any sentiment, merely perceiving the couple as an eyesore in her singlehood. Delighted by Li Mochuan's comment, Shen Zhimeng intertwined her arm with his. The trees around them were quite tall, obscuring the view from the adults below. All right, I've already discussed it with Xinyan. She won to speak out of turn. Li Mochuan glanced at Song Xinyan, noticing her smug expression, and immediately sensed that the matter was more complicated than it appeared. What did you promise her? He inquired cautiously. Shen Zhimeng's gaze flickered momentarily, a fleeting look of guilt crossing her features. It's nothing important. Let us focus on climbing the mountain and create some distance from the adults for a more private conversation. Understood. As they continued on, they reached a section devoid of concrete steps. The path was steep, littered with loose stones and dry branches, requiring utmost caution. The two girls were slightly out of breath, casting glances at Li Mochuan, who appeared unfazed, silently questioning his exceptional stamina. Be careful here, Li Mochuan advised. Maintaining a step ahead of Shen Zhimeng, their hands clasped, a protective demeanor akin to that of guarding a precious treasure. Song Xinyan sighed dramatically at the sight of the two, unable to suppress her yearning. When will I too find someone? Suddenly, Li Mochuan recalled that day in the cafeteria when he and Shen Zhimeng left, seemingly leaving only Song Xinyan and Suya behind. So, how are things with you and Suya? Li Mochuan asked, half-jokingly. What do you mean, how are things? What could possibly happen between us? Song Xinyan's face flushed red. Yet in Li Mochuan's memory, she was not one to blush so easily. A knowing expression surfaced on Shen Zhimeng's face, a hint of shyness evident. Is that so? Yin? No. Please refrain from making such assumptions, Song Xinyan replied, nearly unable to lift her head. Shen Zhimeng exchanged a knowing smile with Li Mochuan, both understanding without voicing it. Can you still move? Li Mochuan asked, retrieving a bottle of water from his shoulder bag and offering it to Shen Zhimeng. I'm all right, but I must admit I am quite exhausted. It had been a considerable time since Shen Zhimeng had engaged in any physical activity since entering university. Judo practice only occurred during holidays. I'll carry you, Li Mochuan said, bending down. No, it's unnecessary. Just get on. Without further ado, Li Mochuan squatted down. You have class this afternoon. Do you truly wish to attend while trembling? Upon hearing this, Shen Zhimeng's gaze flickered. If she were to tremble in class, no one would suspect it was due to fatigue from climbing. With this thought, she bent down to wrap her arms around Li Mochuan's neck, resting against his back. Li Mochuan, having never carried anyone before, instinctively asked as he stood up, where should I place my hands? Here or on your legs? When he mentioned here, he gestured with his actions. Shen Zhimeng whispered in his ear, if you place them on my legs, I might slide down. All right, Li Mochuan chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Song Xinyan, akin to someone vaccinated against annoyance, observed the pair and decided against further commentary. She was oblivious to the fact that the two were whispering intimately beside her. Am I heavy? Shen Zhimeng inquired. Not at all. You should eat more, Li Mochuan replied. So you think my figure is too frail at present? Upon hearing this, Li Mochuan's mind involuntarily recalled a certain night, and he cleared his throat. No, it's quite good. Shen Zhimeng placed a kiss on the nape of his neck. Is that an expression of satisfaction? Clearly elated, Shen Zhimeng proceeded to plant several kisses near his ear. Li Mochuan instinctively turned his face, this spot too. A loud kiss echoed as Shen Zhimeng planted it, causing Song Xinyan to glance over at them. Ultimately, feeling overwhelmed by their affections, she announced, I'll head on ahead. Not wishing to be a third wheel. You two take your time. I can't bear it any longer. With renewed determination, Song Xinyan ascended towards the peak. And with Li Mochuan intentionally slowing his pace, the distance between them quickly widened. Do you think our parents will catch up with us? No worries. Even if they do, I'll just say you sprained your ankle, Li Mochuan assured her smoothly. Oh, you've even prepared an excuse, Shen Zhimeng teased, her fingers playfully tracing Li Mochuan's chin. But the next moment, she couldn't help but slap his shoulder. Rogue. Who told you to pinch me? Li Mochuan stifled a laugh, remaining silent. Where his hands were placed. Of course, he would pinch accordingly. Shen Zhimeng's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully nibbled on Li Mochuan's neck. A punishment, indeed. However, after just a single bite, she could not help but squirm. Li Mochuan, stop pinching me, it really tickles. Shen Zhimeng continued to pat Li Mochuan's back. Yet she had to wriggle about to evade his relentless grasp. Before long, she noticed that Li Mochuan had ceased his playful assault. Then, she heard him utter, "Don't move." His voice carried a hint of huskiness. Within a heartbeat, Shen Zhimeng understood the implication. She once again wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered softly in his ear, "Are you?" Upon hearing this, Li Mochuan pressed his lips together tightly and responded with a gentle mm. Thus, she was advised to remain still. But why? I didn't even kiss you just now. Could it be that you feel something from pinching me? Shen Zhimeng was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Li Mochuan took a significant step forward, suggesting, "Why don't you try lying on my back and see if there's anywhere that's being pressed down?" Shen Zhimeng obediently complied. Yet, as soon as she made contact, realization dawned on her. In no time, she devised a way to return the playful gesture he had just executed. Li Mochuan had initially been tempering his earlier reaction, but the sensation on his back made him freeze momentarily. He could distinctly feel two entities moving about on his back. Question: what is it like to have a girlfriend who knows just how to tease? Answer: most of the time, it's quite tormenting, especially in public settings. A sense of helplessness often ensues. Sister, I was wrong. Li Mochuan's tone dripped with exasperation. This phrase sent Shen Zhimeng into a fit of giggles, partly due to the term sister, and partly because of Li Mochuan's exasperated tone and his sudden shift in demeanor. I truly was wrong. I shouldn't have teased you like that. While Li Mochuan felt no true regret, he acknowledged that the fire within him was indeed challenging to extinguish. Shen Zhimeng once more leaned against his back, but this time she remained still. Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Chuan, have you noticed how much you've changed? Li Mochuan's gaze faltered. What did Shen Zhimeng mean by that? Was she hinting that his recent behaviors had been somewhat excessive? What's wrong? He stammered, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. Perceiving his unease, Shen Zhimeng could not suppress a smile, her tone lighthearted as she remarked, "You've become more to my taste." After saying this, she couldn't resist planting a kiss on the nape of his neck, over and over again. Li Mochuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had been teasing him playfully. So she enjoyed this delightful banter, did she? Contemplating this, he playfully swatted at her, exclaiming, Why, you're hitting me. Wah, are you going to become abusive towards me in the future?" Shen Zhimeng fully embraced her inner dramatist. Li Mochuan found himself unable to refrain from giving her another gentle pat. "In the future, I will only pat here. Are you frightened?" Shen Zhimeng feigned a sniffle. "If I say I'm scared, will you stop?" "Of course not. This won't do. You must exercise your own judgment and not simply acquiesce to my words." Shen Zhimeng firmly rebutted. Li Mochuan replied, "Very well." Although he harbored uncertainties regarding his assumptions, he chose to agree for the time being. The pair chattered animatedly as they ascended to the mountain's summit. Engaging in conversation during the trek had diverted their attention, and it was only after he set her down that Li Mochuan noticed his arms had grown rather weary. Carrying someone while climbing was no small feat. Shen Zhimeng, though slender, stood at a height of 168 centimeters, which made her weight less trivial. Chapter 72. Having completed the coding, should one embrace their girlfriend and kiss her? Song Xingyan observed Li Mochuan rubbing his arms and couldn't help but smirk. He had appeared so manly while carrying her, yet now he looked quite disheveled. Li Mochuan could hardly muster the energy to roll his eyes at her. At the summit, a pavilion provided a space for rest. Apart from the three of them, 3 other high school students, a boy and 2 girls, were seated together, engaged in conversation. The 2 girls occasionally cast glances at Li Mochuan, seemingly discussing something about him. Children are often unable to mask their curiosity, and the furtive glances became increasingly difficult to ignore, piquing Shen Zhimeng's interest, as well as Song Xingyan's. "What are you 2 girls staring at this big brother for?" The 2 girls exchanged shy glances, hesitating to respond until the older one finally spoke up. "This brother looks just like the male protagonist from a game we play." Song Xingyan's eyes lit up. "Is it that mobile game?" Yes. Sister, don't you think he resembles him?" As a seasoned player herself, Song Xingyan had grown accustomed to Li Mochuan's face over the years, having seen it sporadically. However, upon hearing the girl's comparison, she scrutinized his features anew and indeed found a resemblance. Meanwhile, Li Mochuan, sitting across from them, was oblivious to their conversation, as was Shen Zhimeng. who felt equally lost. Fortunately, their discussion did not linger for long, as Song Xingyan, possessing an extroverted nature, swiftly redirected the girls' attention to another topic. Before long, the adults arrived at the summit. After a flurry of photographs and videos, everyone descended the mountain together. They dined at a local farmhouse at the base before parting ways. Shen Zhimeng and Li Mochuan had brought their laptops along, leaving their bags in the car, so Shen Jing drove them directly to the school entrance. Watching the pair, one tall and one short, enter the school gate together, Shen Jing felt a rush of sentimentality. You know, these two really do complement each other well. Ji Yun chuckled and playfully nudged him. What nonsense are you spouting? Once the two individuals had walked a short distance through the school gate, Shen Zhimeng turned back for a moment. If they hadn't left, they probably wouldn't be able to see us now. Just as she finished speaking, she felt someone wrap their arms around her. Rest assured, we've come quite a distance inside. I'm merely being cautious, she replied. Indeed, indeed. Li Mochuan gently ruffled her hair, inquiring, shall I accompany you to this experimental class? Of course, please do. After all, this teacher is already aware that you are a freshman and has formed quite a favorable impression of you, Shen Zhimeng replied, linking her arm with his. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him directly. He's quite a nice teacher. Observing Shen Zhimeng's earnest demeanor, a thought involuntarily flickered through Li Mochuan's mind. There is indeed another teacher who is rather admirable. Shen Zhimeng tilted her head to meet his gaze, pointing at herself. Is it this teacher Shen? Li Mochuan's expression stiffened. How did she know? He stammered, and in an effort to mask his embarrassment, he wrapped his arm around Shen Zhimeng's shoulders. Teacher Shen is remarkably astute. How does she know everything? Of course, with our relationship, it would be difficult not to understand each other, she replied. As they approached the classroom door, they unexpectedly encountered Duan Chen exiting the classroom. Shen Zhimeng instinctively shot him an annoyed glance before pulling Li Mochuan into the classroom. As the class time drew near, the majority of students had arrived, their eyes occasionally darting towards the door, all bearing expressions as if waiting for a spectacle. Shen Zhimeng scanned the inquisitive gazes, and most could not withstand her scrutinizing stare, lowering their heads in silence. When she turned back, she caught Li Mochuan looking at her with a hint of admiration. Once seated, he couldn't help but lean closer to her ear and whisper, my girlfriend is truly impressive. Shen Zhimeng leaned against his shoulder, retorting, not as impressive as my boyfriend. For instance? He probed. For instance, when you play basketball, or when you diligently assist me with coding, she replied, retrieving her laptop. Now, here's something I've attempted multiple times without success. Could you help me identify the issue? Li Mochuan dragged his chair closer, slightly adjusting the laptop before quickly scanning the screen. When Duan Chen returned to the classroom, he happened upon the sight of Shen Zhimeng gazing at Li Mochuan with a look of infatuation. How exceptional could this fellow be in his major to elicit such a gaze from Shen Zhimeng? Duan Chen considered himself among the top performers among the boys in their class, yet he noted that Shen Zhimeng had never bestowed such attention upon them. Jealousy alters one's perception. Just as Duan Chen settled into his seat, someone inadvertently kicked his desk. Qiu Lin nonchalantly bypassed him and took a seat directly in front of Li Mochuan. Upon noticing this figure, Shen Zhimeng exchanged a glance with Li Mochuan and, lowering her voice, remarked, do you recall that one class when you helped a boy from our class answer a question? I remember, Li Mochuan replied, clearly recalling the instance. As not only did he answer, but he also addressed a question posed by the teacher. The person now sitting in front of you is that very individual. No sooner had Shen Zhimeng finished speaking than Qiu Lin turned around, a friendly smile on his face. Junior, you were the one who helped me answer that question last time, right? Yes, Li Mochuan affirmed. Thank you. Qiu Lin glanced at Duan Chen and said, Junior, let us add each other as friends. If you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Li Mochuan instinctively cast a glance at Shen Zhimeng, as she was from the same class and might possess greater insight than himself. All right. After receiving a confirming nod from Shen Zhimeng, Li Mochuan acquiesced, recalling that this senior did not particularly get along with Duan Chen. Soon, the class bell rang, and the teacher entered the room. As the teacher surveyed the classroom, a smile unconsciously appeared upon seeing Shen Zhimeng and Li Mochuan seated in the corner. Good. Class. Today we shall discuss. Shen Zhimeng listened attentively, while Li Mochuan sat beside her, assisting with her code revisions. Although it was termed as revision, it was more of a learning experience for him. Shen Zhimeng was advised by the teacher to first attempt to comprehend the challenging parts independently, and if she struggled, She could seek clarification. The teacher concluded the lecture, instructing everyone to practice on the computers. With that, he closed the book and stepped down from the podium, positioning himself directly behind Li Mochuan. Immersed in his coding, Li Mochuan remained oblivious to the teacher's presence, while Shen Zhimeng noticed but deemed it unnecessary to alert him. Under such circumstances, Li Mochuan would likely feel less anxious. As the second class neared its conclusion, Li Mochuan's thoughts finally detached from the code before him. Seated in the last row, he observed that his classmates were preoccupied with their own tasks and instinctively draped his arm over Shen Zhimeng's shoulder. Subsequently, amidst Shen Zhimeng's astonished expression, he lightly kissed her cheek. "I finally sorted it out." Shen Zhimeng understood that he was genuinely pleased with his coding. Yet the teacher was still behind them. To subtly remind Li Mochuan, Shen Zhimeng turned and called out to the teacher seated 2 rows behind them. Unbeknownst to them, the teacher had moved a stool and had been sitting behind Li Mochuan for the entire class. If this code had been written by a third-year student, the teacher might not have been overly surprised, having taught for many years and encountered numerous bright students in each cohort. However, this student was merely a freshman, warranting closer attention. Yet, it was perplexing how this young man displayed such lack of restraint in the classroom, completing his code and then embracing his girlfriend for a kiss. Upon hearing Shen Zhimeng's reference to the teacher, Li Mochuan instinctively turned around, meeting the teacher's somewhat awkward expression. "Ahem, teacher. The code you just wrote seems to be the assignment I assigned for this class. May I take a look?" "Certainly." Li Mochuan shifted his chair and computer. After reviewing the code, the teacher posed several questions for Li Mochuan to ponder and resolve, subsequently inquiring if Shen Zhimeng understood. Shen Zhimeng nodded, though somewhat perplexed. She grasped the teacher's intent, but needed to write it out and run it on the computer to fully comprehend. After class, Shen Zhimeng and Li Mochuan walked together towards the cafeteria. As Li Mochuan took just a few steps, he noticed an unexpected presence beside him, Qiu Lin, who was seated in front of him. "Where shall we dine?" "It's on me," he offered. Li Mochuan hesitated, contemplating whether it would be inappropriate to accept. But before he could voice his thoughts, Shen Zhimeng interjected, "No need. I wish to enjoy a private moment with my boyfriend." Qiu Lin seemed momentarily at a loss for words, yet Li Mochuan grasped Shen Zhimeng's intent and politely declined. "Thank you, but there's truly no need for such formality." "Very well then," Qiu Lin acquiesced, casting a glance at Shen Zhimeng. "I never expected to witness you in a relationship before graduation. Nonetheless, I wish you well." Shen Zhimeng replied, her expression unchanged. As Qiu Lin walked away, Li Mochuan could not suppress his curiosity any longer. "Are you familiar with him?" "Not really." Shen Zhimeng paused briefly before shifting the subject. "Do you know why he and Duanshan do not get along?" "Why is that?" "Because both confessed to me during our freshman year, but I turned them down." Shen Zhimeng might not remember boys from other colleges, but she certainly recalled the boys from her own class who had professed their affection. Li Mochuan was taken aback, as Qiu Lin had left a positive impression on him, certainly more favorable than that of Duanshan. "Everyone expresses their affection differently, I suppose," Shen Zhimeng remarked, her demeanor relaxed. "Yet not every effort yields a reward." "Indeed," Li Mochuan mused, his gaze drifting into the distance, lost in thought. Shen Zhimeng, observing his state, could not help but chuckle. She entwined her fingers with his, giving them a gentle shake. "From the moment we exchanged, we seamlessly intruded into each other's lives. What's more, we find satisfaction in each other's appearances and share an unspoken understanding." As she spoke, Shen Zhimeng wrapped her arms around Li Mochuan's. "When I mention that not all endeavors bear fruit, I refer to others, since I do not seek their affections, their efforts are in vain. But you are different. I crave your affection, your care, and your kindness, always wishing for your thoughts to linger on me." Upon hearing this, Li Mochuan pulled her into his embrace. Holding her tightly, their necks intertwined in a moment filled with warmth. "Shen Zhimeng, I am truly honored," Li Mochuan whispered, eyes closed, as he inhaled her delicate fragrance. Fearing the moment might slip away, Shen Zhimeng gently patted his back. All right. If you hold me any tighter, I might struggle to breathe." I'm sorry. Li Mochuan quickly released her. Anxiety etched on his face as he examined her. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" "No," Shen Zhimeng replied, taking his hand. "Let us go eat. After that, you have a play rehearsal, and the performance is fast approaching." "Okay." That evening, after Shen Zhimeng escorted Li Mochuan to the rehearsal room, she headed towards the host. "Ming, you finally arrived." Shen Zhimeng's expression was far from relaxed. Are you certain that after the final group photo, the teacher will allow us some private activities? Of course, of course. You know old Zhang's temperament. He is quite supportive of our endeavors. After all, a relaxed atmosphere is more conducive to recruitment. That is reassuring. Shen Zhimeng felt her heart finally ease. However, Meng, do you truly have such affection for your young boyfriend that you wish to declare your feelings publicly? Yes, indeed. How did you and this junior come to know each other and become a couple? I had never heard you mention him before. Shen Zhimeng cleared her throat. Do you believe in love at first sight? Nonsense. Our school is hardly devoid of handsome juniors. Yet, to be fair, there are not many with such a combination of height, physique, and looks. Moreover, judging by how he waited for you at the entrance that day, he does not seem to be a fickle-hearted person. Mengming's taste appears to be quite commendable. In this day and age, handsome men are often bound to be untrustworthy. And those who seem safe may not be honest either. I believe a deep emotional foundation is essential to truly bind someone. Listening to the lively discussions of her friends around her, Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but chuckle. A boy like Li Mochuan is indeed rare. Although he initially seemed somewhat straightforward, he listens to her unconditionally and has even begun to take the initiative to change himself. However, when the time comes for her to confess her feelings in front of so many people, he might be taken aback, right? Surely, he wouldn't be moved to tears, would he? Tears. The thought deepened the smile at the corners of Shen Zhimeng's mouth. What would Li Mochuan look like when he cries? She was so looking forward to it. Before they began dating, she had come across numerous girls online claiming that a man's tears are a woman's aphrodisiac. She had previously dismissed such notions as nonsense, but now she found herself confronted with a different reality. While the host engaged in fervent conversation, Li Mochuan, during a rehearsal break, was also discussing something with his counselor. That night, before bed, Shen Zhimeng sent a message to Li Mochuan. Chapter 74. Where to eat? Are you really not considering switching again? The notion of switching implied they would have to share a bed. Was he contemplating a change or merely wishing to sleep together? Li Mochuan could easily deduce the meaning. Let us wait until we have the opportunity to renovate the wardrobe. Although he too wished to hold Shen Zhimeng while sleeping, judging by their previous sleeping arrangements, it promised to be a challenging night. If he couldn't control himself, that would lead to an entirely different situation. Furthermore, he felt they had not even had a proper confession since becoming a couple, which made him uneasy, as if he were doing her a disservice. He wanted to make it up to her. Yet, he was still unsure of Shen Zhimeng's attitude toward such matters. If she disliked being confessed to in front of many people, he would need to find another approach. His discussion with the counselor today was aimed at subtly probing her for insights. After all, the counselor was the closest female friend Shen Zhimeng had whom Li Mochuan could communicate with. The following day, Li Mochuan left early under the pretense of rehearsals. He arrived at a handcrafted goods shop and greeted the owner. Are you perhaps selecting a gift for your girlfriend? If it's for a commemorative purpose, I would suggest that it's better for both of you to come together. Upon hearing the proprietor's suggestion, Li Mochuan smiled faintly. It's for a confession. Ah, I see. How about these options? The owner, a man with graying hair, had run this shop for many years and had built a solid reputation. It was said that this store originally belonged to his late wife, and after she passed away, he dedicated himself to maintaining the shop for decades. May I make some alterations to this piece? After all, it's a sample design, and the shop has catered to numerous customers. Duplicating it might lead to similarities. Of course. Come here, let me show you, the owner replied. Shen Zhimeng, having exhausted herself from hiking the previous day, woke up later than usual and lingered in bed until noon before finally leaving her room. Shen Jing seemed to have some urgent work, thus he was not at home, leaving only Ji Yun in the living room, engrossed in a piece of cross-stitch. Isn't Mochuan home? Shen Zhimeng inquired after greeting her. He mentioned something about an unexpected matter at school and left early, saying he wouldn't be back for lunch, Ji Yun replied. A matter at school? Shen Zhimeng's brow furrowed in concern. What could be so pressing that he hadn't responded to her messages? She had assumed Li Mochuan was merely indulging in a late start like herself. Shen Zhimeng did not wish to restrict Li Mochuan's life and whereabouts too tightly, as that would only suffocate him. Moreover, he was not one to vanish without explanation. They could always discuss matters when they met again. Thus, Shen Zhimeng gathered her belongings and made her way to the school. Her next encounter with Li Mochuan took place in the drama rehearsal room. After messaging their advisor for directions, she arrived at the library in the afternoon, where she had been studying. Upon seeing her, the advisor immediately recalled the small task Li Mochuan had entrusted to him, and he pulled her aside for a casual chat. Eventually, He broached the sensitive subject. Who confessed to whom between you and Li Mochuan? It must have been a private confession, otherwise, how could it be kept so under wraps? Confession? Shen Zhimeng was momentarily taken aback, then reacted with an awkward smile. Yes, he confessed to me privately. She certainly couldn't admit that they hadn't even had a proper confession yet. The advisor continued. I feel like you young folks nowadays enjoy creating a scene with candles and bouquets for public declarations of love, don't you? Shen Zhimeng felt a twinge of guilt and was oblivious to the fact that the advisor was probing a bit too much. I wouldn't know about that. She maintained a facade of calm while contemplating how to shift the topic. Which confession style do you prefer? Does his private confession resonate with your desires? Shen Zhimeng feigned contemplation. To be honest, if it were Li Mochuan confessing his feelings to her, she would have no qualms about whether it was done privately or publicly. The private approach would be more intimate, while the public declaration would serve as a different kind of proclamation of affection. Yet, she preferred the private setting. With a crowd present, awkwardness was inevitable, and most importantly, she found it difficult to envision what a public confession from Li Mochuan would entail. Was she truly averse to public displays? After the counselor finished speaking, she met Shen Zhimeng's scrutinizing gaze and suddenly realized that she was somewhat eager for a definitive answer. Forgetting the necessity of a gradual approach, Shen Zhimeng caught the fleeting glimmer of uncertainty in her eyes and narrowed her own, appearing to have seen through her. Sister Jing, why are you asking so many questions? Clearing her throat, the counselor recognized that her secret was out. After pondering their relationship, she decided to be forthcoming. However, since it was originally Li Mochuan's intention to create a surprise, revealing everything might spoil the moment. It's just that my cousin, who is also starting college this year, has been asking me how to confess to a girl. The girl he likes seems to have a personality quite similar to yours. So I thought I would ask for your insights. With that, the counselor skillfully redirected the conversation, leaving it to Shen Zhimeng to decide whether to believe her or not. Oh, I see. Thankfully, Shen Zhimeng was already somewhat flustered, so she deftly shifted the topic, and they began discussing other matters. After rehearsals concluded, Li Mochuan excused himself to the restroom, where he read the message from the counselor. She relayed the gist of their conversation, indicating that Shen Zhimeng would likely prefer a private confession. Upon finishing, Li Mochuan deleted the message and re-emerged as if nothing had happened. Where do you want to eat tonight? Li Mochuan casually draped his arm over Shen Zhimeng's shoulders. Where to eat? Shen Zhimeng deliberately misinterpreted his intention, her gaze roaming over him. Li Mochuan instinctively pressed his lips together, pulling her closer. In the deserted corridor, he lowered his voice and whispered in her ear. What are you thinking about? Shen Zhimeng laughed joyfully, playfully pinching his waist. Wrong. What occupies your mind are all kinds of colorful thoughts. Li Mochuan responded with a gentle bite on her lips. Indeed, it's you. Shen Zhimeng's laughter grew even more infectious. Defeated by her mirth, Li Mochuan decided to change the subject. Are your legs still sore? After climbing a mountain yesterday, Shen Zhimeng had texted Li Mochuan this morning, lamenting her sore legs and fatigue, expressing her reluctance to walk. Shen Zhimeng paused, momentarily taken aback before her heart warmed. She had thought Li Mochuan had completely forgotten, yet he still remembered her words. So, if my legs hurt, will you carry me? Chapter 75. As for confessions, it is undoubtedly the boy's responsibility. All right. Noticing that Shen Zhimeng was wearing pants, Li Mochuan effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Shen Zhimeng cooperatively wrapped her arms around Li Mochuan's neck. Chuan, do you know what attracts me the most about you? Li Mochuan instinctively recalled the expression on Shen Zhimeng's face when she reached under his shirt to feel his abs on the basketball court. Abs, huh? Upon hearing this, Shen Zhimeng playfully tapped his chest. No, it's not that. It's how you effortlessly carried me up the mountain without a second thought. Li Mochuan furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning what was so appealing about that. You wouldn't understand. No girl could ever resist her boyfriend displaying his strength. After saying this, Shen Zhimeng wiggled her little legs, her expression radiating pride, as if she had just acquired a great treasure. In fact, I can showcase my boyfriend's strength in another way. Li Mochuan stifled a laugh, amused by the sudden thought that had popped into his mind. What? Shen Zhimeng looked at him with eager anticipation. However, the sensation of being lifted off the ground instinctively made her squeal. As they had yet to exit the corridor, her shout echoed, triggering the motion sensor lights on several floors. Li Mochuan, with considerable strength, swiftly adjusted Shen Zhimeng's position, hoisting her onto his shoulder. Aware that his actions might be somewhat mischievous, he only intended to startle her. Upon reaching the landing of the stairs, he promptly set her down. Without bothering to regain her balance, Shen Zhimeng clung to Li Mochuan's neck and playfully bit his lips. He allowed her to vent her feelings, offering no resistance, knowing that some outcomes could be anticipated once initiated. After a brief moment, she finally released him. Feeling better? Shen Zhimeng gazed at him, chuckling as she held on to him. The anger that had startled her dissipated inexplicably, though traces of annoyance remained on her face. Not really. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Mochuan once again scooped her up in a princess carry, descending the stairs steadily. Then I shall carry you until you feel better. Shen Zhimeng remained silent, yet her expression softened considerably. She preferred these tangible gestures over lengthy verbal apologies. Upon reaching the road outside the school, they encountered a bustling crowd during mealtime, and Shen Zhimeng felt somewhat uncomfortable under the gazes cast their way. Li Mochuan, put me down. All right. Li Mochuan complied with Shen Zhimeng's request, recognizing that he had indeed upset her. However, seeing her normally hidden side only struck him as endearing. He conceded that he might have crossed a line, but judging from her expression, it seemed manageable. As long as he soothed her promptly, it would be a minor issue. Sure enough, after exiting the school gates, their conversation returned to its previous lively state. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the freshman arts performance had arrived. As the moment to take the stage approached, Li Mochuan and his fellow students prepared backstage, reviewing the script. The backdrop of the play is set amidst a time of turmoil, where all individuals don water blue military uniforms. However, Li Mochuan, clad in the same attire, exudes that captivating aura of a soldier, as described by the girls around him. Shen Zhimeng, busier than Li Mochuan, has been occupied since the afternoon, her presence scarcely visible. Li Mochuan could only steal a few glances at the stage while the host delivered their lines. At last, they arrived at the wings, awaiting their turn. The backstage was enveloped in darkness, yet a crimson silhouette gradually approached. Li Mochuan instantly recognized Shen Zhimeng. She, too, locked her gaze on him. For those we adore always shine brighter amidst the crowd. Nervous? Li Mochuan did not respond, but instead took her hand, gently caressing it. It would be a lie to claim he wasn't anxious, especially since it was his first time on stage. Yet, the moment he laid eyes on Shen Zhimeng, his apprehensions seemed to dissipate. In the obscurity of backstage, their faces were indistinguishable. Shen Zhimeng nestled into Li Mochuan's embrace, seemingly seeking to offer him solace through the warmth of the hug. After your performance, don't leave. We should take a group photo together. Okay. As the previous act drew to a close, Shen Zhimeng quickly extricated herself from Li Mochuan's arms. I'll go ahead. The hosts, a duo of 2 men and 2 women, included a sophomore from the School of Management accompanying Shen Zhimeng on stage. He was of modest height, matching her stature in her high heels. Together, they exuded no romantic chemistry, resembling more of close friends. Li Mochuan felt a slight discomfort, yet it did not escalate to jealousy. Now, let us invite the School of Information Science and Engineering to present the play Chasing Light. Please give them a warm round of applause. The grand and majestic background music swelled, accompanied by synchronized footsteps. The entire performance lasted no more than 7 or 8 minutes, leaving the audience yearning for more once the lights dimmed. After descending from the stage, Li Mochuan's first action was to navigate to the waiting area to find Shen Zhimeng. What is the rush? Having learned from their advisor that Shen Zhimeng likely did not appreciate public declarations of affection, he pondered his next move. How long until your next hosting? This skit should last about 10 more minutes, and then the rest more. Where are you taking me? Upon hearing 10 minutes, Li Mochuan grasped Shen Zhimeng's wrist, leading her away. The makeup room was nearly empty, as only a handful of performances remained. It was brightly lit, all the mirrors aglow, casting a soft light that rendered Shen Zhimeng's exquisite face even more enchanting. This was the first time Li Mochuan beheld her made-up beauty. Clad in a burgundy evening gown, her figure was perfectly accentuated, her cascading curls reminiscent of a princess. Even with pressing matters at hand, Li Mochuan could not resist pulling her into his embrace, exclaiming, "You look stunning." No girl would ever refuse candid and sincere compliments. Shen Zhimeng gently patted his back, questioning if anyone would summon her merely to utter those 3 words. Li Mochuan then slowly pushed her away, positioning himself to her right and extending his right hand. I came across a new way to form a heart shape with my hands today, and I wish to try it. All right. Though Shen Zhimeng found it somewhat amusing, she complied and extended her hand, inquiring, How do we do it? First, raise your left hand and make a middle finger gesture like this. Once Shen Zhimeng mimicked the action, she couldn't help but laugh, remarking, "It looks like an insult." After sharing a few chuckles, Li Mochuan regained his composure. Then we intertwine our middle fingers and flip them over. Chapter 76. Shall we sleep together tonight? Shen Zhimeng observed the unfolding scene with curiosity as their hands formed a heart shape. "Oh, can it be done this way?" Li Mochuan earnestly asked. "Have you learned it?" "Yes, yes." Upon responding, she instinctively extended her hand again. In that moment, as her middle finger emerged, a silver ring slipped onto her finger, halting at the knuckle as if awaiting something. "Shen Zhimeng, I like you. Would you be willing to be with me?" Shen Zhimeng's breath caught in her throat. Her nose tinged with warmth as tears welled in her eyes. She gazed at Li Mochuan, captivated by his profoundly sincere expression and gaze. "All right," she nodded, her eyes instantly moistening. The ring finally settled into place. Shen Zhimeng leapt into Li Mochuan's embrace, her tears staining his shirt. She was moved yet felt an indescribable mix of emotions as she recalled her own preparations. How could he beat me to it? Yet, simultaneously, she found it amusing that their confessions could coincide. Li Mochuan retrieved a tissue from his pocket, carefully wiping her tears. "What is that expression on your face?" He was somewhat bewildered, sensing a blend of emotion and a hint of anger. Shen Zhimeng pondered for a moment before deciding to speak candidly. "I had planned to confess to you after all the events concluded. Why did you steal my thunder?" She sniffled softly, glancing at the ring on her finger, which she had intended to present with such grandeur. She had only thought to buy a bouquet of roses, yet here he was, presenting her with a ring that was quite beautiful. Li Mochuan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. "Are you foolish? When it comes to confessions, it is naturally the boy's role." He tenderly embraced her, recognizing that this confession was meant to be half a surprise and half a remedy for past regrets. However, observing Shen Zhimeng's reaction, he sensed it leaned more towards the latter. He felt increasingly affirmed in his decision. Compared to other couples, their relationship had indeed begun rather haphazardly. Yet the more chaotic the start, the more he yearned to clarify many things thoroughly. In a moment of confusion, being together does not imply that many things can be overlooked. "Wait for me here," Shen Zhimeng said, wiping away her tears before darting out of the makeup room, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. "Take your time, there's no rush." Li Mochuan called after her with a hint of exasperation in his voice. Before long, Shen Zhimeng returned, clutching a bouquet of vibrant red roses. Standing at the entrance of the makeup room, Li Mochuan immediately rushed over to assist her with her gown as she rounded the corner. "Slow down. Who told you to come over?" Shen Zhimeng furrowed her brows slightly. She had envisioned a delicate approach to surprise Li Mochuan with the flowers, but now, seeing him help her with her dress, she found herself at a loss for words, feeling a twinge of discomfort despite her intentions. "Just hold on to me and don't trip," Li Mochuan replied earnestly, his expression serious and protective, reminiscent of a gallant knight safeguarding his princess. Shen Zhimeng, witnessing his demeanor, couldn't muster any reproach. "Chuan, tell me, does the princess prefer a prince of equal standing, or a knight who quietly protects her?" A light bulb moment struck Li Mochuan. There was indeed another option to consider. "What is it?" he inquired. A prince disguised as a knight, silently guarding the princess. As they conversed, they reached the threshold of the makeup room. Once the door closed, Li Mochuan gently embraced her, saying, "I will walk alongside you, matching your pace, and I will always remain by your side, caring for you to the best of my ability." Shen Zhimeng felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. "Who taught you to speak like that?" she chided playfully. "Teacher Shen instructed me well," Li Mochuan replied, fully attuned to the way of conversing that would delight her. Indeed, his words lifted her spirits. "You hold on to the flowers," she insisted, thrusting the bouquet into his arms, concluding with, "Now, let us take a photo together." "All right, shall I go ahead?" he asked. Shen Zhimeng, feeling a hint of reluctance, wrapped her arms around his waist once more and whispered in his ear, "Shall we sleep together tonight?" Li Mochuan pressed his lips together, planting a kiss near her ear. Yes. The atmosphere between them was just right. He had no reason to refuse, especially since he harbored the same desire. Shen Zhimeng beamed, exclaiming, "Yay, Chuan is the best." With that, she hurriedly departed the makeup room, dress in hand. Leaning against the wall, Li Mochuan reflected on the delightful moments they had just shared, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. When Shen Zhimeng returned backstage, only a minute remained before she was to take the stage. After a quick review of the script with her partner, She successfully completed this round of hosting amidst the arts performance, and as it neared its conclusion, she sought out her supportive friends. Plans have unexpectedly changed. There is no need to prepare for the group photo later. As Shen Zhimeng uttered these words, a hint of embarrassment graced her features, for she had indeed made preparations. However, after Li Mochuan had privately confessed his feelings to her, she couldn't help but wonder if it implied he preferred to keep such matters away from the public eye. Moreover, Shen Zhimeng had always felt a twinge of apprehension regarding public declarations of affection, as this was her first experience orchestrating a surprise in such a setting. What had transpired? Why the sudden shift? In response to her friend's inquisitive probing, Shen Zhimeng quietly extended her hand, having been preempted by him. "Ugh!" exclaimed Friend A, feigning a dramatic expression of distress. I'm going to turn you all into red bean paste." Friend B gritted her teeth in mock frustration. Woe is me. I must embrace my single self. Shen Zhimeng observed their antics, her heart brimming with sweetness. As the evening's literary performance concluded, Li Mochuan and his group secured first prize, and numerous photographs of him adorned the confession wall. Most inquiries revolved around whether this young man had a girlfriend, his name, and requests for his contact information. Shen Zhimeng had already changed back into her regular attire, while Li Mochuan held her gown, rented from a boutique near the school, as they prepared to return it together. However, Shen Zhimeng noticed that Li Mochuan was fixated on his phone, causing her smile to gradually fade. In a moment of boredom, she playfully tapped his arm, and after a considerable time, Li Mochuan finally sensed something was amiss. Why the long face? Chapter 77. If you don't want to sleep, then so be it. Li Mochuan cast her a glance, then hastened to respond to his messages. In their class group chat, someone had jokingly suggested posting Li Mochuan's QQ number on the confession wall, accompanied by screenshots revealing others asking for his contact information. Unsure if they were jesting or serious, he repeatedly insisted he did not wish for such attention and urged them to refrain from such antics. A few had sent him private messages, yet it was evident that the person beside him held greater significance. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Li Mochuan grasped Shen Zhimeng's hand. "I wonder if my girlfriend would mind if I used your photo as my profile picture, or if I adopted your name as my QQ ID." Shen Zhimeng was momentarily taken aback. Then, Li Mochuan raised his phone, leaning in so their cheeks nearly touched, capturing a selfie. He was quite pleased with the photograph, promptly setting it as his profile picture and changing his QQ name to Shen Zhimeng, embellishing it with a small red heart. "Sister, please take a look. If you're not satisfied, I shall change it," he said, thrusting his phone into her hands. Shen Zhimeng gazed at the screen, a blend of amusement and exasperation washing over her. "Are you truly willing to display it like this?" "Why would I not?" Li Mochuan replied, glancing at their slightly blurred but charming photo on the screen. "It's nothing to worry about." A smile involuntarily crept across Shen Zhimeng's lips, as her earlier gloom dissipated like mist in the morning sun. Yu Guang occasionally glanced at the ring adorning her left middle finger, which shimmered brilliantly under the streetlight. Li Mochuan caught a glimpse of her smile, and a layer of mirth enveloped his brows and eyes. Women are truly remarkable creatures. One moment they appear serious and aggrieved, and the next they radiate pure joy. In truth, they are not as difficult to appease as the internet suggests. With just a little effort, one can easily bring a smile back to their face. Li Mochuan grasped Shen Zhimeng's arm, effortlessly lifting her into his embrace. For the princess had endured the discomfort of high heels today, he would carry her home. Shen Zhimeng giggled, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Just remember to set me down once we enter the community." "No, I want to carry you inside." "You can't. Mom and Dad will see." "Let them see." Li Mochuan replied, his demeanor lighthearted, clearly jesting. Shen Zhimeng playfully smacked his shoulder, yet her face betrayed her uncontainable delight. After returning the formal attire, they entered the house, only to be stopped at the door. Noticing the somewhat serious expressions of the two sitting on the sofa, both Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng felt a twinge of unease. Had they discovered something? "Meng, H1, come here, I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" After changing their shoes, the two settled side by side on the sofa. "Well, my workplace is planning a trip next month, and we can bring family along. However, with your exams approaching, I can't take both of you. So, I'll be going with Aunt G. If you find the house too quiet, you're welcome to stay at school." Shen Zhimeng's eyes sparkled, though she cast her gaze downward, unnoticed by anyone. "So, Dad, how long will you be gone?" "At least a week." "Oh, so you're not asking for our opinions?" Shen Jing spoke lightly, as if the decision held little weight. If you wish to go, then go ahead. We can just stay at school, right? Shen Zhimeng subtly exchanged a glance with Li Mochuan towards the end of her sentence. Li Mochuan quickly responded, yes. My roommate mentioned he missed me today and asked if I would return. Well, since you both feel that way, it's settled then. I'll head back to my room to wash up and remove my makeup. I'll also return to my studies. The two children promptly retreated to their respective rooms. And Shen Jing sighed in relief. I told you they are old enough to handle things. Ji Yun merely smiled, saying nothing. As soon as Li Mochuan entered his room, his phone buzzed, revealing a message from Shen Zhimeng. I can sleep soundly next to you then. Li Mochuan felt a rush of excitement. To say he wasn't looking forward to it would be disingenuous. Shen Zhimeng continued. Let us organize the wardrobe when the time comes. We can take down the panel behind it and just hang a curtain. Li Mochuan replied with a simple good, but feeling unsatisfied, he added an adorable emoji, fearing that Shen Zhimeng might perceive his response as apathetic. As anticipated, the mood of the person in the other room softened upon seeing the emoji. So, am I still coming over to sleep with you tonight? Li Mochuan was more concerned about this matter, as it was an arrangement previously made with Shen Zhimeng. Shen Zhimeng replied, if you don't want to sleep, then forget it. Just one line, devoid of any emojis. Li Mochuan's intuition suggested that Shen Zhimeng was likely upset, and he began to comprehend the reason behind her displeasure. Sleeping together tonight had been a prior commitment, and considering Shen Zhimeng's messaging habits, he deduced that his best course of action was to respond quickly. I'll come over tonight, sending love. Sister, wait for me. Although he found this tone somewhat peculiar, he had to admit that Shen Zhimeng was quite fond of such expressions. Sure enough, a moment later, Shen Zhimeng sent a charming emoji. Li Mochuan finally exhaled in relief. The alarm was lifted. At 11 o'clock that evening, Li Mochuan carefully pushed open Shen Zhimeng's door. He closed it softly and locked it with utmost caution. Shen Zhimeng had not responded, possibly asleep, yet Li Mochuan recalled her earlier attitude and sensed she might still be slightly miffed. He removed his shoes, slipped under the covers, and gently enveloped her in his arms. The person nestled against him remained motionless. Li Mochuan knew she must not be asleep. Wrong, dear sister. He planted soft kisses along the nape of Shen Zhimeng's neck, his voice low and laced with a hint of coaxing. No sooner had he spoken than he felt the person facing away from him suddenly shift, followed by a sharp pain at his collarbone. Hiss! Li Mochuan couldn't help but inhale sharply. At that moment, he fully grasped that he had indeed irked Shen Zhimeng. Humph! Shen Zhimeng nestled against Li Mochuan's neck, rubbing against him affectionately. He smiled helplessly, his hand tenderly caressing the top of her head, apologizing silently for wavering on a promise previously made. Humph! Shen Zhimeng continued to hum softly, though her tone had noticeably softened, no longer as firm as before. I know you're tired. Sleep now. I've set the alarm. Chapter 78. Take it easy, you two peck. Shen Zhimeng tilted her head and placed a kiss on Li Mochuan's chin before settling into a comfortable position in his embrace, drifting off into a deep slumber. The next day, they exchanged notes in the library during the afternoon. At that moment, Shen Zhimeng was explaining a linear algebra problem to Li Mochuan. After being motivated by Qiu Hao's example, Li Mochuan had joined the fray of competition, pushing himself to finish advanced calculus ahead of schedule. With Shen Zhimeng's assistance, he began self-studying linear algebra. Teacher Shen, please continue. After the exchange, Shen Zhimeng, with Li Mochuan's face before her, spoke as if it were entirely justified. Li Mochuan pondered how he should respond. Shen Zhimeng caught a glimpse of her own face displaying an expression of defeat and couldn't help but chuckle. Oh dear, that look is unappealing. Come on, change your expression. As she spoke, she playfully poked at his face with her finger. I've modified the code. Li Mochuan quietly brushed her finger away, which then inadvertently landed on the keyboard of his computer. Come on, smile. Shen Zhimeng observed his stern demeanor, a hint of urgency in her face. Li Mochuan remained unfazed. I am Shen Zhimeng. This is how I typically present myself in public, so please do not force me to break character. His earnestness amused her. If you don't smile, I shall kiss you, and I intend to take a photo to post on social media to show off. Li Mochuan deliberately cast her a nonchalant glance. I can make a silly face that will prevent you from hitting the send button. Shen Zhimeng pondered. What should I do? It seems I cannot quite grasp this version of Li Mochuan. Humph. Shen Zhimeng silently swapped the tasks they were each supposed to be doing and returned to their recent study topics. However, she could not resist taking Li Mochuan's phone to secretly snap a photo of herself and subsequently posted a status update. Studying with my girlfriend. Half an hour later, Shen Zhimeng browsed through the profiles of those who liked her post. Many of them were girls, yet the more she looked, the more she wanted to laugh. This was because none of these girls had any notes beside their names. And their chat histories with Li Mochuan consisted solely of a few greeting messages that had gone unanswered. At some point, Li Mochuan had approached quietly, just as she was looking. If you find any of them displeasing, feel free to delete them. Really? Shen Zhimeng's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. Li Mochuan trusted Shen Zhimeng's sense of boundaries in this regard. Those who were important to him were already noted, while those who could be deleted were merely random friends added before they were together. After considering the events of the literary performance the previous night, he had realized he could set his account to prevent others from adding him as a friend, thus avoiding the risk of unsolicited QQ requests. Intrigued, Shen Zhimeng randomly deleted a few, as she didn't wish to waste time on such matters. That night, they found themselves once again sharing a bed. This time, it was Li Mochuan who initiated the approach towards Shen Zhimeng. He was genuinely unaccustomed to being dominated by her after their exchange, which reminded him of an old-fashioned domineering CEO trope. It felt profoundly uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. Li Mochuan forcefully nestled into Shen Zhimeng's embrace, determined to stay close throughout the night to ensure a flawless exchange the following day. Let us refrain from any exchanges until after our trip. Why? Tomorrow, after the exchange, we shall revert to our previous arrangement. I shall not. Upon uttering these words, Shen Zhimeng produced a crimson cloth from an unknown source. Li Mochuan recognized it immediately. It was the same cloth previously used to blindfold him during their baths. The room was illuminated solely by a small night light, enveloping the space in an intimate ambience. As Li Mochuan met Shen Zhimeng's profound gaze, he instinctively swallowed hard. What do you intend to do with that? He inquired. Shen Zhimeng innocently blinked. I plan to utilize it for its intended purpose. Having yet to revert, Shen Zhimeng possessed complete physical dominance. Without waiting for Li Mochuan to regain his bearings, she seized his hands, binding his wrists together. Subsequently, Li Mochuan watched as she retrieved a delicate, smooth silk strip from beneath the pillow, placing it over his eyes. H1. Do not be anxious. I merely wish for us to understand one another better. As she uttered the word we, her hand had already found its way to Li Mochuan's ear. The following morning, the two had indeed exchanged places. The subsequent days were consumed by their studies, and soon it was time for the examination week. It was also the eve of Shen Jing and Ji Yun's departure. The family decided to dine out, primarily at the invitation of Shen Jing's friend. Considering that she would not see the two children for the coming week, she resolved to take them along. Upon arrival at the restaurant, before they could exit the vehicle, Shen Zhimeng spotted Song Xinyan playing in the snow with two small children through the car window. The snowfall in Qingwan City had been heavy, and only now, in the evening, did it begin to diminish slightly. Upon disembarking, Li Mochuan casually draped a brown scarf around Shen Zhimeng's neck, hoping to avoid detection by Shen Jing and Ji Yun. In his haste, the scarf was rather haphazardly arranged. Shen Zhimeng's long hair cascaded gracefully, framing her round face, and paired with her knee-length cream-colored wool coat, she exuded an air of endearing melancholy. Li Mochuan could not suppress a smile. Fortunately, Shen Jing and the others had already entered the restaurant. Otherwise, with that look from Li Mochuan, it would have been difficult for anyone not to speculate. Let us proceed, Shen Zhimeng gently urged him. As they approached the entrance, Song Xinyan glanced over at that moment. With one child in her arms, she ambled over to Shen Zhimeng's side. I thought you two wouldn't make it today, but let me give you a heads up. This restaurant just opened a couple of days ago, and it's quite popular. When I arrived, I happened to see Su Ye and his family leaving after their meal. So be cautious and keep an eye out for familiar faces. After speaking, Song Xinyan, carrying two toddlers who appeared to be 3 or 4 years old, entered the restaurant ahead of them. As Song Xinyan had mentioned, the establishment was indeed bustling with patrons. The main hall was nearly filled to capacity, and there were 3 or 4 additional floors above. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the private rooms was commendable, allowing for a quieter dining experience. Following the waiter into the private room, I noticed about 10 adults seated within, including Song Xinyan and the 2 little ones, along with 2 young sisters I had encountered during a previous hiking trip. Throughout the meal, Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng scarcely exchanged words. Shen Zhimeng gazed at the dishes in the center, hesitating to serve herself, particularly as the 2 children incessantly spun the lazy Susan, causing the food she desired to be out of reach when she attempted to take it. Li Mochuan, with a casual glance, discerned her thoughts. He pressed down on the table, shot a glare at the 2 children, and then discreetly filled Shen Zhimeng's bowl with a generous portion of her favorite dishes using the serving chopsticks and spoon. As she beheld her bowl brimming with delectable food, she noted the absence of cilantro, which she adored. A faint smile crept onto her lips, realizing that Li Mochuan was far more attentive than she had anticipated. After the meal, the families bid their farewells. Just as Shen Jing opened the car door, a man nearby called out to him, "Old Shen." The two exchanged greetings and engaged in brief conversation. As the man returned to his vehicle, he noticed his son staring vacantly out the window. "What are you looking at?" Qian Chen withdrew his gaze, replying, "I thought I saw a classmate, but his surname is Li, and you just called him Old Shen, so I must have been mistaken." "It seems you were mistaken. Although Old Shen's wife passed away early, her surname was not Li. However, I heard he has recently found a new lady. So I wonder if it was the one who just got into the car." Qian Chen continued to gaze out the window, lapsing into silence. "That girl is Shen Zhimeng." He recognized her clearly, yet the boy entered the car from the opposite side, revealing only half his head, leaving him uncertain if it was indeed Li Mochuan. He could have confirmed by hairstyle, but the boy wore a black knit cap, casting doubt on his identification. If it were Li Mochuan, did that mean he and Shen Zhimeng had become close enough to dine with parents? But if it were not Li Mochuan, then observing Shen Zhimeng's smiling profile as she boarded the car, could he interpret it as a sign of Li Mochuan's potential infidelity? Upon returning home, Shen Jing and Ji Yun reconfirmed that no luggage had been left behind. Shen Zhimeng and Li Mochuan studied together in the study, maintaining a half-meter distance while engrossed in their respective tasks. The exam week was destined to be hectic, particularly for those striving for high scores. When Shen Jing quietly pushed open the study door, he was met with the sight of the two diligently focused, a sense of comfort washing over him. He gently knocked on the door, stating, "We need to rise early tomorrow, so we shall retire for the night. You two should not stay up too late." "All right. By the way, are you returning to the school tomorrow?" "Yes." "Then we'll turn off the main power switch before we leave in the morning." Shen Jing, concerned about potential mishaps in an empty house, believed it prudent to take precautions. Okay. Li Mochuan had 2 examinations in a day, one in the morning and another in the afternoon, while Shen Zhimeng's was scheduled for the latter. The seating arrangement for the exams was randomized. After finding his designated seat, Li Mochuan noticed that Qian Chen was seated in front of him, who seemed to glance back at him several times, his expression somewhat perplexing, something Li Mochuan could not decipher. The exam duration was 2 hours. The morning subject was a course in which Li Mochuan held considerable confidence. He completed the entire paper in under an hour. Traditionally, he did not have the habit of reviewing his answers, but this time, driven by the desire for a high GPA and a national scholarship, he meticulously revisited both the questions and his answers twice. Satisfied that everything was in order, he submitted his paper early. The instructor recognized him, aware of his consistent performance in assignments, and did not raise any objections. Meanwhile, Qian Chen was left with one final question to answer. He glanced again at Li Mochuan, who had already gathered his belongings and left the room, feeling inexplicably unsettled. After exiting the examination hall, Li Mochuan messaged Shen Zhimeng. It was only 11 a.m., which seemed a bit early for lunch. However, knowing that she was likely engrossed in her studies at the library, he waited for a while without receiving a reply and decided to head in her direction. As he turned a corner, a stranger suddenly blocked his path. "Excuse me, are you heading to the library?" Li Mochuan nodded in confusion, unsure of the stranger's intentions, who appeared rather anxious. "Could you please help me deliver this bag to the entrance of the library? My friend is waiting there, wearing a pink down jacket. I have an urgent matter to attend to on the other side, so I would greatly appreciate your assistance." Given that it was exam time and the path was not particularly crowded, Li Mochuan would typically have considered it a trivial task. However, he was on his way to meet Shen Zhimeng, and the bag, adorned with a cute bear print in pink, might provoke unnecessary thoughts if she happened to see it. The image of Shen Zhimeng's potential reaction brought an involuntary smile to his lips. "You might try asking them," Li Mochuan suggested, pointing towards a nearby couple. "I'm on my way to meet my girlfriend, and I wouldn't want to create a misunderstanding. I'm sorry." With an apologetic wave, he hastily departed. Upon reaching another corner, he unexpectedly encountered Shen Zhimeng, their eyes meeting from a distance of about 10 meters. In that fleeting moment, her previously expressionless face blossomed into a smile, and she rushed towards him. Li Mochuan, grinning, walked leisurely, extending his arms in a welcoming gesture. Shen Zhimeng leaped into his embrace, and he caught her effortlessly, turning to head towards the cafeteria. "I knew you would take this route." Shen Zhimeng exclaimed, planting several playful kisses on his cheek. Your face and ears are so cold, don't let them freeze. After speaking, she rubbed the scarf around her neck against Li Mochuan's ear. Holding you will keep the cold at bay. Did you see the message I sent? I did, but I had already left the library by then. It was simply too cold outside, and I didn't want to return. I thought I could guess which path you would take to find me, Shen Zhimeng replied, her tone laced with pride. The snow that fell yesterday began to melt today, and the temperature dropped even further. Li Mochuan pressed his cheek against Shen Zhimeng's and realized she was not much warmer than he was. If you keep holding me like this, your hands will get cold. Please let me down. As she spoke, Shen Zhimeng struggled to free herself, but Li Mochuan tightened his embrace instead. I can hold you, and my hands are quite warm where they are, he remarked, moving his fingers slightly. Upon sensing this, Shen Zhimeng's face flushed involuntarily. Li Mochuan, you've changed. Well, one must consider who the teacher is, he replied, moving his fingers again. Ah. Shen Zhimeng let out a frustrated, gritting sound, yet her face remained buried in Li Mochuan's embrace, rendering her unrecognizable to passers-by. All right, once we reach the cafeteria, I'll set you down. It's quite warm under my hat. You can place your hands there. Chapter 80. What package did you secretly buy? Oh, Li Mochuan thought to himself, sensing the impending doom in her tone. What is this? I feel like I'm in trouble. Shen Zhimeng, he called tentatively, but the person in his arms remained silent. He lifted her slightly. Sister, can you say something? Still, she offered no response. Yet, from a perspective unseen by Li Mochuan, the corners of Shen Zhimeng's mouth curved upward, though she struggled to contain it, curious to see how far Li Mochuan would go before he panicked. Sister, I was wrong. Truly wrong. Please say something. His voice held a coaxing tone, yet she remained unresponsive. Just as he was about to set her down to assess the situation, he thought he heard a laugh. Although faint, he was certain it came from Shen Zhimeng. Shen Zhimeng, what are you laughing about? I'm not, she instinctively retorted. But her response only confirmed Li Mochuan's suspicion. Ah, so you're pretending, are you? His hand moved again. Li Mochuan, we're in public. What do you think you're doing? What could I possibly be doing? Stop touching me. Shen Zhimeng whispered fiercely into Li Mochuan's ear. I could stop, but your voice doesn't seem to suggest that you want me to, and isn't this position one that you taught me? Li Mochuan. The indignation in her voice made Li Mochuan realize that it was time to cease the teasing. While light-hearted banter could deepen their bond, there was a line that should not be crossed. Sister, I truly was wrong. Li Mochuan, sensing the moment was right, embraced the person beside him and comforted her for a while. As they approached the cafeteria, having sufficiently calmed her, he gently set her down. Subsequently, he took her hands and tucked them into his pocket. The pocket was spacious enough to accommodate 3 hands with ease. Shen Zhimeng had intended to scold him a bit, but confronted with Li Mochuan's undeniable demeanor, she suddenly felt that perhaps this was rather agreeable. Li Mochuan, with a mere glance, discerned her thoughts over the past few days. He had come to understand Shen Zhimeng's character quite thoroughly. It could even be said that he had comprehensively grasped her essence. A firmer approach would yield better results. Yet firmness here referred to being assertive in matters she favored, not in being verbally obstinate. In the afternoon, Li Mochuan returned to the examination hall, arriving rather early. There were fewer than 10 students seated in the classroom, and the invigilator had yet to arrive, with the seating chart still unposted. Shortly after he settled into his seat, another individual joined him. Upon recognizing Chen, Li Mochuan remarked, "There's ample space over there. No need to crowd here." His impression of this individual was far from favorable. Although their interactions had been minimal, a person's inner disposition often reveals itself through subtle expressions, especially those that emerge unintentionally. Chen was such a forthright person. He cast a glance at Li Mochuan and leisurely stated, "I merely came to remind you to pay more attention to your girlfriend, lest someone else snatches her away without you noticing." This remark from Chen was a probe. If Li Mochuan had truly introduced Shen Zhimeng to his family, he would undoubtedly dismiss such a comment with disdain. Chen was unsure when he had begun to regard Li Mochuan as a rival. Initially, it had been Xiao Hao, but then he realized that Xiao Hao was rather simple-minded. His academic progress was merely a result of prior learning. However, Li Mochuan perplexed him for reasons unknown. He found him increasingly irksome. Despite his appearance not suggesting academic prowess, he had suddenly become industrious, cultivated good relations among classmates, and secured a girlfriend who was notably superior to those of his peers. In contrast, Qian questioned where he fell short of Li Mochuan. Li Mochuan felt utterly baffled by Qian's words. Their relationship hardly warranted concern over romantic entanglements, did it? Observing Li Mochuan's inscrutable demeanor, Qian coldly averted his gaze and moved to another seat. Li Mochuan, disinclined to dwell on the matter, dismissed Qian's comments as nonsensical. Yet, a nagging feeling persisted within him, suggesting that such remarks could not have stemmed from mere conjecture. What had he seen, or perhaps heard from someone else? With no clear answers, Li Mochuan resolved to focus on the examination at hand. Shen Zhimeng's examination room was not far from his, and as she emerged after completing her test, she spotted Li Mochuan waiting for her at the door. "Did you finish early?" she inquired. "Yes, the questions were quite straightforward," he replied. With such confidence, does that imply a perfect score? Shen Zhimeng, aware that he was taking a calculus exam, thought to herself that his cheerful tone suggested a favorable outcome. Modestly, he replied, above 95. Li Mochuan was cautious not to boast too much, knowing that a teacher could easily deduct points for minor mistakes. "Let us go home after we finish our meal." All right. After casually dining in the cafeteria, the two made their way towards the community. "First, let us pick up a package." Li Mochuan raised an eyebrow. What package? Anticipating that they would be spending a week at home, he instinctively felt that the package might not be entirely appropriate. Noticing the expression on his face, Shen Zhimeng's beautiful eyes narrowed playfully. "Chuan, do tell your sister what's on your mind." "Shouldn't that be my question to you?" Li Mochuan retorted, wrapping his arm around Shen Zhimeng's neck, and then lowered his voice to whisper in her ear, "What did you secretly order?" Shen Zhimeng smiled mysteriously. "Whatever you think it is, that's what it is." "Is it really what I'm thinking?" Upon saying this, Li Mochuan felt an involuntary surge of nervousness. He had been contemplating how to avoid Shen Zhimeng's gaze over the next few days and perhaps visit a nearby pharmacy. Clearly, Shen Zhimeng had thought this through more thoroughly, opting for online shopping. Upon arriving at the community's delivery station, Li Mochuan watched as the owner brought over a large box, and he instinctively furrowed his brow. What could possibly be inside? It certainly didn't resemble what he had imagined. "Why are you just standing there? Help me carry it upstairs." "Oh, right." Shen Zhimeng chuckled at his dazed expression. "Are you disappointed to see this?" "Not at all," Li Mochuan denied. While he felt a tinge of disappointment, it was not overwhelming. After all, he believed in letting things unfold naturally, ensuring that both were adequately prepared before proceeding. Once back at home, as the package was opened, Li Mochuan finally discovered its contents. "I'll go unplug the door camera first, then reset the circuit." Chapter 81. Could you help me tuck in the blanket before you leave? It was now past 6 in the evening, and winter always brought an early darkness. When they re-entered the house, the light within had already dimmed considerably. When she entered again to turn on the lights, Li Mochuan had already unpacked everything from the box. "You bought a chainsaw?" Li Mochuan nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Shen Zhimeng, however, appeared completely unfazed. "Aren't we going to modify the wardrobe? It's easier with a tool." Li Mochuan swallowed hard, realizing the logic behind it. Just as he was about to pick up the instruction manual to figure out how to operate the device, he felt something hanging from his neck. Shen Zhimeng's face was already close to his. "Chuan is the best." "Moi? Chuan will surely fix the wardrobe, right?" The voice was sweet, laced with praise and enticement. Although Li Mochuan was fully aware that this was merely a little ruse to coax him into working, he willingly leapt into the trap. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he shifted the conversation, asking, "If I manage to get this done, will there be any reward?" Shen Zhimeng's eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, "Of course, there will be a reward, but you'll have to wait a few days. My parents return next Monday, and I will present your reward after your exam on Friday." Why must I wait a few days?" Li Mochuan inquired, perplexed. Shen Zhimeng simply smiled, knowing that the surprise should be saved for the grand reveal, as anticipation would only heighten the excitement. Li Mochuan respected her wishes. Whatever Shen Zhimeng wished to orchestrate, he would gladly oblige. The operation of the electric saw was not overly complicated. Once they had familiarized themselves with it, they set to work. They moved the wardrobe, drew lines on the wooden panel behind it to ensure that the doors were uniform in size and height, allowing easy access for both. By the time they finished, it was nearly midnight. The cut wood was tucked away beneath the bed, and the electric saw was returned to its box, stowed at the top of Li Mochuan's wardrobe, in a compartment meant for cotton. With an exam looming the following afternoon, it was prudent to retire early for some last-minute revision. After washing up, the two lay on Shen Zhimeng's bed for a while before Li Mochuan rose to return to his own room. just as he was about to get off the bed. Shen Zhimeng grasped his hand. With a hint of exasperation, Li Mochuan turned back, saying, "If I don't head back now, what will happen to our exchange tomorrow?" Shen Zhimeng's face beamed with delight as she replied, "Let it be an exchange. I can handle your exam questions, and you can manage mine. Be good." Li Mochuan cupped her face and planted a gentle kiss, insisting, "I truly must return to my room. Will you exit through the main door or the small door?" Shen Zhimeng asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The soft glow of the room illuminated her gaze, while her button-up pajamas, carelessly undone at 3 buttons, revealed a hint of skin. The collar was slightly disheveled, a testament to their earlier restlessness on the bed. Li Mochuan understood her desire for him to use the newly crafted small door to return to his room, yet he playfully opted for the opposite. "With my parents away, I shall certainly use the main entrance." Shen Zhimeng's eyes dimmed at his response, her grip on his hand loosening, the disappointment evident in her tone. "All right, then you may go." Li Mochuan found her little expression amusing and couldn't resist giving her cheek a gentle pinch. "No way. I must try the door we just made together this evening." After saying this, he pressed a kiss on her forehead and proceeded toward the wardrobe door. "Chuan." Just as Li Mochuan reached for the wardrobe handle, he heard her soft call from behind. "What is it?" He turned to see Shen Zhimeng suppressing a laugh. "Don't you think we resemble a different kind of relationship right now?" "What do you mean? You seem like a lover trying to avoid being caught by the legitimate partner." Shen Zhimeng teased, before swiftly covering her face with the blanket, curling up within its folds. After Shen Zhimeng nestled under the covers, she felt the room descend into an enveloping silence. The wardrobe door creaked open, yet she heard nothing, indicating that Li Mochuan remained in her room. Would he approach her? As she pondered, Shen Zhimeng suddenly felt the blankets on either side tighten, followed by a force pressing down on the fabric at her head. As the darkness faded into light with the blankets being lifted, her lips were abruptly sealed. Li Mochuan had initially not intended to kiss her. He merely sought to startle her. However, upon unveiling the covers and beholding her flushed face adorned with eyes sparkling with anticipation, he found himself unable to resist. The atmosphere was thick with intimacy, only a layer of blankets separating them. At that moment, it seemed impossible to refrain from action. Yet, Shen Zhimeng gently pushed him away. Rewards were not to be given at this moment. She breathed softly, her heart racing from the weight of their earlier kiss, her breaths now erratic. Li Mochuan tenderly brushed his fingers along the damp edges of her eyes, softly uttering a single word, "Good. I will wait until you are ready." His gaze then lowered, lightly grazing her swollen lips, as though he took great satisfaction in his handiwork. "I will return to my room now." Li Mochuan fixed his gaze upon her, enunciating deliberately, "I am not merely a lover, I am the main partner. Keep this in your heart." Shen Zhimeng met his earnest and serious eyes, nodding eagerly, promising not to speak carelessly in the future. Fearing Li Mochuan might doubt her sincerity, she extended her finger, declaring, "I swear." A smile involuntarily graced Li Mochuan's lips as he took her hand, firmly tucking it back under the blankets. "Stay warm. Will you help me tuck in the blankets before you leave?" "Of course." He ensured she was snugly covered before turning off the lights and departing. The exam week always seemed to pass in a blur. On Friday, after completing his final test, Li Mochuan was joined by Suya, who brought along Song Xinyan. "Let us go celebrate our completion with a meal," he suggested. Li Mochuan glanced at Shen Zhimeng, recalling that she had promised herself a reward today. Thus, he anticipated her refusal. "Sure. Where shall we eat?" Shen Zhimeng replied, "I heard a new barbecue restaurant opened in the city center, and the reviews are quite favorable. Shall we go there?" As she spoke, she wrapped her arm around Song Xinyan's. Suya stood by, astonished. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of close interaction with Shen Zhimeng, he felt she had transformed from the person he once knew. Could this be the magic of love? Li Mochuan patted his shoulder. "Let us go, otherwise we'll truly fall behind them." Upon entering the subway, the two girls took their seats while the boys, aware of the limited space, stood respectfully. Chapter 82. Is there any reward for being handsome? Li Mochuan noticed that Suya was carrying a feminine backpack and couldn't help but inquire, "Are you together with Song Xinyan?" Suya's gaze faltered, "Not at all. What is there to hide from me?" Li Mochuan immediately discerned that he was lying. "Really not together," Suya replied, somewhat embarrassed, and refrained from probing further. Meanwhile, the two girls seated nearby were engaged in animated conversation. The senior's demeanor seemed to have transformed completely. It was difficult for Suya to reconcile the cheerful person before him with the previous icy facade. She has always been like this. The earlier sternness was merely due to unfamiliarity. This is her true nature. As Li Mochuan observed Shen Zhimeng's beaming expression, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. So that's how it is. Suya understood this well. Unless one were a social recluse, most individuals would exhibit some degree of restraint in the presence of unfamiliar faces. Upon arriving at the mall, the four of them entered a barbecue restaurant together. "Hello, this way please," the waitress instinctively greeted as they entered. However, her expression stiffened slightly upon recognizing the guests. Shen Zhimeng and Li Mochuan were equally taken aback, not expecting to encounter Jiang Wu here, especially in such a capacity. Since their last encounter at the mall, where Shen Zhimeng met Jiang Wu and her boyfriend, she had deleted Jiang Wu's contact information. Eventually, during a conversation about the matter, Li Mochuan had also removed her from his contacts. Suya was busy chatting with Song Xinyan and completely failed to recognize the waitress as Jiang Wu. Once they reached their seats, the server who approached to take their orders was not Jiang Wu. "Stop looking. Every life we lead is a choice we make," Li Mochuan said, wrapping his arm around Shen Zhimeng's waist, signaling her to avert her gaze from the entrance. Shen Zhimeng bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, Li Mochuan's words held some weight. She decided to cast the incident aside. Li Mochuan had already recounted all the events concerning Jiang Wu during high school, and Shen Zhimeng did not harbor any ill feelings towards her. However, her judgment of people did seem somewhat flawed. Agreeing to be with a boy whose family background was entirely mismatched was, in most cases, a natural chasm created by one's upbringing. She had a profound understanding of this in her relationship with Li Mochuan. Their compatibility was likely enhanced by their shared experience of losing loved ones, which made them more attuned to each other's emotions and motivated them to consider how to better support one another. Noticing the complexity of Shen Zhimeng's expression, Li Mochuan could surmise her thoughts. There are no absolute rights or wrongs in this world. Since we have chosen to sever ties with the past, let us not dwell on it. "Hey, H1, can you drink? We have placed our order. Please check if there's anything you don't eat. Or see if you'd like to add something." Suya handed over the menu. Li Mochuan responded without a moment's hesitation. "Neither I nor the senior can drink." "What a pity. We were just saying we could have some drinks while dining. Can't you at least have a little?" "Absolutely not," Li Mochuan replied, sharing a knowing smile with Shen Zhimeng, as both reminisced about the time they had first met and those two occasions of drunkenness. Given their lamentable tolerance for alcohol, it was indeed best to spare them from such indulgence. "All right then," Suya conceded, "but at least Song Xinyan can drink." During the interlude while awaiting their dishes, the four engaged in a round of gaming. Suya and Li Mochuan took on the role of guiding their friends, while Song Xinyan and Shen Zhimeng contributed laughter, playful teasing, and occasional complaints. "Ah, this Lanling Wang is targeting me. Ah Chuan, help me deal with this dodgy. She has a jungler coming to assist." At that moment, Jiang Wu arrived with their meal, yet the four were too engrossed in their merriment to notice her. Watching them revel in their joy, a bittersweet sensation washed over Jiang Wu. Just recently, she had learned from a high school friend that Li Mochuan had harbored feelings for her throughout their school years, but had refrained from expressing them due to their differing academic standings. Now, it seemed that the outcome of their relationship had been predetermined the moment Li Mochuan outperformed her in exams. As the game concluded, all the side dishes were served, and the hot pot began to bubble. The four friends set their phones aside and commenced their meal. Midway through, Suya posed an unexpected question. "Hey, Chuan, won't you and the senior be apart during the winter break? Where is she from? Will she return home for the new year?" Li Mochuan instinctively glanced at Shen Zhimeng, whose expression was composed and serene. "I'm actually from Qingwan, so I want to be in a long-distance relationship with Chuan. I hope that doesn't disappoint you." "That is wonderful. Both Xinyan and I are also locals of Qingwan, and so is Chuan. How about we plan a trip together out of town during the winter break? I'd love to go skiing, but it's no fun with fewer people." Suya was instantly energized by the idea. He had long envisioned having a close-knit group of friends, preferably all with partners, to enhance their shared experiences, making outings and overnight accommodations easier to manage with parental consent. Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng exchanged glances, each recognizing the spark of interest in the other's eyes. "Sounds good, but it might be easier to arrange after the new year. It's hard to get tickets before then. Let us choose a destination first, and we can inform our families later," Li Mochuan replied to Suya. "Sure, no problem." With that, he took out his phone and created a WeChat group comprising the four of them. After finishing their meal and departing the restaurant, Neither Shen Zhimeng nor Li Mochuan encountered Jiang Wu again. However, they did not dwell on it. It was time to bid farewell to the past. Each of the four returned home, and as they entered the subway station, Suya noticed Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng heading in the same direction. He couldn't help but voice his curiosity. Are you two living together? It feels like I always see you both together. Song Xinyan understood that it was merely a casual inquiry, yet her heart began to race with anticipation. It is not yet the appropriate moment to discuss this matter with Suya, especially since neither Shen Zhimeng nor Li Mochuan has granted permission for her to do so. She feels obligated to keep this secret. After all, Li Mochuan is merely escorting his girlfriend home. It is something you fail to comprehend. As Song Xinyan spoke, she tugged Suya in another direction. Oh, I am so sorry. It was presumptuous of me. Suya replied with an apologetic smile, her voice slightly raised, perhaps due to having consumed a bit of alcohol. Both Shen Zhimeng and Li Mochuan exchanged grateful glances towards Song Xinyan, demonstrating her loyalty. Song Xinyan winked and led Suya away. Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng headed home directly, but as they reached the entrance of their community, they encountered an uncle who was familiar with their parents. Hello, Uncle Chen, Shen Zhimeng greeted him, subtly releasing her hand from Li Mochuan's grasp. Oh, you are the young lady from the Shen family, right? Shen Zhimeng? Yes, uncle. Is school on break now? Indeed, we just finished our exams today. Has your father gone on a trip recently? Yes, it was organized by his workplace, but I couldn't join because of my final exams, Shen Zhimeng replied with poise. I see. Have you eaten dinner? My family just started cooking. If you haven't, you are welcome to join us. Uncle Chen was evidently a warm-hearted person. No, thank you. We already had dinner, she replied. Really? You're not just being polite, are you? Truly, we have eaten. All right then, head home safely. Please be cautious with electricity while you are at home. Certainly. Thank you, uncle. Goodbye. Once they turned to leave, both Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng exhaled in relief. Upon returning home and settling onto the sofa, Shen Zhimeng received a video call from Shen Jing. She glanced at the contact name on her screen and took a deep breath. Li Mochuan, who was turning on the television, turned to look at her in response to her exclamation. What is it? Shen Zhimeng showed him her phone. My dad is calling via video. What should I do? Should I answer it or not? If I do, how should we respond while at home? If it were a phone call, she could manage with some deceit. But a video call might render abruptly hanging up rather awkward. Li Mochuan pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps you should hold off on answering for now, until we figure out how to respond. Then we can call him back. All right. Shen Zhimeng silenced her phone and tossed it to the other side of the sofa. Li Mochuan sat beside her with the remote control, drawing her into his embrace. Relax. Okay. This was Shen Zhimeng's first encounter with such a situation, to be precise. The first time she faced the prospect of deceiving her father. In contrast to Shen Zhimeng's anxious demeanor, Li Mochuan remained remarkably composed. Let us first decide whether we should pretend not to be home or candidly inform him that we are indeed here. During Shen Zhimeng's contemplative pause, Li Mochuan proposed another possibility. If that uncle we just encountered downstairs has called your father, then our deception would surely be unveiled. In that case, let us claim we are at home, Shen Zhimeng concurred, having considered this scenario as well. Li Mochuan continued his calm analysis. Now, on to the second question. We initially stated that we would be staying at school, so why have we come home? Is this return temporary, or are we planning to spend the night? Just temporarily, Shen Zhimeng replied. I'm afraid if we stay longer, they might overthink the situation. All right, the third question, why return home? To collect some belongings, some clothes. Shen Zhimeng answered promptly. Li Mochuan gently ruffled her hair. Are you still flustered? Not anymore, she declared, before wrapping her arms around his neck. Achoo. You were incredibly impressive just now. Li Mochuan lightly brushed his lips against hers, his gaze imbued with a hint of inscrutability. What reward accompanies such handsomeness? The word reward held no serious connotation for either of them at that moment. Shen Zhimeng clearly understood his insinuation and couldn't suppress a bite of her lip. She was indeed prepared for this evening. Just as she pondered how to articulate her feelings, her phone vibrated once more. Another video call from Shen Jing. Please wait a moment, Li Mochuan said, moving to the door to pull the circuit breaker. He then returned, illuminating the room with his phone's flashlight. You should answer. Just follow our earlier plan. Shen Zhimeng nodded and pressed the green button to accept the call. Hey, why is it so dark on your end, Ming? Shen Jing remarked, unable to discern her face, only perceiving a vague silhouette until Li Mochuan directed the flashlight towards her. Shen Zhimeng stepped into her room. Dad, I just got home to grab a few things. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhimeng understood why she had not answered the previous call, most likely due to a lack of signal in the elevator. Oh, I see. Your Uncle Chun called earlier to say he saw you in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd check in. Observing her rummaging for items, Shen Zhimeng added, "Why don't you turn on the lights? Just pull the circuit breaker." "It's fine, I'll be out soon." "Achu came with me." "He is holding the flashlight," she replied. "All right, be safe on your way back to school tonight." "Sure," she affirmed before the call ended with a beep. In the next moment, Li Mochuan turned off the flashlight, and Shen Zhimeng's room was engulfed in darkness. Fortunately, the curtains were still drawn, and the moon shone particularly bright that night. Li Mochuan placed the phone on a nearby table and embraced her from behind. The two remained silent, yet their bodies, closely intertwined, seemed to converse. Gradually acclimating to the darkness, Shen Zhimeng glanced down to see the strong arm encircling her waist. "Achoo." Li Mochuan rested his chin on Shen Zhimeng's shoulder, relishing the embrace as if it signified his unwavering reliance on her. "Do you not desire a reward?" Shen Zhimeng's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of shyness. With his eyes closed, Li Mochuan quietly inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from her, murmuring, "Yes, I desire it. Will you grant it to me, sister?" Although he was not particularly fond of addressing her as sister, he noticed that each time he did, it brought her immense joy and made her notably more agreeable. "How can you phrase it like that?" Shen Zhimeng gently tapped his arm, yet she could not help but blush as she felt his rising temperature. "I believe there is no need for us to engage in convoluted conversations. You have always been quite direct," Li Mochuan remarked before playfully nibbling her earlobe. Shen Zhimeng instinctively let out a soft gasp. "Do not bite." "All right, if refraining from biting ensures a reward, then I shall not bite." Li Mochuan truly reveled in the current atmosphere between them, the racing heartbeat, the rising warmth, and the adrenaline coursing through him, each breath deepening the ambiguous tension. With her words caught in her throat, Shen Zhimeng decided to shift the topic. "In truth, I adore the way you hold me, enveloping me entirely. It offers a profound sense of security." Li Mochuan pressed his cheek against hers, questioning, "Why would you lack a sense of security?" "Only those who feel insecure are particularly sensitive to the notion of security, and they become more attuned to the security they experience. You must feel the same. Having lost a familial bond, especially during our most rebellious and mischievous years." Chapter 84. Did you not have enough to eat last night? Shen Zhimeng had always been reluctant to discuss her feelings surrounding the loss of her mother, and to Shen Zhimeng, she seemed to have processed these emotions quite well. However, that was far from the truth. Li Mochuan instinctively pulled her closer, assuring, "I will hold you like this more often in the future." "Really?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed. Then how long will you stay with me?" Li Mochuan understood that this was, in fact, a single-choice question. Any man possessed of a survival instinct would declare an eternity. But what does eternity truly mean? People change, and who can guarantee that they will remain unchanged? "I will remain with you until you no longer wish for my company." Yet, Li Mochuan could not conjure an adequate answer. "I expected you to say forever or perhaps echo the line from a television drama. 1,000 years, Shen Zhimeng teased lightly. "I prefer to be practical. I am a realist," Li Mochuan replied, believing that romanticism often seemed elusive, forever chasing after intangible ideals. "What if I am a romantic?" Shen Zhimeng inquired, suppressing a smile. "Yet, realism can yield to romanticism because of love. That is not a difficult feat to achieve." Li Mochuan chuckled softly, knowing that Shen Zhimeng would invariably present him with some perplexing questions. Shen Zhimeng turned and embraced Li Mochuan's waist, her face alight with mirth as she said, "The mentor is quite pleased with your response and has turned to you." A deeper smile graced Li Mochuan's lips as he replied, "All right, thank you, Mentor Shen." With that, his hand glided down from her waist to give her a playful pat, teasingly asking, "When will you present me with my reward?" Shen Zhimeng had intended to commence immediately. Yet upon hearing Li Mochuan's eager tone, she found herself reluctant to proceed so swiftly. She wished to see him squirm a little. "Let us wait a bit. It's still early, just past 9. Li Mochuan furrowed his brow slightly. "Can I interpret this as you underestimating my endurance?" Shen Zhimeng buried her face in his embrace, laughing joyfully. "Indeed, how could you still be questioning my intentions?" Li Mochuan chuckled indulgently, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection, before effortlessly lifting her and tossing her onto the bed. "Shen Zhimeng." As he spoke her name, he leaned in to kiss her. Shen Zhimeng turned her face aside and rolled away, exclaiming, "No, no, That's not allowed. Her laughter rang bright and triumphant. Li Mochuan firmly seized her arms, saying, Shen Zhimeng, you have no chance to back out today. You've kept me waiting until now, and you must face the consequences. Realizing Li Mochuan was prepared to exert his physical advantage, Shen Zhimeng quickly crossed her arms over her chest, declaring, Li Mochuan, I need to take a shower first. I can assist you, he replied half-jokingly. No, I want to go alone, she firmly rejected, her expression resolute. Then I shall carry you there. No, I have legs. I can walk by myself. Shen Zhimeng met his gaze with defiance. Very well, off you go. Li Mochuan had never intended to force her, so he lay down, making room for her to leave. To his surprise, Shen Zhimeng flipped over and perched herself on his lap, rolling up her sleeves and looking down at him with a triumphant expression. At last, you've fallen into my grasp. Li Mochuan raised an eyebrow, resting his hands behind his head, relishing the moment. So, what does Mentor Shen intend to do with me? Shen Zhimeng hesitated for a moment. Li Mochuan, you've truly changed. You wouldn't have acted this way before. You used to be shy. Li Mochuan shifted his waist, pushing up slightly. Sister, if you don't hurry to the shower. Before he could finish, Shen Zhimeng leaped off the bed, slamming the bedroom door shut with a bang. Li Mochuan couldn't help but chuckle as he rose leisurely, retrieving her frequently worn pajamas from the wardrobe to deliver to her. However, his hands accidentally grasped too much fabric, pulling out a piece of black silk beneath the pajamas, adorned with lace trim. Li Mochuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern what he was looking at. Upon unfolding it on the bed, he realized it was a spaghetti-strap dress, albeit with a rather low neckline, leaving him uncertain about which side was the front and which was the back. He glanced at the black dress in his hands and then at the neatly arranged floral sleepwear beside it. With determination, he opted for the black dress and proceeded towards the bathroom. Through the frosted glass of the bathroom door, the sound of running water was audible, indicating that Shen Zhimeng was already in the midst of her shower. He knocked lightly on the door and cleared his throat, asking, Did you forget your sleepwear? The person inside the bathroom paused momentarily, and upon realizing it was him, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Listening to her reaction, Li Mochuan felt a twinge of excitement. Shall I place it on the sink for you? He inquired. Receiving an affirmative response, he cautiously opened a crack in the door and extended his hand to set the alluring nightgown on the sink, maintaining decorum and avoiding any glance inside. The bathroom was enveloped in steam, rendering it difficult for Shen Zhimeng to see outside. She could only vaguely make out an arm reaching in, leaving a dark object on the sink. The sight of the black garment startled her. She owned a set of black sleepwear, but it should still be hanging on the balcony. If Li Mochuan had indeed retrieved it from the wardrobe, he should only have seen. As this thought crossed her mind, her curiosity about the mysterious garment intensified, prompting her to hasten her shower. Once she emerged, she picked it up and confirmed it was indeed the one she had ordered online. The thought of Li Mochuan bringing this to her stirred a blush across her cheeks. However, why did he only bring the nightgown? Was she wearing nothing underneath? Shen Zhimeng did not believe Li Mochuan would think that far. He must have simply forgotten. She swiftly changed into the dress and examined herself in the mirror, ultimately satisfied with her appearance before gently pushing open the bathroom door. The lights outside were already on. Aside from the corridor lights, only her room remained illuminated, with the bedroom door slightly ajar, casting a warm glow. Anxiousness fluttered in her heart as she slowly opened the door, cautiously glancing inside. Li Mochuan had long since heard the water stop running and was now positioned behind the door, waiting to embrace Shen Zhimeng as she entered. As the door gradually opened, he effortlessly grasped her arm and pulled her into his embrace. Shen Zhimeng's heart raced from his sudden actions. Why you should go shower first, she stammered. Li Mochuan buried his face in her neck, murmuring, I've finished my shower, so what happens next? Will I do something to you? Or will you do something to me? Chapter 85. Aren't your legs weak? At his words, Shen Zhimeng's face turned crimson. Yet, summoning her courage, she composed herself and pushed him away slightly, stating, You go first. Once you're done, you'll find out. Li Mochuan playfully pinched her cheek, replying, All right. Upon hearing the sound of the bathroom door closing, Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but exhale with relief, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks. She turned towards her wardrobe, rummaging through the bottom of one compartment until she unearthed a small bag. Holding the fabric within, she stood before the dressing mirror, assessing her reflection. When Li Mochuan emerged from his shower, the outside lights had all been extinguished. Draped in a towel around his waist, He made his way directly to Shen Zhimeng's room. As he opened the door, he found himself momentarily frozen. Shen Zhimeng sat at the edge of the bed, still clad in that black nightgown. Her hair elegantly pinned up with a chopstick, showcasing her graceful shoulders and neck. His gaze wandered downward, taking in the sight of her long legs. One adorned in black stockings and the other in white, both reaching mid-thigh, fastened with matching garters that tantalizingly extended beneath her skirt. Li Mochuan swallowed hard, feeling his breath quicken as he composed himself, closing the door behind him with deliberate calm. As he approached the bed, his heart raced with anticipation. "Why are you out here in a towel?" Shen Zhimeng looked up at him, her expression playful. "You didn't help me get dressed." Li Mochuan's eyes locked onto hers, a flicker of heat igniting beneath his gaze. "I didn't assist you, yet you shouldn't appear like this." Shen Zhimeng laughed, her legs swinging enticingly over the bed's edge. In one swift motion, Li Mochuan grasped her ankle. The following morning, Li Mochuan awoke feeling invigorated, anticipating the final basketball match in the afternoon. Ordinarily, the championship would have taken place much earlier, but various activities and inclement weather had delayed it until after the final exams. When he returned to the bedroom following his morning routine, he found Shen Zhimeng still motionless on the bed, clearly exhausted from the previous night. Leaning over, he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. "What would you like for breakfast? Should I prepare something or fetch it from outside?" As soon as he spoke, two soft, pale arms emerged from beneath the covers, wrapping around his neck. A tender voice whispered in his ear, "I want to eat, H1." Li Mochuan couldn't suppress a soft chuckle. "Didn't you have your fill last night?" "The hot pot from last night has long been digested," Shen Zhimeng replied innocently. "What shall we have for breakfast then?" Li Mochuan coaxed, his hand slipping beneath the covers. "Would you like me to massage your legs or back?" At his suggestion, Shen Zhimeng flushed, suddenly shy. "No, just buy something simple. Soy milk and fried dough sticks would be perfect." "Very well," he replied, giving her waist a gentle squeeze before withdrawing his hand. As he prepared to leave, he heard her call out, "H1, come here." "What is it?" He returned to her side. "Kiss me. You haven't told me you love me this morning." She pouted, a hint of discontent on her face. Li Mochuan was amused by her demeanor. He bent down, gently grasped Shen Zhimeng's chin, and pressed his lips against hers, whispering, "Good morning, sister. I love you." Only then did Shen Zhimeng push him away with satisfaction. "You may go. I should be able to get out of bed and wash up by myself. I won't faint while doing so." She spoke nonchalantly. Yet Li Mochuan discerned her subtle intention to keep him close. "I will carry you to wash up." Before she could refuse, he swiftly scooped her up in his arms. However, he realized that her clothing had long since vanished. "Do you want to wear something?" Li Mochuan inquired, captivated by her visage so near to him. "Of course," Shen Zhimeng retorted, playfully swatting him. Li Mochuan affectionately ruffled her hair before retrieving clean sleepwear from the wardrobe, having already tossed last night's attire into the washing machine earlier that morning. Once Shen Zhimeng was coaxed into finishing her morning routine, Li Mochuan ventured out to procure breakfast. Upon his return, he found Shen Zhimeng stealthily carrying clothes from the washing machine to her room. "What are you doing?" he asked, perplexed, while changing his shoes. "I'm airing out my room," she replied innocently, blinking her eyes. Li Mochuan suddenly realized that after the events of last night, Shen Zhimeng appeared even more childlike than before, frequently blushing and feeling bashful. "Let me handle this. You should come eat first." "All right," she consented without hesitation, her limbs feeling as if they had fallen apart. She had no desire to leave the house all day. Before long, Li Mochuan emerged from the room and settled beside Shen Zhimeng. Naturally, her legs draped comfortably over his thighs. Li Mochuan could not help but express his confusion. "What sort of dining posture is this?" "It's comfortable," she replied, munching on her food. "Are your legs weak?" "Yes." "Will you be attending the basketball finals this afternoon?" "Of course." Shen Zhimeng's eyes sparkled. How could she have forgotten such an important matter? "But aren't your legs weak?" Li Mochuan was undoubtedly pleased that Shen Zhimeng wished to go, yet he couldn't shake off his concern from this morning when she nearly faltered while washing up. "I'll be sitting in the stands. It won't be tiring." "If I don't go, what if another girl offers you water?" "I would refuse." "Why would I want someone else's water?" "I trust you wouldn't want to accept water from anyone else. But if someone were to tease you in my absence, wouldn't that place you in an awkward position?" Shen Zhimeng presented a valid argument. Li Mochuan squeezed her hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, I only drink yours." "Then I will go." "Absolutely, you must go." The two spent the morning resting at home, the first official day of vacation. Shen Zhimeng no longer insisted that Li Mochuan study with her as she had before. They sat before the large television, searching for a movie to watch. However, halfway through, the curtains in the living room were drawn, and the volume of the television was turned up to the maximum. Li Mochuan took a deep breath and pushed Shen Zhimeng away. I'll deal with you tonight, not now. He feared that his stamina would not hold up in the afternoon. After all, such activities are beneficial in moderation, but can be detrimental if overindulged. Shen Zhimeng merely smiled, showing no intention of getting off Li Mochuan's lap. Then carry me while you watch. All right. At Qingwan University, all final exams had concluded, and most students were preparing to depart over the next couple of days. During the afternoon basketball match, perhaps due to it being the finals or simply because everyone had a leisurely day, a crowd gathered around the basketball court. The computer science department had a large presence, and it was inevitable that many came to witness the spectacle, including girls from other faculties who had come specifically. This basketball game pitted Li Mochuan's class against a senior class. To be frank, Li Mochuan felt somewhat uncertain. In terms of skill alone, they likely did not deserve to be in the finals, especially since those seniors had honed their teamwork over several years. However, they had been fortunate in the semifinals. Facing a junior class whose main player had sustained an injury and could not participate, they ended up winning the match by a mere 2 points. With about 10 minutes until the game commenced, a tall male student from the senior class approached Li Mochuan's group. Are you Li Mochuan? Li Mochuan, engaged in strategizing with his teammates, was startled to hear his name. Yes, that's me, he replied, momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar face. Good luck. I've heard you're quite accurate with your three-pointers. Just don't let up. We're not like those juniors. The mention of those juniors made Li Mochuan ponder. As the only familiar names associated with basketball from the junior class were Duan Chun and his companions, it seemed that the incident where they had initially threatened him had spread throughout the basketball community in the college. Thank you, senior. That three-pointer was merely a stroke of luck, Li Mochuan replied, aware that the senior referred to the time Shen Zhimeng had made 3 consecutive three-pointers. Oddly enough, he had played basketball with Shen Zhimeng since then, yet her shooting consistency remained a mystery. Sometimes she would sink 5 three-pointers in a row, while on other occasions, she might miss 10 attempts without scoring. Modest, aren't we? The senior patted Li Mochuan's arm. I want to linger here, regardless of the outcome. I'd like to add you as a friend. We should play together sometime. Sure. Not long after the senior departed, Suya appeared next to Li Mochuan, curious. What did that guy say to you? Li Mochuan, somewhat perplexed, relayed the senior's words. After listening, Suya's expression revealed a hint of conflict. Previously, he had heard that during her freshman year, Shen Zhimeng had been quite close to a senior who was a year her elder. Many speculated that they were romantically involved. Although neither of them ever confirmed it, it seemed to be exactly that. Li Mochuan, puzzled, remarked, another boy related to Shen Zhimeng? You don't know? No, I don't. Since Li Mochuan began dating Shen Zhimeng, many classmates had distanced themselves, and even her roommates seldom spent time together. There was no one to share gossip with him. Nevertheless, Shen Zhimeng had always enjoyed considerable popularity in the academy. Previously, no one had been able to establish a relationship with her, and the seniors remained undisturbed. However, it was evident that his presence had disrupted their equilibrium. Suya felt he could only offer this much of a warning. Oh, I see. Li Mochuan didn't feel particularly affected. He guessed that only he had witnessed Shen Zhimeng's affectionate demeanor. Moreover, she had mentioned that before meeting him, she had never been in a relationship, and he believed there was no reason for her to deceive him regarding this. Nevertheless, after the basketball game, he needed to find an excuse to decline the senior's invitation. After all, it was possible that the senior was merely using the pretext of a basketball game to see Shen Zhimeng. With this thought, Li Mochuan's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the stands. Shen Zhimeng remained seated in her original spot, the very place where she had first watched him play. Clearly, she had noticed him as well. From a distance, he saw her hand slip into her pocket, and then quickly emerge, her thumb and forefinger forming a heart shape directed at him. A smile involuntarily blossomed on Li Mochuan's lips. Ignoring the curious glances from those around him, he responded in kind, forming a heart with his own hand. Chuan is being so lovey-dovey again, someone teased. TSK, love struck. Amidst the various sarcastic remarks, Li Mochuan found himself smiling even more. He decided to focus on how to win. Despite the formidable opponent, they were not to be underestimated either. With a whistle, the basketball game officially commenced. The scores remained closely contested, with both teams vying for supremacy. As the first half neared its conclusion, Li Mochuan seized the opportunity to attempt a three-step layup. However, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision, and when he anxiously opened his eyes, he found himself seated in the stands. Glancing down at his pink shorts, he recalled that they had spent the night together, and today they would be swapping outfits. A commotion erupted on the basketball court. A group of people had gathered, seemingly in response to an injury. Could it be? Li Mochuan thought, rushing down from the stands. However, Shen Zhimeng's body felt weak and unsteady, as if she might tumble with every step. It was then that Li Mochuan profoundly realized just how outrageous their previous night had been. It seemed prudent to exercise restraint in the future. Shen Zhimeng's body was not quite equipped to handle such extremes. When he arrived at the venue, he found several teammates gathered around Li Mochuan, who lay on the ground clutching his leg. The injured player was swiftly moved outside the field, and the match continued. Li Mochuan remained by Shen Zhimeng's side, holding her hand. Someone had already called the campus hospital, but it would be prudent to have an X-ray at the hospital. Shen Zhimeng leaned her entire weight against him, lowering her voice. "I'm so sorry. I didn't react in time during the exchange. Otherwise, I could have dodged that person who collided with me." "Collided with you?" Li Mochuan recalled the moments during his layup. Indeed, several individuals surrounded him. Yet he did not notice anyone who might have struck him. It was Zhang Yang. Following the direction of Shen Zhimeng's finger, he spotted the senior who had approached him before the match, the very one Suya had warned him to be cautious of. Shen Zhimeng had naturally witnessed their pre-match interaction and likely had guessed the circumstances. In their freshman year, Zhang Yang had indeed pursued her for a while. He had engaged with her even before Duanshan. On the very first day of freshman year, he came over to help me with my luggage. I didn't want to owe him anything, so when he asked for my WeChat, I agreed and offered to treat him to milk tea. The two were currently situated in a corner, and Shen Zhimeng decided to share her experiences from her freshman year. For the following month, he always found various excuses to ask me out. Over time, I realized he had no intention of distancing himself from me. Li Mochuan imagined himself in her position and felt uncertain about how he would handle it. Zhang Yang is quite clever. He never confessed his feelings, nor did he overstep boundaries, yet he maintained a friendly demeanor, making it difficult for me to reject him. Reflecting on Su Ya's words, everything seemed to align perfectly. Fortunately, Duanshan later pursued me directly, confessed his feelings, and I used that as an opportunity to cut ties with all the boys who had expressed interest in me, including Zhang Yang. Shen Zhimeng chuckled softly. Back then, I certainly underestimated the situation. If it were me now, I would have walked away without a second thought, not even adding them as friends. Unable to resist, Li Mochuan gently patted her head, though the gesture felt slightly awkward given their current status. "You truly are willing to share everything with me," he remarked, unable to contain his emotions. Chapter 87. Are you planning to play the maid all day today? Of course I must say something. What if someone secretly reports to you about me? How would you handle your jealousy? Shen Zhimeng's words carried an implicit meaning. Li Mochuan cleared his throat. It seemed nothing could escape Shen Zhimeng's notice. Could it be that I've hit the mark? Shen Zhimeng asked, her curiosity piqued. Sort of. But it's not significant. I wouldn't take it to heart. Their relationship was currently as close as could be, and Li Mochuan had no doubts about Shen Zhimeng. So there is something then? Yes, Li Mochuan confessed without reservation. You must remember to tell me in the future. Shen Zhimeng, with a serious expression, grasped his hand firmly. Well then, do you have any further questions? None. Shortly after, the vehicle from the school hospital arrived. Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng boarded the ambulance, which swiftly transported them to the hospital. By the time they returned home after receiving medication and undergoing examinations, it was already evening. We must sleep together tonight. I can't bear to see you in pain like this, Li Mochuan said, assisting her into the bedroom. The CT results would not be available until the next day, but the doctor had examined her and assured them that there was likely no bone injury. The imaging was merely a precaution. It's fine. I want you to experience the soreness I feel, Shen Zhimeng replied nonchalantly, even smiling. Li Mochuan recalled the events of the previous night and couldn't help but playfully poke her. All right, I'll fetch some water for you to freshen up. Let me know what you want for dinner. I'll order takeout. Sure, Miss Shen. Shen Zhimeng replied with a mischievous grin. The exchange was merely temporary. She had also informed Shen Jing and Ji Yun about her injury, and they said they wouldn't return home until the day after tomorrow. That night, Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng lay in bed, chatting for a long time, reminiscing about high school, and then discussing university. Before sleep, Shen Zhimeng held him close, saying, If it weren't for your injury and our exchange, something else might have happened tonight. Your mind is truly devoid of serious thoughts, Li Mochuan remarked. Oh, why are you shy? Shen Zhimeng teased. Li Mochuan smirked. If we hadn't exchanged, you wouldn't dare say such things. Shen Zhimeng continued. If we hadn't exchanged, you wouldn't be able to move. I'd be the one doing all the moving. With your stamina, if you can last 3 minutes, I'll concede defeat, Li Mochuan retorted. Shen Zhimeng immediately felt challenged. All right then, let us time it. What if you lose? Let us time it. If I lose, you may do as you wish. Li Mochuan replied, feeling invigorated. They bantered back and forth, and eventually, they drifted off to sleep without realizing how it happened. The next morning, when Li Mochuan awoke, he found that they had reverted to their original states, and there was no one beside him. Just then, the door swung open. Shen Zhimeng entered, bowing respectfully. Adorned in an apron, reporting to young Master Li, breakfast is ready. Please allow me to guide you to freshen up and then to dine. Li Mochuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Granted, a splendid day began with a little theatrical moment with his girlfriend. In the washroom, Li Mochuan stood before the mirror, brushing his teeth while observing the person beside him. At first, he hadn't seen clearly from a distance, but now standing together, he realized that beneath Shen Zhimeng's apron, she was actually wearing a maid outfit. The outfit appeared somewhat risque. The length of the apron was above her knees, and upon glancing sideways, he noticed that the length of the maid outfit was even lower than the apron. Shen Zhimeng seemed to sense his gaze and, with her hands clasped behind her back, began to untie the apron. Young master, please wait a moment. I shall go to the kitchen to put on an apron. After Shen Zhimeng spoke, she turned and departed. Li Mochuan cast a casual glance and nearly choked on a mouthful of toothpaste foam. The low neckline was one thing, but the hollowed-out center was quite another. Li Mochuan swiftly composed himself, and after finishing his dental routine, Shen Zhimeng returned to his side. After washing her face, a towel appeared at her side. Please use this. Young master. Li Mochuan nearly sputtered at her words. Once he dried his face, he and Shen Zhimeng stood facing each other, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Did you prepare this outfit beforehand? She wore a black and white maid's uniform, sleeveless, with her hair fashioned into 2 low braids. The skirt barely reached the upper thigh and was form-fitting. Her long legs, encased in white over-the-knee stockings, were undeniably captivating. Indeed, perfection would not be an exaggeration. A silver heart-shaped ring adorned her chest, with a hollow center that tastefully revealed just enough. Shen Zhimeng blinked innocently. Do you not like it? Li Mochuan could not resist caressing her face. Of course I like it, immensely. With a swift motion, he pulled her into his embrace. Are you planning to play the maid all day? Shen Zhimeng, noticing the intensity of his gaze, felt a playful impulse. It depends on my mood. If you manage to keep me happy, I might just don this attire often. After all, I not only bought the maid outfit but also a nurse's and a teacher's. Li Mochuan's breath hitched at her words. The sight of her in this alluring form was already enough to entice him, and imagining her in other outfits was positively thrilling. He tightened his hold around her. In the early morning, are you teasing me because I am currently injured? Shen Zhimeng could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, I'm not teasing you anymore. Let me assist the young master in having breakfast. Li Mochuan looped his arm around her shoulder, leaning against her. What deliciousness have you prepared? I had no idea you could cook. Even before they reached the dining room, the aroma wafted in the air. It's ribs. It was unsurprising that Shen Zhimeng could procure such ingredients, given the fresh supermarket downstairs. Upon entering the dining room, Li Mochuan gently guided Shen Zhimeng to a chair. Thank you for your hard work, maid. He then leaned down to kiss each of her cheeks. A sweet smile spread across Shen Zhimeng's face. She genuinely adored how Li Mochuan, drawn to her, also tended to her emotions. Due to Li Mochuan's injury, the two decided against going out. With Shen Jing and the others returning tomorrow, Shen Zhimeng intended to tidy up some areas of the house to avoid any awkwardness upon their arrival. However, as she checked the balcony and various spots, she discovered everything had already been impeccably organized, especially her clothes, which had found their way into the wardrobe. Shen Zhimeng could not resist the urge to push open the study door. As she gazed upon Li Mochuan's handsome, earnest profile, a warm feeling surged within her heart. She wrapped her arms around his neck from behind, resting her cheek upon his head. You actually took the time yesterday to tidy up the balcony and the living room, she remarked. In chapter 88, if there's anything amiss, just tell me and I will amend it, he replied. I anticipated you would undertake these tasks today. After all, you endured pain on my behalf yesterday. How could I bear to let you toil again today? Li Mochuan instinctively grasped the hand that hung at his chest. Shen Zhimeng planted kisses fervently upon Li Mochuan's face, reaffirming in her heart that being together with him was an exceedingly correct choice. A gentle fragrance wafted into her senses, and as Li Mochuan beheld the fair figure swaying before him, he found himself captivated. "Are you heading out to collect the film this afternoon?" he inquired. "I can go. You should rest comfortably at home." Li Mochuan conceded this point, recognizing that his leg indeed required rest for a swifter recovery. Otherwise, certain matters would have to be postponed. "Be safe," he cautioned. "Rest assured, I am quite grown up now," she reassured him. In the morning, the two studied together in the study, and at noon, Shen Zhimeng personally prepared a meal of pork ribs stewed with yam, which Li Mochuan devoured with greater appetite than usual. After changing her clothes in the afternoon, Shen Zhimeng departed. Previously, Li Mochuan had added Shen Zhimeng's experimental course instructor on WeChat, and they were presently discussing matters concerning next year's school project. It was rare for a freshman to assume the role of project leader. Typically, upperclassmen would guide them through their first project to gain experience before taking on such responsibilities themselves. However, the instructor believed Li Mochuan possessed the capability to do so. Nonetheless, a project leader required a team of 4, and Li Mochuan pondered whether to recruit fellow students from other departments based on the project's content or simply enlist a few who would not need to contribute much. Throughout the afternoon, he engaged in discussions with the instructor regarding the topic, receiving numerous English papers and information about the Group S projects. Li Mochuan resolved to experiment on his own, considering that there were still several months until the project registration. As dusk approached, Li Mochuan noticed the computer screen was overly bright and glanced out the window, realizing it was time to turn on the lights. Wait, has Shen Zhimeng not returned yet? He then picked up his phone, which he had forgotten for an hour or two, only to discover a missed call from her. However, when he attempted to call back, the line was unreachable. A wave of panic washed over him. Could something have happened? He checked WeChat messages, but found none from Shen Zhimeng. He dialed several times, yet the calls remained unanswered. Did Shen Zhimeng have any close friends? Li Mochuan rifled through his contacts and found that only Song Xinyan had any connection to her. He hurriedly dialed her number. Moments later, the call connected, albeit amidst considerable noise on Song Xinyan's end. "Hello? Li Mochuan. Has Shen Zhimeng contacted you?" Song Xinyan glanced at Shen Zhimeng, who was singing passionately with a microphone, and hesitated before saying, "Ahem, she's right beside me." Li Mochuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Can you let her take the call? Or at least show her the phone? Her phone is dead. I'll have her come over to take the call." "All right." Shen Zhimeng, engrossed in her singing, only set down the microphone after catching Song Xinyan's glance. "Hello? Are you having fun? When do you plan to come back? It's getting dark. Why don't you send me your location so I can pick you up?" Shen Zhimeng expected to hear Li Mochuan's irritated voice, but the tone on the other end was far calmer than she had anticipated. "Li Mochuan, aren't you angry?" "Why would I be angry? I just left without saying a word, and didn't he inform you?" Sitting beside them, Song Xinyan stiffly tugged at the corners of her mouth. Shen Xuejie truly was a master of changing moods. Not long ago, when she had called her out, she had been seething with anger. She had claimed that Li Mochuan didn't care about her, ignoring her calls and messages. After she left, there had been no word from her, and she had insisted that if he called to inquire, he must not reveal her whereabouts. After just informing Li Mochuan that Shen Zhimeng was there, Song Xinyan had feared being blamed by Shen Zhimeng, but seeing her current demeanor, any trace of anger had vanished, replaced instead by concern over whether Li Mochuan was upset. Their conversation didn't last long before they hung up. Song Xinyan pointed at her phone, saying, "So you said he's driving over to take you home, and then we can go out again. Does he have a driver's license?" "Yes, he obtained it a month ago. He has just been taking his dad's car out to have some fun during the break." "I see." When Shen Zhimeng returned home, the living room was still shrouded in darkness, with only a sliver of light seeping through the crack of the study door. After changing her shoes, she gently pushed open the study door and set a bag she was carrying on the desk, then pulled out a chair and opened her computer. "Are you still having fun?" Although they had only been apart for an afternoon, Li Mochuan felt as if a significant amount of time had passed. Shen Zhimeng did not respond to his question. Instead, she opened the bag, revealing warm shrimp porridge and a box of marinated beef. Observing her unusual demeanor, Li Mochuan felt a pang of confusion. Had he done something wrong? Reflecting carefully, he realized he had spent the entire afternoon at home without bothering anyone. It seemed reasonable to claim he had done nothing at all. Yet, Shen Zhimeng still brought him dinner, unpacked it, and placed chopsticks in his hands, indicating that it likely wasn't an issue of grave consequence. With this thought, Li Mochuan grasped the armrests of Shen Zhimeng's chair and pulled her closer. The wheeled chair made the effort effortless. "What's wrong, sister?" Li Mochuan disliked the silence that had settled between them and wished to clarify the situation. Shen Zhimeng met his gaze, her expression unnaturally calm, revealing no hint of emotion. Li Mochuan suddenly recalled a time long ago when he had unwittingly angered Shen Zhimeng, only for her to come seeking him in the end. She had said, "Are you just going to let me walk away after I've gotten angry?" Reflecting on this, a smile involuntarily graced Li Mochuan's lips. Indeed, Shen Zhimeng was not truly upset. She merely desired his comforting presence. Needing no words, just his embrace and a gentle kiss would suffice. Yet, instead of offering her comfort, Li Mochuan was smiling. She furrowed her brow, wondering what amusing thought had crossed his mind to elicit such a reaction. With her mood shifting from calm to troubled, Shen Zhimeng shot him a disapproving glare before moving away to lean against the edge of the table. However, Li Mochuan followed closely, their chairs now even closer together. Shen Zhimeng continued to evade him, but Li Mochuan, with a smile, pursued her until she found herself cornered. He gently grasped her hand, pulling her onto his lap. But as a realization dawned upon her, she immediately struggled to rise. "You have an injury." The words tumbled out instinctively. Shen Zhimeng looked at him. Concern etched on her face, yet to her surprise, his smile deepened. "It's merely a flesh wound. You're quite light," he reassured, pulling her back onto his lap once more. Considering the results of the CT scan, Shen Zhimeng chose not to contest him further, her expression softening considerably. As she began to sense something, she quickly seized Li Mochuan's descending hand. He intertwined his fingers with hers, planting a kiss upon them. Though it was his first attempt at comforting a girl, he was determined, and judging by Shen Zhimeng's expression, his efforts were bearing fruit. "Though I am unsure what has upset you, dear sister, please do not remain angry. If I have erred, kindly let me know, and I shall amend my ways." With Li Mochuan's heartfelt words, any lingering annoyance within Shen Zhimeng dissipated. It had been nothing more than fleeting, inexplicable emotions. His patient demeanor undeniably deepened her affection for him. Gradually, she leaned into his embrace, saying, "In the future, when I go out, or when we are apart, you must send me messages to check on me." "All right, anything else?" Li Mochuan silently noted. "Also, if I go out with friends, you must inquire about whether there are any boys, who they are, what our relationship is, and when I'll be home. Once you have a car, you should ask if I need you to pick me up." As she enumerated her requests, Li Mochuan couldn't help but smile at her earnestness. "Must I inquire so meticulously about boys? I trust you. Would asking too much not become bothersome?" Li Mochuan finally voiced his confusion. "Yes." Sung Zhimeng feigned annoyance, cradling Li Mochuan's face in her hands and playfully manipulating it. "Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Don't you feel even a hint of insecurity?" She chided. "How can you be at ease with me spending time with others without clarifying things first?" Though her playful antics left his face somewhat misshapen, the happiness emanating from his eyes was unmistakable. "I promise, next time," he replied, his hands tightening around her waist as he leaned in for a passionate kiss. Moments later, both were slightly breathless, their gazes intertwined, brimming with unspoken affection. "Go ahead and eat." She gestured toward the food, "or it will get cold." "All right," Li Mochuan said, pulling her closer before pushing against the table to slide the chair over. "Ah," she exclaimed, startled by his sudden movement. "My chair is over there. It's fine." Li Mochuan reassured her, adjusting himself slightly. "I believe it's necessary for me to inform my girlfriend about how I spent my afternoon." Shen Zhimeng glanced casually at the screen, her interest piqued upon seeing something. "What made you suddenly think to do this?" It was the arrangement from the teacher. They then delved into discussions about their project until midnight, when they finally retired for the night. The following morning, as Li Mochuan was comfortably asleep, a knock on the door jolted him awake. "H1," came the voice of Ji Yun. They had returned from their trip. He quickly sat up, recalling that he had spent the night apart from Shen Zhimeng, a sigh of relief escaping him. Ji Yun and Shen Jing entered to check on his leg, and after confirming from the CT scan that everything was fine, they felt reassured. Due to Li Mochuan's injury, Suyu insisted on postponing their skiing plans until after the New Year. As New Year's Eve approached, Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng were summoned to the living room by Shen Jing. "We need to discuss where we will celebrate the New Year this year." Despite both families being locals of Qingwan, Ji Yun's parents lived in the countryside, as did Shen Jing's, albeit on opposite sides of the city. It was not far in terms of distance, but driving would still take 2 to 3 hours. We were considering whether to each return to our respective families for the new year or to visit one side first and then rush to the other, Shen Zhimeng expressed, believing that the children should not be kept in the dark about such matters. He was also curious about their thoughts. However, Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng had not given much thought to the New Year plans. In previous years, it had always been straightforward, with only one destination. But circumstances had changed. Though Shen Jing and Ji Yun were not legally married, they were essentially a family. Yet, due to their unmarried status, a hasty visit might invite unwarranted gossip. You can decide, Shen Zhimeng said, feeling at a loss for a better solution. If they each returned to their families, she and Li Mochuan would inevitably be separated, and the thought of it left a heaviness in her heart. On the other hand, adults undoubtedly contemplate more than they express. A careless slip of the tongue revealing their thoughts may incite suspicion. Ultimately, the discussion bore no fruit, and Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng retreated to their respective bedrooms, each taking to their phones to chat. Shen Zhimeng inquired, "You hardly spoke in the living room earlier. What are your thoughts?" Li Mochuan, eager to avoid separation, replied, "It's not as if we're spending the new year apart. Even if it's just the 4 of us here, that would suffice." Shen Zhimeng's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. "So, you really don't want to be apart from me, huh?" Li Mochuan affirmed, "Of course," and punctuated his response with a crying emoji captioned, "Wife, let us cuddle." Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing it. The following day, Shen Jing and Ji Yun reached a decision. They would celebrate the new year in their newly acquired home. Spending the holiday there felt entirely reasonable, while the subsequent visits would be arranged individually. On New Year's Eve, heavy snow fell, yet the bustling streets of the city were far from deserted. The 4 enjoyed their reunion dinner at a restaurant, and afterward, Shen Jing proposed, "We've watched quite a few films this year. Why don't we go catch one together?" Shen Zhimeng, having not seen a movie in some time, readily agreed. Li Mochuan and Ji Yun concurred, and thus, Shen Jing drove them to a nearby cinema. The theater was more crowded than usual. Arriving a bit late, they found seating options limited. "It seems we can't all sit in one row," Shen Jing remarked, pointing at the seating chart on the screen, where many prime seats dwindled as evening approached. Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng exchanged glances, silently understanding one another. "No worries, you two sit together. I'll sit with my sister," Li Mochuan declared, the term sister rolling off his tongue with an ease that felt natural. Chapter 90. It's not too late. After these few days, Ji Yun, familiar with her children, sensed something was amiss, but the theater's lively atmosphere distracted her. Shen Jing turned to her, asking, "What do you think? Should we let the kids sit together?" "That's fine," Ji Yun replied, dismissing her earlier doubts. As they queued for tickets, Shen Jing and Ji Yun walked ahead, while Li Mochuan enveloped Shen Zhimeng from behind, completely shielding her in his embrace. Seizing a moment when the crowd was distracted, Li Mochuan leaned down to plant a soft kiss on Shen Zhimeng's cheek, whispering, "I miss you." Shen Zhimeng paused, inadvertently colliding with Li Mochuan, and discreetly pinched his thigh, her eyes conveying a silent warning. Their parents were ahead, urging him to behave. Yet, Li Mochuan only laughed more heartily. Sister Li Mochuan leaned closer to Shen Zhimeng's ear and whispered softly once more, then nonchalantly resumed his stance, as if nothing had transpired. This clandestine sensation left Shen Zhimeng somewhat exhilarated. Their parents were just ahead, and the two occasionally leaned in towards one another, akin to a secret rendezvous. The thrill and tension were the most visceral sentiments coursing through their minds, propelling their actions to become increasingly frequent. Where are H1 and Meng Meng? Shen Jing finally recalled that there should be 2 more individuals trailing behind as he approached the entrance of the screening room. Ji Yun turned back with him, and after glancing past a couple of figures, they swiftly located Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng. Shen Zhimeng greeted them with a smile, while Li Mochuan trailed half a step behind, engrossed in his mobile device. The 4 reunited. "You two, be cautious when you head up later. We'll wait for you outside when the show concludes," Shen Jing advised as he and Ji Yun made their way to their designated row, addressing the 2 youngsters. "All right." Li Mochuan and Shen Zhimeng found their seats in the last row, while Shen Jing and the others settled in the middle. As Shen Zhimeng ascended the steps, she suddenly felt a playful poke at her lower back. She turned to look at Li Mochuan, and upon seeing the triumphant expression on his face, she understood precisely what had transpired. Fortunately, Li Mochuan was close enough that his tall frame concealed his mischievous antics from the prying eyes of others. Once they found their seats, Shen Zhimeng cast a glance towards Shen Jing's group before turning her attention to Li Mochuan, ready to settle the score. What were you doing just now? Speak the truth, she demanded, her cheeks slightly puffed in indignation, a sight that struck Li Mochuan as utterly endearing. Having seen numerous videos online of couples where the girlfriend often got upset and argued, he had previously worried about losing control of his emotions. However, after spending these days with Shen Zhimeng, he found such concerns to be unfounded. With a girlfriend he adored and deemed beautiful, her angry demeanor appeared particularly charming to him, rendering any thoughts of contention irrelevant. Li Mochuan's peripheral vision remained fixed on Shen Jing's side as he reached out to gently ruffle Shen Zhimeng's hair. My girlfriend is truly beautiful, he remarked. Shen Zhimeng's angry expression froze on her face. She was genuinely upset with him, seriously addressing the incident that had just occurred. Why was this guy smiling so broadly and inexplicably showering her with compliments? Yet, deep down, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. As the lights in the cinema had yet to dim, Li Mochuan captured her expression in his gaze, realizing that Shen Zhimeng had already moved past her anger. The cinema isn't a place for anger, he said, tightening his grip on her hand. The enveloping darkness of the theater was perfect for a clandestine touch. Shen Zhimeng couldn't resist breaking into a smile. Who said I would let you hold my hand? Despite her words, Shen Zhimeng showed no intention of withdrawing her hand. Although we sat in the last row, the screening room behind us had a clear view of the entire audience, Shen Zhimeng half-jokingly warned. I understood that Li Mochuan would certainly refrain from any public displays with Shen Zhimeng, at least for the time being. As for whether their relationship might evolve to the point of seeking thrills in public, that remained a matter for the future. As the film was about to commence, the lights in the auditorium suddenly dimmed. Li Mochuan, wanting to converse with Shen Zhimeng, leaned slightly closer, resting one hand on the armrest between them. In the enveloping darkness, he suddenly felt a softness upon his lips. The familiar scent wafted into his nostrils. He realized that Shen Zhimeng had leaned in to kiss him. Just as he was about to reciprocate, the screen abruptly illuminated, prompting Shen Zhimeng to push him away and feign nonchalance as she gazed ahead. Li Mochuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his arm, resting on the armrest, naturally slid behind Shen Zhimeng, encircling her slender waist. Shen Zhimeng's breath caught. Surely he wouldn't dare to act in a cinema? Their positions were slightly askew. Shen Zhimeng was closer to the center, with another girl seated beside her. The film, a comedy chosen by Shen Jing, was entertaining, yet Li Mochuan found teasing Shen Zhimeng far more amusing. The armrest effectively concealed his movements, allowing the girl next to Shen Zhimeng to remain oblivious to anything unusual. Shen Zhimeng instinctively shifted closer to Li Mochuan. Stop it, she whispered, a hint of reproach in her tone. Unfazed, Li Mochuan continued to caress her waist subtly, his mind drifting back to a recent evening spent alone together. After injuring his leg, Shen Zhimeng had expressed concern about him worsening the injury, leading them to sleep separately in their own rooms for a time. A few days ago, Li Mochuan had subtly suggested sharing a bed, but Shen Zhimeng had declined, citing her physical condition. Human nature is curious. What once seemed inconsequential becomes more desirable when its occurrence is diminished. Nevertheless, Li Mochuan, despite his thoughts, remained considerate of Shen Zhimeng's well-being, though he felt a twinge of longing. Halfway through the film, Shen Zhimeng appeared somewhat distracted. Li Mochuan occasionally leaned in for a kiss, nuzzled her hair, or playfully squeezed her waist. Is that all you think about? Shen Zhimeng inquired, catching his wandering hand at her waist and leaning closer to whisper in his ear. The reflection of the screen illuminated her expression, which was not one of annoyance, but rather earnestness. Li Mochuan hesitated for a moment before nodding, expecting to provoke displeasure. He was surprised when Shen Zhimeng clasped his hand, intertwining their fingers, and soothingly patted his hand. We can wait until we go back. Li Mochuan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Chapter 91. Who is so cheerful while messaging? Does this imply that Shen Zhimeng has acquiesced? However, isn't she currently on her menstrual cycle? It has barely been a few days since it started. Li Mochuan, having researched this subject, still felt it was inappropriate. He hastily grasped Shen Zhimeng's arm and said, "You need not force yourself. It is perfectly fine to wait until these few days have passed." Shen Zhimeng merely cast him a fleeting glance and replied, "Rest assured, I will not act foolishly." After digesting her words, Li Mochuan's mind raced with numerous possibilities. He could hardly contain a smile. He had not absorbed a single word of the movie's latter half. On their journey home, Shen Jing drove, while discussing the film's plot. After conversing with Ji Yun for a moment, he turned his attention to the two children seated in the back. At one point, I almost thought that character was a villain. Did you two notice? Shen Zhimeng, having not engaged deeply with the film, replied, not really. Li Mochuan echoed her sentiment, eager to steer the conversation away from the topic. By the way, aren't we supposed to visit relatives on the second day of the new year? Yes. On the second day, we will visit our grandparents, while Meng Meng will go see her paternal grandparents, Ji Yun answered. This meant that in 2 days, he and Shen Zhimeng would part ways. When will you return? Li Mochuan instinctively inquired. We're all scheduled to resume duties on the 8th. We should be back by the 7th, Ji Yun responded. A hint of melancholy passed over Li Mochuan's face, realizing he would not see Shen Zhimeng for nearly a week. Since their acquaintance, they had been nearly inseparable, spending every moment together, except for when they slept at night. A week could feel either long or short. Yet Li Mochuan knew without a doubt that he would miss Shen Zhimeng dearly. Shen Zhimeng evidently shared his sentiments. Their eyes met, and they both saw the reluctance reflected in each other's gaze. Chuan, are you eager to return for some urgent matter? Ji Yun suddenly inquired with curiosity. Well, it isn't anything pressing. I just need to coordinate with a teacher at school regarding some coding tasks. Taking my computer home might be cumbersome, especially since there are many children at my grandmother's house. Ji Yun had an older brother and sister, but as the first to marry. He was the eldest and the only child in his generation. His younger siblings were either in middle or high school, while the youngest had just started kindergarten. Aren't you on break? Has the teacher assigned you any tasks? Ji Yun, having never attended a proper university, was unaware of the current academic pressures. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhimeng quickly clarified the project details, and Ji Yun nodded in understanding. If your situation is particularly urgent, you can always take a bus back early. I can stay there a few extra days, he offered. All right, we shall see when the time comes. Hearing those words, Li Mochuan's tone brightened considerably. He endeavored to mask his joy, striving to appear more composed. Shen Jing was relatively lenient with Shen Zhimeng. Thus it was likely that convincing her to return early would not pose much difficulty. At midnight, after the family had finished watching the Spring Festival Gala, they each retreated to their rooms for sleep. Once in his room, Li Mochuan remained attentive to the sounds outside, and upon hearing the click of the living room lights turning off and the door to the master bedroom opening and closing, he promptly sat up in bed. He reached for his phone on the bedside table and sent a message to Shen Zhimeng. They have all returned to their rooms. Shall I come find you later? Naturally, Shen Zhimeng was not asleep. She had been awaiting Li Mochuan's message. Okay. The wardrobes of the two had been connected, making it difficult for anyone to notice Li Mochuan entering Shen Zhimeng's room. As the seconds ticked by, Li Mochuan grew restless on his bed. He slowly opened the wardrobe, slipping into Shen Zhimeng's room without making a sound. The person he had been yearning for leaned against the headboard, snugly wrapped in the covers with only a small head peeking out. In a few swift strides, Li Mochuan climbed onto the bed, lifting the covers to embrace her. Shen Zhimeng was amused by his sudden intrusion, laughing softly as she gazed at the head nestled against her chest, unable to resist gently stroking his hair. Why the rush? She teased. Li Mochuan tilted his head, gazing intently at her. Shen Zhimeng glanced at the location of his lips, biting her own in surrender. With that, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Has your period ended yet? Li Mochuan hesitated before asking. Not yet, Shen Zhimeng replied, her hand trailing slowly down Li Mochuan's chest. His gaze darkened, and in a swift motion, he captured her lips once more. Half an hour later, with a hint of tenderness, Li Mochuan caressed Shen Zhimeng's hand and cheek. I should have been more patient. I won't put you through this again, he murmured, pressing a gentle kiss to the corner of her lips, his eyes betraying his concern. It's fine, Shen Zhimeng nestled against him, her cheeks flushed. You should probably return to your room. We'll be parting ways the day after tomorrow, so it's best to ensure there's no risk of being discovered. All right, Li Mochuan replied, holding her a little longer. Please find a moment tomorrow to take out the trash from my room. Otherwise, it will smell, she said. Of course, I shall take care of it. Li Mochuan chuckled softly. I'll bring the garbage bag to my room shortly. They lingered in each other's warmth until Li Mochuan realized that Shen Zhimeng seemed to have fallen asleep. He gently released her and, with the garbage bag in hand, tiptoed back to his own room. In the blink of an eye, the day of parting arrived. Li Mochuan sat in the passenger seat, gazing out at the scenery, still somewhat in a daze. In the morning, there was no opportunity to embrace Shen Zhimeng. I could only watch helplessly as she boarded the car. After a fleeting glance exchanged between us, We parted ways. Ji Yun, driving, cast a brief glance at him. What was Chuan pondering? Li Mochuan, caught off guard by the sudden cue, almost failed to respond. In the next moment, his phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Shen Zhimeng. I'm on the highway now. Where are you? The message was accompanied by 2 scenic photos and a selfie of her in the car, gazing into the mirror. A smile involuntarily crept onto Li Mochuan's lips. So beautiful. I was referring to the last picture. He promptly sent back a playful emoji of a tongue sticking out. Who was he so cheerfully messaging? Ji Yun noticed the stark contrast in Li Mochuan's expression, clearly indicating he had seen something that brought him joy. Oh, just a friend sent me a funny joke. Li Mochuan quickly replied, fabricating an excuse on the spot. What joke? Chapter 92. Has anyone started dating after a semester in college? Li Mochuan's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily replied, oh, just something rather dull. I doubt you would find it amusing. Fortunately, Ji Yun did not press further. Li Mochuan glanced at the clouds above, finding them quite picturesque, and took a couple of photos to send to Shen Zhimeng. He then flipped his phone face down, preparing to sleep. Mom, wake me when we arrive. All right, sleep well. You seem quite tired. Did you stay up late last night? Just feeling a bit dizzy. Once you're in the car, refrain from using your phone. In the past, Li Mochuan would have found this somewhat exasperating, as if everything revolved around phone usage. However, he simply closed his eyes and chose not to look. During the day, he had primarily been grappling with relatives at home. It was only in the evening that they finally had time to chat together. After finishing his evening routine, Li Mochuan was about to return to his room, as he had arranged with Shen Zhimeng to video chat for a while. Yet, just as he stepped halfway into his room, Ji Yun called out to him. Chuan, are you going to sleep this early? It's only 8. Go to the living room and chat with your grandparents. It's been nearly half a year since you last saw them, and everyone is in the living room. Li Mochuan's face displayed reluctance. But Ji Yun did not give him a moment to ponder. She took his phone and insisted, come on, come on. Ji Tao said he has homework he wants to ask you about. It would be nice for the family to watch some television together. With no choice, Li Mochuan nodded. All right. His gaze, however, lingered on the phone now in Ji Yun's possession. Please give me my phone back. But Ji Yun shook her head, saying no. I'm afraid you'll be glued to your phone, which would be quite disrespectful to your grandparents. Remembering his commitment to Shen Zhimeng, he persisted. I'll just reply to one message, just a moment. What message? It would be remarkable if you could chat with your grandparents for even an hour. They usually sleep by 9. After you've spent time with them, I'll return your phone. Li Mochuan. Although Ji Yun spoke with a smile, her attitude conveyed a clear message. During the festive season, with guests filling the living room, he found it inappropriate to argue with Ji Yun and reluctantly followed her into the room. Brother, come and help me with this problem. A child seated in the corner called out as soon as Li Mochuan entered the living room. This was Ji Yun's elder brother's son, Ji Tao, who had just started his first year of high school. He had always been quite attached to Li Mochuan, and unable to refuse, Li Mochuan walked over without hesitation. After explaining the problem, he glanced around the noisy living room and couldn't help but ask, can you really focus on your homework here? Ji Tao, however, seemed unfazed, responding that the noise level was no different from that of a classroom during recess. I've already gotten used to it at school, he added before shifting the topic. Brother, do you have a girlfriend? Our teacher has been warning us since the beginning of the term to avoid early romantic relationships in high school, saying we can date freely in college. Li Mochuan pondered for a moment and admitted, I do have one. Is it really so carefree in college? It is. Then what does your girlfriend look like? Is she pretty? Does she have a good personality? Li Mochuan couldn't help but think of Shen Zhimeng's face, a blissful smile curving his lips. Indeed, she was stunning, kind-hearted, and academically accomplished. To steer the conversation away from further inquiries, Li Mochuan quickly redirected. But your teacher is right. One should absolutely avoid dating in high school to not hinder one's studies. Only by attending a good university can one find a better girlfriend. Just as he finished speaking, a voice chimed in from behind. Chuan, are you talking about girlfriends? So you already have someone? Hearing this voice, Li Mochuan silently cursed his misfortune and turned to smile awkwardly. Annie. He cautiously observed his aunt's expression and carefully chose his words. I was advising Ji Tao not to date too early in high school. That certainly needs to be addressed. Your words will surely resonate with Ji Tao. His aunt responded with a light-hearted grin. Li Mochuan surmised that his aunt had not heard him mention having a girlfriend, but only caught the part about finding a better girlfriend by attending a good university. Indeed, Ji Tao was quite the academic standout. but there were moments when his parents struggled to manage him. However, whenever Li Mochuan spoke, he would always listen. The influence of blood ties can indeed be quite remarkable. Sitting beside Ji Tao, Li Mochuan gradually grew bored. Without his phone, he felt an undeniable restlessness. "Ah Chuan, Ji Tao, come and have some fruit." Ji Yun called out from the sofa. "Shall we go?" Li Mochuan asked Ji Tao. "Let us go?" The homework was not urgently pressing, and the corner seat was merely a refuge due to the absence of phones, while the television was monopolized by a few younger children watching cartoons, leaving him with no choice but to occupy his time with homework. The Ji family was quite large, and the spacious living room sofa accommodated many, including Ji Tao's parents, his aunt's family, and their grandparents seated in the main position. In the ensuing hours, I found myself navigating the delicate balance of enjoying a meal while engaging with the probing inquiries of my elders. My inquisitive aunt, always eager for gossip, suddenly posed a question that lingered in the air. With such striking looks, has Chuan found a girlfriend during his semester at university? I instinctively glanced at my son seated beside me. Li Mochuan sensed several gazes directed at him and felt a twinge of guilt as he replied, "No." Upon hearing this, Ji Tao's eyes widened slightly. His brother had conveyed a different story to him earlier. Nevertheless, he harbored no intention of exposing his brother's discrepancies in front of the adults, for he believed that his brother must have his reasons for such behavior. "By the way, what major is Chuan pursuing?" my aunt inquired. "Computer science. Our major has very few female students," Li Mochuan promptly added. "I see. A classmate of mine has a son who found a girlfriend just 2 months into university. Chuan, you should put in some effort. Your grandparents are getting on in years. And it would be nice to bring someone home soon," my aunt remarked with a hint of insinuation. However, my uncle playfully chided her. "You really ought to think of something more sensible. What is wrong with that?" my aunt protested, her expression defiant. "Discussing campus romances isn't a bad thing." My uncle interjected. Li Mochuan forced a smile, his expression nonchalant as he replied, "It all depends on fate." Ji Yun remained silent, observing Li Mochuan's demeanor, as if trying to discern whether his words held any truth. However, since moving in with Shen Zhimeng, Li Mochuan had refrained from any frivolous outings, returning home immediately after classes. Logically, he should have had no time for dates with girls. Shortly after 9, Ji Yun, alongside my aunt, assisted my grandparents to their bedroom, allowing Li Mochuan to finally seize his phone. No sooner had he unlocked it than a figure appeared beside him.